Inside the first Demon King's castle, Lucifer is sitting around looking bored while Merlin Lucifer fusses over him. The guy rules demons, but his main battle today appears to be staying awake. Merlin suddenly senses intruders, and Lucifer's lazy expression sharpens when the church army crashes the party. She sticks close to him, thrilled that her Merlin Ni-chan is finally getting some action. Outside, church soldiers cheers their newest hero. Alice Claudia freezes a monster with one clean ice strike. Alice introduces herself as the 233rd hero and confidently leads the charge against Lucifer's forces. The crowd is already treating her like a walking victory parade. Then the church commander unveils his secret weapon, the White Whale, a flying siege monster prepared for 100 years. The old fart orders the whale to fire, convinced this holy masterpiece will erase the demons in one blast. But Lucifer steps in front of Merlin and announces himself properly. Demon King Lucifer III has arrived. The commander explains that even saints cannot hurt the white whale. Lucifer answers with a very calm, just a little bit. One sword swing later, Lucifer cuts the supposedly untouchable whale apart and showers the battlefield with petals. Merlin is completely starstruck, while Alice stares at Lucifer like she has just met a very inconvenient legend. Alice refuses to back down and challenges Lucifer herself, rushing him with sword and ice magic. Lucifer breaks through her attack and leaves Alice defeated, proving the church paid to fight far above its pay grade. Lucifer, the first Demon King, faces a dragon with a sword that grows stronger against powerful enemies. The catch is brutal. Every time Lucifer uses that power, his curse bites harder into his life. He still swings anyway, carving through the threat in one spectacular slash. Cursed swords do not come with safety instructions. With the fight over, Lucifer walks away from the fallen white-haired hero Alice Claudia and heads for Merlin. Merlin Lucifer is relieved he survived, but her smile drops when Lucifer gently tells her he cannot stay. He needs to keep moving before the curse in his heart takes his life for good. Merlin clings to him and begs him not to die, refusing to be left behind by the brother she adores. Lucifer promises that he will return to Merlin someday, asking her to trust him even if death gets in the way. Merlin takes that promise as a full confession and immediately declares that Merlin Ni-chan loves him. She has moved fast. Then Lucifer notices Alice is only unconscious, grabs her, and decides the defeated hero is coming along. Merlin is stunned that his farewell trip suddenly includes a very inconvenient extra passenger. Lucifer carries Alice through the woods, deciding her stamina and willpower are too useful to waste. Back with Merlin, she replays his promise in her head and turns completely pink. One line from Lucifer has her planning the reunion already. As Lucifer disappears down the forest road with Alice on his back, Merlin watches him go, determined to see him again. Lucifer washes ashore after the church wrecks his escape, bitter that defeating a Demon King was supposed to be easy. On the deserted island, he finds Alice collapsed beneath a tree, just as stranded and exhausted as he is. Alice barely gets a moment to breathe before a massive demon wolf stalks out of the trees. Great island hospitality. Lucifer dives in front of her, plants the beast face first into the ground, and orders it to stay down. The former Demon King calmly pats the monster like an oversized puppy, while Alice stares at him in disbelief. Alice finally realizes who saved her: Merlin Lucifer, the previous Demon King she was sent to defeat. She refuses to be intimidated and fires ice magic at him, determined not to let the fallen tyrant take control. Lucifer catches her attack and coolly declares that from now on, Alice belongs to him. Alice calls it kidnapping. Lucifer calls it a reward. Their definitions are having a very bad day together. When Alice demands answers, Lucifer grabs her and says she needs to face reality. She is already his captive. Alice fights him every step of the way, but Lucifer carries her toward the wrecked boat, while she protests loudly. Trapped aboard the boat, Alice warns the smug Demon King to stay back or she will jump into the sea. Out at sea, Alice squares up to Lucifer, furious that this Demon King has the nerve to act stronger than her. She is ready for a duel. Their tiny boat is already regretting both of them. Lucifer barely reacts while Alice gets flustered and defensive over his casual teasing. Then Lucifer points across the water and claims they are sailing straight through the Strait of Orkney. Alice knows that route is packed with sea creatures strong enough to swallow ships. Lucifer calls it impossible, but explains that the creatures only target humans, not demons. That loophole suddenly makes Alice the vulnerable passenger. His risky shortcut goes badly fast. Alice is thrown into the ocean screaming as something moves beneath the waves. 3 days later, they are still drifting through brutal waters. Lucifer stays calm, but Alice is starting to realize this was never a normal crossing. A gigantic sea demon erupts from below and grabs Alice in the chaos, turning their little boat into a very bad place to stand. Alice recognizes the monster as an absurdly dangerous sea demon, one said to rule these waters and overpower even elite fighters. Lucifer laughs at the beast instead of fleeing. He is irritated that this oversized fish thinks it can threaten him. With the sea demon charging again, Lucifer finally reaches for his sword and warns it not to blame him for what happens next. Out on a stormy sea, Lucifer opens with a simple solution to the monster problem. Hit it until it stops being a problem. Our boy drives his sword forward with absolute confidence, while the whale-sized beast suddenly regrets clocking in today. With the threat handled, Lucifer calls it easy. Alice watches him like she has just discovered an extremely dangerous rowing partner. The beast is still snapping at their boat, and Alice warns that its blood will attract more sharks if they linger. Alice cannot understand why Lucifer abandoned the demon palace. A ruler with that kind of power does not usually vanish into a tiny boat. Lucifer finally gives the blunt answer. The demon council actually fired him. Alice can only stare at that absurd reveal. When Alice asks about his magic sword and impossible strength, Lucifer calls it a natural gift, the kind no amount of training can copy. That explanation is not comforting. It is basically a flex with extra steps. He says he hunted ancient demons across snow, forest, and lava fields, stacking victories until even the demon king of hell went down. Lucifer admits vengeance drove him at first. By the time he looked up, he had become an invincible existence. He insists he did not train for it. After a year of controlling his power, he simply woke up and realized he was absurdly strong. Alice decides that is more than enough Demon King autobiography for one night and gets back to rowing through the dark sea. Lucifer finally reaches Great Britain, only to find Alice face down in the sand and completely lost. Alice realizes Lucifer hauled her across the sea, and her shocked glare says this trip was definitely not on her schedule. He casually explains she was dragged here every generation. That is one way to skip the travel brochure. When Alice finally processes it there in Great Britain, she snaps and demands to know why he brought her here. Lucifer is not sightseeing. He senses this place is packed with magic items, and his broke-eye instincts immediately smell profit. While Alice fumes behind him, our boy imagines selling imported goods and finally filling his empty pockets. Then Lucifer politely asks Alice to strip. Her horrified reaction is instant, because he has somehow made this conversation much worse. Alice backs away and begs him not to come closer, but Lucifer calmly tells her to do exactly as he says. His target is not Alice herself. Lucifer wants the hero's mithril armor and calls her concern about it being near her chest overblown. Lucifer leaves with the armor while Alice sits stunned, furious, and suddenly aware that this shameless demon really did rob her. With a fresh prize in hand, Lucifer heads out looking for more interesting people to exploit. Business is booming already. Lucifer's hungry, broke, and carrying a wanted poster worth 5,000 gold. Our boy has had better mornings. 2 roadside bandits spot him and demand his money or his life, apparently unaware they picked a fight with the Demon King. Lucifer calmly asks if these little pests really intend to rob him. The red-haired leader flashes a poison dagger, but Lucifer warns that drawing it will cost them their lives. Their big attack is an apple distraction. Lucifer catches it, takes a bite, and looks more offended than threatened. Blades come flying from every direction, but Lucifer slinks past them with ridiculous ease. A leader's disguise breaks, revealing a goblin beneath the human bandit act. Lucifer immediately loses interest and walks away. Panicking, the surviving goblin begs for a chance to bring Lucifer before his majesty instead. Inside the goblin stronghold, their ruler hears that a human killed Regu and decides this smells like the start of a war. Lucifer, once the feared Demon King, is now living low-key in Scotland and working the streets to keep himself fed. Our boy still has the royal coat and sword, but his budget has clearly lost the war. He turns a simple sword routine into a ridiculous blur of after-images, and the entire market eats it up. Lucifer takes his applause like a star performer, then watches the crowd vanish before anybody pays extra. One kid named Henry is completely hooked. He sees Lucifer's moves and decides this stranger must be a legendary sword master. Lucifer spots the opportunity immediately. For 2 copper coins, he offers Henry an invincible sword art and dramatically draws his blade. The sales pitch has more confidence than the actual lesson. The ultimate technique turns out to be quick draw. Henry's face drops hard when he realizes he paid for something he already knows. Even so, Henry hands over the reward and thanks him. Lucifer gets his food money, while the boy walks away calling him a fraud. Nearby, church officials stir up the town with warnings about the Demon King and demand stronger faith from everyone listening. The church commander is already planning another crusade, convinced he can march on the demon realm and wipe out Lucifer for good. Lucifer hears the grand threats and is less scared than offended. Apparently being hunted is bad enough, but being underfunded is worse. Lucifer finds himself interviewing for a waiter job, and the pink-haired owner thinks his polished look is perfect for sales. The offer comes with food, lodging, and commission. For a fallen demon king, that is a surprisingly solid benefits package. Lucifer accepts on the spot, even though he still has a curse to solve and a kingdom to reclaim. One handshake later, our boy is dressed in a sharp purple uniform and officially working the floor. Meanwhile, Alice is broke after losing her hero status, so a 5,000 gold bounty for Gigolo becomes her new mission. She heads out with her donkey, because apparently bounty hunting also needs reliable transportation. Back at the pub, Lucifer serves drinks with effortless charm, and the women immediately crowd around the new waiter. Then Henry walks in, sees his mother surrounded by customers, and assumes he is fighting with the whole neighborhood again. Henry lashes out at Lucifer and complains that his mom should not need to work, while she tries to calm him down. The kid is not just being rude, he has been getting bullied and cannot stand seeing his mother struggle. Lucifer gives Henry blunt advice. If he wants to protect someone, he needs the strength to stand up for them. Henry bolts outside to learn swordsmanship, and Lucifer watches the little troublemaker run straight toward danger. At a quiet village tavern, Log and his party settle in before taking a simple goblin clearing job. The blonde server mixes their drinks with absurdly dramatic flair because apparently cocktails need a boss battle too. Log and his blonde companion split the reward, then both get flustered when marriage comes up after the mission. The veteran adventurer asks for help killing 100 goblins, but the reward sounds suspiciously generous. The server instantly wants to know whether this is a dangerous job or just another unpaid headache. After hearing the mission details, the server politely agrees, while the others prepare to move out. At the goblin hideout, the veteran rushes ahead to prove he is still an A-rank fighter. One huge goblin steps forward and reveals this is no ordinary mob. He wants revenge for his fallen comrades. The monster introduces himself as the Goblin Prime Minister, and Log realizes this goblin camp has management. The Prime Minister unleashes a blazing attack, forcing the party to scramble before the whole ruin explodes. Log activates his second stage wind spirit spell and draws a sword determined to break through. He charges straight in with a wind-powered slash, but the giant goblin meets him head-on. The counterattack sends Log flying, and his companion can only watch in shock. Before Log can recover, goblins seize the blonde girl and hold a blade to her throat. The Prime Minister offers Log one chance to save her, but only if he agrees to a small deal. Alice reaches a surprisingly lively inn where the cheerful pink-haired hostess welcomes her like an old friend. Then Alice spots a wanted poster for a face-covered man called Gigolo. That is never a comforting bit of wall decor. After days on the road, our girl finally rests, but the memory hits hard. She had been taken aboard a pirate ship. The Redbeard pirates gloat over their captive and treat the whole mess like easy profit, pushing Alice from exhausted to furious. Just as the pirates settle in, a hooded blonde swordsman appears. He does not look impressed by their 7 ships. Lucifer draws his blade and coolly decides that lives might finally help ease the curse hounding him. The pirate captain charges in laughing, and Lucifer answers with one brutal sword swing. The strike tears through the fleet and sends wreckage flying. 7 warships suddenly feel like a very poor career choice. Alice watches the aftermath wide-eyed, completely stunned by the masked master's overwhelming swordsmanship. Back at the inn, Alice writes to her master, admitting that working here has been peaceful and safe. Elsewhere, the masked man becomes a dazzling stage mystery, while everyone begs fate not to bring him back into their lives. Lucifer sneezes and immediately wonders who is cursing him. The answer is probably a very long line of people. At the tavern, a red-haired boy hears the women chanting for little Daisy and immediately judges the whole place. Then he spots Alice's gold adventure plate and lights up. Our boy has found someone cool enough to teach him swordplay. Alice agrees to teach him, but first she makes him drink milk and build some strength. Sword training starts with the least glamorous quest possible. Before the lesson can begin, a masked blonde man in a gaudy red uniform makes a dramatic entrance. Alice recognizes him as a supposedly useless, quick-draw swordsman. The stranger corners Alice and claims she is the gigolo from Scotland who owes him money. He is clearly enjoying this far too much. He gets handsy, then casually dismisses it as a mistake. Alice's stunned face lasts exactly 1 second. Alice explodes and attacks, screaming for him to die. The tavern has officially stopped being a tavern. The masked swordsman blocks her and tells her to calm down, but Alice refuses to forgive anyone who lays a hand on her. Then he calls her Alice and says they met when she was young. He reveals his name is Merlin, turning her anger into pure confusion. A fractured memory of blonde figures floods Alice's mind, and the chapter ends with her screaming into the night. Alice corners Lucifer in the street, furious that he robbed her and demanding to know what happened to her armor. Lucifer grabs her before the sword fight can start, calling this a ridiculous misunderstanding. Our boy is negotiating from a very dangerous position. Alice's glare says she's one bad answer away from turning him into street decoration. A furious bystander jumps in to defend Alice, accusing Lucifer of using a helpless woman for his own advantage. Instead of escalating, Lucifer suddenly hugs Alice and suggests they settle this over drinks. Smooth recovery? Absolutely not. At the tavern, Alice demolishes iced milk while Lucifer learns her famous master swordsman father is still searching for her. The tension cools down, at least until the bill arrives. Then Lucifer drops the real disaster. He already sold Alice's mithril armor to cover the rent. Alice realizes that armor was worth tens of millions of gold coins, and her patience finally explodes. Lucifer reminds her that he is no longer the Demon King, but he offers a deal if Alice still wants to take his life. He says she should calm down and notice he has already put his sword away. He is somehow still alive, so the pitch continues. Lucifer offers Alice paid missions with rewards big enough to replace the armor even if the jobs are dangerous. For someone buried under debt, that sounds less like a threat and more like a brand new job. Alice reluctantly sees the opportunity, while Lucifer grins like he has just found his next employee. Lucifer decides adventuring looks perfect. Easy ranks, monster hunting, and enough gold to live like a king. Alice watches our boy daydream with a very patient expression. She has clearly heard this sales pitch before. Alice points out the obvious problem. Lucifer is a demon king, not an approved human adventurer. He refuses to give up, insisting that he wants to make Merlin happy and become one anyway. A few days later, Lucifer has taken a humble tavern job, wiping tables while his big dream stalls out. Merlin finds him working and asks what he is really after. Lucifer admits he wants to become an adventurer. Merlin gently asks whether he has a plan, while Lucifer admits he mostly wants the money and a chance to make her happy. It is not exactly a business plan, but the sincerity lands. Merlin takes his hand and encourages him to accept dangerous missions if that is the path he truly wants. That night, someone arrives at the town gates after closing. The guards immediately know trouble is coming. A battered red-haired adventurer stumbles in, apologizing as he reveals a goblin force is right behind him. The goblins flood the entrance behind their grinning leader, who taunts the town with a promise of fear. The fleeing adventurer tries fire magic, but the blast only leaves him trapped in the chaos as the raid begins. The town alarm starts hammering through the rain, and you can already tell this is not a routine midnight disturbance. Goblins are pouring into the streets while terrified residents scramble for cover. One grinning goblin charges straight through the village, treating a civilian panic like its personal fun run. The crowd spots Alice and begs her to run, but the white-haired hero is too stunned by the chaos to move at first. An older man tries to shield Alice, then takes an arrow in the back right in front of her. The blood on her face wipes away every trace of hesitation. Alice draws her sword and challenges the raiders herself. She gives them one very simple option: back off or get frozen. She launches forward on a wave of ice, turning the narrow street into the worst possible place to be a goblin. With icy wings flaring behind her, Alice vows to send every monster back where it came from. The goblins finally realize this raid has picked a fight with someone far above their pay grade. At the same time, Lucifer is indoors chatting comfortably with a group of girls while the town falls apart outside. His timing is spectacularly bad, as usual. Then the goblins smash into the house itself, and the safe little gathering becomes the raid's next target. The girls panic as larger raiders loom in the doorway, and Lucifer finally sees the greenskin problem closing in. In the middle of a storm, Gigi searches the dark streets for Henry, lantern in hand and worry written all over her face. Henry hears the danger outside and immediately panics for his mom. The kid is scared, but he's mama doubt to stay put. His friends grab him before he charges into the rain, warning that goblins eat humans. Henry fights them anyway, desperate to save Gigi. Then Lucifer arrives at the house like he owns the weather, calmly telling the green-skinned raiders they picked the wrong doorstep. The goblins wanted an easy snack. Instead, they ordered a full sword lesson. The goblin mob rushes Lucifer from every side, convinced sheer numbers can bury one swordsman. Lucifer draws his blade, and one spinning strike detonates through the raiders like a fireworks show with a body count. The survivors finally realize he is no ordinary swordsman and call for a retreat. Their prime minister has a nasty backup plan, though. While Lucifer clears the streets, the goblins slip away with Gigi tied up and begging Henry to stay safe. The raid was only the opening move. Alice Claudia cuts through the goblins charging her, looking fierce as she forces the raiders back. She keeps the pressure on with rapid sword strikes and ice magic. These goblins picked the wrong hero to annoy. Alice traps one attacker in ice, but the rest use the chaos to escape toward the burning village. By the time Alice reaches town, the goblins are gone and the streets are already burning. The villagers reveal the real disaster. Their families were taken alive and nobody knows if they can be saved. Henry refuses to give up on the captives, and the crowd starts demanding a rescue before it is too late. Then the pastor arrives with a smile and a holy book, ready to turn fear into a sermon. His advice is brutal. Do not rescue anyone, just stay home and pray while the kidnapped villagers wait. A supposed escapee backs the pastor's story, but his smug little grin makes the whole act smell rotten. Henry calls out the lie, and Alice steps in before the pastor can crush the protests. Alice introduces herself as a gold-plate adventurer and the 233rd hero, then openly challenges the pastor's fake righteousness. Alice shuts down the church commander with one brutal sword move. The old fart goes from shouting orders to begging for mercy fast. With the villagers watching, Alice gives them a hard choice: stand up and fight, or stay trapped in fear forever. She gets the directions she needs, and the target is no ordinary monster nest. The Goblin Emperor is an S-ranked being, a hulking nightmare with enough teeth to make diplomacy feel optional. Back at the estate, young Henry grabs a sword and declares he is going to rescue his mother himself. Lucifer tries to stop him, but Henry reveals the goblins took his mother away. He is clinging to his father's sword and a promise he cannot abandon. Henry smacks Lucifer's hand away and snaps that he promised his father. The kid is terrified, but backing down is not on the menu. A memory shows why it hurts so much. Henry once promised his mother that he would protect her when he grew up. Lucifer calmly tells the ladies to leave, and that cool expression makes it clear our boy has finally made up his mind. He changes into his royal blue coat, heads into the night, and admits that being a hero is not such a bad thing after all. Alice finds a battered adventurer who warns her that goblins are coming, but he is clearly more scared of her anger. Our girl only wants one thing back: her adventurer badge. The injured man begs her to stay dignified, then immediately promises to recover the badge himself. Bold plan from a guy bleeding on the floor. Alice has head straight for the goblin stronghold, determined to settle this before anyone can talk her out of it. With her resolve locked in, Alice dashes toward the goblin palace and charges inside without slowing down. Inside, the goblins have rounded up frightened women, while their ruler casually orders the prisoners thrown into the dungeon. A goblin lookout spots Alice approaching, and the guards start hyping up their magical barrier like it is invincible. They learn the hard way that Alice is the white-haired swordswoman they should have worried about, as ice erupts across the battlefield. Her frozen blades carve a path through the defenses, and Alice calmly follows the trail into the castle. The halls are strangely empty, which makes Alice pause. A goblin castle this quiet is never offering room service. The ambush finally springs, with larger goblins crashing down on her from above. Alice blocks the attack with another icy strike and warns the last goblin in her way to move, unless he wants the same treatment. A goblin squad crashes into the village at night, sending terrified locals running for cover. Their tusked commander, Batry, orders the raid forward, certain these villagers will fold fast. Unfortunately for him, this village has one very overqualified night watchman. Lucifer draws his sword and opens with a blazing fire attack that sends goblins flying. Our boy walks through the flames without blinking, calmly lining up his next spell while everyone stares. Lucifer smirks and fires again, making Batry realize this is not some ordinary wandering swordsman. He unleashes a flaming tornado, and the goblin commander can only watch the battlefield turn into a furnace. Batry answers with his own deadly spear technique, desperate to stop Lucifer before the raid collapses. Lucifer's firestorm tears through the counterattack anyway. The tusked commander is getting outclassed in public. Battery finally begs him to stop, battered and panicked as Lucifer closes in with icy calm. Lucifer says he just wants the village to survive, then decides these attackers might become useful training partners after all. Alice steps between Merle and Lucifer and the frightened civilians, staring down the church troops without blinking. The commander mistakes one white-haired hero for easy prey. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds. Alice launches forward with her sword and ice magic, cutting through the enemy's opening attack before it can reach the crowd. The church commander answers with raw force, smashing through her frozen barriers like they are decorative glass. The old fart brought a staff, a monster, and absolutely no chill. Alice gets furious and floods the battlefield with blue ice, trapping the commander in a brutal freezing blast. But the commander rises again and reveals the church's real trump card, the White Whale, a flying magical siege weapon. Even after taking that hit, he is still smiling. That is never a comforting sign. Alice keeps attacking while the fight spills across the ruined church grounds, but the commander keeps twisting the battle in his favor. Lucifer finally jumps in, carving through the commander with his sword while Merlin Lucifer backs the rescue effort. Our boy does not waste time making speeches when civilians are in danger. With the immediate danger pushed back, Lucifer checks on the shaken survivors and forces them to face how close that was. Then the commander makes his dirtiest move yet, grabbing Alice from behind and hoisting her up as a hostage. The fight is not over. It just got personal. Lucifer lets Alice head out for special training, while Merlin watches the plan with obvious curiosity. Our boy is sending the hero into the mountains. What could possibly go wrong? Alice confidently sets off alone, promising she will be back before anyone can worry about her. Deep in the snow mountains, Alice finds a huge green monster waiting in the ruins. It is delighted that a human came to challenge it. Alice opens with a wall of ice, trapping the brute under a freezing storm. She is not here to negotiate. She darts to its wild swings and lands clean hits, but the monster absorbs the punishment like it is warming up. The creature is bleeding, furious, and still coming forward. Alice realizes this training opponent has teeth, literally. It boasts that it can shatter her heart, but Alice keeps her cool and fires another icy blast straight at its face. Her attack fails to finish it, and the monster grabs Alice by the hair. Now the fight turns ugly fast. Lucifer suddenly appears beside her and pulls Alice clear. He tells her to stop being afraid and trust the lesson. With Alice shaken but safe, Lucifer steps toward the monster himself. The Demon King is ready to continue the training. Lucifer faces a hulking goblin in a ruined hall. The monster is impressed by our boy's strength, but he is clearly not here to make friends. The goblin leader bares his teeth and promises a quick death. Lucifer stays cool, which is never reassuring when the sword is already out. Instead of finishing him, the goblin tries a recruitment pitch. He offers Lucifer status and power, like this is somehow a normal job interview. Lucifer gives the offer exactly the respect it deserves, then refuses. The rejected goblin loses patience and launches himself in for a crushing strike. Lucifer answers with a flash of steel and raw force. Watch this. Lucifer cuts upward in one blazing slash, turning the goblin's big attack into a very expensive mistake. Badly wounded, the goblin leader finally realizes Lucifer was holding back. Lucifer calmly presses the advantage before the monster can recover. Behind damaged walls, Lucifer finds the goblin's hidden treasury packed with gold. Apparently the dungeon came with a signing bonus. Before Lucifer can enjoy the haul, Alice grabs him and bolts as the treasure room collapses around them. The escape is fast, messy, and far too close for comfort. The mountain suddenly caves in, sending everyone scrambling as the rescue mission turns into a full-blown disaster. When the dust clears, Lucifer emerges carrying Alice. Our boy made it through the collapse, but that was a very expensive entrance. After a week of recovery, Alice wakes up embarrassed and defensive. Lucifer is relieved she is alive, even if she acts like thanking him would be fatal. Alice apologizes for doubting him, then admits she still cannot trust the last Demon King completely. Lucifer does not pretend he deserves blind faith. Instead, he tells her trust has to be earned, one choice at a time. Alice quietly asks whether they will stay friends forever. Lucifer gives her an honest answer. He cannot promise forever, but he will not abandon her now. Alice immediately gets flustered and snaps at him for talking like a demon. Their friendship is growing, but it still comes with plenty of shouting. That fragile calm ends when attention returns to the collapsed mountain. Something beneath the ruins is still moving. Deep in the rubble, a mysterious dark-haired woman finds what she came for. Her smile says the cave-in was never the real problem. A strange relic erupts with light as she claims it. revealing the ominous 3 keys of hell. That is not treasure, that is a season finale button. Lucifer says goodbye to Merlin and heads out with Alice. Our boy is finally ready to try life as an adventurer. On the road, Alice is fired up for the journey, while Lucifer looks like he already regrets agreeing to this. A heroic quest begins with one man carrying the emotional weight of everybody's luggage. They reach the Adventurer Guild, a noisy place packed with hopeful fighters and people looking for trouble professionally. Inside, Alice runs into Lucia, an eager guild worker who quickly offers to help the pair get registered. Lucifer spots a friendly face and immediately switches on his smooth-talking mode. Lucia explains the guild ladder, from lowly iron all the way to amethyst. Lucifer has to prove where he belongs. The magic test starts and Lucifer casually feeds power into the crystal. The result is far beyond what the guild expected. He acts relaxed, but every stunned face nearby says the same thing. This newcomer is not normal. The room erupts into whispers as word spreads about his score. Nothing attracts a crowd faster than impossible stats. Rather than quietly accept the test, Lucifer tells them to send the guild's best fighter. He wants a real match. Alice watches with a wary smile as he turns a routine registration into a challenge. Alice steps forward and offers to test him herself. Lucifer takes his stance, and the guild gets its show. Lucifer's Grandmaster watches our boy arrive and decides this is the perfect moment to test what he has learned. The old master tells Lucifer to attack with everything he has. Lucifer looks doubtful, but the challenge is already on. For a peaceful guild hall, this is a wildly expensive way to settle a lesson. Lucifer finally swings at full power and the floor splits beneath his Grandmaster in one brutal blast. The master gets launched through the building, then stares up at Lucifer with stunned disbelief. The student has become a monster. Lucifer immediately checks on him, proving he can wreck a room without losing his manners. The guild can only watch as Lucifer's impossible strength becomes impossible to ignore. Even Alice is paying close attention now. Alice corners Lucifer after the chaos, clearly suspicious of the quiet newcomer who just flattened a Grandmaster. Lucifer keeps his answers guarded, while Alice makes it clear she is not buying the harmless act routine. Later, Alice keeps pressing him about his plans, and Lucifer's patience starts running thinner than his excuse for staying here. That night, Lucifer settles into his new room and tries to enjoy one ordinary moment after a very abnormal day. Then Alice turns up during her bath, and Lucifer's quiet night instantly becomes a disaster waiting to be explained. One sneeze later, the Demon King learns that privacy is apparently optional in this town. Late at night, Alice catches Lucifer sneaking around the house, and her exhausted glare makes it clear she's already over his nonsense. Lucifer says he only wants a peaceful life, but Alice reminds him that peace gets expensive when someone has to pay the bills. Our boy has survived Demon King problems, yet Rent is clearly the final boss. Alice rambles to get ready while Lucifer pushes her toward work, and she looks one insult away from drawing her sword. The harmless living arrangement immediately gets mistaken for marriage. Alice freezes while Lucifer looks far too calm about the rumor. After the bickering settles, Alice admits she needs a place to stay. Lucifer agrees to let her remain, but only under his conditions. They work out the arrangement, split the rent, share the house, and keep things strictly practical. Naturally, neither of them believes that last part. Lucifer offers Alice work as well, giving her a way to stay afloat and locking this awkward partnership in place. Elsewhere, Arnold arrives with roses and a dramatic confession ready to go. Alice rejects the performance so fast, the flowers barely get a chance. When Arnold learns Alice is living with Lucifer, he explodes at the idea, while Alice desperately tries to explain the situation. The argument is cut short by a new commission. A missing person case is on the table, and Lucifer and Alice are being sent out together again. The palace is in bad shape, and Alice admits the city has barely enough money to keep things moving. Lucifer takes the hint. If he wants to help, he needs to earn real money outside the throne room. Our boy signs on as an adventurer and heads out with a small escort, looking far too pleased with his escape plan. Apparently, ruling a kingdom now comes with a side hustle. Budget cuts are ruthless. The trip starts with some horse trouble, and Lucifer ends up eating dirt before the adventure even warms up. A red-haired knight spots Lucifer and decides the road is the perfect place to test his pride. Lucifer does not back down. He draws his sword and accepts the challenge. The duel erupts immediately, steel flashing as the challenger hammers Lucifer with a fierce opening rush. One heavy strike knocks Lucifer from his mount, leaving him stunned on the ground while his opponent presses the advantage. Before the fight can go further, a blonde churchwoman arrives and demands to know why a demon king is being treated like prey. Her entrance stops the brawl, but it also makes the church's hostility impossible to ignore. Lucifer leaves with a new connection and a clearer goal. His adventurer life has finally started, even if the road is already full of trouble. Alice remembers how Claude once looked like the kind of hero who can handle anything. He clearly enjoys the reputation too. For him, a quiet day is apparently more terrifying than actual monsters. Behind that heroic image is a grim armored fighter, and Alice realizes his strength comes with a side she does not fully understand. Even Merlin notices that this legend is more complicated than the stories make him sound. Alice admits Claude's journey has made her see him differently, but he still chases after her like an eager puppy in armor. The intimidating helmet loses some power when its owner is yelling for her to wait. Their peaceful walk through the woods ends when Alice senses something huge moving in the dark. A sudden attack tears through the forest, and Alice barely has time to react as the armored figure charges in. Whatever this is, it is not here for a friendly reunion. Alice finally sees Claude again and blurts out the question everyone has been holding: where has he been? Before he can give her a real answer, the threat outside gets much louder. A flaming rhino charges the group, turning a tense reunion into a full-on emergency. The monster has apparently chosen violence as its preferred introduction. Claude rallies everyone to protect Alice, while she is still trying to figure out why her missing hero vanished in the first place. A holy cleric unleashes a blinding miracle, while the armored fighter charges straight into the chaos. The armored adventurer refuses to back off, rushing the attack with enough force to split the battlefield. After the fight, the group hits him with a bill for 200,000 gold coins. His answer is a very firm refusal. Saving people is noble work, until someone hands you the invoice. The cleric studies the stranger carefully, sensing a faint and unsettling shadow around him. By the campfire, the party finally settles down, but the armored adventurer makes it clear that old wounds are still open. The camp chat turns awkward fast as everyone debates jobs, money, and why this guy is still carrying so much baggage. Even so, the group tries to pull him back into the conversation instead of leaving him alone with it. Lucifer and Alice are nearby when the tension spikes again, and the adventurer decides he is done being pushed around. A grateful guild fighter thanks the party for the help, giving the uneasy gathering one brief moment of genuine goodwill. That peace dies immediately when monsters begin crawling out from the underground maze, proving the danger was never finished. Alone in the dark, the armored adventurer grips his weapon and swears to repay the grudge from his previous realm. Under cover of night, Alice Claudia slips toward the demon camp, calm but alert as she searches for a way inside. Meanwhile, Lucifer wakes up looking completely unprepared for a crisis. Our boy has somehow traded royal style for a very suspicious yellow outfit. The camp is already rattled by reports of an intruder, and nobody has a clean explanation for the danger outside. Lucifer refuses to sit still and launches himself into action, turning a simple escape into a dramatic airborne entrance. Alice reaches the underground passage and keeps moving, unaware that the dungeon is already hosting a much bigger fight. An armored intruder storms through the undead guards with a giant blade, leaving the dungeon defenders scrambling to react. The armored fighter finally meets an undead elder in red robes. Their tense exchange makes it clear this break-in is about more than brute force. The elder demands a key from the intruder and addresses him like royalty, dropping a very inconvenient clue in the middle of a death trap. Talk ends fast. The armored stranger answers with a huge blast of power, and the dungeon lights up like it just failed every safety inspection. The explosion rips through the chamber, and Alice can only stare as the underground mystery gets violently louder. Deep in the first underground layer, Lucifer finds bodies and immediately realizes this maze is far worse than advertised. A sudden impact knocks our boy off balance, and the cave answers with an army of red-eyed skeletons. Selina charges in with her staff blazing, ordering everyone to press forward while the undead close the trap. Apparently this dungeon's customer service includes a skeleton ambush. The monsters swarm Selina from every side. Lucifer can only watch as her defense starts to crack. That desperate moment throws Selina back to childhood, when she was treated as the weak girl of the church. Even then, she kept training. She wanted strength badly enough to endure every insult and every lonely day. Her bully Kyle mocked her dreams, but Selina's glare shows she never forgot a single word. Back in the maze, Selina turns that old pain into steel, cutting through the undead with ruthless precision. But one strike is not enough. More skeletons rush her at once. and Selena lets out a terrified scream. Lucifer is already down when a skull-faced attacker lunges from the shadows. His long-haired companion calls for him in alarm. The woman realizes this is not a random sneak attack. The skeletal monster is hunting them, and it moves like it has done this before. A violent blast tears through the chamber, buying Lucifer just enough room to get back on his feet. Dungeon hospitality is terrible. Lucifer tries to play it cool, but his companion stays close and makes it clear she wants to fight beside him. She is offering support with a level of confidence that leaves our boy briefly speechless. The skeletons close in from every side. Lucifer braces himself while his companion warns him not to let them box him in. Lucifer answers with a fast, clean sword strike that cuts through the swarm and blasts the dungeon floor apart. After the chaos, the woman gets flustered and asks Lucifer for a favor. Her request is simple: stop carrying every burden alone. She reveals that their nightly enemy is still alive, and the dungeon suddenly opens into a much larger battlefield. Lucifer looks calm, but the scale of this trap says someone planned the whole reunion. A red skull-faced commander steps in and taunts the knight with memories of an old defeat. The fight turns personal fast. Lucifer charges in with another golden slash, refusing to let the monster control the pace of the battle. But the armored enemy raises a hand wrapped in violent purple energy, revealing that the real danger has only just started. A red-eyed undead mage swells his purple power into a towering skeleton, turning the battlefield into a full-blown nightmare. The armored fighter rushes in, but the mage hurls wave after wave of cursed force back at him. Apparently, personal space is the first casualty of dark magic. Lucifer lands beside the fight and demands answers, while the stranger sizes him up like an unexpected problem. Alice realizes the enemy's weapon is built to disrupt magic, so ordinary spells are not going to save them. Lucifer stays calm anyway. Our boy has seen worse workdays. The undead mage launches a killing blow, and the whole group is forced to scatter before it crushes them. Even without relying on magic, the enemy's raw strength is terrifying. Alice watches for the opening they desperately need. Lucifer answers with a massive golden slash that finally tears through the undead monster's attack. When the dust settles, a strange key drops onto the stone floor. The fight was brutal, but it leaves them with a clue. Lucifer hands over a rare key, and our boy immediately realizes this little reward is worth far more than it looks. Alice storms in with her weapon ready, clearly unimpressed by the shady armored figure blocking their path. Everyone is acting calm, which is usually the exact moment a dungeon starts charging admission. The armored enemy suddenly strikes at Alice, and her wide-eyed reaction says she did not expect this guy to move that fast. Lucifer steps in and trades blows with the intruder, while Alice recovers behind him and watches for an opening. Purple energy lashes out again, but Lucifer dodges cleanly. The armored man is testing him, and Lucifer knows it. Then the challenger powers up, wrapping himself in a massive blue aura. Lucifer's grin fades as he admits this Gorgon is stronger than expected. Lucifer keeps slipping past every attack, but the enemy notices the pattern and starts reading his movements instead of raging blindly. With both fighters smiling through the pressure, the duel stops being a surprise attack and becomes a full-on test of strength. Inside the dungeon, a dark armored fighter rushes Lucifer, and our boy braces for a very unfriendly welcome. Alice recognizes the move as a forbidden technique, while Lucifer watches the attacker wind up like this is a final boss audition. The fighter launches a brutal opening slash, but Lucifer meets it head-on instead of giving him a free dramatic entrance. The clash turns violent fast. Blades tear through the chamber, and the armored man is sent flying through the rubble. Lucifer keeps pressing the attack, forcing his opponent back with a heavy sweep that cracks the floor beneath them. The armored fighter cannot believe he is losing, but Lucifer has already figured out the technique is not as unstoppable as it looks. Alice casually steps in to explain the obvious weakness. Lucifer takes the advice, even if her timing is peak chaos. Then Alice reveals that the real objective is nearby, and Lucifer realizes this fight may have been a distraction all along. Before they can move, Alice senses a huge number of enemies closing in. The dungeon corridor suddenly fills with undead. With the swarm blocking their path, Lucifer and Alice prepare to push forward. Apparently, one forbidden technique was not enough trouble for today. A church patrol gets jumped in the dead of night, and the undead rush them before anyone can form a proper line. The red-haired fighter charges first, while the silver-haired swordsman cuts through the swarm with zero hesitation. Apparently, the undead pick the one patrol that treats ambushes like a warm-up. Then one corpse twists into something nastier and dives straight for them, turning a routine skirmish into a real scare. Once the danger passes, the redhead grins at his partner and admits the silver-haired man is exactly as capable as people say. By morning, the group is back on the road, carrying the unease from that undead attack with them. Inside the carriage, Lucifer and the others compare notes. The attack was strange, and nobody trusts the timing. Their talk shifts to the old Saint-Rank hero and the church's history, opening wounds that clearly never healed. The red-haired knight bluntly says the church keeps feeding the hatred between humans and demons, and Lucifer has a point to make about it. The silver-haired swordsman tells Lucifer to stop rambling and finish his drink first. Even demon politics needs table manners. That night, a quiet visitor approaches the resting group with a careful smile and one dangerous request: a private deal. Far from town, a volcanic demon realm stirs as a mysterious force prepares to move. A sharp-toothed monster reports to a dark-haired woman, and she looks far too calm about the coming chaos. Nothing says peaceful diplomacy like a hallway that wants to eat its visitors. The commander orders the plan forward, while the woman casually points them toward an Adventurers Guild contact. 2 days later, Alice brings home the guild newsletter, and Lucifer realizes their news has traveled ridiculously fast. For once, the guild grapevine has better reach than magic. Alice and Lucifer try to explain that their arrangement is not a real marriage, but the paperwork has already painted a much louder picture. Their fake relationship is getting customer service support now. That is never a good sign. Alice catches Lucifer off guard with the documents, demanding to know why he made their situation look so official. Lucifer reveals the contract's fine print: shared house, shared room, and enough chores to turn a demon king into domestic staff. Alice is amused, while our boy realizes his new job may be the most demanding quest of his life. After all that work, Lucifer earns 1 gold coin and a welcome to the henpecked husband's club. The reward system is brutal. Over dinner, Lucifer grumbles about their money situation while Alice calmly points out that he still has no plan. Alice suddenly declares she will become a Saint-Rank hero, and Lucifer looks like he just heard the rent double. She says the goal is simple. They just need enough cash to make it happen. Famous last words. Then Alice drops the number. Saint-Rank needs 2 million gold coins. Lucifer can only repeat it in pure disbelief. Alice insists that the most powerful people are all heroes, which hits differently when Lucifer used to be the demon king. His pride takes a hit, but as I say, he is already calculating the fastest route to that goal. Lucifer remembers the old world of heroes and monsters, then asks the question that matters: is there a quest worth that kind of money? Alice reveals a church-issued pendant and explains that the church is searching for capable adventurers. Lucifer reads the notice and realizes the church wants someone strong enough to face a dangerous crisis. That sounds suspiciously like a job opening. The next morning, Alice is already shouting him awake. Lucifer gets stressed with all the enthusiasm of a man being drafted by breakfast. Outside, a brown-haired girl arrives asking for Alice, and Lucifer watches the unexpected visitor with instant curiosity. At the inn, Alice gets introduced as the dazzling new guest, and Lucifer immediately looks like he has walked into a social ambush. The standing army arrives with a report about a strange magical disturbance. Alice hears that and suddenly cannot sit still. Her excuse is that she needs to check something urgent. Sure, totally normal behavior. Alice admits she felt a burst of power, but the officers say it may have been nothing more than a passing magical signal. Lucifer watches her panic in silence because this mystery is getting suspiciously specific. The blonde captain tries to calm Alice down, telling her the army will handle it if danger appears. Alice is grateful, but her nervous smile says she is already planning to investigate anyway. Outside, the captain orders her troops to search the area, unaware that someone is already watching from the shadows. A dark-haired stranger notices the patrol and realizes the person she was waiting for has just slipped away. The captain spots the fleeing figure but dismisses it as nothing. Meanwhile, the Watcher vanishes into the city before anyone can stop her. Alice unleashes a huge ice barrage by the waterfall, freezing the whole training ground like subtlety personally offended her. Even after all that effort, Alice realizes she is still painfully far from Saint-Rank. The gap is not a step, it is a cliff. Lucifer calmly explains that raw power alone will not close that gap. Alice looks ready to argue, which is basically her warm-up routine. So Lucifer takes up his sword and offers the simplest possible training plan. Alice attacks with everything she has. Alice fires another storm of ice, determined to prove she can force him back this time. Lucifer shuts down every swing with insulting ease, calling her attacks too slow before she can even reset her stance. Furious, Alice stops holding back and launches her strongest snow mountain technique. At least the determination is finally real. Later, Alice stews over one awful fact. Lucifer is better at fighting and somehow better at cooking too. Lucifer serves dinner, and Alice immediately melts for the food. Her pride lasts exactly one good smell. Alice makes a very practical decision. She will handle the chores and Lucifer will stay in charge of meals. A fair trade, according to her stomach. Lucifer's trainers promise him a lesson in treasure hunting, but their first strategy is drinking. Our boy already looks deeply unconvinced. The red-haired muscle crew proudly leads Lucifer through a hidden entrance to their secret base, acting like they discovered a legendary dungeon. It is a VIP club. Subtle planning was never on the menu. Inside, Helena greets the group with a dazzling smile while Lucifer freezes at the wildly unexpected welcome. A familiar blue-haired woman watches from nearby, visibly alarmed that he has wandered into this place. Helena begins an elegant dance for Lucifer, wrapping the room in petals, music, and enough confidence to melt the furniture. His guides are completely hypnotized. Lucifer is trying very hard to look like this is normal training. The performance grows even more dramatic as Helena spins through the room, making sure Lucifer cannot look anywhere else. Helena closes the distance and leans into Lucifer with a seductive grin, but his guarded stare says he is not buying the act. The spectators call it romance. Lucifer calls it a suspiciously aggressive dance lesson. When Helena reaches for him again, Lucifer bluntly calls the whole show boring and demands to know who she really is. The mood snaps as strange energy erupts around Helena, and Lucifer realizes this encounter is far bigger than a night at the club. He calls for Alice, ready to turn this awkward invitation into an interrogation. Lucifer finds a blue-haired woman waiting at the mansion, and she nervously asks whether he is really the Demon King. She introduces herself as Helena and begs for work. Lucifer is surprised, but her desperate formal posture makes the request hard to ignore. Before deciding, Lucifer visits a red-haired acquaintance for advice. Apparently, even Demon Kings need references now. The red-haired noble hears Lucifer out, but refuses to become involved, warning that the situation is far more dangerous than it looks. Lucifer pushes back with a confident grin, refusing to let one rejection end his plan. Back at the mansion, Helena finally accepts the offer. Lucifer gets his new helper, though she is still clearly unsure what she signed up for. Their conversation continues outside, and Helena looks overwhelmed by Lucifer's easy confidence while he tries to put her at ease. That calm does not last. Under the moonlight, a black-haired stranger quietly draws a blade and closes in behind him. The ambusher reveals a monstrous presence and holds a dagger over Lucifer. His harmless job interview has officially become a survival test. Merlin slips into the night and ambushes Lucifer with a vicious dagger strike. Our boy barely has time to realize someone wants him gone. Lucifer fires back, blasting the attacker through the ruins. The quiet street instantly becomes a demolition site because apparently doors are optional. Merlin reports her failure to a shadowy superior, who calmly dismisses the setback. Whatever they are planning, Lucifer has clearly entered the crosshairs. The threat is no small grudge either. The church has a terrifying flying siege weapon called the White Whale waiting in reserve. Back home, Alice catches Lucifer sneaking in after his midnight stroll. Her teasing quickly turns serious when she sees how unprepared he is. Alice drags him outside for training and orders him to attack. Lucifer swings like a man who has only seen swords in decorative racks. She presses him about his magic and his past, but Lucifer admits he cannot rely on raw strength forever. Alice decides he needs a real fighting foundation. Alice attacks at full speed, forcing Lucifer to block and move faster. Her lesson is brutal, but she is giving him the chance to catch up. Then Alice unveils a 3-stage ice technique, flooding the field with freezing power. Lucifer is staring down a lesson that can actually hurt him. Lucifer suddenly feels something change at the worst possible moment. With ice closing in, he has no choice but to react. Lucifer tries to put distance between himself and Alice, but she is already charging after him with zero patience left. Alice cuts off his escape with a clean attack, forcing Lucifer to stop before this turns into a very public chase scene. Alice looks furious that Lucifer kept running, while Lucifer plainly treats her sudden pursuit as the suspicious part. Fair point. Being chased by a sword-wielding old acquaintance rarely feels like a friendly catch-up. The tension softens as they talk. Alice admits she still wants to be close to him, and Lucifer is left visibly unsure how to handle it. That night, Lucifer wakes up to Alice resting beside him, and his exhausted stare says this reunion is already becoming a problem. At the tavern, a stern red-caped mage enters the conversation, bringing a far more serious mood into Lucifer's crowded little circle. The blonde warrior woman gets aggressively affectionate with Lucifer, while Alice watches the whole display with growing disbelief. When the warrior calls Lucifer hers, Alice instantly fires back that he is hers instead. The room has become a territorial dispute. The red-caped mage produces a strange magical object and offers to explain its purpose, giving Lucifer a possible lead at last. Then she unleashes dark, swirling magic and vanishes into it, leaving everyone stunned by how much power she was hiding. Lucifer presses for the truth, but the mage stays guarded. Whatever she knows, she is not ready to hand it over easily. A week later, a red little scout races through an ice cavern, carrying the message straight into danger. The dark-haired woman follows the trail without blinking. She knows something huge is hiding in this frozen maze. Naturally, the cave responds by looking even more haunted. Then the ice wall explodes apart, and whatever was sleeping inside is very much awake. A massive blue dragon tears free from the ice. The woman braces herself, but she refuses to back down. The dragon eyes her and bares his teeth and demands respect. She answers with attitude instead of fear. He is ancient, angry, and apparently still taking name etiquette very seriously. Their argument turns into a deal. The woman needs help finding her enemy, and Aesern has his own reasons to listen. Elsewhere, Lucifer is peacefully asleep, completely unaware that the night's problems are heading for his door. Lucifer wakes to find the dark-haired woman standing over him. Our boy is instantly on guard. With Aesern looming behind the threat, Lucifer hews the real offer: join their fight, or wait for the dragon's curse to strike. Lucifer wakes up shaken after pushing his magic training too hard. Our boy looks completely wrecked, and even sleep is not giving him a break. Alice finds him tangled up in bed and immediately demands to know what is happening. Lucifer has somehow turned a nap into a full emergency. Alice tells him not to carry everything alone and insists he can call for her. Lucifer acts annoyed, but her concern clearly lands. After admitting Alice has worn him out, Lucifer tries to rest. She quietly leaves him a warm drink and tells him to sleep well. Alice comes back when Lucifer starts questioning her. She admits she is not used to sleeping by herself, so the lonely night is hitting her too. Then Alice steps into his room in a soft nightdress, claiming she only changed because her clothes were ruined. Sure, Alice, very convincing. Lucifer panics and calls her a pervert, sending Alice fleeing in embarrassment. Once the room is quiet, he realizes she may have been worried about him all along. Lucifer walks in just as Alice is hunting for a job, and the guild board has one request, screaming for a hero. She calls his name with bright urgency, while our boy looks like he already regrets making eye contact. The group learns a dragon has been attacking nearby, and the request is not exactly a casual afternoon errand. Lucifer is visibly less impressed when he hears the reward. Hero work really needs better benefits. Alice explains that the dragons are a real threat, but Lucifer doubts a small village mission needs a full Demon King response. Still, the report says the village cannot handle this alone, and that changes the mood fast. Then they see the problem. A massive blue dragon is looming over the village like it owns the place. Ruzia is stunned that anyone would expect him to face a monster this dangerous without calling the Demon King. Hobbs asks whether Lucifer can actually defeat it, and Lucifer answers with the confidence of a man trying very hard to look casual. His stance says he is ready to prove himself, even if his teammates are not fully sold. Luzia suddenly throws herself into an absurd pose, demanding everyone smile because she wants to try something. Lucifer just stares at her. This dragon hunt has developed a strange side quest. Alice asks Lucifer for his call, and he finally agrees that they should take the task. With the team committed, the village's dragon problem is about to meet a very unusual rescue party. Lucifer and Alice set out through the snow, with Merlin apparently waiting somewhere ahead. It looks like a normal trip, which is always suspicious. Inside the carriage, Lucifer tries to figure out where they are going while Alice stays strangely guarded. Our boy is already bracing for trouble, because nobody takes a freezing carriage ride for fun. When Lucifer presses her for answers, Alice panics and insists she does not know much either. Her wide-eyed reaction does not exactly sell it. The cold hits hard, and Lucifer sneezes while Alice watches him with a mix of concern and embarrassment. Even through the awkward silence, she quietly thanks him, making it clear this detour means something to her. Alice pulls her hood close and looks genuinely touched, while Lucifer waits for the explanation he has definitely earned. Then the carriage reaches its destination, and a massive ice mountain rises from the snowy wilderness. Lucifer stares at it in disbelief. Whatever Alice brought him here for, this is clearly no ordinary winter outing. Alice and Lucifer find an ice dragon in a rough state, and the creature admits its pain has been driving it wild. Even so, it tries to apologize for a giant flying disaster with teeth that is surprisingly polite. The dragon recognizes the dark-haired demon and desperately begs its old master to explain what happened. The stranger has apparently been absent for ages, so this reunion comes with a lot of frozen baggage. The demon brushes off the dragon's panic and reminds it that the strongest race on the continent should not be falling apart like this. Then the dragon suddenly spots a chance to strike. It lunges with everything it has, but the dark-haired demon is not impressed. This test was never going to be fair. A violent blast tears through the ice as the fight escalates in one brutal instant. The dragon realizes the nightmare might be real after all, while its opponent watches with a very dangerous little smile. Meanwhile, Alice and Lucifer reach the icy village and hear that their two guests are waiting outside. A village girl eagerly confirms Alice, Claudia, and Lucifer have arrived, but a shadowy voice quietly declares that everything is under control now. A vicious dragon crashes into the snowy village and seals the place inside a giant wall of ice. That is one very aggressive weather forecast. The villagers can barely understand why it attacked, but they know one thing: their home is now the dragon's frozen playground. Alice hears the desperate story while Lucifer listens beside her, and her calm expression says she's already treating this like a job. Lucifer looks less impressed, but being a savior apparently comes with some very cold customer service. The village head welcomes the pair and admits the elders called for help because the dragon's ice has swallowed everything around them. Alice does not hesitate. She came to solve the problem, and now she wants the full story. The villagers point toward the towering ice mountain, convinced the dragon built it with frightening power. Alice studies the frozen structure instead of panicking, because somebody has to be the adult in this snow globe. The village head warns them that they do not know how to satisfy the dragon, and every failed guess could make things worse. Alice pushes back anyway. If they refuse to act, the village will stay trapped forever. Then the ice mountain suddenly shudders, and one villager bolts toward it before anyone can stop him. With the dragon's prison waking up, Alice and Lucifer are about to find out what this frozen mountain is really hiding. Alice launches herself forward and throws up a massive wall of ice, leaving the crowd staring at a frozen mountain in disbelief. She's buying time with style, which is apparently just wizard-grade property damage. Lucifer tests the barrier with his sword, then realizes Alice did not build this thing for decoration. The ice is seriously tough. Then sunlight finally breaks through the clouds, and the frozen barricade starts to give way. Lucifer pushes Alice to keep working hard, because apparently surviving the chase does not qualify as a break. High on Bennu's mountain, a blue dragon spots someone familiar and immediately gets curious. It recognizes Calandra's energy nearby, so this quiet mountain trip is already getting complicated. The dragon launches through the snow and heads straight for the source, making an entrance no one ordered. Meanwhile, Alice is enjoying the hot spring like she booked the whole mountain for herself. After all that snow, the timing is perfect. Privacy, however, is about to disappear. Lucifer joins the bath and asks why Alice is here, while she looks just as confused to find him. Their bickering is familiar, but Alice clearly wants a real answer from him. Alice explains that Lucifer's strange strength may come from dragon blood, not ordinary magic. Then she casually offers herbal tonic for the trip, because apparently mountain mysteries need refreshments. Lucifer realizes his connection to the dragon clan could explain why his power has always felt so abnormal. The answer is still incomplete, but our boy finally has a trail worth following. Merlin suddenly arrives with urgent questions, and the relaxed hot spring talk turns serious fast. Someone warns that digging into the secret may not be wise, leaving Lucifer with even more to uncover. Merlin is still tearing through her research, frustrated because the missing clue refuses to show itself. She looks one bad answer away from declaring war on paperwork. Meanwhile, Lucifer presses the village elder for details. Every report points toward trouble near a remote settlement. Then the answer crashes through the night sky. White whale has arrived over the village, and subtle is clearly not its thing. Alice steps up, as the monster calls her an insect, and demands to know where a human named Merlin is. Alice freezes for only a heartbeat, then locks in. She is not about to give this flying nightmare a free pass. She enters with a sword and ice blast that sends White Whale flying out of the sky. With the danger gone, Lucifer checks on Alice. She looks flustered, more embarrassed than scared. A huge winged monster descends over the snowy village, and Alice instantly realizes the civilians are trapped in its path. The creature blasts the ground with icy power and taunts the humans. It did not come here for a polite village visit. Lucifer steps up without hesitation, challenging the blue beast head-on while Alice watches for an opening. The monster wants a fight, and our golden-haired king is apparently happy to provide one. But the dragon shifts targets, hurling icy attacks toward the fleeing villagers and forcing everyone into chaos. Alice spots Anne in danger, and lunges through the attack to get her out, shouting for her to run. Alice uses a violent burst of ice and wind to break free, but she knows fighting is pointless if the villagers cannot escape safely. Anne calls out to Sister Alice, yet Alice stays focused and sends her away from the battlefield before the next strike lands. As the villagers scramble for safety, Alice realizes someone has been steering this disaster from the shadows. And, naturally, the mystery woman arrives wearing the kind of smile that means trouble has a personal budget. The dark-haired stranger calmly confronts Alice, treating the entire attack like an inconvenience and leaving Alice completely stunned. In the frozen ruins, Alice faces a dark-haired sorceress who looks far too pleased to see her. Alice has clearly walked into a very personal grudge match. The woman mocks Alice as a demon descendant, then suddenly realizes this white-haired fighter may be far more important than she expected. Alice fires back that this woman murdered people just to force an answer out of her. The accusation lands, but the witch only smiles. Talk time is over. Alice draws her sword and trades a rapid flurry of blows with the sorceress. Apparently diplomacy was not included in either combat syllabus. Alice launches herself into the air and crashes down with a massive burst of ice, trying to end the fight in one clean strike. The ice blast tears through the ruins, but the sorceress survives and coolly admits she underestimated Alice. In an instant, the witch gets behind Alice and grabs her by the throat. She says the missing key is not on Alice. Then comes the real shock. She believes Alice's husband is the one carrying it. The sorceress calls Zoe from the shadows and orders a search for the key, while Alice is left stunned by the husband claim. An ice-armored dragon comes screaming out of the storm and hammers Lucifer with a brutal opening charge. The beast mocks the blonde swordsman as just another human, while Lucifer steadies himself and reads its next move. It has the confidence of a final boss and the manners of a snowplow. The dragon unleashes a towering ice strike, furious that its overwhelming power is being challenged by one man. Lucifer cuts through the attack and reveals the problem. This is no ordinary opponent, but the Demon King himself. Lucifer fires back with his ace card. Magic simply does not work on him. The dragon's icy barrage loses its easy win condition. Refusing to fall, the dragon whips the battlefield into a massive freezing tornado and drives Lucifer straight into it. A colossal ice blast crashes down, but the dragon is still glaring through the snowfall, clearly not finished. Lucifer keeps pressing with his sword, but the dragon shrugs off the challenge and orders him to stay down. Then the dragon gathers a blazing core of ice magic and vows to freeze everything in sight, Lucifer included. The ice dragon opens with its glacial blast, a spell feared for freezing entire battlefields solid. Blue magic tears across the sky, and everyone below gets a front row seat to winter's worst mood. The dragon drives that freezing beam straight down at Lucifer, leaving him almost no room to react. The blast erupts into a towering wall of ice, swallowing the battlefield in one brutal hit. Even the nearby fighters panic as the cold spreads. They think this is where the whole squad gets buried. A worried Durr realizes Alice and the others are caught in the danger zone too, while the storm keeps raging. The dragon stands proudly over its frozen target, convinced its signature breath has ended the fight. It boasts that nobody survives this breath, but Lucifer's trapped silhouette starts looking far less final than advertised. Then Our Boy steps out intact and calmly admits the conditions were pretty powerful. Pretty powerful is still not enough. A huge whale-like siege weapon swoops through the frozen night. Lucifer recognizes it as the church monster that attacked before, and this time he is ready. The beast rushes him with its jaws wide open, but Lucifer slips past the charge and launches straight into the counterattack. Our Boy answers with one brutal sword slash, apparently provoking the Demon King comes with a very short warranty. The strike blasts the flying monster out of the sky. Even as it crashes down, the creature snarls that Lucifer will pay for this. Lucifer lands amid the rubble looking almost bored, calling the whole thing a little knife fight. Then a strange presence catches his attention. Behind the fallen beast, a dark-haired woman is already waiting beside its remains. She calmly tells Lucifer to stay put while she finishes her prize. Before he can stop her, she swallows the glowing core. Lucifer can only stare as she laughs and declares that it is finally hers. The stolen power hits hard. Her body convulses, her hair turns white, and one glowing eye opens with a very different kind of confidence. Now transformed, she savors the feeling of dragon power running through her body. Lucifer's quick win has just handed someone else a terrifying upgrade. Under the moonlit ice, Alice laughs off Lucifer's sword wounds and treats the whole fight like a light workout. Our boy has found the one opponent who considers freezing people a casual hobby. Lucifer snaps back at her arrogance, but Alice coolly points out that he is already trapped inside her frozen domain. Alice unleashes another blast, and the ice tears across the battlefield with enough force to bury Lucifer in shards. Then Lucifer notices the truth behind her power. Alice is wielding the Dragon Clan's treasured inheritance crystal. That means this is no ordinary ice magic. He is fighting a relic with a pedigree. Dark beast-like shadows surge through the frozen arena, forcing Lucifer to keep moving as the trap tightens around him. Alice presses him from every angle and taunts him for not being the strongest. Lucifer glares back and refuses to fold. Alice drives gigantic ice pillars upward, turning the ground itself into a lethal cage and leaving Lucifer nowhere safe to land. Lucifer says he is scared, but his grip on the sword says otherwise. Alice realizes his ice trouble may be exactly what he needs. Lucifer finds himself trading blows in a sealed, starry world, and he is immediately curious about what kind of power built this place. Alice comes flying in with an icy sword technique, but Lucifer calmly reads the attack and cuts straight through the pressure. Our boy looks less threatened than someone choosing a dinner order. Lucifer decides to play along, dodging her rapid sword swings as the duel turns into a full-speed chase across the frozen air. Alice's expression hardens. She has stopped testing him and now launches a personal barrage meant to send him away for good. Lucifer notices something wrong with the battlefield. His skills are being suppressed, yet he can still force his way through with raw technique. He calls out a lair, realizing this strange world is not just Alice's ice magic. The ice field finally shatters beneath them. Alice and Lucifer survive the collapse, but the fight has left the ground looking like a broken mirror. Before Lucifer can recover, a lair steps in and tries to take Alice away. Lucifer reaches out and demands to know where his wife is being taken. Under the night sky, Lucifer confronts a blue-haired demon, and the guy looks seriously rattled by the question. Then a sudden blast rips through the moment. Lucifer's suspicion turns into alarm in an instant. Elsewhere, a bald captor cannot believe his target slipped away, so he sends people hunting through the dark. Alice wakes up alone behind cold stone walls. She knows she was taken hostage, and this dungeon has terrible vibes. Lucifer reaches the village trail and realizes Alice passed through here. His worry hardens into a rescue mission. A villager points him toward the trail, and our boy immediately demands a horse. Subtlety has officially left the village. Back in the dungeon, Alice hears footsteps closing in and braces for the worst. But the newcomer is a frightened blonde elf. Alice's fear shifts to pure confusion as she asks, "An elf?" Inside a stone chamber, Alice listens calmly as a nervous blonde girl explains the strange problem in front of her. Alice looks curious, but the girl's anxious posture makes it clear this is not a normal library question. The scene shifts to the magician library, where a dark-haired librarian begins working with a suspiciously glowing magic tool. Meanwhile, Lucifer is already slumped over a desk. The future Demon King apparently lost a fight with homework. The librarian activates the device, and a purple spell pattern flashes across the room like it has found its target. Her eyes go wide the instant the magic fires. That is never the face of someone who meant to press the button. Alice suddenly gets caught in a violent magical vortex, spinning helplessly as the spell drags her through a burning rift. Whatever the librarian summoned, it is clearly powerful enough to tear straight through the distance between them. Merlin spots the fiery disturbance and charges in, her grin disappearing when she realizes someone is crashing through the spell. The library has gone from quiet study hall to magical emergency in about 3 seconds. The spell finally spits its victim onto the library floor, leaving Lucifer and the librarian staring at the mess in disbelief. Then a shadow appears at the door, turning one accidental summoning into a much bigger mystery. A sudden spill of magic throws the office into confusion. The blonde fighter looks alarmed, while the woman in black tries to work out what just broke through. They realize this is not an ordinary mess. Something has opened a path straight into their world. The woman raises her hand and studies the swirling gateway, but the blonde woman beside her can only stare as the magic keeps building. Nobody invited an interdimensional visitor to the office, but apparently the doorway missed the memo. Then a cloaked figure steps out of the glowing gate. He arrives like he owns the place, which is never a relaxing sign. The visitor is Lucifer, and he calmly confirms that he came looking for them. Our boy is exhausted, but he's clearly not here by accident. The woman in black presses him for an explanation, watching him closely while he keeps his composure. Lucifer explains that the strange situation is tied to a much bigger problem. The others are stunned, especially when he suggests there may be a way to change things. The black-clad woman stays skeptical, and the blonde fighter looks ready to challenge every word. Lucifer gets the full interrogation treatment. Instead of backing down, Lucifer reaches for his sword and prepares to move. Whatever waits beyond this gate, he has decided to face it himself. Elsewhere, two mysterious girls discuss the same danger in the dark. Their warning makes it clear that Lucifer's return has put a larger plan in motion. Alice wakes up convinced the strange events were real, while her blonde companion tearfully drags the morning toward training. Their quiet walk ends when a red-haired armored man corners them, smiling like he already picked a fight. Nothing says team building like a hallway ambush. The blonde girl begs him to stop, but his smug grin makes it clear that mercy is not on today's schedule. He keeps blaming the girls for his own frustrations, then raises a hand as Alice watches in disbelief. Alice snaps into action and knocks his attack away, but the armored man recovers fast and sends her crashing down. Even hurt, Alice refuses to abandon her friend. The man tries to use that loyalty against her. He presses the advantage, but Alice glares back from the floor. She is scared, not beaten. The blonde girl pleads for him to leave Alice alone, and his cold response makes this feel far more personal than training. While the church commander calmly waits inside, the battle outside is already turning ugly. The church commander sends a brutal magical strike across the field, making it clear he is done playing around. Then the church unveils its big answer, the White Whale, a massive flying siege monster with enough teeth to ruin anyone's day. Its arrival gives the soldiers fresh confidence as they prepare to crush Lucifer's side. The church's forces press forward behind the monster, convinced their overwhelming firepower has sealed the battle. Lucifer does not wait around for the White Whale to finish its entrance. He mounts up and leads the countercharge himself. Our boy blasts through the rain with the cavalry at his back, turning a desperate defense into a straight-up assault. Enemy magic crashes down around them, but Lucifer keeps driving forward as the soldiers scramble to stop his advance. Lucifer launches his horse into the attack, forcing the church line to face the one target they really did not want charging at them. After the clash, the battered defenders realize someone dangerous is closing in, and the panic starts spreading fast. Before anyone can recover, a hooded fighter drops into the battlefield from above, adding one more wild card to the chaos. High above the jagged cliffs, Lucifer faces two armed pursuers in the middle of a brutal storm. The hood hides his face, but his relaxed stance says he is not the one feeling trapped. The blue-haired swordsman lunges first, throwing himself into a full-speed strike at Lucifer. Lucifer slips away on horseback, leaving the attacker frustrated and demanding to know why this matters to him. Our boy gives him nothing, which is apparently the fastest way to make a swordsman swing harder. The red-haired fighter joins in, and the pair try to box Lucifer in with attacks from both sides. A blinding blue slash crashes into Lucifer's guard, but he absorbs the pressure without losing his footing. Now it is a proper 2-on-1, with both brothers swinging in sequence to overwhelm the hooded swordsman. Lucifer keeps moving through their blades, forcing them to chase his rhythm instead. He finally answers with a clean counter, knocking one attacker aside and putting the other on the back foot. Then Lucifer releases a pair of strange flying blades, and the red-haired fighter can only stare as they cut across the battlefield. As the storm settles, a blonde knight questions what Lucifer is really fighting for. He only tells them to take a guess. Deep in the dungeon, a sealed chamber erupts in flames as its bald keeper watches the rescue party walk straight into trouble. The floor turns into a molten death trap, and Alice can only stare as the heat closes in from every direction. Alice grabs the bars and demands an explanation, while the frightened blonde captive realizes this prison was built to kill them. Very welcoming dungeon service, the lava package cost extra. And Lucifer steps out of the smoke, calm as ever, and the whole room suddenly has a new problem. The keeper tries to dismiss him, but Lucifer sees the dangling cage and immediately understands who is being used as bait. Our boy does not waste time arguing. He lines up one clean answer for the trap. As the cage drops toward the fire, Alice shields the captive and braces for impact, furious but refuses, but refusing to break. The keeper admits he never expected a demon king to interfere, and Lucifer makes it clear that excuse changes nothing. With red blades spreading across the chamber, Lucifer asks the only question left: is this coward actually ready to fight? Lucifer points at the trapped pair and calls out the keeper's little game. The rescue is over, now comes the bill. The church commander cuts off Lucifer and Alice, then casually signals that he has brought something much worse than an army. Apparently, one overdramatic priest was not enough trouble for the day. The commander unveils the White Whale, a colossal church siege weapon with a mouth big enough to turn the whole battlefield into lunch. The monster fires a massive blast, and Lucifer does not waste time arguing with it. He answers with his sword drawn. Their collision detonates across the mountains, filling the sky with fire, smoke, and enough force to shake the ground. Lucifer steps forward through the blast with Alice behind him, focused and ready while the White Whale keeps tearing through the flames. Then the weapon starts burning from within. Something far more dangerous is forcing its way out. A horned woman rises from the inferno, staring straight at Lucifer like she has spent a long time waiting for this moment. She calls Lucifer a bastard, and Alice freezes as the battle suddenly becomes a very personal reunion. A fiery stranger drops into Lucifer and Alice's path, and her opening move is a sword strike, not a greeting. Alice immediately wants to know what history Lucifer has with this walking bonfire. Lucifer looks genuinely baffled, while the stranger makes it clear she has a problem with his personality. Fairly specific customer complaint. She attacks again, but Lucifer meets the charge head-on and knocks her blazing weapon away. The stranger answers with a rain of fire shots, forcing Lucifer to defend while Alice watches the battlefield tighten around them. This is no longer an argument, it is a very expensive fireworks show. Even through the flames, the attacker studies Lucifer like she recognizes him, then rejects what she is seeing. Alice realizes the stranger is connected to Merlin Lucifer, and Lucifer's stunned expression says this fight just got much more complicated. The red-haired fighter stops holding back and erupts into a towering wave of flame aimed straight at Lucifer. Lucifer watches glowing sparks drift through the air, then a huge flash swallows the scene before anyone can react. The blast finally detonates, leaving Lucifer and Alice caught at the edge of a fight that has only just exploded. A red-haired fighter floods the rocky battlefield with explosions, and Lucifer realizes this fire is far more dangerous than it looks. The attacker grins and unleashes their true power, feeding the flames until the entire sky starts burning. This is no longer a duel, it is an emergency weather event. The fire condenses into a massive dragon-like beast, leaving Merlin and the onlookers stunned by its sheer size. Alice braces herself behind ice magic as the blazing monster crashes down, but even she can only watch the impact. Lucifer steps through the inferno instead of retreating, drawing his sword while his opponent finally looks worried. Then our boy fires a blazing counter straight through the attack, turning the enemy's big finish into a full-force clash. Smoke rolls across the ruins after the collision. Alice spots movement in the distance, and the fight clearly is not over yet. The dust finally settles after the beast goes down, and Lucifer stands there looking like he expected this victory to feel a lot more glorious. The defeated enemy rants that every dream is ruined, but Lucifer coldly reminds him that borrowed strength never makes a real king. It is a brutal speech from a guy whose own career is currently on life support. Alice watches Lucifer overthink everything and gently points out that they are on the same team now, even if he is terrible at admitting it. Lucifer tries to play it cool, but the awkward pause gives him away. When the old villager demands to know who Lucifer is, our boy proudly declares himself a demon king. That introduction lands exactly as smoothly as you would expect. Back in Sogria village, the locals celebrate Alice as the hero who saved them, while she and Lucifer take in the surprisingly cheerful scene. The village chief offers a reward for their help, and Alice immediately makes sure the desperate villagers are not giving away more than they can afford. But Lucifer, this is a strange new kind of victory. People trusting him instead of fearing him. Alice realizes Lucifer really did introduce himself as a demon king, and her baffled stare says she is still processing that little detail. Still, the pair leave with supplies, goodwill, and one more reason to keep moving together. Lucifer learns that Alice is not asking for pocket change. She wants enough gold to make even a demon king blink. Our boy looks like someone just handed him a bill for 1 million gold coins. Alice cheerfully explains that she was only asking for a tiny loan, while Lucifer realizes her definition of tiny is completely unhinged. That night, Lucifer keeps replaying Alice's request. He can face danger just fine, but money problems hit differently. Alice slips into the darkness with a bright smile, calling herself an emissary and hinting that the first Demon King has been waiting. Then Alice drops the sweet act and reveals a much more intimidating side. Lucifer finally sees why nobody takes her lightly. Alice demands that Lucifer join her at the Whisper Magic Castle. He refuses instantly, because apparently he still has survival instincts. Her answer is a burst of magic that sends Lucifer flying. Alice watches the fallout with the calm of someone who planned every second. Back at home, Lucifer studies a glowing crystal and starts wondering whether this strange invitation could be his way forward after all. The crystal is valuable enough to solve Alice's problem, but she still calls it small. Lucifer is clearly negotiating with a natural disaster. Alice happily chairs into a home-cooked feast, while the cook watches her appetite with a mix of pride and alarm. Alice insists she is only making dinner, then casually asks if anyone has ever been married. That escalated fast. By nightfall, the conversation gives way to a small fleet heading out across dark water. The sailors act brave, but their nervous faces give them away. They are hunting something huge, and nobody wants to be first overboard. The target finally surfaces, a giant blue-gray whale smashing through the waves and sending one man into full panic mode. The crew tries to hold the line, but the whale charges straight at them. Their bold hunting trip is suddenly a survival exercise. Then the real nightmare rises behind the whale, a towering black shape with glowing red eyes. The shadowy creature looms over the wreckage as one man checks his pocket watch, oddly calm for someone standing beside a sea disaster. A fighter leaks onto the ice and calls out to his sweet lady, turning the ocean into his personal dramatic entrance stage. At home, Lucifer finds Alice unusually restless, while she insists that something inside her is acting up again. Alice admits she cannot control the strange power well, and Lucifer realizes this is not just another bad mood. His quiet night has officially submitted its resignation. A violent blue current erupts around Alice, turning the room into a magical wind tunnel as Lucifer watches in alarm. Lucifer calls the surge abnormal and potentially explosive. Alice looks scared, but he is already focused on keeping her safe. Later that night, Lucifer wakes to find Alice standing over him in the dark. That is never a normal start to a conversation. The power finally calms when Alice gets close to him, and Lucifer understands that she needs his presence to settle down. Alice falls asleep beside him, peaceful at last. Lucifer drops his guard and lets her rest instead of pushing her away. By morning, Alice wakes up blushing and admits she slept better than expected. The emergency plan got cozy fast. Lucifer wakes to find Alice in his bed, and her horrified scream instantly kills any chance of a peaceful morning. Our boy looks just as confused as she does. This is not the reunion either of them ordered. Alice bolts upright, red-faced and furious, demanding to know why she woke up beside Lucifer. Lucifer can barely get a word in while she assumes the absolute worst. Once the panic settles, Lucifer explains that Alice was too weak to wake up after what happened. Her embarrassment gives way to resolve as she admits she needs to become stronger, fast. Alice fixes Lucifer with a serious look and asks for help before another disaster catches her helpless. The room practically sparks with tension, and this time it is not just morning awkwardness. Before they can settle the plan, two more adventurers arrive, including the hulking goggle-wearing fighter who fills the doorway. Everyone stares at the new group like the meeting suddenly became a boss raid. Alice heads outside and gathers icy blue magic around herself, ready to prove she is not staying weak. Then Alice launches skyward in a blazing stream of ice, leaving Lucifer staring as her power finally takes flight. Alice opens with a massive ice attack, while Lucifer watches her spell work with worried disbelief. She is clearly having fun. The frozen battlefield may disagree. Alice charges straight through the icy blast and warns Lucifer not to underestimate her. Once the sparring ends, Lucifer brings Alice down to a peaceful town for a simple supply run. The locals greet them like a familiar couple, and Alice immediately asks if Lucifer is supposed to be her husband. One grocery trip, and the village has already written the wedding invitations. Their arm-in-arm pose only feeds the rumor. Lucifer turns red, while Alice looks far too pleased with the misunderstanding. Alice leans in and asks how they look together. Lucifer tries to act unimpressed, but his face completely betrays him. Then Alice hears the gossip a little too clearly. Her sweet smile vanishes as she reaches for a knife. Lucifer quickly redirects her into chopping vegetables. Alice takes the task with the same intensity she used for ice magic. In the end, Lucifer teaches Alice to cook beside him, and their bickering turns into a surprisingly cozy little date. Even the kitchen cannot escape their competitive flirting. The church broadcast declares the white-haired survivor the true swordmaster, and the crowd immediately eats it up. Nothing says public relations like a glowing orb announcing a legend. The swordmaster looks deeply uncomfortable with the hype, but the church soldiers are already treating him like a threat. Captain Foreman orders an attack, and the church commander demands that the so-called champion answer for himself. Their giant eagle dives in, but the swordmaster plants his blade and sends feathers flying instead. Before the church can recover, Lady Mockenfeld storms onto the field and cuts straight through their attack. She arrives with the energy of someone whose complaint department is a sword. Mockenfeld confronts Furman over the church's punishment, making it clear this fight has been brewing for a long time. With the old fart's forces rattled, the church's perfect little story starts falling apart. A red-haired church captain addresses the crowd, apologizing for the disruption while carefully keeping the real mess under wraps. She asks for permission to investigate the incident, and the polite speech has all the warmth of a warrant. Then, the captain corners Lucifer and declares him a wanted criminal. Our boy just folds his arms and tells her to try it. He gets sealed inside a crystal prison anyway. Confidence is free, apparently. Back at the house, the blue-haired woman suddenly collapses, leaving Lucifer and the others staring in alarm. The red-haired man realizes her condition is getting worse, and this is clearly not just a dramatic nap. Lucifer swears you'll never fall in love again, then immediately gets distracted by a shiny gold coin. He starts talking about money and responsibility while everyone else watches this emotional crisis derail in real time. The red-haired man points out that Lucifer has been calling himself a hard-working demon king for 15 years. Lucifer is caught off guard by the number, because even he has not stopped to consider how long that really is. The blue-haired woman asks to borrow Merlin for a while, and Lucifer agrees without much fuss. The red-haired man has a simpler priority. If they are done with the crisis, he is hungry. Lucifer learns that a mysterious alchemist is causing trouble, and the request for help lands right in his lap. A red-haired messenger explains that this is not a casual favor. Someone has been attacking from the shadows, and the situation is getting ugly. Naturally, our boy gets handed another emergency before he can even finish looking bored. The woman paints the alchemist as both frighteningly capable and irritatingly elusive, which makes Lucifer want answers before he offers a sword. She pushes hard for Lucifer to come along, but he catches the sales pitch immediately and refuses to play the eager hero. Back at the castle, Alice greets Lucifer while Merlin's name comes up. The home front is still loud, familiar, and very much not peaceful. The request finally becomes clear. Lucifer is being asked to travel with them and help defeat the powerful alchemist. He's not thrilled, but the mission now has a target. That is usually when things get expensive. Lucifer counters with his own offer, and the prospective help reacts like he just proposed a deal with several invisible footnotes. Kyle loses his temper after being stuck with laundry duty, while Lucifer tries to calm down the very dramatic household dispute. Lucifer insists it was only a light tap, but Kyle is already nursing his pride like it took critical damage. The others brush it off and focus on getting ready to leave for the village. Their blonde companion admits she wants a simpler life, away from all the noise, and Lucifer agrees to the trip. By the next day, the group is rolling toward the village in a carriage with Lucifer looking far too pleased with himself. At the village, they learn the genius magician of Ireland has not returned, and the missing girl becomes the real concern. Elsewhere, a purple-haired royal envoy answers her master's call, clearly treating this assignment as more than a simple visit. The shadowy master speaks of a fragile alliance and an old revenge plan, making it clear the missing magician is caught in something bigger. The envoy makes her promise she will bring Princess Shirley back at all costs. That is not a casual errand. The next day, Lucifer reaches the bustling city of Dancel with Alice and their hooded companion. Our boy is immediately impressed by the size of the place. For once, the Demon King looks like a tourist who found a city with too many side quests. Their guide explains that this city is packed with people, businesses, and distractions, while Lucifer quietly takes it all in. Alice catches his excitement fast, and he gets embarrassed before he can play it cool. The real destination is the College of Theology. The group has come to learn how humans think about demons, and that is not exactly friendly reading material. Inside the church, Alice notices a familiar-looking image in the stained glass. Lucifer's curiosity turns sharp as the building's history starts feeling personal. The lesson is blunt. The church teaches that demons are evil and its followers must study how to purge them. Lucifer has every reason to dislike the curriculum. It is a pretty awkward class when the supposed problem is standing in the room. The group heads to the church's embassy, following a lead connected to Lord Merlin. Whatever they expect inside, the guards are clearly not ready for visitors. A hooded figure arrives claiming to have brought back a lost child for the church. The guards freeze as the stranger pulls back the disguise. The missing child is not just anyone. The church recognizes Princess Shirley at once, leaving Lucifer and Alice stunned by the royal reveal. In the royal meeting room, Lucifer and Alice wait for the princess, and the delay already has our boy looking impatient. A purple-haired royal woman rushes in with an apology, making it clear the princess's return has stirred up more than a polite welcome. Then the princess finally arrived in full royal style. Lucifer is completely caught off guard, and honestly, the entrance did its job. The warm greeting did not last. The purple-haired woman quietly questions whether this royal princess really understands the dangerous situation around her. Talk shifts to Lucifer's father, the Blue King, and a taboo connected to demons. Everyone suddenly starts choosing their words very carefully. Outside, the conversation turns to Lucifer's bold ideas and the trouble they might cause. He hears the warning, but he is not exactly backing down. Alice teases Lucifer about his little sister Merlin, then immediately blushes when a topic gets too close to romance. Smooth recovery, Alice. Lucifer admits he has spent too long surrounded by troublesome children and family drama. For now, he is more concerned with keeping this mess from getting worse. As the topic turns back to children in school, Lucifer heads toward the next lead, with the royal taboo still hanging over everything. A red-haired stranger suddenly drops into the street hard enough to make Alice and Lucifer freeze. The newcomer lights up with power and admits he has been looking for someone strong enough to challenge. Apparently, a peaceful afternoon was simply unacceptable to this guy. Lucifer tries to keep things civilized, but the challenger brushes off the talk and pushes string for a fight. Alice calls out to Merlin as the tension spikes around them. Instead of drawing swords, the two men lock hands for a strength contest, each daring the other to show his real power. Lucifer stays cool, while the red-haired fighter grins like he has already won. The challenger finally makes his move, lunging in with a loud attack meant to overwhelm Lucifer before he can react. Even after the clash, the red-haired fighter smirks and gathers himself, convinced he still has another trick ready. Lucifer answers with one brutal kick, sending the loud challenger flying and ending his momentum in the most direct way possible. Lucifer sends his opponent flying across the street, then calmly declares that he won. Our boy has apparently chosen violence as cardio today. The pink-haired fighter is not even mad. He laughs like this humiliating defeat is the best fun he has had in years. He admits he never expected anyone except the first Demon King to beat him. Alice spots the cracked street in the gathering attention. What began as a match has become a very public mess. Before they can slip away, the church commander and his soldiers seal off the area and demand everyone stay put. The old fart orders the guilty party to step forward or face arrest, while Alice realizes they are being blamed for the disturbance. Lucifer tries to explain, but Alice grabs him and warns that arguing is useless. This commander already acts like the law around here. Then the soldiers recognize the defeated fighter, Morrison, one of the legendary early vanguards and now the seventh knight. The church commander instantly changes his tune and begs Morrison's pardon, but he still calls Lucifer a wanted criminal. Morrison's reputation is so disastrous that even the commander sounds tired just describing it. Morrison apologizes for the chaos, then promises Lucifer a proper match next time. Lucifer can only stare and call the guy weird. At the estate, Alice checks on Aunt Samuel, who calmly insists everything is under control. That confidence lasts exactly until something nasty starts scraping at the walls. Corpse eaters swarm the courtyard, and Samuel's calm expression finally cracks. Nothing says family reunion like an undead mob at the front door. Alice demands to know why undead creatures are here, and Samuel admits she brought them herself. She's been raising them for a purpose far bigger than this little attack. Then Samuel reveals the truth. Her soft elven look was only a potion-fueled disguise. She's a dark elf, and she plans to use this moment to fulfill her people's dream. The disguise comes off, magic erupts, and Alice gets dragged straight into Samuel's violent escape plan. Samuel then hunts for the missing Alice and Merlin, while Alice realizes their cover is blown. Elsewhere, armed men close in on the high-class lodgings. Their target is inside, and they are following orders. Apparently a full squad is the preferred answer to one uncomfortable conversation. Meanwhile, the high-class lodgings actually deliver, giving the blonde guest a rare moment to relax after the trip. In the bath, the mood turns more serious as he admits he worries he cannot protect someone important well enough. For one quiet moment, the danger outside feels very far away. Lucifer is relaxing at the baths when the conversation turns to personal limits and training. Our boy looks calm, but the warning signs are already lining up. A black-clad dark elf suddenly drops in with a straight-up kill order. Lucifer barely reacts, dismissing the supposed knight like an annoying interruption. Nothing says peaceful bath time like an assassin crashing to the ceiling. The attacker is shocked that Lucifer can track every move, then realizes this relaxed blonde guy is far more dangerous than he looks. The dark elf keeps rushing him from every angle, but Lucifer casually bats each strike away without even losing his cool. With the ambush going nowhere, the dark elf hangs back and searches for a way to turn the fight around. The assassin pulls out a mysterious fighting potion, convinced it will make a difference. Lucifer watches with the kind of confidence that should worry everybody. The potion is rumored to push a fighter beyond their limits, and the dark elf drinks it without hesitation. Instead of a clean power-up, the dark elf swells into a towering monster. Even the bystanders are stunned as the bathroom duel gets seriously out of hand. Now roaring with brute strength, the transformed dark elf launches a massive attack at Lucifer. The quiet little ambush has become a full monster problem. Alice finally gets a peaceful bath, looking completely relaxed for once. Naturally, peace lasts just long enough for someone to bring up romance. The blonde woman teases Alice about the Demon King, and Alice's flustered glare gives her away immediately. She insists there is no ulterior motive behind their closeness, but she is clearly not convincing herself. Left alone with that thought, Alice wonders whether she merely idolizes him or actually likes him. Her romantic spiral dies instantly when Alice senses killing intent and raises a wall of ice. Black-clad attackers burst into the bathhouse, and Alice demands to know who sent them. Nothing says awkward heart-to-heart like a surprise assassination attempt. Alice fires back with ice brambles, sending frozen spikes tearing across the room. The attackers are blasted away, but one of them reaches for a glowing purple gem instead of retreating. Purple smoke floods the room and twists through Alice's ice. She recognizes the trap for what it is, a curse. Two light-clad women are cornered by dark elves, so Alice throws up a glowing divine protection spell before the blades can reach them. The attackers immediately learn that a holy barrier is a terrible thing to argue with. Alice answers their charge with towering ice, and the trapped enemies stare back in pure disbelief. She keeps moving through the ambush, cutting down the dark elves before they can regroup. Even a huge berserker cannot overpower her. Alice slips past his attacks and leaves him crashing down hard. With one masked attacker beaten, Alice demands answers. Why are dark elves hunting them, and who sent them? The prisoner has the look of a man realizing the interrogation was not on his schedule. He reveals that Captain carries a dark berserker potion, a last-ditch boost meant to turn the fight around. Alice is stunned, but the enemy is already betting everything on that reckless trump card. The potion kicks in with a deafening roar, and the captain's body erupts from the rubble in a wildly unstable transformation. Then Lord Merlin suddenly appears alive, blonde, bare, and deeply unimpressed with the logic behind this whole disaster. Alice and her companion instantly short-circuit. The rescue comes with some very inconvenient fan service. Lucifer corners the shaken intruder for answers, while Alice watches closely. This guy clearly did not come here for a friendly chat. The intruder insists he only wants training, but he looks one bad question away from melting into the floor. The mention of an elven ambassador changes the mood fast. Lucifer realizes someone powerful may be taking an interest in them. Alice wants to visit the elven embassy first, but a shadowy watcher is already tracking their every move from the dark. Elsewhere, a purple-haired woman questions Simfron about the potion and the unusually strong girl. Her calm smile is doing all the threatening. Simfron begs for mercy, which is never a reassuring sign when your boss is this relaxed. The woman answers his failure with a violent burst of magic, leaving Simfron trapped in a spinning storm. She gives Simfron a new order: find the right opening and make their enemies move. The next day is already part of her plan. Lucifer heads to the academy with Alice because he needs proper training. Unfortunately, Master Samuel is off limits behind academy rules. Alice immediately suggests slipping in through another entrance. Lucifer tries to keep this respectable, but her plan has already started walking. For Lucifer, learning the basics matters more than pride. If he might be sent out as a hero, he needs to be ready. Alice hears the rules and looks utterly unimpressed. Lucifer thinks they need a plan, while she is clearly considering the fastest possible shortcut. The palace guards finally spot an intruder, but he's already floating above them like security is somebody else's problem. Lucifer rushes in with Alice at his side. Alice apologizes for the rough entrance, then fires a spell to close the distance. Merlin jumps into the fight and peppers the intruder with purple magic. Lucifer watches closely, clearly not impressed by the surprise attack. Merlin gets heated when the stranger keeps slipping past her shots. The guy is fighting a royal squad and still acts annoyingly calm. The intruder fires back with a heavy purple blast, but Lucifer blocks it cleanly and gives him a look that says he is done playing. A full barrage crashes into Lucifer's defense, and every shot gets stopped. Our boy has turned the hallway into a very expensive wall test. Cornered and furious, the suited intruder unleashes a darker power. Purple energy floods around him as he finally drops the polite act. Merlin answers with her own reveals, summoning a ring of glowing eyes and calling in dark elves. The intruder's confidence starts cracking fast. The dark elves slam him from every angle, and Lucifer steps forward with a grin. He tells the intruder to stop messing around and show his real power. At the embassy, Samuel insists the missing prince is fine, but the Redbud Knight is clearly not buying it. The diplomatic mood lasts about 3 seconds, which is honestly impressive. The Redbud Knight stops pretending to be polite and sends Samuel flying to the hall. Lucifer arrives in time to find the ambassador sprawled on the floor and a very angry knight demanding answers. Our boy gets recognized as the iron-ranked adventurer who beat Morrison at arm wrestling 3 times. Apparently, that is now a criminal record. The knight calls Lucifer and Alice embassy intruders, but Lucifer stays cool and asks what evidence she actually has. Alice is ready to fight, because being accused of a crime is apparently her least favorite small talk. Samuel finally reveals the real worry. Dark elves may be involved, and the missing Shirley could be caught in their scheme. Alice recognizes the story immediately and demands they go find Shirley before the ambassador's excuses turn into a disaster. Lucifer and Alice learn the promised reward is being stalled, and the red-haired ambassador looks ready to settle this with steel. This meeting escalates from paperwork to swordplay at record speed. The ambassador demands proof, while Alice calmly points out that their whole operation makes no sense if they cannot be trusted. Neither side backs down as blades meet across the room. Lucifer worries that crossing these people could destroy any chance of peace, but Alice asks the obvious question: what deal do they even have left? She refuses to let fear decide for them. The tension finally cools. The ambassador apologizes for doubting them, and the purple-haired woman is visibly relieved to hear it. Alice and Lucifer head into the city to find Merlin, while the issue of payment is still very much not solved. Lucifer throws on a dramatic mask and cloak, because apparently a financial dispute now needs a secret identity. Our boy is clearly planning something after dark. They are told to leave quietly, but Lucifer reminds Alice that the promised money is still owed. Alice stakes their hopes on Roland City's swordmaster. She is certain he will support their decision. Alice doubles down on the swordmaster's arrival, while Lucifer's narrowed eyes show he is already moving ahead of the plan. That night, masked Lucifer watches the city from above. Whatever he is about to do, he is not waiting around for permission. At night, terrified townspeople sprint to the streets as something huge closes in behind them. The streets are packed with 2D monsters, and one trapped victim can only beg for someone to save him. Apparently, the local undead have decided personal space is optional. Lucifer arrives, takes one look at the crowd, and realizes these creatures are gathering around the tower for a reason. Then red streaks rip across the sky and slam into the tower, turning the panic into a full-blown magical siege. A gigantic magical ray blooms over the building. Lucifer's narrowed eyes tell you he knows this is far beyond a normal monster attack. With the monsters piling in, Lucifer calmly reaches for his sword. Our boy is done watching from the sidelines. One sweeping strike tears through the horde, but the tower keeps pulsing like it is something much worse on the way. From above, Lucifer watches the dark energy spread and admits this fight will not be as simple as cutting down monsters. Purple fire engulfs the tower as Merlin Lucifer appears nearby, and even she is forced to watch this eerie display. Alice feels the wave of power and freezes. Whatever woke up inside that tower carries a truly terrifying evil aura. Alice cuts Merlin off and demands that she stop talking and move. The white-haired hero is clearly done playing along. Above them, a huge crimson magic circle starts spinning across the sky. Alice realizes this is the 11th sorrow, and it is not arriving quietly. Alice connects the disaster to the little girl in the street and demands an answer. Why turn a human city into a ghost town? Merlin spreads her arms through the rising flames and says she has already applied to join Alice's plan. Alice is furious because Merlin is treating a citywide catastrophe like an invitation to a grand project. Merlin's confidence cracks for a second as she senses something closing in. Then the magic erupts beneath her feet. Merlin orders Alice to become the first step of her master plan. Alice answers with her sword because apparently negotiations have expired. A towering violet blast surges upward, and Alice screams for Merlin. Whatever this ritual is, it has stopped being a threat and become a full emergency. Elsewhere, Merlin is ordered to keep the monsters away while the city heads into its third day of chaos. She calmly promises the captain a show. The disaster opens like a giant purple eye over the city, watching every street below. On the ground, a frightened little girl calls for her mother, while the ruined streets fall silent around her. Monsters finally step out of the purple fog and corner the child. Then a blast of ice tears across the street, giving the nightmare its first real answer. Alice drops into the chaos with ice magic flaring behind her, and she is clearly not arriving for a friendly visit. She spots the danger below and immediately dives after it. The underground survivors recognize Lady Alice just as she cuts through the threat with a brutal mid-air swing. Alice checks whether anyone made it out alive. Her face hardens when she realizes she cannot protect every survivor alone. She tells them to hurry back while she holds the front. Then Alice launches herself straight into this fight, carving a blazing path through the sky. Subtle entrance? Absolutely not. At the royal palace, a huge purple vortex swallows the skyline, turning the entire city into a very expensive disaster zone. The remaining knights admit they are badly outnumbered, and their strongest missing allies are still nowhere in sight. Even so, they refuse to let the country collapse while the queen is still under their protection. Their red-haired commander sees the vortex above the palace and rallies the troops. If it is a battle of numbers, they will answer with an army. With swords raised, the knights charge out to protect Great Britain and Queen Radu. They know the odds are ugly, but nobody is backing down. At the elite lodgings, the group learns their missing ally may be in trouble, and everyone immediately looks uneasy. Nobody has a useful answer, which is always a fantastic start to a rescue mission. Lucifer and Alice head out because survivors are still nearby, but Alice makes it clear they cannot depend on help that never arrives. Before they can search for anyone, a huge shadowy creature starts prowling across the rooftops. Alice strikes first with a burst of ice magic, but the monster crashes down hard enough to shake the whole street. Up close, this is no ordinary beast. Its strange aura makes the fighter suspect something far worse is hiding behind that fur. The beast proves it fast, smashing Alice's side with brutal force before she can regain control of the fight. Lucifer tries to pierce it with his weapon, but the attack cannot break through its hide. That is a very bad durability check. Then the creature lashes out again, sending Lucifer flying and leaving the rescue team trapped in a full-on monster brawl. Outside the mansion, Alice spots a hulking black beast charging straight at her. Its glowing eyes say this is not a friendly neighborhood dog. Alice fires back with a huge ice attack, trying to freeze the monster before it can close the distance. The beast powers through the blast anyway, and her competent stance starts cracking fast. The creature catches Alice and lifts her like she weighs nothing. She snaps that it is dreaming if it thinks she will surrender. Even while trapped in its grip, Alice gathers ice magic around herself and demands that it let go. Her magic suddenly sputters out, leaving Alice stunned. The beast has somehow shut down the very power she was relying on. The beast raises its claws for the finish, and Alice can only watch the strike coming. Then unseen force jerks Alice out of danger. The monster feels the pressure too, and suddenly it is the one looking nervous. An elderly mage appears with a hooked staff, arriving at exactly the dramatic moment. Of course he does. The mage calmly identifies the beast as an ordinary wild monster, but Alice realizes his space magic is anything but ordinary. The beast recognizes that power too, turning this rescue into a much bigger mystery. At the capital's Adventurers Guild, President Gregory faces a hulking monster with Alice watching closely. The beast is clearly not here for a polite performance. Its killing intent fills the whole street. The creature starts pumping up its aura, and Alice realizes its strength is climbing by the second. Apparently, this was not included in the standard guild orientation. Now the monster has fully transformed into a towering horned nightmare, glaring down at Gregory like dinner has arrived. It lunges straight for the old guildmaster, while Alice can only shout a warning from the sidelines. Gregory calmly raises his staff and sends thin golden bands whipping across the ground toward the beast. The spell snaps shut into a dark vortex, swallowing the screaming monster before it can land a single hit. Gregory barely reacts. He just sighs that young people love to overestimate themselves. Alice is stunned by the display and admits she has just witnessed the power of a top-ranked space magician. Alice explains she came to measure the gap between herself and the guild's strongest adventurers. After visiting 5 places, she learns even a saint cannot match the power of an M-rank adventurer. The city's already burning when the knights find a huge purple slime swallowing everything in its path. That is one ugly cleanup job. A small pale girl floats beside the creature, calmly feeding it purple power while the soldiers panic and beg for help. She even asks if it can scream, which is not exactly a reassuring question from the enemy. Winfred and his blonde partner rush in, but the girl mocks the famous Red Knight as being far weaker than expected. Winfred answers with a sharp flying strike, carving through the slime before it can crush them. He keeps slicing into the monster from every angle, driving it back while warning its master not to underestimate him. The blonde knight slams down a crushing blow, and the squad starts celebrating like the summoners finally finished. Then the defeated slime suddenly rises into a towering purple wave, making that victory speech look very premature. The creature reshapes into a glowing-eyed humanoid woman and asks if they really thought it would be that easy. With the knights knocked flat, the transformed summoner declares that it is time to show them her true power. A purple, glowing-eyed creature storms through the night, and the white uniformed fighters rush in before it can tear through the city. They hit it with a clean aerial strike and a heavy blast, but this thing absorbs punishment like it pays rent there. The monster swells into a towering mass as one fighter realizes the attacks are barely making it flinch. Even worse, it keeps reshaping itself, turning every opening into another ugly surprise. The squad regroups in the air, and the red-haired commander orders everyone to hurry before the creature can spread further. Then a new attacker charges in with a glowing weapon, clearly convinced this is the finishing move. The strike drills straight through the purple body at a blinding flash, finally giving the team a moment to breathe. The commander starts celebrating, but one of them gets a bad feeling. In the genre, that feeling is basically a fire alarm. The scattered magic begins twisting together again, proving the monster was never actually finished. A violent purple vortex erupts across the battlefield, and the fighters scramble to call for everyone before it swallows them. The creature reforms and laughs at the failed execution. It claims even being reduced to dust would not stop its revival. Now it declares that its turn has finally begun. But a dark figure cuts into the scene, and the monster's smug expression vanishes in an instant. A hooded swordsman cuts straight into the purple creatures, moving so fast the battlefield can barely keep up. The monsters laugh off his basic attack, then immediately regret standing within sword range. Classic confidence problem. The church fighters freeze as the creatures collapse into slime while their commander realizes something is seriously wrong. The red-haired knight recognizes the intruder as the Swordmaster of Light, but nobody knows why this legend is here. The old fart commander insists he has seen that face before, just as the mysterious swordsman launches into the sky. Then dark magic erupts over the church tower, twisting into a huge violet pillar that stops everyone cold. A violet-haired dark elf calmly announces that our master will soon be resurrected, and Merlin Lucifer arrives to hear the scheme. Apparently this reunion comes with a resurrection ritual. Family meetings were already stressful enough. When the red-haired knight demands answers, the dark elf answers with a spinning barrage of purple energy. He tries to break through the swirling attack, but the magic keeps closing around him from every direction. Bruised and furious, the knight powers up in blue light and decides it is time to end this for good. A redskin fighter charges the purple-haired woman head-on, but she barely looks worried. That calm is never a good sign. He came in swinging like confidence alone could pay the damage bill. His next rush gets swallowed by her twisting purple defense. He cannot understand how she keeps blocking every angle. The purple-haired woman simply raises a hand and treats his strongest move like a warm-up. She fires back with a violent blast, launching him across the battlefield and slamming him into the ground. His anger is still burning, but his body is clearly starting to lose the argument. He survives the impact and powers up again, reaching a Raksasa Tier 2 state with blue energy roaring around him. Our boy refuses to stay down, even when the fight is screaming that he should. The woman watches his comeback with a smug little smile. She is enjoying this far too much. Then a mysterious masked man appears above the ruined battlefield, quietly watching the clash from the shadows. The battered fighter admits his attack failed, The purple-haired woman spares him for now, but only so he can witness his country's destruction. He collapses in desperation and begs her to stop, but she turns toward a new presence instead. The masked stranger finally steps forward through the shattered ruins, saying he has come to the right place. A dark elf seals the area inside a swirling purple prison, but a masked swordsman calmly walks right into it. The stranger introduces himself as the legendary swordmaster of Elgin, and she is instantly suspicious of his dramatic entrance. He has the mask, the cloak, and the title. This man clearly brought his own trailer. She laughs him off and challenges him to prove it, while Elgin draws his blade and admits he came specifically for her. The dark elf throws him into a roaring magical vortex, confident this prison will finally stop him. Elgin warns that her plan to save everyone is suicide and tells her to wait for reinforcements instead. She refuses to hand anything over, giving up is apparently not in her spellbook. As the spell reaches its final stage, Elgin suddenly breaks through the pressure and rushes straight toward her. She lashes out in panic, but his strike knocks her focus apart before she can finish the seal. Her face goes blank with disbelief. The spell should have turned him into dust, yet he's completely unharmed. Elgin demands to know who she is, then hints they met yesterday. Her shock says she finally recognizes him. But the spell is still almost complete, and neither side is ready to back down. With purple magic exploding around them, she makes one last desperate promise. She will not let him interfere. The spell is complete, and a shadowy caster sends a violent purple vortex ripping toward the masked fighter. The wind closes in like a giant pair of hands, crushing the target inside while the caster screams in triumph. The caster is sure nobody could survive it. Unfortunately, confidence is not the same thing as a confirmed kill. Inside the storm, the masked fighter keeps moving and prepares a counterattack. He cuts through the swirling prison with a bright golden strike, forcing the caster to realize this opponent is far tougher than expected. The counterattack tears through the battlefield and sends debris flying, turning the caster's big finish into a very expensive mistake. The purple-haired fighter crashes down, while the masked man studies him and notices the curse has weakened only slightly. Before the fall can finish him, a long-haired rescuer sweeps in and catches the injured fighter from the wreckage. Under the night sky, Lucifer faces a stranger who has clearly been waiting for trouble. The cloaked blonde barely reacts, which is never a comforting sign in a magic fight. A pink-haired powerhouse boasts that he created the magical chaos, but Lucifer is not impressed. The enemy's power swells into a huge purple vortex, and Lucifer realizes he has walked into a force field. The trap locks the surrounding space down, turning one arrogant threat into a full-scale disaster. Inside the vortex, a monstrous eye opens and decides Lucifer needs punishment for interrupting the plan. The eye fires a massive red beam straight at him, with enough force to split the ground below. Lucifer blocks the blast head-on, and the attacker finally shows real shock instead of smug confidence. The purple NFT retreats with a threat to return stronger, leaving the battlefield scorched and unnervingly quiet. Even after the win, Lucifer studies his injured hand and suspects that attack came from something far beyond normal magic. Before he can investigate, a red-haired armored knight dives in and accuses Lucifer of causing the entire mess. Naturally, the reward for stopping a catastrophe is getting attacked by the cleanup crew. The knight demands answers, while Lucifer coolly reminds her that she claimed to serve the queen. Late at night, a quiet city suddenly erupts as armed figures spot someone moving through the streets. Then a huge tower goes down in a cloud of dust, and everyone realizes this is way above a normal street fight. Nothing so subtle like demolishing the local landmark. A masked swordsman corners the red-haired knight, coldly asking if she is the agent who served the queen. Before she can recover, he launches her straight across the rooftops. The masked man says the injured girl has suffered serious damage, and he has come to make somebody pay for it. The red-haired knight fires back, but the clash sends her attack screaming away into the night. As soldiers close in, the battered purple-haired warrior is warned the swordmaster may be right, but he refuses to back down. By morning, survivors can only call their savior the swordmaster of Elgin, while the red-haired knight senses more trouble is coming. The blonde swordsman hears the rumors and immediately recognizes the danger. That swordmaster should not be in this city. Meanwhile, Alice wakes in her room calling for Merlin, only for an intruder to burst in and announce his return. Lucifer checks on the injured Princess Shirley, and her weak smile shows she is still shaken by the attack. She explains that Gregory fought the attacker head-on, while the Adventurer Guild helped save the royal capital. Shirley insists Gregory is an amethyst rank adventurer, and she quietly admits he might even be stronger than Lucifer. Lucifer acts unimpressed, but Shirley is clearly worried he only cares about gold. The royal family has trust issues on premium settings. A healer arrives to treat Shirley's injuries while Lucifer heads out, leaving the princess flustered and alone with her thoughts. At the palace, Gregory reports that Shirley is stable, but the knights suspect the incident was no accident. The wounded swordmaster Elgin confirms that the mysterious man rescued the princess, and Gregory realizes he may know exactly who he is. Elgin warns the knights not to underestimate their target. He has never seen power like that, not even from a full squad of elite fighters. Morrison bristles at the insult to the royal knights, but Elgin's warning has already put fear in the room. Gregory refuses to back down and claims their combined strength can win. Confidence is free, which is lucky for him. Elgin shuts that plan down, saying a fight would be a disaster. He will ask the queen to withdraw the charges before the kingdom pays the price. A few days after the disaster, Lucifer and Alice finally roll back toward the city, expecting their hard-earned reward. Alice suddenly senses trouble, and the carriage is stopped before the pair can enjoy a single peaceful minute. A massive bird swoops down on the carriage, but the real surprise is Merlin rushing in and calling for Lucifer and Alice. At the estate, Lady Macefield welcomes them back. Lucifer looks cautious, while Alice is still trying to understand what everyone is hiding. Lady Macefield admits she was once dangerous, but now she just wants to return home. That is a surprisingly wholesome retirement plan. Then Merlin asks Lucifer to escort her, and the friendly reunion starts feeling like another assignment. Lucifer protests because he was promised a reward of 1 million gold, while Alice blurts out the key problem, memory loss. Merlin insists the palace has an urgent matter, but Lucifer only hears that his gold may have vanished. The memory comes flooding back, and Lucifer screams about the reward. Our boy can survive monsters, but not missing money. As their ship nears shore, Alice looks completely drained while Lucifer tries to keep the trip moving. Inside, Lucifer complains about being ignored, while Alice gives him the kind of stare that ends royal tantrums fast. Our boy wants attention, Alice wants peace and quiet. Neither's getting it today. The ship finally reaches a small fishing village, where Lucifer has clearly come to inspect something important. The calm coastline feels a little too quiet for a normal visit. Before they can settle in, a distant scream cuts through the village and snaps everyone to attention. Lucifer and Alice rush toward the noise, finding barricaded villagers who fear the same magic that recently killed an alchemist. The danger is real. An armored attacker storms into the village, while terrified locals beg their family to run. This is no random thug either. He arrives like he owns the place. The attacker boasts that he is the strongest being here and charges straight at the villagers with a vicious grin. Then Alice steps in. Her ice magic erupts across the ground, stopping the charge with one massive frozen blast. Alice plants herself between the attacker and the villagers, making it clear that nobody gets past the hero. A blue-skinned brute is already cornering the villagers, and Alice tells him to back away before the ice gets involved. The terrified villagers recognize Alice as an adventurer and beg her to save them from the monster. Shigolo grins and reveals that alchemy has made him stronger. He is clearly enjoying his own sales pitch way too much. Alice decides to take him herself, while Lucifer hangs back to cheer her on like this is a very dangerous sports match. She rushes in with her sword, but Gigolo blots the first strike with his altered body. Gigolo smugly claims she was aiming for his eyes, then mocks her for being too slow. Alice changes tactics and erupts the ground in ice, trapping the supposedly unstoppable alchemist in a frozen cage. With Gigolo frozen solid, Alice calmly tells him to repent. That is one brutally cold victory lap. But Lucifer notices two thugs trying to flee with a kidnapped girl, and he immediately puts an end to their escape. The shaken girl is safe at last, and Lucifer casually asks whether she wants help getting home. The villagers thank Lucifer's group for saving them, then explain their real problem. The village alchemist vanished after hunting a magical beast. Without that alchemist, this place is basically waiting for the next disaster to kick down the door. The village alchemist quietly admits the missing man has not finished his work, and she wants him dealt with before he returns. Before anyone can settle the argument, a villager panics. The alchemist creations are coming back, and they are not here to apologize. Feral alchemical beasts pour into the village. The captain charges in first, trying to protect the civilians from the stampede. Alice joins the defense without hesitation, throwing up a wall of ice to keep the beasts away from the village. Then a much larger armored monster crashes onto the street. The defenders can handle the small fry, but this thing is a different bill entirely. Alice traps the monster in ice brambles, but its teeth are still clacking through the frost. This beast refuses to take the hint. Lucifer finally steps forward. Seeing the ice spell struggle, our boy decides the villagers have watched enough of this mess. His ice surges into a towering prison around the beast, locking the rampaging monster down before it can hurt anyone else. Just as the fight settles, a blue-haired young man appears. He seems to be the natural adventurer the villagers were talking about. After a spell gets copied, our boy realizes the hit was much stronger than it looked. The white-haired girl gets launched by the backlash, then immediately complains that this is not how anyone should use magic. She calls him auntie anyway, so the rescue comes with a little extra disrespect. At the village, the locals gratefully welcome the new adventurers and offer to save them. Lucifer finds the group is still stuck with the boring final boss of travel. Not enough rooms. The innkeeper explains that this is a tiny village, and even the guests need somewhere to sleep. Room negotiations become a full party crisis as everyone starts lobbying for the least awkward sleeping arrangement. Nobody wants to share, nobody wants the floor, and Alice is clearly not accepting the childish option either. That night, Alice tosses in her sleep as cold mist and ice creep through the room. Lucifer wakes up confused, but the temperature drop is getting hard to ignore. Alice jolts awake and sees the crystals foaming around her. Her power is acting up again. Lucifer tries to calm her down, but Alice knows this was not just a bad dream. She needs a moment alone. Connie cannot let her father face danger alone, so she swallows her pride and decides to beg the other adventurers for help. Before she gets far, a sleepy Alice shows up at Merlin's door, looking like she has lost a fight with bedtime. Alice admits she cannot sleep, and Merlin quickly realizes this is not just ordinary restlessness. Alice says the crystal's magic has failed again. Merlin knows those violent surges have been happening more often lately. Merlin asks whether Alice has ever forced the crystal's power. He warns that pushing it too hard could turn her into a human-dragon hybrid. Alice calls him a freak, but Merlin calmly offers the simplest cure. They sleep together tonight. Smooth recovery, our boy. The awkward distance does not last. Merlin pulls Alice close, and the raging frost magic finally settles down. Alice is flustered, but she cannot deny it. Merlin is warm, and the dangerous crystal is finally quiet. Then someone knocks. Alice and Merlin freeze in bed as their private little magic treatment gets interrupted. It is Connie. She asks Merlin to save her father, a pirate trapped by the very island they are staying on. Merlin refuses at first, saying rescue work is troublesome and not profitable. Connie immediately admits she has no money to pay him. Connie offers the only bargain she has. Rescue her father first, then she will do anything Merlin asks. Alice is absolutely not amused. A shaken young woman begs Lucifer not to let her go, and our boy looks completely blindsided by the sudden closeness. He tries to stay calm, but this is not exactly the kind of crisis training prepares you for. Lucifer gently steadies her and realizes she is scared of being left alone, not trying to start a fight. The mention of Merlin makes him pause, because there is clearly more trouble hiding under this blanket. Alice watches the exchange quietly while the girl finally thanks Lucifer. His awkward concern has actually reached her. Once everyone settles down, Lucifer lies awake, replaying every embarrassing word like his brain has chosen violence. Morning arrives with a carriage and a familiar church escort. Alice is awake, Lucifer is exhausted, and peace lasts about 5 seconds. The group heads out as a huge presence passes overhead. Even Alice can only stare and ask what that thing is. It is a massive church airship, carrying the white whale, the church's crystallized magical siege weapon. Subtle, this crew's not. Then a black-haired man in blue steps from the carriage and greets Lucifer like an old friend. The surprise is mutual. The newcomer introduces himself as a war god and offers to bring Lucifer along. That casual invitation just made the journey much bigger. Lucifer's ship is chasing down a suspicious alchemist, but the captain admits the target is tied to a very shady research project. The alchemist was kicked out for inhumane experiments, then quietly hired by the Holy Foundation. Naturally, that sounds completely normal. Alice stiffens when the crew realizes the ship is headed toward a dark adventurer cult's hidden operation. Before they can argue further, something slams into the ship and sends the whole deck into chaos. A gigantic whale-like monster rises beside the vessel, turning their quiet voyage into a floating disaster movie. The captain can only call it a monster as its enormous body blocks the sky. Lucifer watches the crew panic, grabs his sword, and decides it is time to go slap a fish. Our boy is far too confident for a man facing a flying whale, which is exactly why this might work. As Alice focuses on protecting the ship, another passenger boasts that a genius can handle anything. The monster disagrees. Lucifer admits he was only able to dodge the attack. If the ship takes another hit, they could be stranded at sea. Back at the palace, Merlin suddenly misses Lucifer, while someone else's treasure takes a dramatic beating. Bad timing all around. A massive shadow creature bursts from the sea and starts stalking the ship. Those glowing red eyes are not here for a friendly swim. The crew hurls fireballs at it, but the blasts barely slow the monster as waves crash across the deck. The ship's captain realizes normal attacks are useless and orders a magic cannon prepared. When a sea monster ignores fireballs, apparently the answer is a much bigger fireball. The captain fires, and the cannon unleashes a blinding golden beam straight into the beast. For one glorious second, the blast looks like it has erased the whole problem. The crew celebrates the apparent win, while the captain smugly imagines reporting this to the old fart commander. Then the monster rises again, now looking far nastier. Alice recognizes it as an alchemy beast, and its roar kills the victory lap instantly. Before anyone can regroup, the beast lashes out at the ship. The cannon bought them time, but not safety. The sea monster suddenly gets sliced clean in half, leaving Alice stunned and Lucifer looking far too calm. T-Clang 2 is getting bored. Apparently boredom is a valid reason to cut a monster and a ship in half. Alice immediately points out the obvious problem. That attack also split their ship, and they are now stranded. Lucifer leaves the cleanup to the others, then the wrecked ship crashes through the waves towards safety. The crew reaches land, and Alice cools down after learning the captain managed to hold the damaged ship together with ice. The dark-haired alchemist celebrates like a man reborn. After that disaster, touching solid ground feels like a miracle. He even brags that the mission was easy for a genius who applies himself. The dramatic sky clearly agrees with him. The group cannot relax yet. Alice pushes everyone to move quickly, worried they might have to spend the night outdoors. Inside a stone passage, Lucifer notices something strange. There have been no monsters since they landed. Then the silence breaks. A huge roar echoes through the tunnel, and the group realizes something is heading straight for them. Lucifer asks how many creatures are coming. The alchemist only smirks, already convinced he can handle whatever appears. Inside the dungeon, a dark-haired mage calmly swats away a pack of shadowy pests with a blazing spell. He is clearly not impressed. The tiny monsters pick the wrong hallway to act tough in. Green magic seals off the swarm while fire cleans up the rest, leaving the group with a very suspiciously quiet corridor. Lucifer watches the darkness and realizes this place is testing more than strength. Something is pushing the party deeper. Alice and Merlin stay close, but Lucifer's wary look says he expects the next problem any second. Elsewhere, Baron Johnson grins over a bubbling purple concoction and vows to end the society he hates. That is never a reassuring hobby. Back in the dungeon, the group freezes as an awful feeling settles in. Lucifer thinks the monsters they defeated may have been bait. Before anyone can regroup, the floor gives way beneath them. Alice is swept into a flood of chat, and Lucifer lunges after her as the whole passage turns into a watery death trap. They reach a lower chamber, only to find water rats massing around them. Lucifer orders everyone to stay alert because the real target is still missing. Then the ambush finally shows itself. A huge skeletal creature rises behind Alice's party, turning their escape into another fight. Alice heads deeper into the dark with Cecilia, and the tunnel sounds like it is breathing around them. That is never a comforting sign, not once. A huge crystal-covered beast crawls out of the shadows. Cecilia freezes while Alice stares it down and tells her to move first. The monster suddenly produces a glowing crystal, and Alice realizes this thing is carrying a serious magical surprise. Before they can regroup, the beast launches itself through the cavern and comes straight for Alice. Alice calls for Cecilia's shield, then fires back with ice magic. The crystal beast gets blasted hard, but this fight is clearly not normal. Elsewhere, a dark-haired magician enters a hidden coliseum and meets a red-haired man known as the Genius Magician. The stranger claims this arena is his stage and calls it an eternal resting place. Very welcoming atmosphere. The red-haired magician wastes no time, unleashing a barrage of blue magic at the intruder. Then the arena answers with a massive golden crystal beast, turning their tense meeting into a full-on monster trial. Inside the arena, a smug beast master sends a huge mammoth charging at the Blue World fighter. He expected a simple magic stone bullet to handle it, but that plan bounces right off. The show-off proudly unveils his real lineup, the two-headed Lion King and the Great Mammoth. Apparently losing once only made this man bring a whole zoo. Both beasts pile on at once, and the fighter is forced backward. The beast master grins, convinced these monsters have ruined plenty of stronger opponents before. Then our blue-robed fighter finally changes gears and unleashes a thousand-layered tsunami. A wall of water tears through the arena and slams straight into the beasts. The watery blast launches both monsters skyward in one clean hit. For a second, it looks like the fight is already over. But the mammoth is still moving, and the fighter realizes his magic was not enough. The beast master throws up a glowing defensive barrier, refusing to let his prized pet go down easily. The Beastmaster laughs off the hit, boasting that his babies can endure far more than this. His confidence is doing most of the lifting right now. Then Lucifer appears, calm and seated like he owns the place. The monsters freeze, while he coldly asks, "Who dared let loose beast this troublesome?" Lucifer steps up expecting his reward, but the tense arena mood says this little victory lap is about to become a problem. The dark-haired fighter refuses to accept defeat, while the red-haired commander watches from above with a seriously smug expression. Apparently, losing gracefully was not included in the training manual. Lucifer realizes this is no ordinary scuffle and declares it a personal battle, charging forward with total confidence. The red-haired commander finally makes a move, summoning a hulking blue-winged monster to crush the fighters in one strike. Alice gets blasted backward by the creature's speed, grimacing as she realizes his opponent is far stronger than expected. Instead of backing down, Alice raises her weapon and calls for celestial support. The whole battlefield lights up around her. The monster fires a swirling blast straight at Alice, and the impact throws her through a storm of blue magic. Lucifer sees Alice overwhelmed and drops his smug act fast. He knows she cannot take another hit alone. And Alice's eye flashes gold as celestial energy surges around her. The monster has pushed the hero into a whole new gear. The church sends in its white whale, a flying siege monster so huge that Alice looks tiny beneath it. Alice steers it down as blue magic tears open the sky. Casual monster hunting, apparently. The whale coils overhead like a living fortress, but Alice is more annoyed than intimidated by its dramatic entrance. A dark-haired spellcaster throws summoned beasts into the fight, forcing the church weapon into a straight-up brawl. Then Alice piles on with a rain of ice, boxing the beast in, while the summons keep it busy. Lucifer watches the attack build and realizes the magic is mixing wind, lightning, and ice at once. That combination should not work, which is usually when this crew starts making it work. The dark-haired caster grimaces as the spell reaches its limit, but refuses to back down while the pressure keeps rising. The storm finally detonates, blasting the white whale through a roaring wall of lightning and wind. When the light clears, even Lucifer is stunned. The impossible spell has actually brought the siege beast down. Inside the ruined arena, a battered black-haired fighter faces a red-haired mage who clearly thinks this match is already over. The mage brags that his spell can make him absurdly powerful. Humility did not survive the warm-up. The injured fighter cannot even draw on magic energy, while the mage laughs and calls this his strongest spell. A crack spreads over the fighter's body, and the monster behind him keeps closing in. Then Lucifer walks in, sword ready, and declares that the children's playtime is over. Our boy has apparently decided this arena needs adult supervision. Lucifer launches forward in a flash, cutting straight to the chaos before anyone can react. But the shadowy beast fires back with a swirling blast of blue power, and the whole arena turns into a magical blender. Alice joins the fight from above, unleashing a crescent barrage with ice-cold focus in her eyes. Her attack crashes down as a towering blue beam, blasting the monster hard enough to make even it look stunned. The red-haired mage panics as he realizes these fighters know exactly which monsters he's summoned and how dangerous they are. Lucifer has seen the two-headed Lion King and Mammoth before, so the mystery army just lost its surprise factor. With his blade raised, Lucifer makes it clear that this is his territory. The Demon King is done letting intruders set the rules. Alice's magic finally returns, but she still looks shaken as the strange night finally lets her breathe. At the arena, Lucifer steps in with his sword ready, while the red-haired challenger sizes up our boy like easy prey. Calling the Demon King a black iron adventurer is a bold career choice. The challenger refuses to believe Lucifer is the first Demon King, mocking him for looking far too ordinary for the title. Lucifer stays calm, but his glare says this debate is about to become a practical demonstration. The redhead is completely distracted by Alice, imagining her as the perfect bride while Lucifer watches this nonsense unfold. Asmodeus fumes that a mere black iron adventurer defeated his alchemy beast, then demands Lucifer pay for the humiliation. His face twists with rage as he threatens to make Lucifer regret winning. Lucifer asks what scam Asmodeus is running, and that tiny question makes the redhead explode with laughter. Asmodeus insists Lucifer has no idea who he is dealing with. The argument somehow swerves into Asmodeus protesting that he is a man, while nobody nearby seems convinced. Lucifer decides to end the circus and raises his blade, but Asmodeus answers by unleashing a huge charging beast. Before the clash can land, a coffin drops into the arena wrapped in violent purple magic. Even Asmodeus loses his smugness. Lucifer senses an ominous presence, and an eerie sound begins leaking from inside the coffin. A horned winged woman steps out of the shadows, and the nearby mage instantly recognizes that terrifying face. She lifts both arms and calmly begins charging an enormous spell. Lucifer watches her with the kind of concern that means this is definitely not a normal reunion. The attack detonates across the ground in a violent purple blast, cracking the arena wide open. Lucifer realizes the monster's strength is real, then orders everyone to move before the next strike lands. Our boy charges in anyway, because apparently self-preservation missed the invitation. The winged fighter surges back into the air, furious that Lucifer can stand against her at all. She unleashes a blue-white ice barrage, turning the battlefields into a frozen death trap. Lucifer braces against the endless ice wave, but even he admits he cannot keep this up forever. Away from the fight, a worried captain checks on the women and is told to protect Lady Cecilia first. Then the captain remembers the potion he found and rushes to retrieve it. The green potion bears an ominous red emblem. One look at that mark leaves the captain staring in shock, convinced it is connected to the mysterious lady. Lucifer and Alice open with a brutal exchange, ice blades and sword strikes tearing across the battlefield. Neither side is easing up, because this is clearly not a friendly sparring session. Alice drives another sharp attack forward, but Lucifer keeps slipping past it with irritating confidence. The real problem is the alchemy beast. It recovers instantly, and its side boasts that no attack can defeat it. That is a very bold sales pitch for something currently being used as a punching bag. Its red-haired controller watches closely as Lucifer realizes this monster is supposed to be their strongest creation. Lucifer answers with a massive swirling blast, dismissing the supposedly invincible weapon as pathetic. The vortex swallows the beast in a blinding surge, then launches a devastating strike across the ground. The impact erupts beyond the trees, big enough for everyone nearby to stop and stare. The controller can only gape as the entire landscape looks like it has been carved apart by the blast. Lucifer refuses to back down, while the controller desperately insists the strongest creation cannot have been destroyed. Then the beast appears again, barely reduced to ashes at all, and his creator is suddenly laughing far too hard. A flying alchemy beast drops into the arena, introduced as its creator's strongest masterpiece. Lucifer just looks up like this is a mildly annoying weather report. The creature comes in hard, but our boy calmly sizes up the threat instead of backing away. Lucifer enters with one sharp sword strike and smashes the beast into the ground. That dramatic entrance lasted about as long as a free trial. Rather than finish it, Lucifer starts treating the monster like a punching bag, testing how much punishment it can take. The beast keeps getting back up, and Lucifer admits he is getting bored. That is never a comforting sentence from the Demon King. One more brutal impact shakes the battlefield, leaving the onlookers stunned by the sheer force of Lucifer's attack. The creature's dark energy twists back together, proving its creator was not bluffing about an immortal body. Lucifer immediately cuts through the swirling power anyway, refusing to let regeneration control the fight. The creator panics because the alchemy core was supposed to split into tiny fragments and rebuild the beast forever. Lucifer sliced it cleanly before that could happen, then reminds everyone exactly who he is, the first Demon King. Lucifer has the red-haired foe completely cornered, but he still looks rattled as he demands mercy instead of celebrating. Our boy may have the sword, but this victory is doing absolutely nothing for his nerves. The aftermath gets stranger when the fallen figure stirs and the whole crowd begins reacting to the chaos around them. Whatever Alice did, it seems to have brought people back from something far worse than a normal defeat. Back with the group, they admit the enemy was absurdly strong, and Sir Merlin had to step in before things got ugly. Apparently, the local monster problem comes with a very aggressive customer service policy. Lucifer confesses he never truly finished the fight, while Alice points out that he still wiped out an entire demon force in one blow. The team is relieved, but Lucifer knows their luck will not last forever. As they head back toward the demon palace, the group realizes Alice may be the key to understanding what just happened. Elsewhere, the red-haired demon rallies a furious crowd, seething that one human managed to ruin their plans. Rather than accept the loss, the enemy starts setting up a much bigger confrontation. A huge stage is prepared under a spotlight, because apparently the next disaster needs proper production values. Then, the red-haired woman makes her entrance with a cheerful greeting, turning the looming threat into a full-on show. Master Asmodeus opens by promising a passionate dance for his followers, soaking up the attention like this is a one-man arena tour. Then a bespectacled admirer barges in and proposes on the spot. He has apparently spent years preparing for this very public disaster. Asmodeus calmly points out one tiny problem. He is male. The admirer launches himself away in sheer disbelief. The rejected toymaker returns with an alchemy dragon, boasting that it is built from the same ingredients as Asmodeus' own powerful beasts. Asmodeus does not panic. He sweeps aside the disguise, steps into the spotlight, and tells the inventor his toy is stronger than before. The dragon charges, but Asmodeus meets it head-on with a graceful counter. This is less a fight now, and more a brutal stage review. One devastating strike sends a massive alchemy dragon crashing down. Its creator can only stare as his masterpiece comes apart. Asmodeus explains that raw strength is useless against spiritual attacks, especially when a beast is controlled by a weak spirit. With the crowd still roaring, Asmodeus turns his fury on the human intruder and promises the performance is far from over. The day after the dragon fight, a ship carries the exhausted survivors onward, while Alice is still out cold below deck. Alice finally wakes up disoriented and immediately looks for Lucifer, while our boy tries to act like this is all perfectly normal. That performance lasts about 5 seconds. Alice is starving, so Lucifer feeds her first before she can work herself into another dramatic spiral. She calls him a damned demon, eats anyway, and then admits she was terrified he might have died. Lucifer shrugs it off, but Alice's face makes it clear that scare hit harder than she wants to admit. Lucifer explains that escaping was not simple. He used the dragon's power to survive, and now that power is sitting inside him. Alice spots a strange change in him and realizes the dragon's scales and power are no longer just trophies from the battle. To truly control that crystallized dragon power, Lucifer says he needs the greatest power possible, and he gives himself only 3 months. Alice cannot believe he is talking about months like it is nothing. She knows the power could swallow him before then. Lucifer tells her to rest, but Alice hides under the blanket and demands that they spend those 3 months together. For a patient, she is remarkably good at issuing orders. Before either of them can settle the argument, Captain Dennis arrives with urgent news and says there are things Lucifer needs to confirm. Alice finds the pendant she dropped, and the old captain recognizes it immediately. His reaction says this tiny trinket comes with a very large family problem. The captain explains that a demon prince once broke into the kingdom, kidnapped its princess, and vanished into legend. Naturally, the royal family handled this disaster with the usual amount of secrecy and zero emotional stability. The old fart remembers the nation turning on the missing princess, while the prince who took her was feared as a ruthless monster. Then Alice realizes the pendant may connect her to that vanished princess, and the captain starts questioning whether her mother could be the missing royal. Before Alice can chase the mystery further, her father returns. She calmly promises to send him reports, while Lucifer looks ready to explode. Lucifer has spent 3 hard years training, but his father warns him that becoming strong enough for his real goal will take far more than stubbornness. Our boy is not backing down. He wants the fastest route to power, even if it means turning every day into a nightmare workout. Lucifer casually handles a massive training weight, and his father can only stare. The kid is getting ridiculous. When Lucifer lifts himself with magic, he finally understands it. All that grinding has uncovered a frighteningly natural talent. Inside Great Britain's royal palace, the queen hears that her son's sword training has gone badly. The sword master bluntly doubts whether Lucifer is fit to rule, while his mother tries to shield him from the humiliation. She asks for patience, but the pressure on the young prince is already crushing. Lucifer admits he has never fought anyone and fears he is simply not good enough. That confidence has left the building. Then, a report reveals the swordmaster's incredible record, making Lucifer's failure look even more suspiciously convenient. The queen stops treating this as a training setback and calls for Franklin, clearly ready to make a move. Her advisor recommends removing anyone powerful enough to threaten the empire, and the queen listens with a chilling smile. A sealed box suddenly reveals a snarling demonic presence, hinting that an old grudge is about to become a weapon. The queen quietly orders the next step, while her official realizes this is no longer ordinary palace politics. As talk turns to a resurrection ritual, the queen decides that if Lucifer cannot rise on his own, she will force fate's hand. Lucifer casually calls Alice his maid, and her stunned glare makes it clear he has chosen violence with his vocabulary. The red-haired bystander enjoys every second of it. Naturally, Lucifer has no idea why everyone is upset. Alice answers the insult with flying kick energy, launching straight at Lucifer while the room watches the chaos unfold. Before that argument can settle, a massive silver-haired man storms through the doorway and instantly changes the mood. This is less an entrance and more a structural integrity test for the house. The newcomer proudly announces that Daddy's home, then ignores every confused stare to focus on his beloved family. Even the woman trying to read nearby looks like she has survived this exact spectacle before. He scoops Alice into a fierce hug, delighted that his daughter still loves her dad. Lucifer watches closely, because this affectionate mountain of a man is clearly not here for small talk. The silver-haired father starts sorting out the family connections and treats Lucifer like he already belongs in the picture. Lucifer's face says he would very much like to file an appeal. Lucifer tries to push back, but Alice's father only gets more animated, praising him like a future son-in-law he has already approved. Lucifer finally understands the danger. This family does not listen once it has decided who he is to Alice. He forces a smile, but the ominous aura behind him promises this awkward reunion is not over. Inside the guild arena, a gray-haired martial artist opens the day by coming straight at an elderly master. The old man blocks every heavy strike with calm precision, while his challenger refuses to back down. This is less a warm-up, and more complaint filed through fists. Then the gray-haired fighter unleashes a huge energy slash, finally forcing the master to take the attack seriously. The counter comes fast, and the older master neatly exposes the gap in his opponent's guard. Afterward, the master admits the fighter has improved, but says his martial arts still need work. The gray-haired man takes the criticism with a stubborn grin. As the group breaks up, the gray-haired fighter becomes fascinated by Alice, and decides he has to see what she can really do. Lucifer gets pulled into the conversation, and the challenge suddenly sounds a lot more personal than ordinary training. Our boy makes his goal clear. He came to challenge Merlin. The others immediately wonder whether he has any idea what he is starting. Lucifer accepts the risk anyway, ready to prove himself. The sparring lesson is over, but the real test is clearly lining up next. Lucifer steps up with his sword, while the blue-haired martial artist warns that newcomers should stay out of this. The warning lasts about 2 seconds. Lucifer fires in first, and the fighter gets blasted backward by the opening exchange. Instead of folding, the martial artist digs in and studies Lucifer's moves with a hard, focused stare. Then Cart tightens his stance and powers up, announcing that he will not stop until Lucifer is truly shaken. For a sparring match, everybody is treating the grass like it owes them money. Core unleashes a lightning-fast movement technique, turning the entire field into a crackling blue death trap. The attack detonates with enough force to make the nearby onlookers freeze, but Lucifer is still standing in its path. Lucifer raises his sword for the answer, while Carr realizes his opponent may be hiding far more than raw strength. Lucifer jolts awake after 6 months unconscious, with an old master calmly waiting beside his bed. Our boy's completely rattled, while the old man looks far too pleased with himself. The master reminds Lucifer how much punishment he survived during training, and Lucifer is not thrilled to hear the details. There is no time to recover in peace. The adventurers' tournament is about to begin, and Lucifer has to get moving. Outside, Alice arrives as Lucifer meets a lively blue-haired noblewoman who immediately focuses all her attention on him. The blue-haired woman shows up dressed to impress, then demands to know why Lucifer called her ugly. Lucifer freezes because this conversation is already becoming a boss fight. Her complaint turns into a full-speed pounce. Lucifer barely has time to protest before she crashes into him. Alice tries to escape the awkwardness, but the newcomer clings to Lucifer and makes her interest painfully obvious. A hooded guildmaster strolls into town looking far too pleased with the trouble about to start. The guildmaster laughs off the formalities and reveals the real reason for visiting. A sword is wanted. The suited man stays calm, but his narrowed eyes say this demand has crossed a line. Then the red-haired adventurer barges in with a weapon, ready to turn this awkward meeting into a hostage situation. The suited Demon King realizes the plan is spiraling fast. Threatening someone this dangerous was never going to stay simple. A towering blast of blue magic erupts through the street, swallowing the attackers before they can enjoy their big entrance. Apparently, subtle conflict resolution was not on the agenda. As the magic tears across the town, the Demon King coolly moves on to the next phase of his scheme. Elsewhere, Alice has trained herself into pure frustration and snaps at Lucifer for still not letting her go home. Lucifer keeps his cool, telling her they still have time, and he needs to think through their next move. Alice insists that non-stop training has to mean something. She wants to become stronger, not just run in circles. Back at the inn, the red-haired adventurer shares what he knows about a fearsome Demon King, leaving Lucifer quietly interested. Our boy hears the clue and starts wondering whether this is the strength he has been looking for. Rossetti reports that Palmer is no ordinary monster. The guy has ruled this dangerous place for 300 years, so this is not a quick hunt. Even the demon realm has workplace rumors, and this one comes with fireballs. Lucifer learns Palmer's spear is a holy weapon that may have been forged specifically to pierce a Demon King. That puts every failed attempt to investigate Palmer in a much uglier light. Rossetti shifts the conversation to the inner Tang crystal, an inheritance that can elevate a demon's power far beyond the usual rank. Lucifer listens carefully, because the crystal is tied directly to the blood pool he cannot fill. Rossetti explains that finding a way to feed the blood pool is nearly impossible while an inner demon blocks the path. Lucifer finally gets the answer he needed. That inner monster is hiding inside him. Elsewhere, Alice arrives with the other guests after everyone is abruptly summoned for a special meeting. She gets welcomed with a grab before anyone bothers explaining the emergency. Very professional. The crowd worries that Merlin and Lucifer never return, but Alice immediately pushes back against the panic. The meeting is called because an emergency report from the demon realm has reached the whole group. The leaders decide their target is Palmer, and they prepare to cross into the demon realm's outer territory. With Lucifer's problem still unresolved, the rescue mission becomes their next move. Alice quietly leaves the castle, saying she needs time alone to find the answer in her own way. Her face is calm, but the clenched hand gives away how serious this decision really is. Out in the rain, Alice rejects the idea that she exists just to clean up everyone else's mess. She heads out alone, determined to prove she can settle this on her own terms. Back at the castle, Lucifer learns Alice has gone toward the Castle Mountains, and the mood turns sharp fast. Of course, the hero picks the one destination that sounds like a boss battle waiting room. The stormy Castle Mountains are already crawling with demonic energy, and something enormous is gathering there. A crimson ritual circle erupts, but the watcher is annoyed instead of impressed because the expected magical power never appears. Then a terrifying red presence rises from the ritual anyway, proving this was never a harmless stunt. Alice feels the crushing pressure instantly and realizes this monster is almost on the level of a grand demon. Even so, she refuses to wait for help and moves to confront it herself. Alice draws her weapon with a furious glare and charges straight into the threat, refusing to let it terrorize anyone else. A forbidden magic zone looms ahead, soaked in enough wild energy to make this mountain feel seriously cursed. Carl charges in anyway, lightning snapping around him as he closes on the source. Carl unleashes his thunderclap wrestling technique and blasts straight through the rocky pass. The crew can barely follow his speed, and that is usually when trouble clops in. A sudden impact stops Carl cold. His lightning senses an ambush, but the attacker stays hidden in the smoke. The masked monster finally steps out, amused by Carl's confidence and completely unfazed by the lightning. It has the posture of a final boss who skipped the warm-up. Carl recognizes the nightmare as a demon chimera, and its huge tentacled body proves this is no ordinary ambush. The chimera fires a massive lightning strike, and Carl answers with his own crackling charge instead of backing down. Carl coolly counts the hidden enemies and notices something stranger. They smell like young women. The red-coated woman watches the fight with a sly smile while her companions realize this place is crawling with threats. Then, a red-haired spearfighter lands before the group and welcomes everyone to the battlefield. She announces that only suitable blades can face the coming danger, and her people immediately move to prove it. Her squad dies into action, cutting through the air and turning the standoff into a full-on brawl. Kari introduces himself, like he owns the mountain, then lights up the battlefield with a very loud show of force. He's clearly here to make an entrance. Subtlety did not get an invitation. Kari unleashes a massive blast, sending the group flying and proving his threat is not just hot air. As the others scramble, Alice steps into the fight herself, calm enough to make Kari look suddenly less comfortable. Kari charges Alice head-on, calling her a monster after seeing how quickly she handles his attacks. Alice rejects the label, but her cold stare says she's done being treated like easy prey. Kari keeps pressing with a storm of strikes, bragging that he has trapped tougher opponents than her before. Unfortunately for him, Alice is not reacting like someone who plans to stay trapped. Alice cuts through the pressure with a barrage of glowing slashes, and Kari finally admits the attack is not bad. Alice pushes her power further and demands Kari hand it over, while Lucifer rushes in hoping she does not lose control. High in the frozen mountains, a white-haired pupil asks his teacher what this brutal lesson is for. The answer is simple: survive for 1 month. Apparently, winter training comes with teeth. His first problem arrives fast. A huge white wolf sends him tumbling down the slope before he can even settle in. The pupil tries a polite hello, but the wolf answers with a roar and a mouthful of fangs. He bolts through the snow, begging his teacher to save him, while the beast treats this like a very personal dinner reservation. Night falls, and the chase keeps going. The pupil realizes the wolf is still right behind him, no matter where he runs. Meanwhile, Alice watches the ordeal and coolly reminds him that a demon king must prove himself, not wait for rescue. Her warning carries weight. If he cannot command his own power, he will never survive what comes next. Alice recalls the danger clearly. The boy was given the power of a demon king, but that gift could become a disaster in careless hands. Cornered at last, the pupil stops retreating and squares up to the wolf. Fear is still there, but now so is fight. He charges straight at the beast, taking a savage bite to create one opening that is either courage or terrible mountain judgment. As the wolf bears down again, blue power crackles around his hand. The desperate lesson may finally be waking something inside him. In the frozen mountains, Alice is exhausted and cornered while a red-haired warrior calmly tells her it is time to die. She runs through the blizzard, but the huge white wolf closes in fast. There is nowhere left to hide in this snowfield. The wolf catches Alice, and her frightened stare shows she knows this is not just a simple chase. Even the wolf looks like it has been drafted into a very personal family argument. Alice apologizes, but survival wins out. She leaves the wolf behind and keeps moving through the storm. Then a shadowy presence demands her body. Alice refuses flatly, declaring that she will never hand herself over to anyone. Her resistance ignites a floating crystal above her hand. The desperate girl suddenly has a very dramatic answer to possession. Ice erupts around Alice as she transforms into a battle-ready form, her eyes sharp and her sword finally in hand. The red-haired warrior attacks at once, dismissing Alice as a mere new set rank. Watch our girl answer with a wall of ice. He presses through her defenses with relentless purple slashes, but Alice slips inside his attack instead of breaking. Alice fires a sweeping frozen blast that catches him completely off guard. He cannot believe a newcomer can freeze him so easily. The icy strike crashes down like a glacier, finally turning the hunter into the one fighting for his life. The battle ends with a red-haired warrior sealed inside a towering iceberg as Alice gives him one cool farewell. Alice is trapped against a mountain of ice, and her exhausted face makes it clear this freezing prison is draining her fast. Lucifer watches closely, realizing she is burning through every last scrap of strength just to stay standing. Lucifer tells Alice to leave the rest to him. Our boy is done letting his ally carry this fight alone. The timing is heroic. The giant ice wall is less impressed. The frozen barrier suddenly cracks apart, and the violet blast reveals that the enemy has been waiting behind it. Lucifer brushes off the falling ice and calls it trash that should get out of his way. He is very much back in Demon King mode. While Lucifer clears the field, Merlin clashes with a slick church fighter who keeps slipping away behind blue magic. She swings hard, but he turns the fight into a chase before she can finish him. The church fighter admits he cannot beat Merlin head-on, so he makes the sensible villain decision and starts running. He reaches a glowing ritual circle and calls for his father to return, promising the Empire will fall tonight. That purple magic is not a surrender spell. It is a very bad invitation. The summoning answers as a massive shadow rises through the smoke, and Merlin realizes the enemy has unleashed something far more sinister. Merlin comes in swinging, but the towering stranger catches her blade bare-handed like her ambush was a warm-up stretch. The stranger stares at Merlin in disbelief. He remembers her from years ago, and that old recognition hits hard. Merlin is not here for nostalgia. She demands to know who this man is and why he knows her. He casually judges Merlin as weaker than before, then launches her away with a kick. Subtlety has left the chat. Merlin answers with a roaring wave of blue flame, flooding the battlefield with enough firepower to erase the scenery. Through the flames, the stranger finally recognizes Lucifer's voice. He calls him the same weak knight from long ago. Lucifer steps forward and demands answers, asking if this hard-headed survivor is really the legendary spear hero. The spear hero dismisses Lucifer as arrogant and weak. Apparently, reunion etiquette is not his strongest stat. Then he grabs Lucifer and slams him straight into the ground, determined to prove exactly how weak he thinks he is. He unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches, hammering Lucifer into the crater before anyone can interrupt. The final impacts tear through the rock, leaving the battlefield shattered and Lucifer buried under the spear hero's violent welcome. The fight opens with an explosive impact as Lucifer and a hulking long-haired warrior crash into the mountain arena. The warrior hits hard enough to carve out the crater, but Lucifer watches the dust settle without losing his cool. His opponent mocks Lucifer's arrogance, only to get a close-up reminder that the blonde guy is smiling. That is usually not the face you want to see before getting launched across a canyon. Lucifer grabs him and slams him down with brutal speed, turning the challenger into a very unwilling meteor. The warrior finally recognizes him as the demon king who lost his job, but Lucifer calmly says he came here for a reason. Apparently, unemployment has not made our boy any less dangerous. Lucifer raises his sword and gathers a massive blue sphere of power, while distant onlookers realize this is no ordinary duel. The energy erupts into a roaring storm around him, and the long-haired fighter stares up in genuine alarm. Lucifer drives the spinning storm forward like a living blade, forcing his opponent to defend against a wall of blue light. The blast swells into a towering wave, and even the challenger has to admit this sword technique is far beyond his expectations. When the dust clears, the battered fighter cannot understand why Lucifer still has not finished him. Lucifer steps closer and asks the question that matters: who is actually stronger here? With his sword ready, Lucifer calls him Spear Hero and makes it clear that the next move is his. Alice's promotion brings the whole tavern together for drinks, congratulations, and the kind of celebration that gets loud fast. Even the old fart from the church is raising a mug. Miracles really do happen. Alice is glowing with pride. Her hard work finally paid off, and she has officially reached the saint rank. Lucifer and the others pile on the praise, while Alice tries very hard not to look completely thrilled. Then Lucifer casually admits he may be out of work again. Alice's smile drops the second our boy starts talking about finding a new job. Arnold barrels in with roses and a confession for Alice, proudly announcing that he has become a saint-rank adventurer too. He came prepared for romance. Alice looks like she is preparing a weather disaster. Alice's jealousy snaps into raw ice magic, freezing the room's attention and leaving everyone wondering what just happened. Lucifer tries to confront her, but Alice is mortified. She knows the whole room is staring at her like she just caused a public meltdown. Her tears show this is not really about Arnold. She cannot stand the idea of Lucifer slipping away. Before Lucifer can say another word, Alice makes her choice and kisses him in front of everyone. Lucifer is stunned, Arnold is furious, and Alice wears the smug little grin of someone who just solved her problem the direct way. Unfortunately, the icy trouble outside is still coming, so this romantic victory lap may be very short. Alice wakes up drained and confused, still blaming the dragon crystal for knocking her flat. Then she spots the feast. Recovery apparently comes with a 5-star breakfast. Lucifer serves her like this is perfectly normal, while Alice stares at the spread in open disbelief. One bite is enough to wipe out her complaints, and she starts eating with real enthusiasm. Alice loudly declares the food delicious, then gets flustered when Lucifer catches her enjoying it. His calm concern takes the edge off her embarrassment, even if she refuses to admit it. Lucifer tells her there is no need to make a big deal of it, but Alice is already treating breakfast like a life-changing event. The peaceful meal abruptly becomes a disaster when Alice's over-the-top reaction sends food and furniture flying. Lucifer tries to keep control as the room turns into a very expensive food fight. A red-haired regular strolls in with gambling chatter, only to find Lucifer dealing with another ridiculous mess. Even surrounded by chaos, Lucifer keeps playing host while everyone settles into the gathering. As the others talk, Alice quietly realizes Lucifer has been trying to look after everyone all along. For once, the usually prickly hero cannot deny that he seems like a genuinely kind person. Alice's softening mood lasts exactly until a strange pink slime suddenly steals the spotlight. Then an urgent public announcement cuts through the room, and every relaxed face turns alarmed. At the capital, a red-haired noblewoman looks out over the city while the pressure around its defenses keeps building. The concern is not just political. Her guarded expression makes it clear that someone dangerous is waiting behind the scenes. The red-haired man beside her stays quiet, but his blank stare has serious bad news energy. Then the man reveals a crushing blue aura, and even the noblewoman cannot hide her alarm at what she is seeing. Word spreads fast. Alice and the gathered onlookers watch in disbelief as the situation gets dramatically more expensive. A blonde officer in a red uniform finally steps up, throwing his coke aside like he's been waiting all day for this entrance. He is very confident. The cape is basically filing the paperwork for him. The challenger faces the dark-haired opponent across the city wall, and the crowd realizes this argument is about to become a fight. With a smug grin, the blonde officer draws his weapon and commits to ending the threat himself. His attack erupts in a massive blast, swallowing the battlefield in smoke and sending everyone nearby scrambling. As the smoke settles, the crowd erupts in celebration, while the red-haired noblewoman watches with a far more cautious look. Alice opens the chapter with a brutal ice strike, freezing the fight before her opponent can even recover. Then Alice flashes that smug little victory sign. She's clearly enjoying the dramatic entrance. The mood softens when Alice gets flustered over how she is being imagined, while Lucifer looks completely caught off guard. Our boy has survived demons and curses, but awkward romance still hits like a truck. A palace announcement brings more good news, and Alice immediately lights up at the possibility of getting what she wants. But not everyone is celebrating. A fierce new challenger makes it clear that Alice still has someone determined to beat her. Inside the palace, the red-haired knight hears the plan and realizes the situation is far more personal than it first seemed. The room goes quiet as that loyalty starts turning into open resistance. The knight refuses to back down, insisting that the group are Her Majesty's knights and will not abandon that duty. Talk ends fast when the red-haired knight launches forward, forcing the palace dispute into a full physical clash. Even after being warned off, the knight doubles down on one promise. As long as the sword still stands, that loyalty will not break. High in the mountains, Merlin Lucifer is down on the rocks and furious that someone has made her wait. A red blast erupts around her as she promises a very personal lesson in pain. Elsewhere, a self-proclaimed legendary hero is still enjoying his quiet retirement. Naturally, that peace does not last long. Alice Claudia arrives at the training ground with a cool stare and a lot of confidence in her sword work. She does not waste time talking. The first attack comes flying in at full speed. Alice launches a swarm of shining blades at Lucifer, testing whether the Demon King can keep up. Lucifer watches the incoming barrage without panicking. Our boy has seen worse office problems. More blades crash down in a relentless chain. But Alice is grinning now. She is clearly enjoying the challenge. Alice finally commits, rushing straight through her own storm of magic to force Lucifer into close range. Lucifer slips past every strike with almost insulting ease, while Alice admits the attack was not impressive enough. She immediately escalates, sweeping a massive blade wave across the field and refusing to let him breathe. The exchange sends Alice tumbling, but Lucifer realizes she can summon far more blades than he expected. This was not a casual spar after all. She is showing him exactly how dangerous she can become. Back in town, the two cool down as Alice excitedly shares the news about the first Demon King Sword Master. Lucifer finally reaches town, only to find everyone waiting for a hero who was supposed to arrive first. Great start, our boy. The blonde Demon King spots a familiar masked noble, and the man's sudden attention makes this reunion feel anything but casual. Lucifer wants to know why he is here on a Sunday. Apparently even Demon Kings have scheduling complaints. Merlin watches the exchange with sharp suspicion as the masked man explains that something about Lucifer's presence has drawn him in. The mood tightens when the masked noble insists he has finally found Lucifer, while Merlin clearly does not like where this is going. Before anyone can settle the conversation, a blue-haired warrior crashes into the scene with enough force to stop the crowd cold. The newcomer reveals he has been waiting for the Swordmaster, and the masked noble reacts like an old problem, just walk through the gate. Even the bystanders are stunned as this surprise meeting turns into a family-level headache. The masked noble tries to manage the situation, but Merlin steps forward with the look of someone who has already decided talking is optional. The Swordmaster refuses to back down, and Merlin accepts the challenge herself. That polite greeting lasted about 5 seconds. Blue energy and blazing strikes collide as Merlin and the Swordmaster launch straight into a duel, leading everyone else to dodge the fallout. The blue-haired fighter charges in with lightning fists, but his opponent meets him head-on with a blazing counterpunch. This is less of a duel and more of a public property damage demonstration. The fighter suddenly realizes the Black Void has been sucking away his combat aura, leaving everyone stunned. Then the crowd spots Gregory, a royal gold-rank adventurer with a reputation big enough to stop the brawl cold. The crimson-haired woman decides this is not the moment to challenge him and slips away. At the tavern, Gregory calmly reveals he has only been working as a guard while he waits for help from the guild. The old legend has aptly traded grand quests for neighborhood security duty. Lucifer notices Gregory's strange black hole magic, while Gregory laughs that Merlin may soon rise to the very top. Alice explains that Gregory stands at the peak of saint rank, powerful enough for the Emperor to summon during national crises. Lucifer hears all that and still smirks that he could beat the old man in one slash. Confidence is free, thankfully. After Lucifer mocks Alice as a washboard, she snaps, tells him to sleep on the streets, and storms off furious. Alone in the dark streets, Alice meets a smiling blonde stranger who says his master wants to see her. She hesitates, but he insists the legendary Swordmaster himself is waiting. From the shadows, the crimson-haired woman watches Alice approach the old castle and calls it the perfect chance. A lavish estate, Alice arrives to meet the Swordmaster, completely unaware a royal admirer is already waiting. Prince Redbud spots Alice and instantly starts laying the charm on thick. This man treats eye contact like an engagement announcement. He offers flowers and says she feels familiar, while Alice politely tries to work out why this stranger is acting so intense. Then Alice remembers him as the boy she rescued at a harbor years ago. Redbud remembers the rescue as his personal origin story. Redbud calls it fate and asks Alice out, but her frozen stare makes it painfully clear that she does not share his enthusiasm. Elsewhere, Lucifer hears that Alice has been visiting the top tavern with the Swordmaster, and the news immediately catches his attention. Back at the estate, Redbud gets far too close and starts bragging about Alice's looks. He's officially confused flirting with a hostage situation. Alice hears his insulting comment, blushes with rage, and reaches the exact limit of her patience. One brutal kick later, Redbud is launched out of the room. The prince learns that charm is not armor. Lucifer finds Alice shaken outside and offers a hand, while Merlin arrives to check on her. Alice plays it cool, but the palace visit clearly left the mark. A red-haired demon king finally finds her target, and her face says this reunion is going to be extremely unhealthy. She accuses Lucifer of killing someone she loved, then demands to know why he is still standing there alive. Lucifer looks properly rattled. Our boy has clearly walked into a grudge with years of interest attached. Before anyone can settle the argument, she unleashes her magic, grabs Lucifer, and teleports them straight out of the room. The red-haired demon king lands in town frustrated and surrounded by worried locals, but she only wants answers about the Swordmaster. Everyone else wants peace. She brought the kind of energy that makes Windows nervous. She makes her status painfully clear, declaring herself the #1 demon king while her anger keeps boiling over. By the next morning, Lucifer is calmly eating breakfast, while the white-haired companion realizes the Swordmaster has been moving behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the Demon King marches toward the castle with one simple plan: find that man and kill him herself. Then Lucifer finally reveals the next player in this mess. The Swordmaster of Lion is ready to make his move. The group reaches a peaceful town, where Merlin is welcomed like an honored guest while everyone else settles in. Then Merlin casually triggers a huge spell, and the locals realize this is not a normal little demonstration. The magic circle is so oversized that subtlety has clearly left the building. A giant pink dome swells over the area, wrapping the whole scene in Merlin's overwhelming magic. Merlin stands at the center looking completely in control, while the masked challenger panics and begs for a way out. The blonde loudmouth tries to save face with a grand demon king claim, but his sweaty expression ruins the performance. Merlin's patience runs out. Dark energy gathers around her staff as she prepares to make this lesson unforgettable. The crowd begs her to stop before the test gets worse, but Merlin is furious that anyone treated her power like a joke. With a cold grin, Merlin promises to make the arrogant brat pay for pushing her this far. Just before the situation explodes, a cloaked swordsman steps between them and calmly takes control of the standoff. The newcomer introduces himself with dramatic confidence, turning Merlin's one-sided punishment into a brand new challenge. A red-haired challenger storms in swinging, and Lucifer barely gets a second to ask what this walking tantrum wants. The challenger sizes Lucifer up as the real 233rd hero, while Lucifer stays cool enough to make the threat look personal. Then the redhead unleashes a huge blue-black blast and flatly promises to kill him. Very subtle opening move. He keeps pressing forward with a vicious grin, convinced Lucifer has nowhere left to run. But Lucifer slips through the attack again, leaving his opponent stunned and demanding to know how he dodged it. Lucifer finally draws his sword and invites the man to guess what happened. "Our boy is done playing defense." The challenger realizes his technique has been disrupted, and Lucifer calmly stops the blade with a single finger. Lucifer calls the display embarrassing as the attacks explode harmlessly around him. The confidence gap is doing damage too. A hooded elder identifies it as spatial magic, and suddenly the challenger understands he picked a fight far above his level. An old staff-wielding stranger tries to sweet-talk Lucifer into joining him, but our boy shuts that invitation down immediately. The old man does not take rejection well, and that harmless smile starts looking like a problem. The stranger lays down a bet, giving Lucifer 3 chances to cross a line and earn his freedom. Naturally, the bystanders treat this life-or-death argument like free arena entertainment. Lucifer makes his move, bursting forward before the old man can settle into that smug little lecture. But the guildmaster is no harmless grandpa. He reads Lucifer's charge as real killing intent and answers with dark magic. The whole courtyard suddenly feels less like a bet and more like an execution. Black spheres ran around Lucifer as he cuts through the barrage, forcing the old man to realize his target is much faster than expected. Lucifer's aura flares as he presses in, while Alice watches from nearby and calls out the guildmaster for getting carried away. Then Lucifer lands a clean hit and sends the guildmaster flying across the street. So much for the easy little wager. The guildmaster's staff is knocked away, and the crowd erupts as Lucifer proves he is not someone the Assassin's Guild can casually push around. Lucifer wakes up to find Merlin already furious, because our boy has apparently been caught staring where he absolutely should not. One accusation of pervert later, his peaceful morning is officially dead. While Lucifer gets chewed out, the palace receives worse news. Catherine has been captured by the 7th Regiment. The royal order is immediate. Bring the princess back before this mess gets any bigger. The soldiers move in, but Catherine's red-haired defender refuses to fold and draws her weapon. She orders them arrested, even though the odds are looking painfully one-sided. After the clash, the red-haired knight reports that every elite soldier has been gathered here for the operation. That is an awful lot of armor for what began as a family argument. Elsewhere, Catherine wakes in her room and realizes the adults around her have already decided her future. She is not ready to accept it, so the princess starts looking for a way out. Catherine tries pleading directly with her mother, but the queen shuts her down cold. The decision has already been made, and Catherine is left with no easy answer. Her mother watches Catherine leave and quietly orders the guards to keep a close eye on the princess. At Duke of Ree's castle, the reports are bad. Something monstrous is closing in, and the whole place is running on panic and paperwork. Then the threat shows itself. A colossal blue sea beast rising from the dark like the ocean decided it wanted revenge. The Duke realizes this is far beyond an ordinary raid, and his soldiers are nowhere near ready for it. With no easy answer, Duke Geoffrey presses for help. Everyone knows the coming fight could turn ugly fast. Elsewhere, a pink-haired captive waits in a cold cell, shaking but still fighting to understand why she was taken. Her captors have a strange interest in the Demon King, which is never the kind of conversation you want overhearing from behind bars. The captive starts connecting the clues and asks the question everyone has avoided: who exactly is the current Demon King? Before the prison mystery can settle, a small rescue party storms into town, clearly looking for someone important. Alice arrives at full speed and immediately floors one of the men. Subtle diplomacy has officially left the building. Her allies demand answers, but Alice's sudden aggression makes it clear that this rescue is not going according to plan. Inside, the captive finally meets the newcomers. Relief flickers across her face, but the questions around her are only getting bigger. At Lucifer's base, Alice and Merlin question why a Demon King is still working as an adventurer. Our boy looks completely unbothered. Apparently saving the world does not cover rent. Brutal. Then the number drops. Lucifer needs a staggering 700,000. Merlin freezes while Lucifer lounges like this is a normal Tuesday. Alice presses him for an answer, but Lucifer calmly explains that the money is tied to their role as Black Moon adventurers. Merlin's pace says she would like to return this financial problem immediately. Lucifer refuses to back down. If being an adventurer means fighting for the reward, he is taking the job seriously. Merlin is far less thrilled, especially when the church starts treating this like a public execution. Sir Myron, a massive church commander, steps forward and challenges Lucifer to a duel. He's convinced the blonde swordsman is just a small fry. Myron charges with the church army watching, while Lucifer barely moves. Watch how casually he handles this. One clean slap sends Myron flying across the battlefield. The grand duel lasts about as long as a bad first impression. The soldiers stare in disbelief as Myron collapses. Lucifer has made his point. Black Moon's adventurer is nowhere near ordinary. Lucifer arrives at the castle to find Princess Michelle already rattled, while the adults argue over how badly the situation is spiraling. Michelle admits she has been under pressure, and Lucifer tries to ease her nerve with a calm apology. Our boy is doing customer service in a royal crisis. At dinner, Michelle cannot shake the feeling that somebody's been watching her. Even a simple meal's been watching her. Even a simple meal starts looking suspicious when fear takes the seat beside you. The white-haired knight reassures the princess that she will be protected, but Michelle's worried stare shows that reassurance is not enough. Duke of Wales quietly confirms the ugly truth. Michelle has sensed danger for a while, and an enemy may really be closing in. The Duke orders everyone to stay alert, warning that the attacker could strike at any moment. Nobody is pretending this is a harmless scare anymore. Then the castle floor trembles. Lucifer looks up as a sudden blast tears through the night, proving Michelle's fear was dead on. An explosion erupts outside, and the group rushes into action. The stalker has stopped hiding, and this royal visit just became a battlefield. A church commander drops in with a death threat, and Alice instantly realizes this is no ordinary rescue mission. He charges straight at her because apparently diplomacy was never on the menu. Alice fires back with a huge blast of ice magic, forcing the commander to brace against a frozen wall of power. But his calm reaction makes it clear that her opening attack did not finish the problem. The commander accuses her side of the trail and promises to show them what a saint-ranked knight can really do. His blade lights up as the fight suddenly jumps from dangerous to completely unfair. Then Third Knight Dexter arrives, calling them traitors and demanding payment for their lives. With another elite knight on the field, Alice and Lucifer are being boxed in from every direction. Alice sees the danger cozying around Lucifer and refuses to let him carry this alone. She tells him to stay calm even while she steps forward to face a nightmare-level opponent. Dexter raises his weapon and swings down with enough force to erase the ground beneath them. Lucifer stops the massive strike with one finger, leaving both knights staring like their rulebook just caught fire. Then he asks Alice why she thinks she is to shoulder every burden by herself. Lucifer squares up against the church commander while Merlin watches the clash with worried focus. The commander decides Lucifer is too dangerous to play with and powers up for a crushing strike. This old fart has apparently mistaken a duel for a natural disaster. A brutal blow tears to the ground, but Lucifer slips away before the impact can catch him. The commander unleashes an enormous column of power, betting everything on finally pinning Lucifer down. Merlin is told to run as the attack races across the battlefield, but Lucifer stays between her and the danger. Even battered, the commander keeps pressing forward, convinced his full force can finish Lucifer at last. Lucifer notices the real problem. More church forces are closing in around them. This was never meant to be a fair fight. Before the church can swarm him, Alice storms into the scene and turns the pressure straight back on them. Elsewhere, two armed observers realize there are more powerful players on this battlefield than they expected. Under the night sky, Alice squares up to Sir Myron, and neither of them looks interested in the peaceful chat. Myron rushes her from above, but Alice meets him head-on with a clean ice-powered counter. For first exchange, they are already treating the rooftop like a demolition permit. The armored knight is visibly stunned when Alice shuts down his attack, then she launches straight back into the fight. Myron presses forward with a barrage of golden strikes, trying to overwhelm Alice before her magic can build momentum. Alice answers with a roaring ice vortex, blasting him through the swirling frost and finally forcing him to react. Myron fires back with a massive beam, and Alice can barely believe he is keeping pace with her speed. With his huge sword drawn, Myron hardens his resolve. He is done testing her and ready to end this. A blazing follow-up crashes into Alice's defense, turning their duel into a full-on clash of raw power. Alice gathers a towering blade of ice and sends it down with enough force to split the battlefield. The finishing strike tears through the air, and both fighters realize this exchange has gone way beyond a simple contest. Then a purple-robed figure steps into the chaos. Alice freezes in shock because this newcomer clearly knows more than she should. Alice realizes this purple-haired magician is not attacking directly. She is using a projection to turn Alice's own magic against her. The magician opens a warped transport field, and Alice is pulled into a crimson illusion before she can react. Apparently normal battlefield rules were too boring today. A huge serpent bursts from the false world and hammers Alice around. She can tell the beast is an illusion, but it still hurts like the real thing. The magician calmly squeezes the trap tighter, trying to drain Alice's magical strength until she cannot fight back. Then Lucifer steps into the nightmare and sees Alice in trouble. Our boy does not waste time asking for a safety briefing. Lucifer charges straight through the serpent's assault, putting himself between Alice and the illusion's crushing jaws. The magician insists her spell should be untouchable, but Lucifer has already figured out the trick. He only needs one clean opening. With one fast sword swing, Lucifer breaks the magician's control and frees Alice from the trap. Alice is shaken but safe. Lucifer plays it cool, then leaves her with a warning that only a few people can truly handle dragon-level power. Lucifer returns to find Alice back on her feet, and she is clearly relieved to see him again. Our boy barely gets to the door before the reunion starts getting clingy. Alice is still recovering, but she insists she is tougher than she looks and wants to keep moving. Elsewhere, the palace mood turns ugly when a horned woman learns that the guards and attendants are all gone. She heads toward the underground cells, where this family problem has been festering in the dark. In the dungeon, Isabella waits behind bars with a calm that feels far more dangerous than panic. Her visitor recognizes her as an older sister, but there is no warmth left in that reunion. The horned sister presses Isabella for answers, accusing her of being behind the chaos in the palace. Isabella only asks for mercy, which is never a comforting sentence when someone is locked in a dungeon. Isabella argues that keeping her imprisoned will not stop the threat because only her power can control what is coming. Her sister refuses to trust her, even as Isabella reaches for a small bottle. Beneath the palace, Isabella pours the bottle into a hidden lake and watches the water answer. Nothing says family reconciliation like activating a secret underground magic pool. The lake erupts into a towering surge, and Isabella calls for help as the trap finally springs. A glowing lake spirit confronts a hooded visitor, calm at first but clearly wary of why this stranger came. The visitor claims the spirit belongs to descendants of the moon goddess, but that excuse is already sinking fast. The hooded woman insists everything is for the Empire's safety. The lake spirit looks furious because controlling a spirit is not protection. She drops the polite act and moves to sever the spirit's connection. That is when this conversation becomes a full-on magical assault. At the Rose Knight's camp, Catherine spots the danger as the water surges toward the capital. Everyone realizes the lake has started fighting back. The water twists into a colossal vortex, turning one angry spirit into a disaster big enough to drown an entire city. Alice sees the lake spirit's rage firsthand. Crossing this lake now means facing a wrathful guardian with nowhere left to retreat. Meanwhile, Lucifer watches from the trees and calls it a powerful aura. Our boy thinks he can handle the curse for a while, which is remarkably relaxed for a city-sized flood. Merlin spots something seriously wrong with the lake. Its spirit has gone wild, and the water is already reaching for people. That is never a comforting sentence, especially when the lake has hands. Alice explains that even if they want to help, the kingdom is buried under rebellion and rogue knights. There is no easy rescue coming. Lucifer realizes the danger is bigger than one monster, and his patience starts running out. Lucifer tries to stay detached, but Alice points out the obvious. He is already involved. Our boy has officially lost the option to walk away. Back at the capital prison, the lake spirit crashes through the walls and floods the place. A red-haired prisoner watches the nightmare rise. Lucifer charges straight at the watery beast, cutting through wave after wave before it can swallow the whole area. His sword slash hits hard, but the lake spirit simply reforms around him. Fighting water is annoying when the water refuses to stay dead. The spirit drags Lucifer underwater. He knows ordinary demons would suffocate here, and he hates every second of this fight. Alice sees Merlin caught in the depths and rushes in without hesitation. The rescue is started, but the lake spirit still has the advantage. A frightened young woman begs her ancestors for help, knowing a disaster is already closing in. Her answer arrives as a violent pillar of ice tears through the chamber and sends everyone scrambling. That is one way to make an entrance, and it is definitely not the polite version. Lucifer walks out alive, looking relieved for half a second before the confused crowd starts demanding answers. The girl quickly realizes this blonde stranger might be the only person who can protect her family. She explains that a prince has already uncovered a kidnapping tied to Isabella, turning this rescue into a royal mess. Lucifer listens closely because the missing pieces all point toward the same dangerous enemy. Elsewhere, Isabella charges into battle against his silver-haired opponent as magic detonates across the ice. Neither woman is backing down, and the fight immediately becomes a brutal test of who breaks first. The silver-haired fighter warns Isabella not to take another step, then launches a massive blast of magic. Lucifer arrives with a sharp command, forcing the battlefield to pause before the next strike lands. He carries the shaken girl away from the danger and calmly tells the others to leave the rescue to him. For Lucifer, saving her is easy. Figuring out why this frozen place is hiding so many secrets is the real problem. The girl finally relaxes when Lucifer assures her she is safe, but he still needs the truth about what happened here. A living wave crashes into the castle, and Lucifer can only watch as the whole place starts turning into waterfront property. Windsor panics beside him, while the soaked Demon King realizes this attack is far from over. Elsewhere, Elizabeth charges straight through the chaos, refusing to let the enemy keep control of the fight. Her opponent meets that rush head-on, and the ruined castle gets another expensive repair bill. Elizabeth keeps pressing forward for the person she wants to protect, but her enemy calmly prepares a counterattack. The counter lands hard, knocking Elizabeth back just as the blonde swordsman announces that he has finally returned for revenge. Then Alice enters the mess with icy focus, staring down the raging water like she has already found its weak spot. A towering blast erupts from the flood, forcing the water creature into a full power clash. The water monster rises with a sword in hand and admits its creation has become terrifyingly powerful. It is still sorry, but that apology does not stop it from unleashing another attack. After the fight, Windsor spots Elizabeth and immediately questions why someone is pretending to be the real queen. Elizabeth fires back with the same question, and both women freeze when the truth starts clicking into place. Windsor recognizes her sister Elizabeth at last, and Elizabeth is blindsided by the warmth of a reunion she never expected. Lucifer reunites with Alice after her mission, but Merlin is already glaring like she has been personally inconvenienced by reality. The reunion has all the warmth of a workplace complaint, which is very on-brand for this crew. Merlin grumbles that Lucifer abandoned her after building the magic empire, while Alice calmly asks what kind of life he is even living now. Our boy has no smooth answer, only the look of a man caught changing his entire wardrobe and career path. Then Merlin senses an unusually powerful magical signal. Her irritation vanishes fast when the danger suddenly becomes very real. Outside, the church launches its crystallized siege weapon toward the city. The defenders realize this is no ordinary raid. The white whale is coming in from above, because apparently a giant flying monster is now standard church equipment. A cloaked mage prepares a massive spell as the church force closes in, trying to stop the weapon before it reaches the city. The counterattack slams into the white whale and sends it crashing down. For one glorious second, the church's superweapon gets treated like target practice. Elizabeth orders the Redbud Knights back toward the capital, furious that the traitors in the battle have slipped beyond her control. Back at court, the rulers face the ugly cost of the attack. Even with the immediate threat checked, their political mess is only getting bigger. Michelle tries to follow the adults' serious plans, while the court pivots toward rebuilding and expansion. Nobody lets a crisis go to waste. Alice arrives at the palace looking confused, while Lucifer immediately starts digging for the real reason she was summoned. Alice admits the palace matter is strange, and Lucifer presses her to explain why she is suddenly involved with royal business. When Lucifer brings up Merlin, Alice freezes. Whatever happened with that demon is clearly not a casual conversation starter. Inside, Princess Catherine thanks Alice for coming and explains that the royal family needs her help. The palace is serving tea with a side of political disaster naturally. Catherine carefully asks whether Sir Merlin has contacted Alice. Alice's evasive reaction makes the princess even more suspicious. Elsewhere, a noble hears worrying news about the palace and realizes the queen's latest decision could shake the whole kingdom. Catherine faces a painful family matter with a composed smile, but her companion can see she is carrying far too much alone. Then Catherine's younger sister corners her and cruelly twists the knife, blaming her for the family's misery. The sister snaps completely, grabbing Catherine and raging that everyone always chooses the elder sister over her. Catherine is violently shoved aside as the accusation turns physical. This has gone way past ordinary sibling drama. As Catherine tries to reason with her, the younger sister spirals deeper, leaving the palace with a crisis nobody can ignore. Long ago, the demon army brought the world to the brink, until heroes finally pushed them back. Now Lucifer is living a much quieter life, and the golden-haired former king is already being summoned by Alice before breakfast. Alice lies in bed looking completely drained, but she still wants Lucifer nearby. Their odd little household has gotten very comfortable. Lucifer tries to act unfazed, but Alice immediately calls him out for staring. Our boy has lost wars with better odds than this. Even so, he stays close and listens as she asks him to take better care of himself. At breakfast, Alice is still ordering him around, while Lucifer quietly wonders how his peaceful unemployment became full-time care work. Elsewhere, the human kingdom studies its battered frontier. Their forces have been stretched thin, and the pressure is getting worse. At the Royal Council, commanders admit that even their strongest troops may not be enough for what is coming. The officials argue over their options, but the answer is obvious. They need heroes, and they need them now. The Queen sees the crisis as an opening. If a hero can be found and guided properly, the kingdom may still turn this around. She gives her blue-haired advisor the mission directly. The hunt for a hero is officially underway. Alice wakes from a strange fever, still groggy and embarrassed over the hazy memories she cannot quite piece together. Then Lucifer gets caught in an extremely awkward underwear-related misunderstanding. Alice is furious and his dignity evaporates instantly. Our boy picked a terrible day to become interested in laundry. The mood shifts when hungry refugees explain they escaped the war between the Empire and the Heavenly Army. Alice quietly shares food with them, but the desperate crowd makes it clear this is bigger than one meal. Lucifer and Alice realize the conflict is forcing more people into their path, and something unsettling is moving nearby. They find the aftermath on the shore, and Lucifer recognizes that the destruction is getting far more serious. The enemy is no longer just making threats. It is testing how hard this group can be pushed. Church soldiers charge in, but Lucifer meets them head-on and sends the vanguard flying before they can overwhelm the refugees. The church commander keeps pressing the attack, treating the fight like a reward hunt while the battlefield spirals. Then Ike arrives, introducing himself as the Duke's Windsword Saint and aiming straight for Lucifer. Just when the soldiers were manageable, the boss fight walks in. A white-haired mage hammers the blonde knight with a storm of wind and ice, and the fight has already dragged on for 2 brutal weeks. The knight is exhausted, but his glare says he is still refusing to fold. He charges straight through the pressure anyway, sword raised and pride somehow still fully operational. The mage barely has to move before another crushing blast sends him flying. Earlier, the blonde fighter had been thinking about a better future, building a magic school, and giving ordinary people a real chance. That dream matters because he wants every kid to grow up warm, full, and free to choose their own paths. Back in the present, bloodied and cornered, he makes his choice clear. He will not live by abandoning his friends. It is a terrible survival strategy, but emotionally, the man is locked in. He launches one last all-or-nothing attack, pouring everything into a blast that tears the mountainside apart. The counterattack wins the exchange, and he is swallowed by the collapsing ravine. As the dust clears, the white-haired mage admits the fight was impressive, but the stubborn knight has vanished completely. For the church, there is no body, no answer, and no trace of their missing man. A church officer declares the investigation finished and calls the missing knight too clever to have died without a plan. Then a cloaked figure walks into the sunset with one promise: "Wait for me, my friend." In Wrexham Village, Lucifer arrives with Alice and learns Merlin is already back for a mission. Alice gives Lucifer a frosty welcome, then asks if he is here to take on another job. Our boy cannot catch a break. The mood turns serious fast. Their forces are running out of options, and Alice refuses to waste more soldiers on a reckless move. Merlin pushes back against the plan, but Lucifer admits he has been thinking about it too. Nobody in this room likes where this is heading. Lucifer presses Alice for help, while she points out that the demon side has money and manpower problems of its own. Even so, she agrees to hear him out, because friendship apparently comes with very expensive maintenance fees. Lucifer remembers the old demon invasion and realizes Alice has not forgotten it either. Their awkward partnership is built on some very bad history. Elsewhere, the city founders celebrate a clean victory, while the nobles casually debate whether a swordmaster could have changed the battle. The host boasts about assembling the four saints of fire, earth, water, and wind. He is treating this dinner like a victory parade already. As the old alliance celebrates, the host insists their friendship will solve everything. Then, the ceiling starts cracking above them. The toast gets violently interrupted when someone crashes straight through the ceiling, sending the entire room into chaos. A blue-haired swordsman steps through the dust, calls for a good game, and invites himself to the victory toast. So much for a quiet meeting. Lucifer's side faces the church's sixth night, and the smug officer is already treating this fight like a cleanup job. The old Duke looks worried, which is usually a terrible sign in armor-heavy fantasy politics. The sixth knight launches a crushing magical strike, but his target answers with a fast defensive barrier. For 1 second, it looks like the defender may have actually stopped him. Then the knight calmly announces that his next strike will finish the job, and drives in again before anyone can recover. The Duke watches in shock as the clash breaks through. His ally is sent flying, and the whole defense starts to unravel. The wounded fighter hits the ground hard while the Duke rushes over. That victory came with a very ugly receipt. Elsewhere, a bloodied hand reaches for a ring and vows to come back. Whoever escaped this mess is not done yet. At the castle, a red-haired noblewoman blames her own rashness for the deaths around her, her grief turning cold and focused. She proposes attacking the capital, and a shadowy figure accepts with a quiet laugh. The battle may be over, but the real scheme is only starting. At Lucifer's encampment, the news is grim. The enemy's 2 hero squads have already pushed the defenders to the brink. Our boy only wants one thing now, for this night to end before everyone else does. Then, a barrage of magic tears through the palace from inside the defenses, catching the royal guard completely off balance. The red-haired commander throws up a defensive barrier, but the incoming force keeps hammering it like the walls owe it money. The attack punches through anyway. The soldiers realize the Black Wolf party has infiltrated them, and they rush to shield Her Majesty. Refusing to fold, the commander launches straight into the attackers, blasting a path through the chaos while the city guard scatters. With the queen being moved to safety, another sharp-eyed fighter spots a new threat. An arrow suddenly crashes through the room. A rooftop attacker joins the fight, and the red-haired commander is boxed in from every direction. This ambush came prepared. Even repeated magic attacks cannot finish the intruders. The enemy calmly claims that 3 of them are more than enough for this fight. Just when the defenders are running out of options, the air cracks open, and a towering shadow appears behind them. The queen has finally entered the battlefield. At the estate, an intruder's sudden attack has the guards scrambling before anyone can even get their bearings. Then a red-haired officer crashes into the fight and recognizes the masked man's voice. Awkward reunion timing, as usual. The late arrival is Seth, and he quickly learns the situation is serious enough to demand an immediate report. The red-haired officer gives him no room to run, making it clear their enemies have already closed in. Inside, the commanders discuss refugees, defenses, and the alarming news that Apollo may be returning ahead of schedule. Elsewhere, Alice receives a message about a missing princess, then hears that the cold-hearted demon has returned. Lucifer gets a royal invitation asking him to investigate the church, with 1 million gold coins dangling as payment. Alice wakes up weak but relieved, and her first thought is Merlin. And just like that, Merlin reunites with Lucifer, greeting her king with the kind of loyalty money cannot buy. At the official encampment, the masked ruler tries to keep the Black Wolves from turning this tense standoff into a disaster. The long-haired swordmaster stays stone-faced and challenges the decision, while the red-haired officer watches the argument boil over. Nobody here has heard of lowering the temperature, apparently. The swordmaster of envy steps forward, and the masked man instantly realizes this is no longer just a loud meeting. Envy insists that only one person is qualified to fix the problem, then draws on a sinister purple force to make his point. Purple energy erupts across the hall as Envy launches his attack, forcing everyone behind the masked fighter to brace themselves. Envy rushes in, but the masked man catches the move fast enough to know something much worse is hiding behind it. A monstrous harbinger of adversity tears into view, its purple aura confirming the fight has escalated into demon-level trouble. With the monster closing in, the masked man fires back and declares he will show the swordmaster of envy his true power. The dark-haired fighter gets hammered through the courtyard as a purple storm crashes into him. This masked blonde is clearly not here for polite small talk. He hits the ground hard, and the pressure splits his armor apart. Even the masked attacker pauses, because that was a brutal hit. Then the broken armor erupts with black-purple power. reshaping him into a far more monstrous form. The fighter is furious about his armor, but Lucifer coolly admits he did not think he would go this far. Lucifer sizes him up as a half-demon king and calls his anger a sign he might finally have enough strength to be useful. Lucifer casually knocks his transformed opponent away, then notices the real surprise. The man's grandmother is still alive. After the fight, Lucifer finds the woman who made their deal and demands repayment. Her horrified face says the bill just became terrifyingly expensive. She tries to dodge the agreement, but Lucifer walks away with one warning: you cannot refuse a debt just because the collector wears a cape. Alice hears the church army is moving, and her calm face hardens as she rushes toward the capital. At the front line, the church commanders prepare their troops, certain their massive advantage will force a surrender. Then the church unveils its prize, the white whale, a flying siege monster built to blast enemies into dust. Because apparently a normal army was not dramatic enough. Before the barrage commander, a masked blonde swordsman tears through the incoming attacks with ridiculous ease. Lucifer answers the church's grand opening with a savage counterattack, cutting straight through their confidence. The commanders finally realize this is no routine invasion. Their siege weapon has met someone who is not impressed. Our boy spins through the battlefield with a grin, treating the church army like target practice. A red-bearded warrior confronts him and demands answers, but Lucifer's masked confidence only makes the situation worse. The clash erupts at full force, and the church learns its overwhelming army may have picked the wrong man to corner. Lucifer opens with a blazing strike, while Alice watches the clash with a cool, focused stare. The church commander charges in hard, but Lucifer reads the attack and meets the rush head-on. This old fart brought a sword fight to a man who clearly enjoys homework-level violence. Lucifer bats away the incoming slashes, then launches the commander skyward with one clean counter. The church soldiers can only stare as their commander admits the enemy's speed is still beyond his estimate. Furious, the commander unleashes his true power, driving a massive earth-shattering slash straight at Lucifer. Lucifer answers with a roaring tornado of force that tears through the attack and blasts the battlefield apart. Even Merlin is left wondering if Lucifer is actually alright after that ridiculous exchange. Alice sees the truth now. That tornado strike was not luck, it was a technique powerful enough to make allies nervous. Lucifer closes the distance again, blade locking against the commander's weapon in a shower of sparks. One final slash cuts through the storm itself, and the commander is sent flying as his strongest move collapses. The commander realizes Lucifer understands even more of the attack than he does, and that gap is terrifying. Lucifer calmly confirms the lesson, because the Demon King is simply stronger than the opponent standing there. Challenger calls Lucifer an imposter, and Lucifer looks almost bored by the accusation. The King of Chaos claims he gave Lucifer his strength and warns that nobody should fear this fallen Demon King. That is a bold speech to make when the target is still standing there with a sword. Lucifer answers with a cold lesson. The King of Chaos should not confuse borrowed power with weakness. The enemy launches a huge spinning strike, forcing everyone nearby to scatter as the battlefield erupts. A dark vortex swallows the attack instead, and Lucifer finally looks interested in this monster's trick. The King of Chaos reveals the threat behind him, treating Lucifer like prey while his followers watch for the kill. A massive purple blade drops from above, and the monster orders Lucifer to become nothingness. Lucifer calmly draws his weapon and meets the incoming blade head-on. Now the real fight starts. The enemy's eyes widen as Lucifer's counterattack cuts through the darkness with overwhelming force. Their collision explodes across the arena, proving the so-called imposter still has terrifying power. The fight opens with the fighters sprinting through a storm of attacks, but the enemy's power is already tearing up the ground. A huge blast erupts, and the purple demon lunges in while the defenders scramble to survive the pressure. This stopped being a polite confrontation about 3 explosions ago. The shockwave rolls all the way toward town, leaving the onlookers staring at a mushroom cloud and wondering who fired first. Merlin, Lucifer, and her allies watch the dust climb into the sky. Even she looks worried as the battle suddenly goes quiet. Then the masked swordmaster steps forward. The demons thought they had him surrounded, but his calm stare says he is counting targets. The swordmaster admits their strength is absurd, especially with 4 old demons closing in. Still, he refuses to back down. The monsters rush him together, roaring like the fight is already over. That confidence lasts exactly 1 sword swing. His blade flashes across the battlefield and sends the demon squad flying. The hunter has become the hunted in 1 clean move. Back at the church, the commander learns the sword master has left for battle. His grand plan suddenly looks much less holy and much more doomed. Gariel is warned not to get cocky, but he fires back that his Grand Master is the Demon King of Chaos. Family introductions do not get much louder than that. A hulking black monster suddenly appears in the city, and its glowing eyes make the locals realize this is no ordinary raid. A blonde defender tries to size up the threat, but the monster is already stomping through town like property damage is part of its cardio. The defender fires a huge blue slash at point-blank range, betting everything on one clean hit. The monster comes through the blast unfazed, and that confident posture disappears fast. Church soldiers scramble in as the old FARC commander realizes the city has an enemy attack on its hands. The monster ignores the formation and keeps demanding directions to the capital. Alice steps in with ice magic and a sword strike, refusing to let this thing bulldoze past the defenders. But the intruder barely treats her as an obstacle. It has somewhere else to be. A red-haired knight joins the chase, but even their combined attacks only slow the monster for a moment. The creature swells into an even more terrifying shape and declares that none of these fighters are its real target. It blasts into the palace and finally reveals its destination, the human queen herself. A hulking monster crashes into the gathering and immediately puts the palace mages on edge. The gray-haired mage realizes this thing can siphon mana, then tries to bind it with magic before it gets worse. Her gravity shackles land, but the beast barely cares. It is built like a walking magical power outage. The mages throw everything they have at it, only for the creature to shrug off the barrage and keep advancing. With the room in chaos, the red-haired mage calls for everyone to gather while the monster stomps toward the throne. Then a masked blonde swordsman dives in and boots the monster away from its helpless targets. He apologizes for arriving late, which is a very calm entrance for a room currently being demolished. The beast senses that this stranger is dangerous, but the swordsman coolly tells it that brute strength will not save it. They trade explosive attacks, and the masked fighter slips through the monster's reach with frightening confidence. One clean slash shatters the creature's defense. He checks the result like he just finished a routine chore. The monster refuses to accept defeat, but the swordsman promises he will wait for it to make its next move. A few days later, the masked swordmaster is enjoying the rare luxury of getting paid after the job is done. Then Windsor burns church business, and the easy paycheck suddenly comes with a lot more pressure. The swordmaster makes it clear that the church cannot just dump its crisis on Windsor and expect a cheerful yes. Even in Fantasyland, management meetings are still management meetings. Before the argument can settle, the swordmaster heads outside, where a crowd is already waiting for its big moment. The academy gates open, and the students rush in with one message: their swordmaster has finally arrived. Alice is there too, staring at the spectacle as the whole place erupts. He gives the crowd a grand entrance, and the cheers hit him like a victory parade. The cape is working overtime, but nobody is complaining. Then the swordmaster slips behind Alice and confronts her directly, catching her completely off guard. Alice cannot even decide how to answer when he asks what she really thinks of him. He presses the issue, reminding Alice that they go way back and bluntly asking if she likes him. Alice answers with a slap, leaving the confident swordmaster frozen while she tries to explain herself. Alice finally says it plainly. She has someone else she likes now, then walks away. The academy hero is left kneeling in the street after a single devastating sentence. At the demon palace, a horned ruler watches a dark attacker cut through the night like this is just another royal inconvenience. She orders her people to bring the attacker down, but she is clearly betting on his power for a much bigger plan. The attacker spreads enormous black wings, and the blonde woman below looks almost nostalgic as she remembers believing her son would be the strongest. A month later, the scene shifts to a peaceful village where Lucifer's homecoming gets a very loud welcome from Alice Claudia. She insists she was only worried about his absence. Sure, and the shouting was just background music. Alice Claudia stays flustered while Lucifer teases her about watching the house and keeping his affairs in order. Our boy is enjoying this far too much, but the quiet reunion does show how much he missed him. Lucifer gets serious and says he wants to repay Alice Claudia for looking after the place while he was gone. Then he offers her a deal, and her surprised stare says this is not the small favor she expected. Elsewhere, Merlin Lucifer is presented with the same problem in royal form: payment, duty, and a choice that cannot be dodged forever. Even demon royalty cannot escape paperwork when somebody asks what the job actually pays. Back at the table, Lucifer finally reveals the offer. Alice Claudia leans in, stunned, as he asks if she will agree in the end. Lucifer is still trying to survive life after unemployment, but the palace has not forgotten the debt he left behind. Our boy looks like he just discovered bills can chase a demon king too. Before he can enjoy a quiet moment, the story shifts into an empire-wide crisis. The easy days are officially over, assuming they ever existed. Far away, the massive white whale cuts through the night sky as a new threat looms over the guild. A monster of his size does not show up for a casual sightseeing trip. At the guild, a hulking red-haired adventurer gets a warning that the coming job is far beyond normal work. The crew is being pulled into something big, and nobody looks thrilled about it. Lucifer hears the pitch and immediately starts weighing the reward against the danger. For a man buried in debt, a risky commission can sound suspiciously like salvation. Then Arnold returns in style, flowers in hand, and confidence crank all the way up. Alice is far less impressed than his dramatic entrance expects. Arnold reveals why he came back. He wants Alice and Lucifer for a commission tied to a neighboring city. With debt on one side and a dangerous job on the other, Lucifer finally has a way forward. Lucifer and Alice arrive at Earl Austen's mansion, where their host proudly welcomes them as fellow hunters. The conversation immediately derails when Austen decides these two look like the perfect couple and starts grilling them about marriage. Lucifer looks ready to flee, while Alice has to stand there and survive the world's least subtle matchmaking. When Austen pushes for proof, Alice goes bright red and Lucifer finally snaps. The romance interrogation has officially become a boss fight. Even after getting scolded, Austen keeps treating the pair like a destined couple, leaving Alice embarrassed and Lucifer completely baffled. Later, Lucifer realizes Austen's welcome is not just hospitality. The man sees him as someone tied to the future of the family. Austen leads them deeper into the estate, and the mood shifts fast as he prepares to show them what his family has been hiding. At night, the group reaches a sealed gate. Whatever waits beyond it is clearly not part of an ordinary noble household. Austen reveals that his bloodline has spent generations as hunters, guarding against threats most people never even know exist. The truth comes with a brutal display of power, proving the Austen family's hunter legacy is far more real than Lucifer expected. Then Austen exposes the mark on his body and admits the cost of that legacy. His family has been carrying a curse for a long time. Lucifer and Alice settle into a quiet village stop, but Alice is already listing the local problems like this trip needs a project manager. Our boy greets Alice with his usual easy grin, while she stares back in total confusion at his sudden good mood. They learn the village sits near a dangerous mountain route, and Lucifer quietly decides the place might be worth looking into. Naturally, the peaceful countryside comes with an aggressive welcome committee. Two armored thugs block their path and demand money, expecting an easy shakedown from a blonde noble and his companion. Lucifer stays weirdly relaxed as the pair brag about their racket. The big guy talks tough, but his partner is already watching Lucifer carefully. When they press him about why he is here, Lucifer's smile fades just enough to make the roadside air feel colder. Then Lucifer casually produces proof of his rank. The thugs expected pocket change, not credentials that make their whole plan look painfully stupid. With the extortion act collapsing, Lucifer turns the encounter into an opportunity and asks for a ride to Kalanya City. Lucifer runs into a nervous young man looking for an adventurer, and our boy immediately smells a suspiciously convenient lead. The group connects that lead to Baron Barton. Merlin has already left to investigate, so Lucifer decides to move before the trail goes cold. They reach Galway City and head straight for the Baron's estate, where even the welcome feels like someone is hiding the good part. Inside the estate, a red-haired armored man calmly predicts that his targets will be dead within days. That is never a comforting forecast. Lucifer learns the estate has been handing out quests for people who can find him, turning this little visit into a much bigger setup. At Barton's manor, Lucifer is met by the red-haired enforcer and a towering masked partner. The Baron clearly hired problems, not help. Butler Steve explains that Baron Barton is buried under pressure and needs capable fighters. Lucifer listens, but he is not buying the sales pitch yet. The hired men press for an audience with the Baron, and Steve finally leads them onward. Whatever Barton wants, it is serious enough to summon muscle. After the rescue, Lucifer's group meets Baron Galbar, who welcomes them in while sizing up the strangers around his son. The Baron is grateful, but he has the suspicious stare of a dad reviewing every bad influence at once. The report is troubling. The attackers left almost no trace, and their target appears to have been the Baron's family. Lucifer and Alice realize this was no random roadside mess. Sculpar admits his son Johnson has always carried unusual power, and that mystery may be exactly why danger keeps finding him. At the mansion, Alice immediately demands separate rooms, leaving Lucifer to wonder why basic manners became a battlefield. Over dinner, Gulbar opens up. Johnson is his only child, and the father is terrified that this family secret will destroy him. He begs Lucifer to listen because the strange power in their bloodline is bigger than any ordinary noble problem. As Gulbar describes powers beyond normal human limits, Alice listens closely while Lucifer finally sees where the father's fear comes from. Then Alice drops the question nobody wanted to ask. Lucifer is not human, is he? Lucifer tries to play innocent, but the dramatic lightning behind him is not helping his case. Pressed for an answer, Lucifer calmly reveals the truth. He is the first demon king. The room freezes, then the impossible family history starts making sense. Gulbar's secret may be tied to something far older than human blood. Lucifer's father praises the boy's strength, but Lucifer looks distracted by a memory of his sister and a dangerous promise. Later, Alice finally gets a quiet bath and admits she feels good. That peace lasts about as long as it ever does. Outside, masked thieves stalk the house, convinced Alice is hiding inside with something valuable. Their leader orders them to take her down before she can react. Back in the study, Lucifer notices an old book carrying the Demon King's protection, then a strange aura suddenly flares. Alice senses the intruders too, and her relaxed expression snaps into alarm as a shadowy attacker rushes her. Alice blasts into the night after them, demanding to know who dared invade her home. The masked raiders attack in waves, but Alice cuts through the ambush with icy speed and sends one flying. Even after smashing through the ground, Alice realizes they are not ordinary thieves. She calls for Lucifer as the danger closes in. Lucifer finds Merlin awake and worried, while our boy looks like he has slept through a whole disaster. They confirm the strange job was not random. Someone has been quietly watching their moves for years. Lucifer produces a glowing mana potion, explaining it is refined from years of accumulated magic. It is a very fancy bottle for something that probably tastes like regret. At Baron Borton's estate, the staff panic over the growing number of suspicious deaths and missing answers. Lucifer heads there with Merlin anyway, because subtle investigation has clearly left the building. Merlin points out the pattern. The victims all accepted powerful jobs, then mysteriously disappeared. Lucifer decides the fastest way forward is to wait for the next move and spring the trap. The next move arrives as a black powder blast, turning the Baron's secret into a very loud confession. The attackers mean to erase the trail before Lucifer can follow it. A lead points into Castle in a private banquet where the real players are gathering tonight. Nothing says innocent like a castle meeting after an explosion. Merlin presents a diamond invitation, and even Lucifer pauses when he sees what that access can buy. With the invitation in hand, the pair walk straight toward the people pulling the strings. Fireworks light the castle entrance as Lucifer and Merlin arrive dressed for a party that feels more like a battlefield. Inside, the host welcomes Merlin as a diamond member, and Lucifer realizes this banquet is far bigger than one crooked baron. Lucifer arrives at the diamond member banquet with Alice, and the crowd cannot believe the pair actually made the list. Baron Barton calls everyone to order. The tournament is about to begin, and the room is already buzzing for the big night. Lucifer checks his formal outfit and decides the plan is working. He looks ready to charm the whole ballroom. Then Alice steps out in a sparkling blue gown. Lucifer freezes for a second because, honestly, the entrance does all the damage. Alice nervously asks whether she looks strange, but Lucifer immediately reassures her. He clearly thinks she looks incredible. Baron Barton announces Lucifer and Alice for the opening dance. Alice admits she has no idea how to dance, so the pressure lands hard. Lucifer takes Alice's hand and tells her not to worry. Our boy leads her onto the floor before she can escape. To everyone's surprise, they glide across the ballroom perfectly. The awkward emergency has become the night's prettiest scene. Alice is stunned by Lucifer's skill, but he admits this is his first dance too. He just copied what he had seen before and somehow nailed it. At the palace, Lucifer watches a nervous nobleman barge in with business that is clearly not going to stay polite. The Baron claims he has come for a marriage arrangement. Nothing says romance like arriving with demands. The Baron leans hard on the white-haired woman, acting charming while pushing his proposal. She stays cool and guarded, while he tries to sell himself as the perfect match. He insists he is not even a demon, but he has enough power to handle demon territory. His confidence is doing all the heavy lifting. Then the woman reveals a flash of overwhelming view magic, and the Baron finally realizes this negotiation has teeth. His smile fades fast as her power fills the room. She bluntly declares that Merlin is her husband, leaving the Baron stunned and demanding an explanation. The stranger's marriage pitch has turned into a challenge against people he does not understand. The Baron calls for Perrin and wants the expedition moving, but his impatience is starting to look dangerous. Elsewhere, the Baron meets masked adventurers and boasts that the gods favor him. He offers treasure and status for the trip, convinced his plan is already under control. Back at the palace, Lucifer questions why Merlin is hiding behind another identity. Before anyone can settle it, something sinister streaks across the night sky. A glowing device cracks open, then erupts in a massive blast. The Baron's scheme has officially gone boom. A massive blast rips through the castle, and Alice instantly realizes this is not a normal attack. The halls begin collapsing around trapped people. Alice looks alarmed, but she refuses to leave them buried. As the whole structure shakes apart, Alice pushes through the falling debris toward the survivors. Casual castle maintenance has clearly failed today. She unleashes a wall of jagged ice, stopping the collapse long enough for the frightened civilians to get clear. Then Alice notices something strange. Her magic is spreading in ways even she does not understand. The castle keeps groaning and breaking apart, while Alice fights to hold the disaster back one spell at a time. Outside, Lucifer turns up alive with Alice, and the onlookers are stunned that these two survived the collapse. Our boy has apparently made surviving impossible explosions part of his daily schedule. But the danger is not over. A shadowy attacker channels a crimson strike, sending another terrifying shock through the ruins. Lucifer and Alice can only watch as the castle erupts again, proving the first collapse was just the opening move. A red-haired fighter unleashes a crushing blast, and the bystanders can only stare as the night lights up. The attack is far beyond normal magic. Even his own family looks genuinely rattled. Instead of backing down, the blonde adventurer throws the force right back at him with a massive red counterstrike. Apparently, magic immunity still does not cover getting hit by her own fireworks. The attacker tries to block it, but the returning blow slams through with a huge explosion. The fight becomes a streak of red light across the sky, ending in an explosion big enough to swallow the whole frame. When the smoke clears, the defeated man is sprawled on the ground. The witnesses are horrified, calling their opponent a monster. The crisis still glows as the group studies the damage. They realize the mysterious blast may point them toward the next clue. Their lead takes them to a town under attack, where red fire races over the rooftops and terrified locals fear for their homes. Then a furious man finds the blonde adventurer and his white-haired companion. He believes they are the two assassins he has been hunting. That is one way to start a reunion, straight past hello and into accusations. He attacks before anyone can explain, but the blonde fighter calmly says he will not kill him, even while his companion questions at mercy. The angry pursuer insists the pair had a reason for disappearing together, and their awkward answer only makes him more suspicious. 7 years earlier, a band of explorers enters a sealed ruin and finds a chained stranger waiting in the dark. The moment they get close, the prisoner proves he is not helpless. He is a hungry monster. The creature tears into the group with frightening speed, and their little treasure hunt becomes a survival problem. Blood and desperation awaken something worse. The monster swells into a blazing demon-like shape as the survivors panic. Apparently, ancient ruins now come with very aggressive security systems. The fight spills outside, where a massive magical blast hurls one man through the air and into the water. Back in the present, Lucifer and Alice study the aftermath. Their contact confirms the missing men were chasing a map and a vampire. That makes the old ruin far more important than a random monster attack. Lucifer presses Alice for answers, then discovers the white-haired fighter beside him is apparently his wife. Our boy's stunned. He has another wife, and somehow he is the last person to hear about it. The group finds an old book with the victim's belongings, but the writing only deepens the vampire mystery. Elsewhere, the Blue Hellflame Guild gets brutal news. Oswald is dead, and the enemy sent their magic weapon flying back. The guild realizes Oswald was not just killed. Someone may have taken the treasure he died searching for, setting up the next hunt. Back in Worksome, Lucifer digs into old records about Da Vinci, but the strange writing looks like an ancient headache. A bespectacled researcher confidently says she can translate it in 3 days. She is clearly enjoying the flex. Then, Lucifer runs into the 7th Demon King, Beelzebub, dressed for maximum drama and giving him absolutely no warm welcome. The reunion turns serious fast. Beelzebub reveals that Merlin has been kidnapped by humans, and Lucifer is not about to ignore that. With a favor on the line, Lucifer gets pulled into the problem. His annoyed face says this homecoming has already gone off the rails. That night, a ghostly blue vision brings a sudden chill. Lucifer wakes up tense, realizing this is no ordinary bad dream. The next day, Richard needles Lucifer about the drink he still owes him. Our boy tries to play it cool, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. Before he gets any peace, a pale-haired messenger arrives with an urgent request. The timing is terrible, naturally. Lucifer hears out the new crisis and slumps in disbelief. He only just returned, and everyone already needs his help. Lucifer sits in a very uncomfortable briefing as the pressure around the former Demon King starts closing in. Our boy is trying to look calm, but the exploding paperwork is not helping his brain. Merlin is furious that Lucifer has become everyone's target, while he decides he can handle the mess himself. Elsewhere, Alice learns that Lucifer has slipped away, and she instantly treats the news like a personal emergency. Lucifer crosses paths with a loud red-haired adventurer and his tiny fire beast. Small world, terrible timing. The stranger recognizes Lucifer and drags him out for drinks, revealing he is no ordinary veteran. He is a legendary cent-rank adventurer, and he knows exactly whether luck might change. Several days later, Lucifer and Merlin arrive by ship, hoping this new town will give them a fresh start. Instead, they find hungry locals and a town too desperate to welcome another mouth to feed. Merlin quietly asks for food, and Lucifer's face hardens when he sees how badly she is being treated. Lucifer snaps at Merlin for begging, but his anger is really aimed at the people treating her like a problem. Merlin suddenly bolts through the streets, leading Lucifer calling after her as something clearly catches her attention. Alice arrives just in time to spot the chaos, while a hooded watcher notices the newcomers from the shadows. Lucifer wanted a new job. He may have just walked into a much bigger problem. Lucifer is still lounging around while Alice presses him about the curse that has turned their trip into a painfully slow detour. Our boy explains the trouble as best he can, but Alice is already focused on getting him moving again. The curse is no small inconvenience. Lucifer remembers how it has left him vulnerable, and he's clearly sick of being treated like dead weight. The pair reaches a quiet town and starts hunting for someone who might know a way forward. At least the scenery is nicer than their lot. Inside, they meet Akalon, a tiny old adventurer with a huge reputation and the posture of a man who has survived far too many bad ideas. He claims he is no legend, but the way everyone reacts says otherwise. Akalon quickly turns the meeting into a job offer. He needs help with vampires, and Lucifer suddenly has a lead worth following. As they head toward the church, Akalon warns them that the route is dangerous. Lucifer looks determined, while Alice watches him with growing concern. Then the curse flares up again and drops Lucifer to his knees. Alice calls for Merlin, realizing this problem may be far more serious than a simple quest. Lucifer finds Alice looking pale and shaken. Whatever hit her, it clearly was not a normal bad day. Merlin checks on her while Lucifer pushes past the concern and asks what is really wrong. Alice has a plan. With the hero's blessing, she thinks she can get Lucifer moving again. Our boy is not thrilled to be treated like a magical jumpstart, but he follows along. At the church, Priest Bruni reveals why everyone is on edge. Vampires have suddenly begun attacking people. The attacks are not random either. Someone is reviving an old nightmare tied to Dracula. Bruni explains that vampires once used human blood to move huge ships and spread their reach. Then the vessels caught fire, the vampires disappeared, and their legend should have ended there. But Dracula's trail points straight to the forest, so Lucifer and Alice head in without wasting time. Because every suspicious forest is obviously improved by chasing vampires through it. Meanwhile, the deputy captain leads his squad deeper through the dark woods, convinced the target is close. A man ahead suddenly stops responding, and the squad realizes something is watching them. The soldiers rush toward the sound, but the forest throws back a scream and a terrible warning. Their search for Dracula has become a hunt, and they may be the prey. On a moonlit roof, Lucifer catches a white-haired girl lurking nearby, and her guilty stare says she was not exactly sightseeing. She insists they are partners, not enemies. Lucifer stays guarded, but he listens when she asks him to trust her just a little. Their truce comes with a warning. She still wants a real fight someday. Lucifer accepts it calmly because apparently this is how they bond now. An old local points Lucifer toward Beelan Forest, a place so suspicious even the directions feel like a bad omen. The pair enters the foggy forest, where water runs everywhere, and something moves through the trees ahead of them. They find a corpse-like figure in the mist. Lucifer immediately realizes this forest is hiding far more than a creepy shortcut. The path twists through towering roots and shadowy passages. His companion senses that the place was built to mislead anyone who enters. Following the sound, they reach a hidden stone stairway. Torches reveal an underground shrine waiting beneath the forest. At the shrine's center, a strange glowing container starts ringing. Whatever is sealed inside has finally noticed its visitors. Lucifer arrives with Alice and finds Sir Accolon rattled. The old mage can feel a dangerous spell closing in. Accolon shows them the problem, a small canister that can erase magic. Lucifer stares at it like it just asked for rent. The can suddenly pops open, and our boy realizes this thing is far less harmless than it looks. Lucifer takes a sip, then immediately reacts as the magic nullifying container starts doing exactly what its name promised. Outside, Alice is ambushed by a towering living tree with glowing green eyes. Her first strike barely slows it down. The monster keeps rebuilding itself, and Alice is trapped in its grip. Accolon realizes they must destroy its core, not just chop branches. Alice fires explosive magic point blank while Accolon prepares his own spell. The tree picked the wrong hero to hug. Accolon launches a blazing attack straight into the monster, blasting its body apart and finally creating an opening. With the threat fading, Accolon turns to Alice, visibly relieved. Lucifer watches the forest settle, but the old mage still has questions for this unusually capable pair. In the forest, Lucifer rushes in as Alice faces a massive living tree and calls for Merlin to hold on. The tree is swinging wildly, but our boy looks more annoyed than scared. Lucifer launches forward and carves straight through the monster with one blazing sword strike. He even apologizes mid-swing. Very polite, very destructive. The huge tree crashes down, and Lucifer checks on Alice with a relieved little smile after the one-hit finish. Back inside, Alice reports the strange arm bandage is already attracting attention, while Lucifer tries to keep the situation calm. Unfortunately, calm never survives long around this group. The church commander studies the bandage and realizes it is no ordinary wrapping. Its pattern is tied to an ancient, mysterious power. The old fart explains the legend. People blessed by this power may receive a chance to be chosen, but the price is never clear. Then the bandage's secret erupts into the open. Before anyone can process it, the power grows into a holy tree right in front of them, leaving the churchmen completely stunned. The miracle becomes a nightmare fast. The holy tree lashes out, and church soldiers are cut down before they can regroup. As the chaos spreads through the night forest, a white-haired figure fires a shot and moves toward the danger. Lucifer drops in on Alice, only to find her awake and immediately ready for bad news. A report says someone is moving through the demon realm far too fast to be ordinary. The old scholar explains the problem. Vampires can keep coming back, so killing one once may not settle anything. That is a very rude feature for any enemy to unlock. Their lead points toward a city where the vampire trail has been spotted, and the danger is already spreading. Outside the walls, frightened locals talk about a mysterious figure hunting down anything that looks suspicious. The cloaked man heads straight for a churchman, and his target has no idea what is coming. The stranger attacks in a blur, carving through his victim before the man can even understand the threat. He is not here to negotiate. He is checking whether this man is carrying the vampire's trail. After draining what he needs, the stranger politely thanks the man for the meal. Men survive the ambush somehow. Then he presses for one answer. Where can he find the special spring? The terrified churchman admits he has heard of the spring, but he has never seen it himself. A tiny clue is enough. The hunter now knows where to search next. With his lead secured, the cloaked stranger vanishes toward the distant forest while the town is left guessing. Church heretic Inquisitor Zhen finds a battlefield stripped down to bones. The blood scent is fresh, and the demon cannot be far. The blonde demon barely reacts to the pursuit. He is more worried about finding a meal, which is a deeply rude way to start a boss fight. When Jean calls for Mahanda, he turns away from the church soldiers and makes his move. Jean launches her shining spear and declares that this man-eating demon will witness the power of the light. He stops the attack with one hand, then grins at Jean's nerve. She has officially found the wrong monster to intimidate. The demon recognizes Jean's order as inquisitors willing to kill their own kind. Jean fires back that they protect justice, not evil. Jean orders the soldiers to ignore his taunt and rush him together. The demon treats their flying blades like a warm-up. He admits getting tied up would waste time, so the church squad's big ambush turns into his personal workout. 2 days later, Lucifer wakes Sir Merlin in the wagon. Their group is nearly at Avignon, with Alice still dozing beside them. Avignon is not the city they expected. Massive gaps ripped through its walls and streets, as if some huge creature took bites out of it. At an inn, the locals reveal the church sent 4 heretic inquisitors after a demon behind the mountain. 3 are dead, and 2 are injured. Alice hears Jean's name and freezes. Lucifer catches the important part immediately. A demon may have slipped into the Empire. Merlin brings Alice to Lucifer, and our boy immediately realizes this visitor is digging into his past. Alice says the demon tied to the old hero war may be standing right in front of her. Alice finds Jean, a celebrated former hero, and demands to know why she suddenly came looking for her. Jean's guarded expression makes it clear this is not a friendly reunion. Jean presses Alice about living beside the Demon King, while Alice stubbornly insists he is not the monster everyone imagines. That is a brave defense when the suspect is literally called the Demon King. Lucifer hears Jean's real concern. Alice may be trusting someone whose history is far uglier than she knows. Even so, Alice refuses to abandon him just because the past looks terrifying. Lucifer admits he barely understands the old stories himself, but Jean reveals the missing hero was connected to a warrior god. That turns Alice's personal search into a much bigger mystery. Before they can settle anything, a report arrives that the church is gathering its forces and waiting for Lucifer's next move. Across town, the old Fard and his men discuss their missing target and the strange girl who appeared in the middle of their plan. Then the mystery girl opens her red eyes. She recognizes the resemblance, and the church's situation gets a lot less comfortable. Late at night, Lucifer finds Alice still awake. She looks guarded, but she is clearly waiting for someone to notice. Their awkward chat circles around the danger hanging over them, and neither of them is ready to call it a night. Alice puffs up and insists their fight was fair. Lucifer listens with the exhausted patience of a man raising a very stubborn hero. Under the bickering, she admits she has been through more than he realized. Lucifer gently offers to be the family she never had. Alice freezes, blushes hard, then immediately orders him to go to bed. That is basically a heartfelt acceptance in Alice language. The next day, Sir Merlin warns Lucifer that the information around Alice is strangely hard to trace. Even worse, someone has been watching from the darkness while they investigate. Lucifer worries about leaving Alice alone, while Sir Merlin bluntly questions whether their relationship is getting too close. Zero subtlety, old man. That night, Alice slips through the quiet streets in a hooded cloak, looking alert but determined. Lucifer suddenly realizes Alice has left the city alone. His calm disappears the second the danger becomes real. Alice hears footsteps, turns, and sees a red-eyed shadow closing in. Then she stumbles, leaving her wide open. Lucifer notices Alice's footprints vanish beside the wagon tracks, and our boy immediately suspects she walked into trouble. He tells Merlin to rest while he checks the nearby bandit mercenary squad. Apparently, the midnight stroll has become a rescue mission. Inside the hideout, Alice is tied up and surrounded by smug bandits who think they caught an easy target. The boss steps in to intimidate her, but Alice snaps free and launches herself straight at the group. She wicks up a sweeping ice attack, forcing the bandits back before they can even understand what hit them. The leader charges through the icy chaos and demands to know who sent her. Alice is not interested in chatting. Barehanded and badly outmatched, the boss swings anyway. Alice slips past him with a kind of confidence that ruins careers. Alice closes in, slaps his weapon hand aside, and turns his own charge into a complete disaster. In one clean finish, she freezes the boss into a towering block of ice and coolly mocks how slow his sword was. Then a hidden fire attack blasts Alice from behind. Her victory celebration lasts exactly 0 seconds. As Alice clutches the burn, a red-haired attacker steps forward, making it clear the bandit boss was never the real problem. Inside the ruined hall, our red-haired gunner unloads blazing shots at Alice Claudia, grinning like this is just target practice. Alice blocks the barrage with ice. Then her annoyed stare makes it very clear she is done playing defense. She enters firepower with a freezing counterattack that turns the entire chamber into an ice trap. The gunner keeps firing and talking tough, but Alice is already calling his barrage nothing special. Cold review literally. He rushes in to surprise her at close range, but Alice catches him instantly and prepares a much bigger spell. A colossal ice dragon erupts behind Alice, and the gunner finally realizes he has pushed the wrong opponent too far. The frozen blast hurls him across the floor. Alice stands over him, demanding he hand over what she came for. Bruised and cornered, he tries pleading for mercy. then lets a bitter grin creep across his face as he reaches for one last move. He fires a point-blank blast at Alice, forcing her to admit she cannot block it in time. Before the shot can finish her, Lucifer cuts into the fight and plants himself between Alice and the explosion. Merlin is still shaken after the chaos, but Lucifer stays close as the danger rumbles around them. She admits he saved her, and our boy gets a rare moment to look useful. The calm lasts about 5 seconds. A red-haired intruder corners them and Lucifer realizes this guy came prepared. Apparently personal space is optional when magic is involved. The stranger reveals a magic scroll and the air starts screaming that this is no ordinary trick. A massive summoning circle spreads across the ground as he calls for a demon powerful enough to change the fight. Lucifer and Merlin can only watch while the spell locks into place. Then green magic detonates through the sky. The summon lands with enough force to make everyone freeze. Out steps a horned demon woman, cool as ice and clearly unimpressed by the human who dragged her here. She senses Merlin's strength, then turns toward Lucifer with sudden interest. Before Lucifer can explain anything, the demon rushes him and smacks him flat. Royal treatment is brutal today. The mood flips when she recognizes him as Her Majesty. Lucifer is not just dealing with a summoned monster after all. Now the stunned summoner learns he may have called the one demon who already knows the king. Merlin faces Lucifer with a nervous smile, claiming she has finally found her master after surviving the flames of hell. She's emotionally attached at maximum volume, and the room has barely had time to blink. Alice coolly questions why this supposedly useless human is living in Lucifer's castle, while Merlin bristles at every word. Lucifer tries to explain that Alice is an adventurer, but that answer does not calm either woman down. Merlin snaps, convinced Alice has stolen her master's attention, and lunges straight for the white-haired hero. The jealousy meter has now officially become a weapon. Alice slaps Merlin's attack aside and refuses to be intimidated by a demon who talks down to humans. Merlin fires back with green magic, and the argument upgrades into a full-on duel. Merlin swings her massive blade through the night, but Alice slips away from the green arc and keeps her distance. Alice answers with Frost Aurora, flooding the battlefield with a brilliant wave of ice that tears through Merlin's attack. Merlin grins through the pressure and prepares another sweeping counter. The two powers collide again, ice against green force, and neither fighter is willing to give the other an inch. Before the duel can get worse, Lucifer steps between them and orders Merlin to stop. Even his patience has limits. Merlin charges in full of competence, but Lucifer and Alice are already dealing with a much bigger mess. Alice looks rattled as the fight escalates around her. Lucifer immediately steadies Alice and makes it clear that retreating is not on the menu. Merlin, meanwhile, is practically vibrating with impatience. Merlin throws a spectacular tantrum when Lucifer tells her to stop. He warns that the future Demon King cannot afford to lose control here. The angry demon finally backs off, promising to keep working hard while Lucifer handles the crisis. At least somebody gets to lead this argument with a homework assignment. Lucifer starts connecting the clues and realizes the enemies may not understand the true scale of demon power. That gap is not small. It is the kind of mistake that gets armies erased. Even weakened, their opponents are only operating at a fraction of what Lucifer expected. Our boy now has one question. Who is hiding the rest of that power? A battered, blue-skinned fighter tries to stand his ground, but Lucifer's side has already cornered him. Lucifer presses for answers, knowing the survivor may lead straight to the real threat. The trail points underground, where a sealed presence begins to stir behind the darkness. Whatever is trapped down there, it is clearly not staying quiet for long. Lucifer tells Alice that their supposedly quiet dungeon visit has come with a suspicious invitation. Our boy already knows this will not stay simple. Alice listens closely, but her guarded stare shows she is not buying the convenient explanation. Before they can settle it, Alice senses someone nearby. A frightened, dark-haired girl suddenly appears in the dungeon. Lucifer stays alert while Alice moves to investigate. Apparently, their guest policy now includes surprise children from the shadows. The girl takes one look at Alice and breaks down, crying out for her mother. Alice is stunned, and Lucifer has no clue what he just walked into. Elsewhere, Countess Carmela of Avignon lounges in luxury, smiling over a delivery wrapped in roses. Her taste is expensive, dramatic, and deeply unsettling. The roses are doing absolutely no work to make this normal. Carmela orders Lawrence to handle the delivery carefully, then hints that the person inside is tied to a much bigger plan. Her confident grin makes it clear she has been waiting for this moment. Lawrence finally presses her for answers, and Carmela drops the name that changes the whole conversation: Demon King Lucifer. She believes the monster they have been watching is connected to him, turning this delivery into a direct threat. Carmilla calmly explains that the target cannot escape now. Whatever trap she set, she plans to let it close around Lucifer. And she's enjoying every second of it, because villains apparently get better posture when they have a secret. Back at the house, an elderly advisor presses Lucifer about whether he's really been teaching the little girl anything useful. Alice happily clings to her black-haired caretaker and calls her mama, while Lucifer watches the sweet reunion with a cautious smile. This household has adopted family drama at an impressively efficient pace. Alice proudly says she loves Mama, then admits she wants to become strong enough to protect the people she cares about. Lucifer takes that ambition seriously. He knows strength is not a game when danger can reach the people beside you. The old advisor agrees that her determination is real, but warns that power brings its own burden. Alice is still nervous about leaving everyone behind, yet the caretaker reassures her that she does not have to face it alone. Lucifer gives Alice the hard truth. If she wants to stand with him, she must learn to handle danger without losing herself. Alice answers with a determined look. Our boy has clearly raised someone who refuses to stay fragile. The caretaker appears in a sharper black outfit and asks if it looks good. Lucifer gives the obvious answer, and she lights up instantly. Then Count Carmilla arrives with an official request. A military expedition needs Lucifer's help, and the sealed document makes this far more than a casual visit. Lucifer gets a letter and immediately treats it like the universe has finally remembered he needs a job. Our boy is ready to work, which is already a plot twist. At the mansion, the silver-haired noblewoman coolly sizes Lucifer up while he tries to understand why this meeting suddenly feels like an interrogation. She makes her position painfully clear. She has influence, she has money, and she expects Lucifer to follow her terms. Then the room erupts with dark pressure around her. The offer is not just business, and Lucifer realizes this lady is carrying some very serious baggage. Lucifer pushes back instead of folding. He wants to know what she really needs from him, and her stare says she did not expect that answer. She finally gives him a practical lead, but Lucifer keeps watching her carefully. He may be jobless, not clueless. Later, the noblewoman leaves the mansion alone, looking rattled despite all that confidence. Whatever is chasing her is clearly not a minor inconvenience. Her butler gently checks on her, and the hard mask slips for a moment. She admits she may have pushed Lucifer too far, but she still needs his help. Under the night sky, she commits to the plan. Lucifer has become her best chance, whether he likes the arrangement or not. Back at the shop, Lucifer hears a suspiciously excited description of the woman he just met. He gets the warning, and the awkward reaction says he has plenty of questions. Lucifer follows Alice into town, but he immediately notices she is moving with a serious purpose. Our boy knows this is not a casual walk. Alice explains that the nearby towns have been ruined, and the people inside this place are barely holding together. Lucifer listens carefully as she points out the ugly truth behind the quiet streets. Then, a small black-haired girl starts calling someone daddy, making Lucifer freeze like he just walked into the wrong family meeting. Alice stays composed, but the strange family tension is getting harder to ignore. Before anyone can sort it out, a violent blast erupts outside and rattles the whole town. Lucifer heads out at night, realizing they cannot simply hide and wait for this mess to disappear. The town has seen enough trouble already, and he is about to get dragged into even more. Then Lucifer spots the real problem, a wanted notice with his group plastered all over it. Apparently being unemployed was not humiliating enough. Now he is officially public enemy material. The alarm becomes very real as fire breaks out and terrified townspeople shout for help. Lucifer looks up at the chaos and decides this is exactly the moment to make the old fart regret starting trouble. Lucifer hears a desperate warning that vampires have slipped into town, and the night suddenly gets very unfriendly. A terrified blonde local is surrounded by armored attackers, then gets launched aside before Lucifer can reach him. These are not subtle burglars. They brought armor and a full midnight ambush. Lucifer draws his sword and charges the invaders, but the vampires keep pressing in from every direction. Then Alice steps into the chaos. She clocks the strange enemies immediately and looks more curious than scared. Alice tears through the attackers with clean sword work, shutting down every lunge before it can become a real threat. A glasses-wearing handler watches from behind the raid and calmly orders his men to take Alice instead. Apparently kidnapping the hero is on tonight's schedule. The handler unleashes a towering wall of blue power at her, confident sheer force will finally pin her down. Alice answers with ice magic, freezing the attack solid and turning his smug little trap into a sparkling disaster. Cornered, the handler reaches for his head and starts changing, as if he has one last monstrous card to play. He erupts into a winged vampire form, while Alice stares him down without giving him the reaction he wanted. Lucifer is already surrounded, cutting through gray-skinned demon raiders while a shadowy watcher hangs back. Our boy came for a fight and apparently got the whole demon neighborhood. The raiders laugh at the lone swordsman and crowd him from every side, convinced he cannot handle them all. Then Lucifer spots the real surprise. Alice Claudia has arrived and he recognizes her as a true blue hero. She does not waste time explaining herself. She draws her blade with a cold, confident grin. Alice announces that she will eliminate them, then unleashes a bright iced herd strike straight into the enemy line. Her freezing attacks forced a winged demon back, but he is stunned that a 233rd hero can hit this hard. That promotion clearly came with a very aggressive performance review. Lucifer joins the counterattack, sweeping his sword through the mob as fire erupts among the raiders. With Lucifer holding the pressure, Alice sends another icy wave across the battlefield and leaves the enemy formation breaking apart. The winged leader realizes this raid is finished and flees to report the failure to Lady Carmilla. As the battle spills over the rooftops, Alice senses something wrong and warns Lucifer to stay away while she checks it out. Alice races into the night, already frustrated, because a screaming monster has reached the village before she can stop it. The vampire grins through the damage. As long as he has blood to drink, he claims he can keep regenerating. That is a very rude health bar to bring into a village fight. Below them, terrified townspeople call for guards while Alice realizes this thing is hunting right over their homes. The vampire springs in with another vicious strike, forcing Alice to dodge as the rooftops become his personal battlefield. Alice catches the attack head-on and throws herself into the counter, refusing to give him a clean shot at anyone below. He tries to rattle her with taunts and another blast, but Alice's eyes stay locked in. She is done playing defense. When the vampire turns his attention toward the village children, Alice's spear snaps into pure anger. She makes it clear that he will not get away with this. Alice unleashes freezing power at point-blank range, locking the monster down before his regeneration can save him again. One clean finishing slash shatters him apart. His last cry is for Lady Camilla as his body goes up in flames. The victory costs Alice dearly. Her strength finally gives out and Lucifer catches her before she hits the roof. Lucifer checks on Alice while she fights for breath. The village is safe, but this enemy clearly was not acting alone. Lucifer and Alice spot a child connected to the household, and Alice immediately realizes this is not some random midnight problem. Alice wants to check on the kid, while Lucifer acts casual. Our boy is clearly more concerned than he wants to admit. Inside the mansion, an elderly servant finds the black-haired child sneaking around with a suspicious little chest. For once, the tiny treasure chest is not holding snacks. The mood gets serious fast. The servant reports to the silver-haired woman that the child's mother has been sent far away, leaving the kid dangerously exposed. The silver-haired woman comforts the frightened child, promising that no one will take her away. But her forced smile makes it obvious she knows trouble is already at the door. The woman is suddenly cornered by a terrifying threat, and the child panics as the attacker closes in. The old servant jumps into the fight without hesitation, throwing himself between the child and the attacker. He recognizes the weapon as church-made, which means this attack was planned, not personal. Even badly outmatched, the servant keeps fighting to buy the child a few more seconds. Loyalty is doing overtime tonight. Just as the mansion erupts in flames, Lucifer and Alice return to find the attack already in full swing. Alice is impressed that the child held on through the chaos, but Lucifer knows this was only the opening move. Lucifer storms into the hall and demands the child back, glaring at Merlin like Patience has officially left the building. Merlin barely reacts. She looks far too comfortable for someone starting a palace brawl. Merlin warns him that he cannot win, but Lucifer refuses to back down and charges her anyway. Our boy picks the direct route, because apparently doors are optional when you have demon pride. The clash starts fast. Lucifer swings in hard while Merlin reads his attack with a cold, unimpressed stare. Alice watches the fight spiral and demands to know what Lucifer is thinking. Even she can see this is getting dangerous. Lucifer insists they are not the same, but that confidence is about to get tested. Merlin finally moves, unleashing teleportation magic in a red flash and closing the distance before anyone can react. Lucifer tries to talk his way to the standoff, promising he will change. Merlin tells him to stay put while she prepares a special gift. That gift is a nightmare. A roaring sea of blood crashes through the castle, turning the whole hall into a slaughterhouse-level flood. As the blood tide swallows the castle, one furious hand reaches out from the chaos. This fight is nowhere near finished. Inside the demon mansion, Melinda watches an old mage casually burn a prisoner, and she is already fed up with his cruelty. He calls it punishment, she calls it unbearable. Honestly, both descriptions fit. When Melinda pushes back, the mage's smug little lesson turns vicious, leaving her terrified and screaming for it to stop. Elsewhere, the demon court learns that something impossible has appeared near the northern forest and the mood drops fast. The officials know this is no routine disturbance. Whatever is out there is too dangerous to ignore. Merlin explains that the violent wind marks the entrance to a separate world, a place hidden inside the northern forest. Lucifer and Merlin cross over into a bleak wasteland under a red moon, where even the silence feels hostile. Then Lucifer spots the bones scattered across the rocks and realizes this place has eaten visitors before. Merlin identifies the landscape as a red-colored swamp, an independent little world with a very bad welcome committee. A whole pack of magic beasts rushes Lucifer at once. Merlin tells him to run, but our boy reaches for his sword instead. One explosive strike wipes out the charging monsters, and Lucifer calmly reminds Merlin that he is very strong. Alice is suddenly dropped into a rocky wilderness, blinking in confusion as an unseen woman welcomes her to a very private backyard. The lavender-haired captor lashes Alice with a whip, taunting that someone important must be trying very hard to keep her contained. Alice is furious, but her escape plan currently has the range of a very angry house cat. Dark restraints coil around Alice as she cries for her mother, while the captor calmly enjoys every second of the struggle. Elsewhere, Lucifer faces a gigantic skeletal dragon. The monster recognizes the scent of bloody blood demons and immediately decides our boy is a problem. The dragon gathers a purple blast over the mountains, and Lucifer watches with unnerving calm as the attack comes down. Before the beast can finish its move, Lucifer cuts through its skeletal body in one brutal stroke. The dragon explodes into fragments, but Lucifer realizes it was no ordinary monster. Its bloody core was still being held back. Then a bizarre blue force erupts around Lucifer, shaking the air and mountains as a new power begins to enter him. Lucifer stares into the roaring blue surge, stunned by how much power is suddenly flowing through him. High above the clouds, a white-haired challenger drops in and immediately starts picking a fight with the vampire mother. She treats marriage gossip like a battlefield briefing. Priorities are clearly under attack. The argument turns nasty fast. The challenger threatens her, but the silver-haired mother refuses to be intimidated. Then the white-haired fighter unleashes a crushing suppression aura, and the mother realizes this pressure is on another level. Before the mother can take the hit alone, her red-eyed daughter jumps in, furious that anyone dared bully her mama. The kid is swatted aside in the exchange and cries for her mother, making this fight painfully personal. The challenger doubles down and declares this is where the vampire loses, but the mother is finally done holding back. Purple energy erupts around the vampire mother as she reveals she has faced and killed countless saint-rank enemies before. Her power spikes into something monstrous, and the challenger can only stare as the battlefield starts belonging to Mama. A blinding blue form bursts forth as the vampire invokes her ultimate power. Now the real fight begins. Alice is stunned as her power erupts into a shining, winged form. She is not borrowing a Saint Dragon strength. She is not borrowing a Saint Dragon strength. She is the Saint Dragon. The transformation finishes and the enormous white dragon tears through the blizzard like it owns the sky. Subtle entrance? Subtle entrance? Absolutely not. Lucifer watches Alice spiral higher while the people below panic. He tells the others to protect the children as the storm keeps building. A black dragon crashes into the fight and taunts the Saint Dragon for finally showing her true form. Alice answers with a furious ice-charged strike. The collision slams the dragons toward the ground, but the real danger is the magic pouring out around them. Even Lucifer can see this is getting ugly fast. Lucifer realizes the runaway holy blizzard could freeze the entire continent. He stays focused, because Alice is still trapped inside that raging power. Despite every warning, Lucifer refuses to abandon her. Our boy promises he will bring her back, then steps toward the storm. Alice is trapped inside a violent blizzard, and her icy transformed body is already tearing through the battlefield. Lucifer realizes she has been caught, but stopping the storm is suddenly the bigger problem. The white beast launches another freezing rush, and Alice looks stunned that Lucifer is still standing in front of it. This is less a rescue mission and more a weather emergency with teeth. Lucifer calls for Alice to wake up, but the creature answers with a point-blank blast that sends him flying. Alice's transformed body crashes down again, pinning Lucifer beneath overwhelming ice power. Even while taking the hit, he refuses to treat her like an enemy he can simply cut down. Lucifer finally swings back, demanding to know if this beast really thinks it can take him out that easily. The counterattack barely slows the monster. Lucifer is blasted across the snow and the fight keeps getting uglier. Then the chaos shifts. Lucifer is addressed as Lucifer 3, and an old connection starts surfacing through the ice. The other side insists they do not need to become enemies just because their peoples were once divided. But Merlin sees the situation differently. Her furious stare makes it clear that this is not just a monster problem anymore. As Lucifer faces the truth, Merlin's anger begins to burn out of control. Merlin erupts in flames and declares that Lucifer 3 will become the Demon King. Her promise is simple and terrifying. She will tear down the world that made them fight each other. Inside the France palace, a grim report lands at an old lord's feet, and the news clearly hits harder than anyone expected. Someone important is gone, and the room suddenly feels like a funeral with better furniture. The old lord orders word sent to the heavens. Then a coffin-bound figure is summoned as France scrambles for answers. 3 days later, the trouble reaches the mansion, where Lucifer's side starts piecing together the political mess. Back at home, Lucifer and Alice listen as the adults explain how France is being squeezed by its own fragile position. Our boy gets handed international politics before he can even finish a peaceful family conversation. Lucifer stays cool and focuses on the real issue. France cannot keep depending on forces it can barely control. He sees the kingdom's weakness clearly, even if everyone else is still arguing around it. In the French capital, a knight crashes into the arena and proves that the kingdom still has fighters willing to throw down. The crowd gets a heroic entrance. The payment gets a personal apology. France's princess steps forward with a bold plan, claiming the throne's legacy while powerful knights watch her every move. She's not asking for permission. She's testing whether anyone can stop her. When challenged, the princess refuses to back down. She says she will pay any price if it means keeping her country alive. That desperate promise turns a political dispute into an offer with very dangerous consequences. Alice arrives at the quiet capital with a worried little girl and an exhausted old man in tow. The kid wants to go fishing tomorrow because apparently impending trouble can wait. The old man reluctantly agrees, while the red-eyed girl looks innocent enough to get away with absolutely anything. Elsewhere, a cloaked blonde stranger surveys the peaceful city with growing impatience. He decides patience is over and calls for his pet, turning a calm sunset into a disaster warning. A massive, toothy monster bursts from the ground, and the city instantly erupts into panic. That is one very aggressive way to skip the front gate. People flee as the beast smashes through the streets, leaving the defenders scrambling to contain it. Bellows charges in with a blazing strike, meeting the monster head-on instead of backing down. The beast absorbs the hit and fires back, proving this is no ordinary rampage. Bellows reads its reaction and presses the attack, but the creature is still terrifyingly hard to put down. As the city watches the fight, the real threat becomes clear. Someone has unleashed this monster to make a demand. The club stranger gives him 3 days, or everyone in the city pays the price. At France's palace, the royal court learns its new champion has power on the Demon King level, and the princess can barely process it. The ministers immediately start arguing over whether this is a blessing or a paperwork nightmare. Their panic has a reason. The church's forces are pushing across the continent, and France is sitting directly in their path. The king makes the call. France will resist, with Lucifer and his terrifying power standing at the center of its defense. The court erupts in cheers for France, but the king's bowed head shows he knows this decision could cost everyone dearly. The princess refuses to let France become a helpless sacrifice. She is determined to prove the kingdom can stand beside its new protector. Elsewhere, a captive girl is still trapped underground while a cruel interrogator toys with her. France's problems have layers now. A sharp-eyed enemy realizes France has a powerful new backer, but he does not believe one demon king can stop the church's entire machine. The opposing side orders France to be crushed before its defenses can settle. They are betting Lucifer is still too late. Then Lucifer arrives in the middle of the chaos and blows apart the enemy's momentum like he was clearing an inconvenient street stall. Alice and the others watch the fighting turn, realizing the mysterious force protecting France may be far more dangerous than expected. As both sides prepare to clash, a hidden player steps forward with a confident grin, claiming the coming battle favors him. Inside O'Brien Cathedral, a young blonde knight kneels without protest as the church decides what her life is worth. She accepts the punishment, even though the adults around her are clearly treating her like a resource. The cardinal explains that this girl is the church's newly chosen hero, sent out to defeat the Demon King. Nothing says healthy career planning like handing a teenager a world-ending job. Then the old fart reveals the real gift, the Scarlet Enchantment, a church weapon built around human sacrifice. The hero listens in stunned silence as he calmly describes its horrifying cost. The crimson weapon ignites in front of her, and the cardinal orders her to use its power to wipe out every monster. She battles beneath the red light, looking less like a champion and more like the church's obedient blade. Elsewhere, Lucifer and Alice rest in the forest until strange noises pull them awake into the moonlight. A pack of vampires closes in around their carriage. Alice immediately recognizes the danger, while Lucifer stays sharply alert. Alice draws her sword and meets the attackers head-on, her expression turning ice-cold as blades start flying. The vampires unleash flames and claim their weapon can burn away a normal human body in seconds. But Lucifer does not flinch, and that confidence makes their ambush look a lot less convincing. Lucifer watches their magic with a skeptical stare, while Alice realizes these enemies may be tougher than their smug entrance suggested. Lucifer and Alice learn that a Demon King has returned, and the warning lands hard. This is not a random monster causing trouble. The group barely has time to process it before the knight starts charging admission for chaos. They find the Demon King chained outside the city, surrounded by soldiers who clearly think numbers will solve everything. The captive looks beaten down, but his eyes say he's been waiting for exactly this moment. The Demon King admits he came to test them, then fixes his attention on Lucifer with a grin that is anything but friendly. Lucifer does not back away. He draws his sword and accepts the challenge. The first exchange is a blur of movement as the Demon King tears through the field, and the soldiers scramble to keep up. Then the Demon King unleashes his real strength, erupting into a massive flaming form that dwarfs everyone around him. Apparently being chained up was just his warm-up stretch. The fiery giant offers the humans a chance to switch sides, but Lucifer sees the move for what it is, a test of loyalty. Instead of folding, the group holds its ground and forces the Demon King to make the next move. His answer is immediate. A blazing attack crashes down toward them, turning the battlefield into a wall of fire. Lucifer throws himself into the blast, and the chapter ends with the whole field swallowed by the explosion. The bottle opens with a massive blast, and the fighters barely have time to process the impact. The Golden Fighter calmly admits this is his last attempt, but he's still grinning like disaster is part of the plan. At this point, the battlefield has become a very expensive anger management session. A purple-cloaked opponent lunges in, while the blazing warrior answers with raw force instead of backing down. A shadowy attacker joins the pressure, and the Demon King's strength finally forces his enemies to take him seriously. Even he realizes he has been holding something back, and that realization changes the whole fight. Then Jeannie steps onto the field. Her face is tight with focus as she sizes up the Demon King and the chaos around him. She came prepared with the power of the 233rd hero, Shidishi Hero, so this is no ordinary rescue attempt. Jeannie raises a spear that can kill Lucifer, making it clear that one clean hit could end this fast. Nothing says, "Please calm down," by bringing a legendary murder spear. Jeannie attacks without hesitation, carving red streaks through the air as the Demon King evades her relentless combo. She pushes harder, determined to use the strengths she could not control before, and the two powers collide across the field. The observers realize Jeannie is still fighting below, protected by an unknown technique but trapped in a battle that keeps escalating. A blast tears across the battlefield as Lucifer steps in, and the alarmed soldiers realize this is no ordinary visitor. Our boy is here for answers, but the welcome committee has chosen explosions instead. Lucifer charges through the attack with a hard stare, while the pink-haired princess braces herself and refuses to back down. Diplomacy lasted exactly as long as you would expect in a Demon King encounter. Then a Demon King-level magical cannon comes online, its blue glow swallowing the sky and putting everyone on edge. The incoming magic twists into a huge glowing force, and Lucifer watches closely as the attack reveals there is more happening here than a simple ambush. The princess finally changes tactics. She says she can help Lucifer find his sister, and his anger gives way to wary attention. It is a tempting offer, but Lucifer has every reason to wonder what she wants in return. Lucifer makes his position brutally clear. If his sister is in France, he will tear the country apart to reach her. Alice senses something is wrong and urges the group to hurry. The search has just become a race against a very bad feeling. Rain lashes the road as Merlin and Alice reach the demon capital, where the guards are already watching every move. Alice finds Lucifer in rough shape, and her worried face makes it clear this is not a social call. Our boy looks like he's been personally attacked by the concept of responsibility. Alice admits the ugly truth. She has completely lost control of her divine artifact and cannot face it herself. The artifact is no ordinary weapon. It is a divine disaster, and even Lucifer realizes they need a smarter plan than charging in. After getting scolded for rushing ahead, Alice steadies herself and asks Lucifer to come with her tomorrow. At O'Brien Cathedral, Alice tells the confused Demon King that he is now her only hope. Nothing says good morning like recruiting a Demon King for church business. The church commander reports that his soldiers were wiped out, then quickly realizes Alice has arrived with very little patience left. The old fart drops to the floor and apologizes so hard that even Merlin has to call out the shameless performance. Alice makes her demand. The church will help the Demon King. Lucifer can only stare as her desperate plan becomes an official order. At the cathedral, the church commander orders Alice to guard the holy site while everyone braces for trouble. The old fart insists the church needs a hero against the Demon King, and Alice is not thrilled by the pressure. That night, Alice looks shaken but sincere. She believes everything will work out as long as Lucifer is beside her. Nothing says calm leadership like placing your entire emotional support system on one demon. Lucifer warns Alice that the demons in his castle could turn dangerous at any moment, but she refuses to run away. Back at the church, Alice notices Jean acting strange. The blonde knight clearly has something on her mind. Then the hero rides out toward Mount Horan, with the crowd cheering loud enough to make the mission feel like a parade. On the road, a desperate orange-haired woman approaches Lucifer asking the Demon King for help before her situation gets worse. Her problem is the church commander himself. He corners her with a chilling smile, and she realizes this is no ordinary request for help. High in the mountains, Alice senses the earth trembling and realizes someone powerful is closing in fast. She wants a quiet conversation, but this place is already having a full dramatic meltdown. Lucifer finally faces the blonde stranger he came to find, while Alice watches their reunion with growing suspicion. The stranger calls him Lucifer, so clearly this is not a casual hiking meetup. Alice makes the first move, launching herself forward with ice magic and a sword swing that leaves no room for small talk. Lucifer recognizes Beelzebub as an old friend, but Alice is not buying the friendly introduction for 1 second. Beelzebub explains that he came looking for Lucifer, and the mood immediately shifts from reunion to challenge. Beelzebub questions why Lucifer is still using the Demon Lord title, while Alice sees a chance to settle this the hard way. Lucifer tries to keep the peace, but everyone around him has apparently scheduled violence. The duel explodes into motion as Lucifer and Beelzebub clash head-on, their attacks smashing together in midair. A massive blast tears across the mountain, and Alice can only stare as the fight keeps escalating. From Margaret's view, the shaking gets worse as she realizes her prince is caught in a battle far beyond an ordinary argument. She calls out for him, terrified but still convinced Lucifer can survive this mess. The showdown starts fast. Lucifer charges the blonde brawler, but this guy is clearly here to make the Demon King work for it. Alice arrives in the middle of the chaos, looking confused but alert as she realizes this is no ordinary sparring match. Meanwhile, Lucifer's opponent keeps acting like he booked the whole battlefield. The challenger presses hard with wild swings and heavy kicks. Lucifer stays composed, slipping around every hit by inches. Again, the pace spikes again. The blonde fighter rushes in, daring Lucifer to stop holding back. Alice answers with a massive blast of magic, flooding the battlefield with violet light and forcing everyone to brace themselves. Merlin watches the blast tear through the ground, but Lucifer shakes it off. Whatever that attack was, it was not enough to put him down. Now Lucifer finally changes gears. Wings out and power rising. He calls for help and warns his opponent not to disappoint him. Lucifer charges straight into the brawl, and even while trading blows, he admits his opponent is seriously strong. Our boy refuses to stay down, basically telling the armored brute that the beating is not convincing enough yet. That confidence gets tested immediately when another brutal strike crashes into him. Lucifer is battered and cornered, but his grin says he is still calculating. Bad news for everyone nearby. Merlin suddenly joins the fight, carving through the pressure around Lucifer before the enemy can finish him. The counterattack sends Merlin flying, and Lucifer snaps from stubborn survivor to openly furious protector. Then a monstrous shadow blooms behind Lucifer. The power inside him was never supposed to wake up like this. Merlin can only stare as the battlefield starts rumbling under that terrifying presence. Lucifer launches skyward and gathers the chaos into a massive black-winged attack, turning defense into a full-on execution move. The blast tears across the battlefield like a miniature sun, and the impact is loud enough to make the ground flinch. As the dust explodes outward, Lucifer calls for Merlin. The attack landed, but nobody looks ready to celebrate. Lucifer jolts awake from a nightmare, groggy and unsettled. He cannot shake the feeling that something terrible is closing in. Alice rushes in to check on him, and her worried face says this was no ordinary nap. She grabs him so fast that personal space immediately loses the battle. Alice is flustered, but genuinely relieved he is awake. Lucifer tries to play it cool, even while looking completely wrecked. Lucifer admits he pushed himself too far, and Alice starts worrying that he has seriously run himself down. For all their bickering, she stays close. Our boy has accidentally acquired a very determined caretaker. Far away, the uneasy mood spreads through the night. Someone is clearly watching the Demon King's situation with growing interest. At the cathedral, the church commander hears that Alice is still tied up with Lucifer. The old fart immediately sees a useful opening. The church commander decides the situation is getting complicated because Alice's attachment is changing the board. Meanwhile, Lucifer sneezes under the moonlight, unaware that the scheming has already started. Inside the church, a furious young woman demands to chase down the shadow magic herself. Subtlety has left the building. She refuses to let the matter go and insists on seeing the target. The church's next move is no longer just talk. Lucifer storms into the finance palace expecting payment, only to learn there is no reward waiting for him at all. Saving the day apparently came with the world's worst employee benefits. The red-haired princess insists he has a reason for dragging him here, but Lucifer is already fed up with royal excuses. Her confidence is enormous, which is convenient because she is about to need every bit of it. The princess starts mocking Alice, and the white-haired swordswoman instantly fires back. This meeting has officially become a challenge. Alice answers with crackling ice magic, freezing the room's mood along with everything in her path. The princess refuses to back down and rushes through the blizzard, while Lucifer watches their argument turn into a full-on brawl. The clash sends both girls flying, and the armored knight has to step in before this palace gets redecorated by force. Once the ice settles, the princess drops the hostility and asks Lucifer about the world beyond the royal walls. For the first time, her anger looks less like arrogance and more like someone desperate to understand what she has never seen. Lucifer offers her a hand and a chance to move forward, turning one disastrous introduction into the start of a new arrangement. Inside the finance office, Merlin hears that the situation is getting worse, and her confident smile slips into real concern. The white-haired knight explains that the problem is bigger than one person. Even the authorities are struggling to hold things together. Merlin takes it personally, because this mess is threatening the fragile peace she worked to protect. Later, Lucifer is trying to enjoy a peaceful night in bed when Alice notices Merlin is clearly bothered by something. For once, the Demon King's biggest enemy is not a hero. It is late-night emotional homework. The next night, Lucifer and Alice spot a stranger lurking outside. The figure freezes the second he realizes he has been seen. Lucifer moves first and drops the intruder in one clean hit, but the suspicious man refuses to give up any answers. The stranger suddenly tears open a portal and bolts. Lucifer and Alice can only watch as their lead vanishes into the night. The trail leads to the church, where the fleeing spy reports back to a hooded woman hiding behind purple magic. Her destination is a heavily guarded church compound. Whatever the church is preparing, it is serious enough to keep every door locked. Deep inside, the hooded woman meets a massive brute and another hidden figure. They are not panicking about Lucifer's attention. They are welcoming it. Back in France, trouble's already circling Lucifer's family home, and someone has come looking for a fight. Lucifer finally faces his father, but the old man is furious that his son vanished without a word. That is one brutal way to welcome your kid home. His father dismisses Lucifer's excuses and demands to know what he has achieved before raising a hand. Then the air turns icy as the old man decides a lecture is not enough. A huge blast tears through the street, forcing everyone to realize this family argument has become a real battle. Before Lucifer can be overwhelmed, his allies rush in and place themselves between him and the attackers. They are not here to negotiate. They are here to protect their demon king. A menacing demon arrives through a purple surge and recognizes Lucifer immediately, calling him their lord. The family meeting has officially acquired monster-sized backup. Lucifer grins at the chaos. His father wanted proof that he had grown stronger, and now the whole street can see it. A hooded stranger arrives with a strange golden item, already looking like trouble in a cape. He dismisses the local guild's confidence and heads straight for Lucifer's territory. Lucifer tries to handle the visitor himself, but the stranger has come with a very specific business offer. The hooded man claims he needs help finding a pharmacist, and our boy immediately senses the catch. The stranger presses harder, promising results while keeping his real motive hidden behind that calm smile. Lucifer listens, but he refuses to trust a deal that arrives wrapped in mystery. Alice steps in before the conversation can get any shadier, and the stranger is visibly caught off guard. He clearly did not expect Lucifer's side to include a sword-wielding reality check. The stranger explains that he's been gathering skilled people for a serious cause, not just chasing profit. Still, his talk of recruitment and hidden backing only makes Lucifer more suspicious. Then the visitor finally makes his move, drawing power that crackles through the room and stops everyone cold. Whatever this man is, he is no ordinary customer. Elsewhere, a young princess storms into her father's room with the same urgent problem: find a pharmacist now. Her father can barely get a word out before royal impatience takes over the room. Back at the confrontation, the hooded man reveals magic so old that only ancient practitioners should even know it. Lucifer and Alice realize this strange recruiter may be tied to the demon race itself. The palace pharmacy, a silver-haired mage faces a worried royal woman and insists he can handle the strange poison. His confidence is doing most of the healing here because his body clearly did not get the memo. The mage studies several colored remedies, while Lucifer and the princess watch closely, hoping a cure will restore his strength. Instead, he realizes the poison is not ordinary at all. It was made to tamper with magical ability itself. He tries a potion anyway, then instantly doubles over coughing as the medicine triggers a brutal reaction. The aftermath is less heroic than advertised. The mage collapses in a cloud of foul smoke, and everyone recoils. Lucifer realizes the poison is still changing inside him, which makes a simple antidote look unlikely. Back at the palace, the sick mage is brought before the royals while Lucifer explains that ancient magic is involved. The poison may be keeping him alive, but it is also reshaping him into something far more dangerous. The princess promises they will restore his condition, and her concern finally cuts through his stubborn pride. But he admits that if the power returns, he may have to accept a role he never wanted. The truth lands hard. This poison was designed to make its victim evolve into a replacement magical weapon. Lucifer and the princess are left staring at a cure that could save him, or turn him into the kingdom's next monster. At a moonlit fortress, a mysterious ritual gets underway, and the mood is immediately bad news. The household learns Lucifer has suddenly stopped sleeping, leaving everyone worried about what changed inside. For a demon king, insomnia is still an impressively human problem. Meanwhile, Lucifer tries to act normal at Alice's place, but he's clearly exhausted and trying not to show it. Alice catches our boy lurking around her room, and her confused stare makes it obvious that he is not fooling anybody. Lucifer has faced monsters, but one sharp question from Alice is his real final boss. Before he can escape the conversation, Alice sends him straight into the bath with a spectacular splash. Once he settles down, Alice gently asks why he has been so frightened and restless lately. Lucifer admits he has heard disturbing things, and the fear behind his eyes finally starts to show. Then the conversation takes a hard left when Lucifer steps out wearing only a towel, and Alice instantly loses her composure. The two get tangled in a very awkward close-range misunderstanding, with both of them blushing far too hard to explain it. This is the exact moment every locked door in romance stories chooses to fail. Nina walks in at the worst possible second, sees the scene, and unleashes a scream that probably wakes the whole building. Inside the mansion, a blonde royal woman presses the gray-haired instructor for answers about the danger hanging over their country. The instructor stays calm, but his guarded posture makes it clear this is not just another history lesson. He traces the threat back to the Demon King's era and warns that old powers do not stay buried politely. He explains that powerful familiars once protected kingdoms, but their magic could turn into a disaster when their masters vanished. Basically, ancient magical pets come with very expensive separation anxiety. The instructor points to the familiar's food and says its cravings may be the key to understanding what it wants. Before anyone can finish the theory lesson, a violent cry cuts through the night outside the mansion. A colossal winged monster drops over the city, sending the guards into instant panic as its shadow swallows the rooftops. Then a red-haired fighter launches straight at the beast and lands a clean hit. That is one aggressive welcome committee. After the scare, the instructor admits he invited the visitor to test the situation, while the royal woman looks ready to demand a refund. The group realizes the creature was not a random invasion after all, and the instructor's smug little smile says he knew more than he shared. The chapter ends with Lucifer caught in an extremely awkward poolside situation, while Alice makes it very clear that privacy has left the building. At the royal mansion, the red-haired guard keeps grilling Alice about her strange behavior, while Alice tries to play it cool. The joke dies fast when Alice realizes something is seriously wrong. Alice asks whether Lucifer is alright, but our boy is clearly worn down and dodges the question. He insists he is fine, even as that exhausted face gives him away completely. Lucifer tries to wake the red-haired woman, but she will not respond. Now he is openly panicking. The mansion suddenly feels less like a home and more like a very expensive emergency room. Alice brings him food and tries to steady him, but Lucifer barely has the strength to eat. He admits he is scared, and Alice quietly stays beside him. Then the red-haired god wakes up, sounding confused but alive. Lucifer finally gets a little air back in his lungs. She reveals that Alice has been sleeping badly too, and the worry shifts straight back onto the hero. Before anyone can recover, a church official arrives at the royal mansion with orders for Alice. The cathedral wants its hero back, because apparently royal house drama was not enough for one night. Alice is stunned when the priest says the church needs her immediately and will not accept a delay. With Lucifer already shaken and Alice being summoned away, the pressure on this mansion just keeps climbing. Elliot puts Lucifer on a new investigation, and our boy immediately realizes this is not a routine assignment. He is supposed to handle the mess, but the look on his face says the paperwork may be the real monster. Alice suddenly clings to Lucifer, looking shaken and needy after the pressure of the mission catches up with her. Lucifer freezes as she calls it a joke, but nobody is buying that recovery. The group narrows the target to a remote mountain location, where the vampire threat is believed to be hiding. The plan sounds simple on paper, which is usually the exact moment a recap starts charging interest. Deep underground, church soldiers guard a treasure vault and argue over why anyone would dare attack this place. They get their answer fast. A vampire raider slips inside, kills a guard, and treats the vault like an open invitation. The intruder makes his motive clear. The vault holds something valuable enough to risk a full assault. For this guy, burglary apparently needs dramatic lighting and a body count. More attackers flood the area, and their leader orders the defenders eliminated before they can organize. The fight erupts into fire and chaos as the vampires push harder, turning the hidden vault into a war zone. Outside, Elliot confronts a suspicious man while the attack burns behind them, realizing the enemy operation is far bigger than expected. At the Merlin estate, Lucifer is introduced to a new royal arrangement while Claude watches the conversation carefully. Our boy already looks like he suspects the paperwork is about to become a personal attack. The silver-haired instructor makes it simple. Lucifer needs real combat training, because theory will not save him in a fight. Lucifer freezes at the proposal, while everyone else treats this terrifying upgrade like a normal afternoon. She insists the training is necessary, and Lucifer can only manage a reluctant agreement as the pressure closes in. That smile says she has already planned the first 100 laps. Then the mood snaps sideways. A huge crimson eye opens in the darkness and something called Rumbry seems to stir. Claude suddenly buckles, clearly overwhelmed by whatever just reached him. The red-haired woman rushes in, demanding to know what is wrong. He cannot explain it, only that the feeling is tied to Lucifer. When Claude recovers, Lucifer and the others try to make sense of the interruption. Lucifer gets grabbed mid-confusion, because apparently answers are optional. At the royal mansion, Claude apologizes for his strange behavior, but the instructor wants the truth about that sudden collapse. Claude admits that when he tried to search for answers, he was drawn into something he calls the abyss and barely held himself together. The instructor realizes this is not ordinary nerves. Something near Lucifer is powerful enough to leave Claude shaken. Elsewhere in the mansion, a royal woman hears that Lucifer has changed and quietly decides she needs to see him herself. At the palace, Lucifer is greeted by a white-haired woman who clearly knows him, while he looks completely caught off guard. Our boy has walked into a royal meeting with the energy of a man who forgot the guest list. A red-haired woman challenges the stranger's place here, and the white-haired guest stiffens as the room turns hostile. Lucifer tries to keep the peace, but both women are already glaring like diplomacy personally offended them. Dinner begins, and the group trades guarded questions about the guest and why she has suddenly appeared at the palace. Lucifer samples the wine first, but his wary expression says this meal may be serving more danger than dessert. Nothing ruins fine dining faster than everyone treating the glass like a boss fight. A violent purple aura erupts around the white-haired woman, and the quiet dinner instantly becomes a magical emergency. Lucifer realizes she is no harmless visitor, but he still steps forward instead of letting her hurt anyone. The possessed woman launches herself at him, and Lucifer answers with a blinding burst of power that knocks her attack aside. Even while she struggles, Lucifer holds her back carefully, refusing to treat her like an enemy he can simply cut down. She makes one last desperate move, but Lucifer stops her before the chaos can spread through the palace. Then the fight ends with a bombshell. The white-haired woman collapses into Lucifer and declares that she is his wife. That is one way to make an introduction memorable. A violent clash is already tearing through the city, and Hades watches the chaos with cold confidence. He looks way too comfortable for someone standing inside an active disaster zone. Hades lunges straight through the defenders, forcing the shocked women behind him to scramble clear. The flame fighter steps in, but Hades is clearly hunting a bigger target. The fighter unleashes a blazing punch at close range, and Hades meets it head-on instead of backing down. Both men are pushing hard now, turning the street into a front-row seat for magical demolition. Hades suddenly switches to crackling blue power and hammers his opponent with a massive vertical blast. The attack is strong enough to make the whole battlefield flash like lightning struck twice. The battered fighter erupts with blue energy, but his body is visibly straining under the transformation. Hades recognizes the danger immediately and keeps pressing before that power can stabilize. Hades fires another brutal blue beam, driving the transformed fighter back through the smoke. The fighter refuses to stay down and spreads that blue force across the arena, daring Hades to finish this. At this point, subtlety has officially left the building. Then the battle takes a stranger turn as a huge red magic circle blooms beneath the combatants. Whatever Hades set in motion, it is no longer just a simple brawl. Elsewhere, Lucifer receives the alarming report and realizes the battle should have ended by now. His calm expression tightens as the mysterious disturbance points to a much bigger problem. A sinister coffin crashes into the fight, and a fanged stranger unleashes a violent red blast without wasting a second. The night just got a new villain because subtle entrances clearly were not on Dracula's schedule. Blue magic surges back at the attacker, turning Dracula's sudden assault into a full-on magical brawl. The old vampire stays composed, but the pressure is finally forcing him to react. An armored fighter rockets straight through the chaos and lands a crushing hit on Dracula. Dracula rises from the smoke with an irritated grin and declares that he is back, which is not the reassuring kind of comeback. Away from the blast, Lucifer meets Alice again. She looks relieved to see him alive, while he stays guarded. Their reunion quickly turns serious, as Alice presses him about what he plans to do next. Alice refuses to let Lucifer brush the matter aside. Her sharp stare makes it clear that she wants an honest answer. Lucifer listens instead of running, and that small pause gives their uneasy bond room to breathe. Alice tells Lucifer he has a path in front of him and urges him to choose his future for himself. For our boy, the night ends with a hard truth and an unexpected chance to move forward. Lucifer faces a blonde armored knight who comes in swinging, but our boy looks more annoyed than threatened. She is putting serious effort into this duel. He is treating it like an inconvenient meeting. The knight demands to know why he is here, then charges again before Lucifer can even finish looking bored. Lucifer casually breaks through her attack, and the impact blasts her confidence straight into the trees. Pinned down and flustered, the knight finally realizes she picked a fight far above her pay grade. Lucifer presses for answers instead of finishing her off, because something about this whole encounter feels wrong. Back in town, Lucifer and a companion hear that the surrounding area has been acting strange. A rugged stranger reports that his group found only a few signs of an unfamiliar presence, then suddenly vanished. Following the trail into the desert, Lucifer spots a massive crater and realizes something has dropped into this world. The strange object streaks through the sky above them, turning a routine investigation into a brand new problem. A white-haired girl jolts awake from a disturbing memory, and her shaken stare says this nightmare is far from over. She remembers someone important, then rushes outside before the feeling can fade. Outside, an eclipse stains the sky red. The girl watches in alarm as the moon begins to break apart. That is not normal weather. It is a supernatural alarm bell with excellent dramatic timing. The shattered moon releases a violet crimson force, tearing open the darkness around an ancient sealed presence. The vampire master emerges at last, calm and imposing while his followers erupt into worship. His return instantly turns a quiet night into a full-scale monster reunion. His retainers report that they have rebuilt their strength and gathered allies for the coming conflict. The master listens without blinking, clearly expecting loyalty, results in absolutely no excuses. Meanwhile in Maverick Town, a dark-haired girl notices the same eclipse and feels that something is seriously wrong. Her elderly companion tries to reassure her, but neither of them knows what just woke up. The vampire master hears how old enemies and failed plans weakened his side while he was gone. Now he has a simple answer: rebuild the force, remove the obstacles, and take control again. When a subordinate pushes too far, the master answers with one brutal strike and a very clear warning. The terrified followers scramble to obey as their master sets the next move in motion. With the eclipse still hanging overhead, the past has officially come back with teeth. At the palace, Alice is called in over a very delicate royal problem. Princess Miriam may be a vampire. That is not exactly the kind of family secret you solve with a polite dinner chat. The church commander pushes the accusation hard, while Alice looks genuinely shaken by what it could mean for Miriam. Still, Alice refuses to treat the frightened princess like a monster before she has proof. Alice makes up her mind. Even if the danger is real, she will protect Miriam and uncover who is pulling the strings. Then the sky turns blood red under an eclipse, and Alice immediately realizes the timing is no coincidence. She leaves a vial of protective magic behind and rushes out, worried the real target has already moved. Elsewhere, Master Claudius studies the disaster with grim focus. The enemy is not just causing trouble, they are setting a trap. Lucifer reaches the battlefield just as a vampire launches into the night, and the fight finally explodes into the open. Our boy can feel it too. This attack is far too organized to be a random vampire raid. Underground, a bitter group of outcasts talks about being abandoned, then starts planning to join forces with a far more dangerous power. Their leader offers an alliance, making it clear the eclipse was only the opening move in a much bigger scheme. A pale, white-haired demon hears the church's report and realizes this is not a random attack. Someone is moving pieces around the Demon King selection. Naturally, the politics are already messier than the apocalypse. His expression hardens as the church changes its strategy, turning the palace into the center of a very deliberate nighttime operation. Inside the cathedral, the church commander sends his troops into position. Their target is clear: force the vampire into a trap before dawn. The old fart unveils the Holy Bell of the Dawn, a relic so serious that even Alice is stunned it can actually be used. But the bell needs the right person to ring it, and that puts Alice directly in the church's plan. Alice agrees to protect the church's people, but the eclipse deepens overhead. The night is getting exactly what it wanted. Merlin finds Alice outside and checks on her, while Alice quietly admits she cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. Before they can leave, a violent clang cuts through the dark. Alice and Merlin both snap toward the sound. A red moon blooms inside a swirling barrier, and bats pour across the sky. The church did not corner the Demon King, it woke his domain. Then a voice welcomes its highness at last, leaving Alice and Merlin staring at the nightmare they just helped trigger. At the vampire castle, Merlin sends her forces forward with a grim command, then watches the enemy answer with overwhelming firepower. Her confident pose vanishes fast as the incoming blast tears through the night sky. The church launches a massive magical barrage of the fortress. Apparently, Solity was not in the budget. Alice sees the attack coming and realizes this is no ordinary spell. The castle could be wiped out in one hit. Instead of retreating, she gathers her ice magic and plants herself between the blast and everyone behind her. Alice makes her reason clear. This future belongs to the people who trusted her, and she refuses to let them die here. Then the ice magic erupts, meeting the enemy attack head-on. A towering wall of ice booms across the battlefield, swallowing the church's attack before it can reach the castle. The church soldiers freeze in place as jagged ice races through their formation. Their charge turns into a very cold group photo. Alice stands firm inside the storm, completely in control of the battlefield. Merlin watches the frozen field with surprise, while Alice keeps scanning the sky for whatever the church sends next. The ice shield held, but the enemy has not run out of tricks. A colossal red moon hangs over the castle as Merlin looks toward the next threat, her expression sharpening into a challenge. With the battle still raging below, Merlin faces the enemy and asks if they are ready to face her fury. The night opens with a masked attacker getting blasted back, but the white-haired demon barely even looks impressed. Lucifer reaches the tower with his allies, and their host welcomes them like this deadly little meeting was already on his calendar. Nothing says hospitality like a rooftop full of traps and bad intentions. The intruders demand answers, but the demon calmly turns the pressure back on them while Lucifer watches every move. Their blonde companion is furious, yet his face shows he knows his opponent is not playing around. The demon reveals he has been testing them, and he mocks their confidence until the angry blonde fighter finally snaps. Red power erupts around him as he charges straight in. He comes down hard with a blazing strike, smashing the rooftop and forcing the fight into full chaos. The demon swats aside the attack with frightening ease, taunting him for wasting energy on a fight he cannot win. Even the explosions are not enough to shake that cold smile. Then the white-haired demon lifts one hand, and the battlefield seems to bend around his power as debris crashes down. Lucifer refuses to stand back. Our boy launches forward with a clean sword strike aimed right at the demon. The blast clears, and the demon is still standing. He calls them self-righteous fools and hints at a sacred relic powerful enough to threaten the whole world. Under the blood-red moon, his silhouette grows far more ominous than any rooftop villain has a right to be. The church army storms the demon capital at night, smashing through the gates while the defenders scramble to hold the line. Their opening strike tears across the skyline, and the invaders confidently push deeper into the city. Nothing says holy invasion like turning a neighborhood into a fireworks display. Alice charges straight into the armored squad, furious that these soldiers are still coming after her people. She cuts through the front line before they can surround her. A commander calls for the church weapon, convinced one final blast will crush the defense. But the battle has already stopped being the clean victory they expected. Alice keeps pressing forward with rapid sword strikes, forcing the soldiers back through smoke and rubble. Even she realizes the real danger is not the troops, but the weapon behind them. The duel explodes into a blur of steel and magic as both sides refuse to give an inch. Then the fighters notice the cursed payload is becoming harder to control. A defender blocks another heavy strike, gritting through the pain and refusing to let the enemy break past. The cursed weapon starts to malfunction, and its own side suddenly faces the risk of getting wiped out. That's a rough time to discover the emergency manual is missing. Crossing attacks slice through the chaos, but the unstable weapon crashes down in a violent blast. As the smoke settles, the siege hangs in the balance. Alice finds a devastated settlement and a wounded blonde vanguard, while the church closes in around them. The damage is already ugly, and nobody here looks ready for a calm conversation. When the vanguard moves to seize control, Alice reacts instantly, knocking her down before she can escape. Our girl has had enough of being surrounded. Vroom! A pink-haired fighter arrives furious and demands to know whether Jean is still alive. She sees Alice holding the blonde captive and assumes the absolute worst. Alice answers the accusation by flooding the battlefield with ice, making it very clear she is not an easy target. The attacker calls her Alice Claudia, and the fight goes from hostile to full-on magical brawl. Alice presses forward with a sweeping ice strike, but the pink-haired fighter refuses to back down. The blonde vanguard orders her sister to kill Alice, but the sister snaps back in outrage. That one command exposes a crack in their story. Somebody is pushing this bike for a reason. Alice and Jean collide at close range, with flaming magic and ice turning the ruins into a death trap. Alice hammers Jean into the ground with another icy blow, finally forcing the vanguard to listen. Alice demands to know why Jean framed them, and Jean's smug answer points to a human servant behind the scheme. So the real enemy may not be the person throwing the first punch after all. A distant legend opens the chapter. A demon tower rose long ago, and its shadow still hangs over the kingdom. What looked like an era of peace now feels more like a countdown nobody wanted to notice. Alice steadies the shaking girl and realizes the old fears were not just bedtime stories. Even while she is worried, Alice stays calm enough to keep everyone else from falling apart. The alarm spurts through the city as Alice asks what happened to the missing demon king and his country. Naturally, the answer arrives with panicked soldiers, because a quiet briefing would be too convenient. Outside, a red-haired vampire tears into the church troops while his monstrous allies crowd the battlefield. The soldiers recognize the problem fast. This is not a raid, it is an invasion. A huge vampire charges in with a crushing strike, forcing the red-haired fighter to meet brute force head-on. The red-haired warrior takes control of the chaos and orders the fight toward the royal palace. That command makes the real target clear, and the whole conflict suddenly gets much bigger. At the palace, the church commander watches the attack unfold while Robert prepares to move. The commander admits the enemy is powerful, but Robert is already done waiting around. Robert crashes into the battle and challenges the red-haired invader directly, turning the siege into a personal showdown. Both fighters recognize that the first one to hesitate will lose the palace and possibly much more. Lucifer opens with a brutal clash, but his opponent is already matching every swing. This is not a friendly sparring session. Our boy keeps pressing forward as the battlefield erupts around them. Lucifer demands to know why this guy is throwing everything away, but the answer is clear from that cold stare. His opponent understands exactly what he is doing, and he has no intention of backing down. The duel gets nastier as Lucifer calls on light power, while his opponent prepares a counterattack from the smoke. Then the real problem drops in, a giant insect-like monster with a very personal interest in Lucifer. Because one angry swordsman apparently was not enough trouble for today. The creature slams Lucifer away and he barely recovers before another attack comes screaming across the ground. His sister can only watch as the fight suddenly turns vicious. Lucifer spots something far worse behind the monster, a towering shadow with glowing eyes. Even the bug creature panics when it realizes the darkness is not on its side. Lucifer answers with a massive pillar of light, blasting straight into the shadowy threat and ending the chapter on a cliffhanger. Church soldiers swarm a white-haired fighter, but she blasts through them with icy calm and zero patience. She tears through the formation and rushes toward the blast zone, clearly terrified she is already too late. And Lucifer charges in, sword flashing, and hammers the armored enemy straight out of the sky. For a guy having a rough day, our boy still knows how to make an entrance. Above the battlefield, Merlin watches the chaos while the enemy's plan keeps tightening around Lucifer's group. The strange eclipse-like magic overhead makes it clear this is no ordinary skirmish. The white-haired fighter spots Lucifer falling and launches after him, her face finally cracking with panic. She catches the battered Lucifer and holds him close, furious at the enemy and desperate not to lose anyone. Even hurt, he warns that their opponent is far more dangerous than they expected. She refuses to back down and pours everything into a huge blue strike, betting one all-out attack can change the fight. The spell blooms into a roaring vortex around her, and the battlefield gets one very expensive-looking light show. When the magic settles, she stays by the injured Lucifer's side, still fighting through fear to protect him. A mysterious mage keeps throwing out spells, searching for the first Demon King and realizing something is very wrong. Lucifer finally stirs, looking completely drained, while Alice checks on him with obvious concern. He could barely form a sentence. Saving the world apparently does not come with a recovery day. Alice offers him something to drink, and Lucifer brushes it off, insisting he is only exhausted from recovering. Lucifer gets back on his feet, but the enemy presence is closing in and this brief pause is already over. Alice stays beside him as the group prepares for the next clash. Then Merlin crashes into the battlefield, sending armored enemies flying with absolutely no gentle introduction. The attackers start connecting the dots. Their target is tied to the Demon King, and that makes everyone even more dangerous. Alice is caught in the middle as the enemy decides brute force is the answer. Merlin plants herself in front of the threat and opens a huge magic circle, turning the whole area into her stage. The enemy looks confident for about 3 seconds. That is generous, honestly. Merlin answers their challenge with blazing magic, forcing the hostile squad to scramble before the attack swallows them. As the flames erupt, a new fighter demands to know who they are dealing with, but Merlin is already on the move. The standoff is finished. Now the battle has properly begun. A silver-haired intruder appears through the smoke, and Lucifer immediately realizes this is no ordinary attacker. The stranger calmly announces himself while the battlefield freezes around him. That is never a comforting entrance. Before anyone can process the threat, the intruder lunges straight for Lucifer with a vicious blade strike. Lucifer barely reacts in time as the attack tears through the space between them. Alice rushes in with her sword, refusing to let Lucifer face this menace alone. But the silver-haired fighter slips past her attack with frightening ease, like he's been waiting for this. The intruder unleashes crackling power into the chaos, knocking soldiers aside and proving he came prepared for a massacre. Lucifer watches the damage pile up and knows protecting everyone just became the real fight. Our boy fires back with a massive golden blast, finally forcing the enemy to give ground. For one glorious second, diplomacy is replaced by a very large explosion. Lucifer tells Merlin to protect Alice and get the others clear, putting their safety ahead of his own. He stays behind to hold the line, even as the enemy keeps pressing closer. The silver-haired challenger makes it clear that he will not stop while the Demon King still stands. Lucifer answers by charging in anyway, turning the standoff into a full-on showdown. The red-haired warrior realizes despite his going badly, his attacks are not even slowing the masked enemy down. He wants to pull back, but his team is already trapped in the middle of the storm. The masked fighter unloads a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, forcing the red-haired swordsman to block whatever he can. At this point, the battlefield has less personal space than a rush-hour train. The enemy closes the gap and starts carving through his defense. The warrior's angry stare says he refuses to fold. Even battered, the red-haired fighter doubles down. He sees only one opponent left and decides escape is no longer an option. That confidence lasts about 1 second. A brutal slash sends him flying and his counterattack burns out before it can change anything. From the sidelines, the others realize the real obstacle is still ahead. These fighters are only the wall standing between them and the prince. In a dark vortex tears open above the ruined street. Everyone looks up as a new presence crashes into the fight. Lucifer arrives with his sword ready and our boy immediately changes the enemy's priorities. The masked fighter is no longer hunting wounded prey. Lucifer fires back with a massive blade strike, blasting through the debris and proving he did not show up to negotiate. But the distant bald observer just laughs. He treats the whole battle like entertainment, which is never a comforting sign. Lucifer barely keeps pace with the white-haired vampire, who shrugs off the exchange like this is his favorite kind of exercise. The guy is enjoying himself way too much for someone getting hit by swords. Then the vampire drops the act and swells into a towering bat-like monster, turning a duel into a full-on boss fight. Lucifer looks up at the claws and realizes the problem just got much bigger. Lucifer rushes in with a furious punch, demanding answers about Merlin's kidnapping from the hulking green brute. His anger is real, but the enemy has enough muscle to make every opening dangerous. The vampire slams into him at speed, taunting Lucifer as the fight becomes a blur of claws, wings, and impact. Alice watches the vampire gather a blazing attack and immediately spots the weakness in its reckless power. The monster fires anyway, betting one overwhelming blast will end this. A colossal beam tears down through the battlefield, forcing Lucifer to face an attack that looks built to erase the whole arena. But a black sun suddenly hangs overhead, and Alice realizes the vampire is drawing power from the eclipse. She has a plan to break it, while Lucifer stares up at the sky and sees the real target. The church's vanguard charges in, but the city's defenders turn their advance into a full-blown panic retreat. The church answers by calling down its strongest flame spirit, because apparently ordinary siege weapons were not dramatic enough. The defenders realize this is no normal monster. The massive flame demon is powerful enough to burn the whole battlefield apart. The flame demon erupts over the city in a wall of fire, and Merlin can only stare at the ridiculous scale of it. Merlin attacks anyway, while the defenders scramble for a way to stop the blazing monster before it reaches the city. Then a huge white ice dragon rises into the storm, bringing the exact opposite energy to this fire disaster. Lucifer takes the sky with the dragon, determined to end the threat before the battle below gets any worse. But a black-winged armored foe suddenly intercepts them, rushing the dragon with enough force to turn the sky into another battlefield. The enemy slams into the dragon and boasts that victory is already his. The defenders are not buying that claim just yet. Alice hovers over the ruined battlefield, cool as ice, while Lucifer rushes in convinced he can finally catch her. Lucifer unloads a heavy punch, but Alice slips around it and carves him up with a red flash of power. Apparently, vampire hunting comes with a very aggressive cardio program. It barely slows Lucifer. He barrels forward again, and Alice realizes brute force is not going to solve this. Alice launches a spinning blood-red vortex and seals Lucifer inside it, trying to grind down his endless recovery. Lucifer tears through the vortex anyway. The guy is battered, furious, and still somehow moving like the fight just started. Alice finally stops playing along. Jagged ice erupts around Lucifer, turning the sky into a frozen execution chamber. Lucifer recognizes the danger too late. Alice is not relying on ordinary ice magic. She is opening something far older and far worse. In one blink, the battlefield becomes a cold blue void full of floating ruins. Lucifer can only stare and ask where he has been dragged. His body begins breaking down under the pressure. Alice calmly welcomes him to her world where even his immortal recovery is being crushed. Dark shapes close in from every side as Alice reveals the point of this place. Escape is not part of the deal. Lucifer is left trapped in Alice's deadly domain, with the cold tightening around him and no easy way back. Under a blood-red eclipse, a pale flying beast streaks across the sky while Lucifer watches it rush toward danger. The creature urges Lucifer to get clear, but our boy can only stare as it dives straight into the threat. Apparently, basic survival advice has been cancelled for dramatic effect. It fires Dragon's Breath, launching itself skyward in a blazing column of blue-white power. Alice races after it inside a spinning shell of ice magic, promising she will come back as the beast starts to fizzle out. Before she can reach it, a huge red vortex swallows the sky and pounds the creature with brutal magic. A sinister cloaked attacker steps in, taunting the defenders while red energy coils around the battlefield. The attack is not random. Someone came prepared to turn this rescue into an execution. Alice refuses to back down, drawing her sword as the red storm closes in and both sides prepare to find out who breaks first. Then the church commander joins the chaos, bringing the church's crystallized siege weapon and enough explosions to make subtlety officially dead. The clash erupts in fire and magic, knocking Alice back as a final flash tears across the sky. The battle is only getting started. A black eclipse-like weapon fires a blazing beam across the sky, and the whole battlefield braces for impact. The blast detonates in a huge flash. Lucifer watches it land and realizes Alice has been caught in the chaos. Then a massive glowing gate drops from above, turning the fight into the kind of problem that definitely needs insurance. Alice is battered but still defiant. She refuses to believe Lucifer can overwhelm her with a direct attack. She has the confidence of someone who has not yet checked a damage report. Lucifer keeps pressing while Alice dodges through the smoke, and the fiery spell finally streaks away from the battlefield. With the magical sun gone, the people below realize France is still standing. Our boy has pulled off the impossible-looking save. Before anyone can relax, a brilliant blue dragon suddenly swoops out of the sky and steals the entire scene. The dragon immediately picks a fight with Alice, sending bodies and magic tumbling through the air. Apparently, the post-battle celebration has been cancelled due to dragon-related complaints. Once they reach the ground, Alice coolly praises Lucifer's work, while the exhausted Demon King gets called a pervert for his trouble. In Maverick Town, a black-haired girl proudly brings home a mysterious object, hoping her mother will like it. Instead, it starts pulsing with red power. That is one housewarming gift nobody asked for. The energy explodes around her, and the frightened girl realizes this is not something she can simply put back in a drawer. Elsewhere, an old priest senses the disturbance and recognizes the danger behind that strange godlike power. With the town suddenly in danger, the group prepares to sail out and investigate before the crisis grows any worse. Lucifer heads for the trouble with Alice and their allies, because apparently a peaceful trip was never on the schedule. A blonde young woman insists on coming too, refusing to sit safely behind while the people she cares about may be in danger. Lucifer looks unconvinced, but her determination is already doing most of the arguing. The party finally sets sail, leaving the harbor behind as the uneasy mission begins. Back in the rain, a hooded man studies the situation and quietly confirms that the demons are moving exactly as expected. The black-haired girl fully embraces the sinister force, calling this land a gift from its creator and deciding to erase anyone in her way. Her innocent curiosity has turned into a terrifying declaration, and Lucifer's mission just became much more personal. At the royal palace, Alice is welcomed as the hero who saved the kingdom, though she looks like she would rather be anywhere else. The king reveals the real agenda. Alice is being pushed toward a political marriage with his son. Nothing says thanks like surprise paperwork. Alice immediately makes it clear that becoming royalty was not on her quest list. A poised young noblewoman named Jean steps in, greeting Alice with sincere curiosity instead of courtly pressure. Her calm smile only makes the prince look more confused about what just happened. Jean admits she was raised as a weapon for the country, but she no longer wants that life. She wants to leave on her own terms. When she says Alice changed her, the hero freezes. That is a lot of emotional responsibility for one palace visit. Meanwhile, Merlin presents Alice with a strange tonic and begins explaining an ancient connection to the dragon race. Old records point to a hidden dragon settlement, where a mysterious relic may be tied to the dragon's lost history. The legend gets darker. Dragons once offered souls to the black dragon, and their hidden treasure may carry the price of that old war. With the royal mission now aimed at dragon treasure, the prince realizes this was never going to be a quiet diplomatic errand. A pink-haired woman has been waiting for Sir Merlin, and she is clearly done pretending this is a casual visit. She calls Merlin her hero and lays out the weight of her feelings, while he realizes this conversation is getting dangerously serious. The treasure room has somehow become a relationship tribunal. That escalated fast. The chapter flashes back to the first Demon King and the hero Alice, tying their old legend to the feelings boiling over now. Merlin gently admits he has treated her more like family, but her furious blush shows that answer is not going to land softly. She refuses to be dismissed as a child and demands that Merlin see her feelings for what they really are. Merlin apologizes, explaining that his heart already belongs elsewhere. Her hopeful expression drops in an instant. She tries to play it cool, but jealousy leaks through every word as she asks whether Alice truly matters that much to him. Before anyone can recover, frantic knocking pulls everyone toward the door and the mood changes on a dime. A massive spectral beast appears behind Alice with a thunderous roar, turning this messy confession into an immediate crisis. Lucifer realizes Alice is not just upset, she flatly reminds him that they are married and the room goes ice cold. Merlin storms in with a serious report about her dragon. Lucifer immediately knows this is not one of her usual dramatic entrances. Merlin explains that the dragon has disappeared from its territory, and Lucifer promises to investigate the problem himself. Meanwhile, Glenwood stands alone among the ruins, sensing traces of the vanished dragon in the cold night air. A bold firefighter charges in like he owns the battlefield. Glenn shuts that confidence down before the first flashy attack even lands. The attacker is left helpless, and Glenn calmly asks why he looks so shocked. Bold entrance, disastrous follow-through. Glenn offers a deal. Come with her, and she will help restore what he lost. His panic quickly turns into desperate interest. Her strange power takes effect, and the ruined body begins to regenerate. The man can barely believe what is happening. Now restored and red-haired, he still cannot process the change. Glenn simply watches his recovery with amused satisfaction. Back in Maverick Town, a worried grandfather watches the little girl settle in while the adults head toward the capital. She's thrilled to be left with Grandpa. He looks like he was not briefed on babysitting duty. Lucifer and Alice reach the capital to find a commission, but Alice is already cautious about being seen as a team. Our boy just needs paid work. The heroic paperwork is apparently optional. Their quiet arrival turns awkward when the child eagerly clings to Lucifer and calls him Daddy. Alice gets a front row seat to a family situation that came with absolutely no warning. Then a dark-haired stranger snatches Alice in a flash, and Lucifer immediately realizes this is no ordinary reunion. The stranger is identified as Merlin, and the real shock lands fast. She is a vampire. Lucifer moves to protect Alice, but Merlin's stare says she came here for more than a chat. Cain reveals himself as a child of the Demon King, and says he is searching for his sister, while Merlin's power surges around him. Cain asks to test that power, tells Alice to protect his dad, and draws his blade at Lucifer. Lucifer answers the challenge head-on. One sword clash later, the family drama has officially become a boss fight. Ice crashes into fire as the duel erupts, leaving the capital road swallowed by a violent explosion. The fight opens with explosions flying everywhere as Merlin gets blasted back, and Lucifer realizes this enemy is not playing around. He rushes in angry, but the battlefield is already turning into a very expensive fireworks show. Lucifer tries to cut through the chaos, but his opponent vanishes from the attack and leaves him staring at empty air. Then Alice is suddenly targeted, forcing everyone to split their attention. Alice charges through the blast with pure determination, but the impact throws her hard across the ground. Lucifer sees her go down and immediately loses his cool. Alice struggles to rise while Lucifer calls for her, and the enemy calmly keeps the pressure on. The threat is clear. Hurt Alice, and our boy will do something reckless. The black-haired demon woman reveals the nasty part. She says Lucifer's magic gave away his strength from the very beginning. She did not just survive his power. She came prepared for it. Lucifer refuses to back down, warning that she will regret treating his life like a game. But she answers with unsettling calm, saying he has already pushed himself close to his limit. For a moment, the battle flashes back to a desperate promise between a mother and Merlin. That memory makes the current danger hit harder, because someone has been protecting Merlin for a very long time. Alice wakes to Lucifer's voice, but the shadowed figure whispers one name, Cain, and swears to bring the first Demon King true despair. Lucifer brings his sick friend to an elderly healer, desperate for a cure before the condition gets worse. The healer looks rattled, but he admits there may still be a way to save the patient. The old healer explains that normal treatment will not be enough. They need someone with rare healing ability. Naturally, the cure comes with a quest. Medical paperwork would have been too easy. Lucifer refuses to sit around waiting. He grabs the lead and heads out to find the healer himself. His urgency is real, because every moment leaves his friend in worse shape. Days later, Lucifer reaches a misty wilderness where a lone mage is already watching his approach. The green-haired stranger does not welcome him. She warns him to leave before this turns ugly. The mage introduces herself as Susan, Master Charles's disciple, but her guarded posture says she trusts nobody here. Lucifer asks for help anyway, and Susan makes it clear that pleading will not earn it. Susan sees the desperation behind Lucifer's anger. He cannot afford to fail, not when his friend is still suffering. Instead of backing down, our boy braces himself and demands the chance to prove he's serious. Susan answers with magic, blasting the ground apart and turning the conversation into a very direct test. Lucifer cuts through the attack and closes the distance in a flash, forcing Susan to take him seriously. The healer searches become a showdown, and the next move decides whether Susan becomes an ally. Lucifer finds a wounded old mage and his green-haired apprentice cornered in the mountains, with a nasty little beast already causing trouble. That tiny pest suddenly swells into a massive red-eyed monster. Apparently mountain wildlife has no chill. The old mage stands his ground, but the creature is now far too big for anyone to ignore. The beast charges through the dust, and Lucifer realizes this is not just an angry animal. It carries a demon's aura. Lucifer answers with a crushing strike that blasts the monster straight into the ground. He pulls the injured stranger clear, but his eyes flare red as the monster's demonic presence pushes him too far. The old mage recognizes that danger's aura immediately. Instead of panicking, he orders Lucifer to bring the injured girl and follow him. At the mage's workshop, Lucifer wakes up restrained and furious. The rescue is turned into an interrogation. The mage reduces his suspicious purple mixture and promises it can help, while Lucifer watches him like he just offered poison in a cup. The confused newcomer wakes up in a vampire den and immediately gets a brutal lesson in personal space. Cornered and rattled, he insists that he is not some helpless snack. He is a demon. The old vampire studies the green-haired stranger with a wary grin, clearly unsure whether this demon is useful or dangerous. The kid looks determined to stand tall, but this room has enough vampire attitude to fill a castle. Then Cersei rises from the mist like she owns the place, and the startled demon finally asks the obvious question, who is she? Cersei calmly scolds him for catching a monster and keeping it around, while he protests that this is one huge misunderstanding. Her calm smile says she is enjoying his panic far more than she should. Lucifer arrives just as the underground hideout turns strange, finding Cersei with a frightened green-haired captive in tow. One look at the scene tells our boy that this is not a normal vampire family reunion. Before anyone can explain themselves, Alice crashes into the hideout with a roaring wave of ice magic. Cersei meets her head-on, and the cramped lair becomes a freezing battlefield in seconds. Alice calls out through the storm, but Cersei recognizes that ice power and realizes this encounter may be far more personal than it first looked. The fight is only starting, and both sides have just found a very familiar problem. Razel receives a report about Claudia, then calmly weighs the strange problems gathering around the girl. She knows this is not an ordinary family visit, and her measured stare shows she is already planning ahead. Cersei explains that the surrounding monsters are becoming a serious problem, while Claudia looks increasingly overwhelmed by it all. The local wildlife has apparently decided subtlety is optional. Meanwhile, Lucifer finally tries to enjoy a hot bath, completely unaware that his privacy is about to evaporate. Claudia walks in at the worst possible moment, freezes behind her glasses, and immediately panics. Her scream is so dramatic that she starts talking like an accidental marriage proposal is now inevitable. Lucifer has defeated bigger threats, but this is clearly not one of his better battles. Cersei watches Claudia spiral with a knowing smile, while Lucifer can only wonder what he did to deserve this. Later, Lucifer hides beneath a hood as Cersei asks for help. Her party needs someone strong enough to handle the danger ahead. He accepts with a cool grin because a secretive monster problem is exactly the kind of trouble he cannot ignore. As the past comes into view, the request points toward a student who may have been hurt, and Lucifer's new journey begins. At the finance port docks, Lucifer arrives looking for a ship and immediately finds the kind of place where everyone has a suspicious past. A redhead local woman sizes up our boy with a playful grin, clearly convinced this lone traveler needs company. Lucifer stays guarded because her friendly little chat comes with far too much attitude. She pushes his buttons. Lucifer snaps back, and their conversation upgrades from flirting to a very public challenge. The dockside toughs close in, but Lucifer glares them down and refuses to be treated like easy prey. Apparently asking for directions at this port requires a combat qualification. When the fists start flying, Lucifer cuts through the crowd with sharp, efficient moves and sends the loudmouth scattering. Then Captain Dennis steps in himself. The older sailor tests Lucifer with a brutal strike, watching closely for his reaction. Dennis suddenly recognizes Lucifer, and the fight stops cold. This captain knows far more about him than he should. With the captain's attention secured, Lucifer makes his real demand clear. He wants passage toward the Death Ocean. Dennis looks stunned, because that request is not a simple voyage. It is an invitation to sail straight into danger. Lucifer accepts a merchant voyage into the uncharted sea, where even the destination is more rumor than map. Our boy knows the route is dangerous, but the captain needs an adventurer aboard. The bearded Captain Demas welcomes Lucifer with a firm handshake and makes the deal official. Lucifer looks politely confident. The captain looks like he hired a walking insurance policy. Merlin watches Lucifer leave with a very unimpressed smile, clearly unhappy that he is sailing off without her. She still tells him to come back safely because the jealousy comes with genuine worry. A green-cloaked musician takes the deck and plays a magical tune that calls the wind to the sails. With the ship moving at last, the expedition pushes toward the unknown. The merchant ship joins a small fleet under the moonlight, leaving safe waters far behind. Later, Captain Demos shares a drink with Lucifer and finally explains why this voyage matters so much to him. Behind all that swagger, the captain is carrying a deeply personal hope across the sea. In his cabin, Demos shows Lucifer a painting of a white-haired woman and a child, introducing the little girl as a princess. That quiet reveal gives Lucifer a new reason to take this dangerous journey seriously. Rumors paint the sleeping Princess Diana as a delusional imposter, but Lucifer can tell this strange case is not that simple. Apparently, claiming a royal title is still easier than surviving royal gossip. Lucifer presses the people around her for answers, and his sharp stare makes it clear that he suspects a much deeper scheme. Elsewhere, Alice remembers the path ahead and steels herself. If the Demon King is waiting at the end of it, she will meet him as a hero. That is not a small career change, but Alice is fully committing. The choice hits Alice like a lightning bolt. She is scared, exhausted, and still cannot shake the feeling that someone needs saving. As ice magic erupts across the battlefield, the danger around the Demon King's domain becomes impossible to ignore. Inside the Chaos Realm, monstrous forces debate their next move. Their king wants to leave, but his followers fear what that could unleash. The King of Chaos refuses to be restrained any longer, and even his loyal servants realize that stopping him may be beyond them. With lightning tearing through the sky, a desperate subordinate begs his grandmaster for forgiveness. The crisis is moving faster than anyone can control. A fleet pushes through rough seas toward the entrance of the unnamed sea, and everyone knows this trip is about to get ugly. Merlin studies the reports with a cold stare. The humans inside the sea are acting strange, and the intruders are already causing chaos. Naturally, the solution is to send a ship into the problem. Maritime safety clearly took the day off. Merlin orders the captain to depart, and the vessel blasts forward at full speed toward the disturbance. Then, the sea itself opens into a giant whirlpool. The ship is dragged down before anyone can steer clear. Elsewhere, a monstrous god welcomes the new visitors with a grin. He wants the intruder swallowed by the sea's cracks. That is one very enthusiastic customer service policy. Lucifer and the captain survive the plunge, but they have no idea where the whirlpool threw them. Even the church's siege weapon has been pulled into this mess. Lucifer pulls himself together and focuses on one goal: finding an abyssal oyster as fast as possible, because it may be the key to saving Alice. The mountain swarm just keeps coming, and the fighters throw everything they have at it. Apparently, this monster horde missed the manhwa without retreating. Even after the blast, the beasts keep charging. The commander realizes these monsters are acting far too boldly for a normal hunt. Then a giant purple octopus-like monster joins the chaos, and the squad finally understands why this mission feels cursed. The creature calls itself a saint-ranked monster, which is a very rude way to introduce herself. A hooded, white-haired stranger watches from above and confirms the horde has been drawn here by something much worse. Lucifer steps in to protect the group, but the masked adventurer suddenly rushes him with a brutal aura-charged strike. The attacker notices Lucifer has aura too, and that little detail changes the whole mood. The masked man presses Lucifer for answers, claiming he has been searching for the person who caused this disaster. Lucifer stays guarded, while the stranger reveals he once wiped out a monster horde by himself. He explains that dangerous monsters have begun gathering again, and he came to this forsaken place to find the cause. His real mission is simple: find the King of Chaos and stop the nightmare before it spreads. Then the masked adventurer unleashes violet power and claims the King of Chaos is right here. With the battlefield crackling around them, he decides Lucifer's the target and launches in with one cold command: die here. Lightning tears across the sky as Lucifer faces a masked powerhouse who clearly did not come to negotiate. Our boy braces himself, but the enemy's confidence makes this feel like a very expensive weather forecast. The King of Chaos answers with a crushing technique, trapping Lucifer in a violent storm of dark energy. Lucifer is forced back hard, and the smug monster finally gets a clear look at his opponent's danger. Lucifer fires back with a blinding lightning slash that cuts straight through the chaos and catches the king off guard. For 1 second, it looks like the Demon King has stolen the momentum. The battered foe admits Lucifer is much stronger than expected, but the real King of Chaos is still somewhere nearby. That warning lands just before the battlefield gets a whole lot messier. A giant purple tentacled monster crashes into the fight, sending the surrounding fighters flying through the air. Apparently, one chaos problem was not enough for today's schedule. The red-haired fighter refuses to let the creature hurt anyone else and charges in with a heavy strike. The monster barely flinches, then promises to make him regret stepping up. Then a sacred beam slams down from above and blasts the monster apart, leaving it stunned by the sudden power. The fight is far from settled, but Chaos has finally met someone willing to hit back. Lucifer reaches the Chaos King's frozen palace, already sensing this place is built to make intruders regret their life choices. Inside, a hulking dark guardian blocks his path. The creature dismisses Lucifer as just another little rat who wandered in. Our boy answers with his sword, charging straight through the icy hall instead of wasting time on introductions. Lucifer smugly claims he is an omniscient demon king. The guardian's immediate answer is basically, go to hell. Fair enough. The clash turns serious when the Guardian recognizes Lucifer's sword style as something tied to its own ancestors. Lucifer launches a blazing strike that tears up the palace, but the monster is still standing after the explosion. Lucifer calls the Guardian the real monster. In return, it insists Lucifer cannot possibly be human either. The creature reveals it has spent ages chasing one mystery and now promises to cut down the people behind it. The Guardian warns that Lucifer has no chance, then darts in with the same terrifying swordsmanship it somehow reminds, Simate. Then its eyes flare violet and its power spikes hard. Lucifer finally realizes this fight is not going according to plan. The Guardian orders Lucifer to look into its eyes and declares him a monster. Lucifer is wounded, trapped, and still looking for an opening. Inside the shattered hall, Lucifer faces a winged demon who is clearly enjoying the chance to bully him. Our boy takes the hit hard, but his glare says he is still measuring the battlefield. The demon laughs at Lucifer's battered weapon, convinced the fight is already over. Lucifer only needs one clean chance. That confidence lasts right up until the demon realizes Lucifer has been baiting him into range. He charged in with a villain speech ready, which is usually a terrible investment. The winged demon unleashes a blazing attack and refuses to let Lucifer escape the pressure. Then Lucifer's eye sharpens. He has waited through all that punishment for this exact opening. Lucifer bursts through the barrage and carves the demon apart in a lightning-fast counterattack. The defeated demon tries to recover, but even his regeneration cannot hide how badly Lucifer's strike landed. Before the dust settles, a strange door opens nearby and something unknown begins forcing its way through. A pale hand reaches out of the glowing rift, then leaves behind a golden ring. That is not a normal price drop. The ring's arrival stirs a massive abyssal oyster, and its single eye locks onto Lucifer like dinner just walked in. Lucifer smashes the creature aside and finds a glowing pearl in the mess, turning a nasty ambush into a useful reward. A massive purple invader crashes into the frozen land, and the defenders immediately realize this is no ordinary monster. Elsewhere, Lucifer follows a strange discovery into an icy underground ruin, hoping the place is hiding something valuable. A suspicious ancient dungeon with a treasure chest that never ends quietly. He reaches the chest, only to find it completely empty. Lucifer is not impressed by this magical waste of time. Back outside, a ship races toward the chaos, while the crew braces for the fight ahead. The tentacled invader looms over the fighters, furious that someone has taken the box and threatening to wipe them out. Its attacks come down in a brutal barrage, forcing the pink-haired fighter and his allies to defend for their lives. A red-haired warrior launches a clean strike at the monster, but the creature swats the assault aside before it can land. Then an opening appears. One fighter dives straight through the blast zone, betting everything on a single chance. The fighters regroup as cracks spread through the icy ground, proving the battle has only made the situation worse. Lucifer's ship reaches the island, but he is not planning to stay. Our boy promises he will return after handling his business. The captain treats this like a normal drop-off. That optimism lasts about 5 minutes. As Lucifer thinks about Alice, Captain Dennis and Sir Morrison sense trouble brewing around the ship. Morrison warns everyone to hold formation because the sea has started feeling far too alive. Below the surface, something enormous glides toward them. The ocean has apparently sent its final boss early. The Kraken bursts from the waves, towering over the little ship and making its intentions painfully clear. Tentacles smash the island and batter the water, while the crew realizes the monster is not just chasing them. It is eating the island itself, leaving their escape route in serious trouble. Dennis orders full speed ahead, but Lucifer takes one skid of chaos and tells them to leave the monster to him. When a Kraken attacks your boat, apparently the blonde passenger is the emergency weapon. Lucifer's ship is suddenly slammed by a massive red sea monster, and the crew realizes this is not a normal rough crossing. The monster has picked the wrong boat to bully, forgetfully. While tentacles tear through the waves around them, Lucifer stays cool and tells himself to focus. The beast rises even higher, but Lucifer steps forward with that calm look that usually means someone is about to regret everything. Purple power flashes from Lucifer's eyes, and his attack cracks straight through the monster's assault. The sea monster recoils as the ship survives the barrage, leaving the sailors stunned that their guest handled it so easily. By the next day, the crew is already talking about the dangerous northern route and the strange dangers waiting ahead. The captain offers Lucifer a drink and some friendly advice, but our boy looks far more interested in whatever trouble this voyage can deliver. Then Lucifer spots a pink-haired, armored stranger on deck, and the newcomer's bored expression says he has been waiting for a real fight. The stranger casually brings up poison and resistance, then dismisses Lucifer's concern with a grin. This guy is clearly built different. When Lucifer asks what he wants, the armored man makes it simple. He wants a worthy opponent. The Storm Master has finally found one. The red-haired alchemist loses patience when her experiment gets interrupted, and somebody nearby pays for it hard. Her lab management style is less paperwork, more surprise violence. Lucifer comes looking for help, but he wants one guarantee first. The potion has to restore his damaged arm completely. The alchemist agrees to try, clearly thrilled to have a very stubborn test subject. Lucifer admits he is worried the cure could go wrong, yet he cannot afford to keep waiting for his arm to heal. So he takes the experimental potion anyway. Our boy is betting everything on one tiny bottle. The medicine hits like a freight train. Lucifer doubles over screaming while the alchemist insists the dosage is perfectly fine. That is not the reassurance anyone wants during magical organ maintenance. He jolts awake in total confusion, wondering if the potion is still tearing him apart from the inside. Then the pain fades, and Lucifer realizes something incredible may have happened. With the formula finally working, the alchemist calls the dosage a success and turns toward her next sleeping patient, Alice. The rejuvenation potion wakes the hero, and her ice magic immediately floods the room. The alchemist proudly calls it the only cure that can free her patient, while Lucifer can only stare at this absurdly confident sales pitch. Alice is trapped in brutal ice, and Lucifer gets warned that saving her could cost him everything. Our boy ignores the warning anyway. One close look at Alice's face is enough to make the rescue personal. She blushes while unconscious because apparently even ice magic cannot stop awkward romance. Lucifer charges straight into the storm, forcing his way through the ice before Alice can be lost to it. The icy blast whips Alice into the sky, and the red-haired woman can only watch the situation get worse. Lucifer stays calm and bets that Alice can still be pulled back, even while her power keeps freezing the battlefield. He calls Alice's name and reaches for her through the glare, giving her one last reason to wake up. It works. Alice returns to herself and collapses into Lucifer's arms, leaving him to complain that she is heavier than she looks. Later, the red-haired woman admits she cannot simply abandon the people relying on her, even if it hurts to stay behind. She makes Lucifer promise to care for Alice, while he quietly realizes how serious this responsibility has become. Before they part, She gives him one final piece of advice, sending Lucifer forward with Alice safe beside him. 2 days later, Merlin wakes up dazed in bed, with no idea where he is or even who he is. Lucifer rushes in with relief, but Merlin panics when the overly familiar hug comes with absolutely no memories attached. That is one brutal way to reset a relationship. Jersey explains that Merlin has been unconscious for days, and the memory loss makes the situation far more worrying. Lucifer learns that a nearby adventure may have left Merlin like this, but the details are still a mess. Merlin decides to head out alone, even though Jersey warns that the missing memories may be connected to a dangerous past. Lucifer catches Merlin outside and grabs on, demanding to know why Merlin wants to leave with that childlike innocence. Merlin thanks him for everything, but gently makes it clear that memories or not, some choices still belong to Merlin. Lucifer promises he will help, yet Merlin asks him not to force the issue. Trust is harder to rebuild than a broken memory. Then Lucifer offers a ring he found at the seaside. Merlin recognizes it as a clue, and suddenly the blank past is not completely blank anymore. Lucifer offers Alice a ring and hopes she will wear it forever. Alice freezes as the innocent gift suddenly sounds a lot like a proposal. Alice happily slips it on, while Lucifer watches her with a suspiciously pleased grin. Our boy may have started something he cannot casually explain away. She calls it a good match and leans in for a kiss. Lucifer goes from confident gift giver to stunned statue in about 1 second. Lucifer finally explains that the ring is an absurdly valuable treasure, not just jewelry. Alice hears the explanation, but her flustered face says the romance angle already won. He reveals the ring carries a shard tied to the gods of land and sea, and its value is far beyond ordinary gold. Alice realizes he handed her something seriously dangerous. Lucifer traces the relic back through divine records and old demon kings. Even he is baffled that such a priceless object ended up becoming Alice's accidental love token. Alice admits that without Lucifer, she would not be who she is now. Then the ring catches her eye again, and her restraint immediately clocks out. One look at the ring is enough for Alice to pounce on him again. Lucifer escapes the room bright red, leaving the treasure and the tension hanging in the air. Outside, Alice quietly resolves to keep going stronger. Whatever this strange ring means, she is no longer willing to let her past limits decide her future. Lucifer's little traveling party pauses for a village errand, while Alice listens with her usual calm, patient smile. Our boy gets caught up in a very enthusiastic farewell, and his face says he did not approve this emotional ambush. Alice watches the chaos quietly, while the red-haired traveler promises to take care of the delivery. The red-haired traveler explains that she has business in the village, so the group agrees to split up for now. It is a simple plan, which naturally means everyone treats it like a major diplomatic summit. With the arrangement settled, Alice and Lucifer move on together, leaving the village errand behind. On the road, Alice keeps close while Lucifer tries to act unfazed. He is not selling it. Alice gently pushes him to keep going, and Lucifer gets dragged along by equal parts stubbornness and concern. That night, a blue-haired mage finds suspicious men waiting among the ruins. Her cold stare makes it clear she knows exactly what they are doing. The men try talking tough, but the mage stays perfectly composed. They are about to learn that confidence is not armor. The blue-haired mage attacks first, surging through the ruins with ice magic before her targets can react. Her freezing blast tears through the ambush and sends one attacker flying. Bad night to pick a fight with an ice mage. A purple-haired armored fighter realizes too late that the trap has collapsed. The mage stands ready, furious, and completely in control. A blue-haired fighter confronts a smug purple-haired thug in the ruins, and neither side is interested in talking this out. He acts like a tough guy, which is usually the exact moment trouble starts charging interest. She unleashes a roaring wave of ice and water, forcing the thug to dodge as the battlefield turns into a frozen blender. He barely slips past the blast, but her sharp-eyed glare shows she has already read his next move. The thug lunges in close, but she catches his attack head-on and knocks him back with a brutal counter. The hit sends him crashing through the rubble. His allies can only stare as their supposed boss gets thoroughly humbled. That competence lasted exactly one ice-powered punch too long. Bruised but breathing, the purple-haired man returns to his crew and warns them that the fight is far from over. Meanwhile, the story cuts to Britain, where Alice, Claudia, and her companions finally make it back to London. At the Adventurer Guild, Alice runs into Lucifer. Our boy greets her casually, but she immediately wants to know why he is here. Alice learns the guild is packed with familiar faces and old connections, turning a simple homecoming into an awkward reunion. A guild official questions Alice's purpose, and the attention around her makes it clear this is not going to be a quiet visit. Then Lucifer appears, instantly stirring up the room. Lucifer looks delighted, while everyone else braces for the family chaos. At the guild, Alice listens as a cloaked official apologizes for the delay and starts explaining her assignment. Alice stays polite, but her sharp stare shows she is not thrilled about being handed a job without clear answers. The official keeps talking around the point, which is guild speak for making a simple task feel suspicious. He admits there are no guarantees, then pushes Alice to prove she can handle bigger adventures on her own. Alice hears the challenge and quietly realizes this errand could be her chance to grow stronger. With the guild business settled, Alice heads into town while the others watch her leave. Outside, Lucifer is still nursing old memories and a bruised ego, while Alice looks completely unimpressed. She gives him a firm little pat and tells him not to overthink it. Lucifer tries to recover his dignity, but Alice casually flicks a green fruit at him. Smooth recovery, our king. Then the mood snaps. A horse-drawn carriage barrels down the street and Lucifer is directly in its path. The horses panic under a sinister glare, leaving the driver frozen and the carriage seconds from disaster. Alice moves first, stopping the runaway carriage before it can crush Lucifer. He can only stare, then offer a grateful thanks. Lucifer and Alice arrive just in time to find a quiet street exploding into chaos. So much for a peaceful visit. An angry old man charges at Alice with a weapon, but she calmly knocks his attack aside before anyone gets hurt. The stranger keeps throwing personal accusations at Alice, and Lucifer realizes this is not some random street tantrum. Down at the harbor, hooded figures meet a red-haired leader as ships and hired muscle quietly gather around them. Their broker promises to fulfill the man's wish as long as he can pay. Naturally, the sales pitch comes with a threat. The red-haired leader agrees to the deal, confident his side has enough monsters and fighters to force the issue. The hooded contact invokes a man once known as the human closest to God, making this scheme feel far bigger than a local grudge. Elsewhere, Alice sits through a formal proposal and listens carefully while the adults around her debate their next move. Then, a masked blonde fighter enters the conversation, and the officials finally see that the danger is no longer theoretical. Alice Claudia walks back into the Adventurer Guild, and the whole room snaps to attention. The hero is finally home. Her friends crowd around with worried faces that slip straight into relief. Alice looks overwhelmed but genuinely happy to be back. The guild crew quickly decides Alice is everyone's favorite, which is a dangerous title in a room full of loud adventurers. Even Ralph gives her a proper welcome, while Alice takes the attention with a shy little smile. Ralph reveals the real reason for the celebration. Alice has earned an adventurer badge, proving her trial was no joke. Then Lucifer appears, and Alice immediately calls him out. She has heard he completed the dangerous trial alone. Our boy confirms it without showing off, but Alice can tell something important has changed. Alice asks Lucifer to come home with her. He looks touched by the offer, even as he tries to play it cool. Lucifer admits this is his first real beginning as an adventurer. Alice gives him a simple promise. They will both live well. The moment they reach home, the quiet reunion gets interrupted by a furious shout. So much for a peaceful return. A massive man grabbed Lucifer in crushing welcome, loudly declaring his loyalty to his majesty. Lucifer's face says this reunion needs an emergency exit. Inside the first Demon King's palace, Merlin arrives looking dead serious. Something has clearly gone wrong behind these haunted-looking walls. Merlin raises her hand and forces her magic into action, determined to reach the person trapped inside this place. The palace answers with a huge crimson vortex, because apparently a normal door would be far too easy. The spell drains Merlin hard. She staggers and gasps, but her glare says she refuses to quit while her master still needs her. Her purple-haired attendant warns that this recovery plan cannot keep burning through Merlin's strength. Merlin insists they need to wake their master soon, even if the whole arrangement is starting to crack. Elsewhere, Lucifer feels the pressure building too. At the manor, an unexpected visitor turns a quiet room into a full emergency meeting. Lucifer meets Blakeman, Merlin's enormous subordinate, while Alice checks on the exhausted demon. The man looks less like staff and more like a siege weapon. Even Lucifer can see Merlin is not just tired. She has been carrying a dangerous burden alone. Blakeman explains that word has already reached the palace, and the mess around Merlin's master is pulling more people into the fight. The group weighs their options carefully. Myrrah needs somewhere safe to recover before her stubborn rescue mission breaks her completely. Alice steps in with a practical answer. Merlin can stay at her manor for now, as long as she follows the house rules. Lucifer agrees, though the look on his face says he knows peace has already packed its bags. Lucifer is trying to enjoy a bath when the old man barges in and treats basic hygiene like a national emergency. Our boy insists he only wants to clean up, while the old fart keeps acting like this bath is a diplomatic crisis. Then Lucifer starts singing, because apparently subtle exits are not his thing. His song erupts into a bright magical display, leaving the whole room caught in a very flashy shower concert. Elsewhere, Alice catches sight of the strange glow and freezes, curious about the person hidden behind Bastine. Alice storms in, sees Lucifer exposed in the bath, and instantly assumes the worst. That misunderstanding arrives at full speed. Lucifer recognizes Alice too late as she lashes out at the supposed pervert, blasting the door behind him. The old man tries to explain, but Alice is still furious and ready to defend her dignity with overwhelming force. Later, the chaos cools down. Lucifer finds Alice in bed, and her fierce attitude finally gives way to quiet unease. Alice wakes from a nightmare, shaken and defensive, while Lucifer realizes she is more scared than angry. Lucifer stays beside her until she settles down, and the two drift off holding each other. Not bad for a disastrous bath day. Inside the palace, a red-haired official gets grilled by a smug old noble about his recent work and a troublesome little demon. The tiny blue-haired menace fights every step of the way, and the official is already running out of patience. He was clearly hired for diplomacy, not emergency child wrangling. The old noble pushes his scheme too far, and a sharp thought makes it clear that someone powerful is done entertaining him. As the little demon gets dragged away, the red-haired official quietly promises payback. He's not letting this humiliation slide. Later that night, Lucifer watches the city with the blue-haired demon and realizes the moment he has been waiting for may finally be here. Unfortunately, palace life still finds a way to turn destiny into unpaid overtime. A battered visitor arrives with an urgent message for Lucifer, and the young demon king immediately gets pulled into the mystery. At the door stands a hooded red-haired girl asking for help. Her anxious expression says, "This is no ordinary visit." The girl breaks down in tears, leaving Lucifer and the other stunned as her desperate story begins. A word count turns to Alice for help, offering serious money for a problem nobody else can solve. The message points her toward Wrexham, but Alice can tell this request comes with far more trouble than paperwork. At the bandit camp, Alice calls for Merlin, then freezes when a huge shadow answers from inside. Apparently these bandits ordered a hostage situation with a side of nightmare fuel. The camp erupts as the men realize their mysterious captor is awake, and he is not interested in negotiating. Lucifer walks straight through their attacks, casually smashing the bandits flat while they panic over being beaten by a kid. With the camp broken, Lucifer demands Helena's location. The bandit leader finally cracks and points toward the Morgan family. The terrified leader recognizes Lucifer as the first demon king and begs for mercy, proving this rescue just got much bigger. Lucifer listens as the situation turns ugly. A human representative has been sent in, and nobody likes what that could mean. The blonde demon king realizes this is not a simple visit. The human side is treating demons like a problem to be managed. Diplomacy has apparently arrived wearing steel-toed boots. Lucifer pushes back, angry that blame is being dumped on him while the real troublemakers are already looking for a fight. Then purple lightning erupts over the city. Whatever was brewing has officially skipped the talking stage. Carl powers up inside the storm, while the blue-haired opponent faces him without backing down. Carl calls the other man human and unleashes a quick draw strike. Lucifer can only watch the clash get worse. The two fighters charge straight at each other, trading insults and enough force to shred the ground beneath them. Carl lands a brutal combination, but the blue-haired fighter keeps moving. Neither side is ready to give an inch. The fight becomes a blur of lightning, slaps, and shockwaves as Carl tries to overwhelm his opponent with raw aggression. A bold elder with glasses finally intervenes. He calmly notes that the scattered demon magic is dangerous, then decides to settle this himself. The elder draws with terrifying speed and offers Carl a taste of his own medicine. The old man is clearly not here to negotiate. Under the moonlit ruins, a bald elder fires the opening shot, and the fight immediately gets loud enough to wake the whole city. The elder keeps pressing his attack, but the fighters around him realize this is no ordinary brawl. Their magic is being pushed to its limit. Apparently, property damage is now part of the conversation. Then a purple blast erupts between them, turning a tense standoff into a very real threat to everyone nearby. Merlin snaps after being humiliated in front of Lucifer. Her eyes flare with rage, and the others can feel her power spike. Even the veterans recognize the pressure. This is the kind of magic that makes tough men suddenly remember appointments elsewhere. Lucifer gets close enough to calm Merlin down, while a gray-haired fighter and the elder watch her with wary respect. A boy has somehow become the emergency brake for demon tantrums. Just when the chaos peaks, Alice launches herself into the sky and unleashes a massive wave of ice magic. Alice admits she was too careless, but her arrival is exactly what the battered city needed. Lucifer can only stare in relief. After the danger passes, Alice apologizes for making everyone worry. Lucifer checks on her instead of blaming her, and the tension finally eases. At the company, the silver-haired boss listens politely as a nervous visitor pitches an investment idea. He is smiling, but the sigh says he has heard this kind of promise before. Meanwhile, Lucifer gets dragged into a goofy conversation about his image and reputation. Our blonde royal is clearly not impressed by the unsolicited life coaching. Elsewhere, a red-haired demon corners a blue-haired captive and presses her for answers. His grin is calm, which is exactly why the threat lands so badly. The prisoner refuses to break, even while he makes it clear that patience is running out. The interrogation is cut short when armored soldiers rush in yelling about a demon attack. Just like that, the room goes from threats to emergency mode. A purple-haired fighter answers with a crackling blast of magic and demands an identity. Apparently subtle introductions are off the schedule today. Lucifer hears a strange sound nearby and follows it through the dim corridor. The little noise leads him towards something far more interesting than the fight outside. He finds a chest overflowing with treasure and immediately starts doing the math. Lucifer is not asking whether it is a trap yet, because shiny coins have priorities. The red-haired demon catches up just as Lucifer is admiring the haul. Lucifer holds up the chest like he has discovered the answer to every financial problem. But the reaction around him makes it clear this treasure is not as simple as it looks. Lucifer finds Helena cornered beside a crashed table. She's shaking and she clearly thinks her rescue just got very complicated. A red-haired stranger demands to know why Lucifer kidnapped the woman. Lucifer looks furious because this accusation came with absolutely no warning. Helena clings to him for safety, which does not exactly improve his defense. The stranger claims Helena is family and insists Lucifer will answer for this. Lucifer sees the rage behind that calm pose and braces for trouble. Lucifer shoves Helena aside and draws his sword. The red-haired man coughs once, then charges anyway because diplomacy has officially died. A surging water spell floods the room and catches Lucifer mid-move. He fights for air while the attacker watches the trap tighten. The red-haired man refuses to let anyone escape after Helena's kidnapping. Helena panics nearby, realizing this fight is spinning far beyond her control. Outside, a purple-haired fighter mocks a huge opponent and unleashes a violet weapon. The battlefield gets loud, flashy, and deeply unfriendly. A white-haired warrior meets the purple fighter head-on, locking weapons in a blast of magic. Neither side is backing down for even a second. Their clash tears through the stonework in a chain of explosive strikes. One clean hit could decide this whole grudge match. Back in the water trap, Lucifer is still pinned while Helena worries the furious stranger will finish him. Lucifer's glare says the escape plan is not over yet. Inside the demon palace, Merlin looks up as a violent disturbance suddenly tears through the quiet. Outside, the white-haired warrior lands in a storm of magic, and her opponent immediately realizes this is no ordinary fight. The sky starts throwing lightning around like it has a personal grudge. The battered fighter admits the gap between them is enormous, but he is still desperate to protect the people behind him. The white-haired warrior calmly explains that she has her own reason for coming here. Before he can recover, she cuts through the smoke with another ruthless strike and sends him flying. Lucifer is caught in the chaos, as the wounded man is knocked away, leaving our boy exposed for a very bad moment. A red-haired swordsman watches the situation turn grim and makes it clear that he will not surrender his friend without a fight. The white-haired warrior rides on with her captive, while the red-haired man tries to force an answer out of her. She reveals that she knows exactly what Lucifer is, and his presence has become too important for her side to ignore. A burly ally grabs Lucifer and prepares to haul him away, treating the Demon King like a prize to be collected. Then the red-haired swordsman crashes in with a blazing slash, promising that he will rescue Lucifer before they can escape. Merlin Lucifer charges straight into the gray-haired warrior, furious that he's targeting their side. He meets her attack without blinking, turning this rescue into a very unfair boss fight. The enemy keeps pressing, while Lucifer watches the exchange with a tight, calculating stare. Merlin is not backing down, and she makes it clear she still has tricks ready to use. Purple power erupts across the battlefield as Merlin throws everything into one crushing strike. The blast cracks through the ground, but their opponent is still standing in the smoke. The counterattack comes fast, Merlin is knocked aside, and Lucifer is left exposed in the chaos. Even surrounded by flying magic, she refuses to let the pressure break her. With the fight spiraling, Merlin urgently lays out the next move and calls for Dame Macfield's help. Lucifer has taken a beating, but his allies are still scrabbling to get him somewhere safe. Lucifer wakes in House Macfield, groggy, confused, and very much not where he expected to be. Our boy checks the room like a man who just lost an argument with a freight train. Outside, Alice worries over Merlin's safety, while the battered group finally gets a brief moment to breathe. The danger may be paused, but Merlin is already sulking over how the night turned out. A red-haired woman presses an older official about Lucifer's fate, and she is dead serious about protecting the boy. The old man looks like his family meeting just became a legal ambush. He pushes back, warning the changing Lucifer situation could create a mess nobody can easily undo. But the woman refuses to back down. Her concern is real, even if her method is pure chaos. Lucifer finally snaps when the adults keep talking around him, demanding they stop deciding his life for him. The red-haired woman tries to explain herself, but our boy only gets more suspicious of this intensely strange household. She promises she has a plan, and Lucifer reluctantly agrees to hear her out. Her tough act softens, as she admits she never wanted Lucifer to suffer alone. Lucifer is still confused, but she is already treating him like the little brother she ordered from Destiny. That night she stays close while Lucifer tries to rest, asking him to trust her for just a little longer. It is supposed to be a quiet bedtime talk. Obviously, this family cannot manage quiet. Lucifer notices something is wrong as she sleeps. Her expression tightens, and a hidden power begins to stir. The power bursts out in her sleep, blasting through the room, while Lucifer gets caught far too close to the danger. A surge of Demon King lightning erupts around them, but the red-haired woman wakes up just in time to realize Lucifer is still there. For now, he is safe, and her relief says more than any speech could. A silver-haired lightning caster quietly tests her power, for even she knows one mastered spell is not enough for a real fight. The red-haired man rushes outside and freezes when a huge bearded elder suddenly calls him his father. That is a family reveal with absolutely no gentle warm-up. The elder insists their strange connection is real and warns that something dangerous is closing in on them. Meanwhile, a blonde boy apologizes to the lightning caster, who looks deeply offended by the entire conversation. Alice Claudio arrives to face the red-haired man and a masked figure, immediately sensing that this meeting is not friendly. The red-haired man reveals his slave contract and pressures the masked servant to use the knowledge they have been hiding. He gives the order to move now, but Alice draws her sword and it makes it clear she is done listening. Alice lunges first, forcing the red-haired schemer back before his plan can properly unfold. Then the silver-haired caster steps in, declaring herself Alice's opponent. The awkward reunion has officially become a brawl. Alice crashes into the rooftop chase and sends Lucifer tumbling straight into Merlin. Nobody looks happy about this reunion. Lucifer demands to know what is going on, while Merlin bristles at being dragged into another contract mess. Alice makes it clear she is here for Lucifer, and the blonde Demon King realizes this is not a friendly visit. Before anyone can negotiate, Alice launches herself back into the fight. Alice gives Lucifer one chance to come quietly, but her icy stare says she already expects resistance. She tears across the roof with sword and ice magic, turning a contract argument into a full demolition job. A masked stranger interrupts the chaos, claiming an adventurer contract is involved. Lucifer suddenly has far more problems than one angry hero. Being treated like contract merchandise is a rough day at the office, even for a Demon King. The masked adventurer powers up and targets the Phoenix Guild, threatening to rip the contract out by force. Alice snaps. Anyone reaching for his majesty earns a spectacular purple lightning beatdown. The stranger answers with a violent blast of his own, but Alice charges through the glare without backing down. The clash leaves the rooftop shaken, and Lucifer can only watch as the fight spins further beyond his control. Merlin warns that a bigger threat is still nearby. That warning pays off immediately. Bart, a beastman executive from the Phoenix Adventure Guild, steps forward with a very serious claim on the contract. Under the night sky, Alice is chased down by Morgan Shepherd, a hulking beastman who gives her no room to breathe. Alice snaps back with her sword, but Morgan swats aside the attack and keeps pressing forward with brute force. Morgan hammers her through the air and mocks her struggle. This guy treats a sword fight like demolition work. Then Morgan senses something wrong. A dragon-like aura is gathering around Alice, and even he cannot explain it. Alice stays cool, but her expression says she is figuring this out in real time too. Morgan transforms into an even bigger monster, betting that size will finally crush the hero for good. Alice answers with a transformation of her own, turning her ice power into a massive white dragon. The dragon crashes into Morgan and sends shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving the nearby soldiers staring in alarm. Morgan survives the blast, but he finally understands the gap between them. Alice is not just swinging a sword anymore. As Morgan demands to know why Alice has returned, her dragon magic bears down on him with a very direct answer. A second dragon-shaped strike erupts in violet light, and the fight suddenly becomes much bigger than one beastman can handle. A brutal black-furred demon launches straight at Alice, and the white-haired hero barely meets him blade first. Alice fires back with ice magic, but the monster crashes through the street like property damage is his love language. Lucifer watches the impact from the port, realizing this attacker is far stronger than a random street thug. He calls for Merlin while the demon keeps pressing Alice without giving her room to breathe. Meanwhile, a red-haired pirate captain strolls in carrying a bag, then notices his port has become a war zone. His annoyed stare says it all. Somebody picked a very bad place to start a fight. The demon suddenly erupts with blue-black power, and Alice immediately recognizes this is no ordinary beast. He says he needs the Demon King, then charges Alice again with a savage speed that catches everyone off guard. The pirate captain wakes up angry and points out that every civilized pirate trades at this port. With his livelihood flattened, he decides this monster has officially become everybody's problem. Alice keeps the demon occupied in a blur of steel and ice while the pirate crew prepares their answer. Then the harbor lights up as the pirate fleet unleashes a full cannon barrage on the intruder. Explosions swallow the battlefield, and even the demon looks stunned that the pirates answered with an entire artillery show. The church fleet opens fire, and Lucifer watches the sky turn into a very expensive-looking disaster. Alice arrives in a blur of ice while the church commander confidently laughs at the burning ships below. He clearly picked the worst possible moment to feel smug. Lucifer realizes the enemy is willing to sacrifice its own vanguard just to block their escape. Alice tells him to keep moving. She will buy the time they need. The church commander orders a full barrage at Alice, treating one white-haired swordswoman like an entire invading army. Alice raises her blade and floods the battlefield with freezing magic, stopping the attack before it can reach her. The church answers with its hidden siege weapon and launches more blazing shots straight into her storm. Alice does not retreat. She shapes the frozen current into a roaring dragon and sends it through every incoming blast. Then she seals the entire battlefield inside a colossal glacial seal, turning their assault into a frozen prison. When the ice clears, the fleet is crippled, and Alice stands alone in the snow, having bought Lucifer the opening he needed. A mysterious woman praises Alice's work, while Alice quietly confirms the fight is not over yet. At the frozen battlefield, the red-haired knight and her soldiers realize the weather is all wrong. This place should be buried in snow already. Their scouts report something worse. The missing troops were flash frozen into blue ice. That is not a normal battlefield hazard. Apparently, the mountain has decided subtlety is optional. The knight connects it to the white whale. If even a giant magic weapon was frozen solid, the enemy's ice power is on another level. Back at camp, Alice is told to report the crisis, but the white-haired hero is already visibly rattled by the news. The others press Alice about Lucifer, and she tries to defend their connection while keeping the real details carefully buried. Then the accusation lands. Did Alice put Lucifer under a slave contract? Her sharp glare says this conversation has gone way past polite. A few days earlier, Alice had abruptly marched into the royal court, leaving the palace officials scrambling to understand her next move. She demands the army prepare to move. Even the strongest hero cannot handle every threat alone, so this crisis is becoming a national problem. Far away in the desert kingdom, a dark magical portal tears open beside a lonely tower, and someone very dangerous answers its call. A hulking wolfman returns to Merlin Lucifer's side. She has been waiting for him, and their talk makes it clear this portal was no accident. The wolfman warns Merlin that the situation is changing fast. Old alliances, old mistakes, and a familiar target are all about to collide. Lucifer is still stuck in the middle of academy chaos, while everyone acts like his next move is a public event. Our boy admits he wants to stay and protect this place, but the older man beside him immediately starts pushing him to leave. Nothing says heartfelt loyalty like an old guy trying to evict you. Lucifer finally snaps back, insisting he has reasons to remain, even as the old man keeps pressing him. Elsewhere, a packed hallway makes way for a new visitor, and Alice Claudia is called over to meet her. Alice turns with ice magic ready, but the woman approaching her is not looking for a fight. She wants Alice specifically. The visitor is elf princess Shirley, who has quietly followed Alice's trail all the way to the academy. With Captain Silver at her side, Shirley reveals she has been thinking about Alice and wants a proper reunion. Shirley makes her decision. She is going to invite Alice to her home, while Silver reacts like this plan just became a problem. Silver's guarded expression gives away that Shirley's invitation carries more weight than a simple friendly visit. A worried royal attendant brings a strange, sealed object to her queen, and the mood says this is definitely not routine mail. The queen tries to stay composed, but she admits the familiar situation is harder than it looks. Even royalty gets stuck with paperwork from hell. She asks for help anyway, because the issue has clearly grown beyond a simple palace errand. Meanwhile, Lucifer finds a little red-haired kid getting pushed around by a much bigger nuisance, and our boy immediately steps in. Lucifer faces down the bully without blinking, while the kid stares at him like he just watched a legend walk out of a storybook. The bully throws a tantrum and charges, but Lucifer drops him so cleanly that the whole alley gets a free lesson in consequences. Then the kid's massive red-haired father arrives. Instead of rage, he recognizes Lucifer and pulls him into an unexpectedly familiar reunion. The kid is thrilled to see his dad, while Lucifer looks like he has accidentally walked into someone else's family episode. The father reveals that he never forgot Lucifer, and his friendly words carry the weight of an old history neither man can ignore. Before Lucifer can settle into the reunion, a silver-haired figure appears with a startling claim that points straight back to the Demon King. Lucifer leaves with more questions than answers, while the strange visitor watches him go and makes it clear this meeting is not over. Elf King Thranduil finally wakes after 7 days away, and his young attendant is already panicking over the state of the realm. Being king apparently means you cannot even take a mystical nap without paperwork piling up. Looking over the vast elven land, Thranduil hears how his absence has left everyone anxious about what comes next. Thranduil stays calm, but his hard stare makes it clear that the kingdom's troubles are much bigger than one missed report. He weighs the burden of ruling against the people who has been waiting for him to return. The young elf tries to explain the situation, visibly overwhelmed by the pressure and Thranduil's cold questions. Thranduil's expression softens for a moment as the conversation turns personal, but he still refuses to let emotion decide the kingdom's future. Meanwhile, Lucifer sits across from Helena while she laughs off his suspicions like she owns the room. Our boy is not buying. She insists she has not come merely to cause trouble, which is always the least reassuring sentence possible. Helena keeps pressing Lucifer about their shared past and the people around him, while he watches every word with growing suspicion. And the redhead drops the real reveal. Helena is a vampire, and Lucifer finally understands why this meeting feels so dangerous. With the Southern Alliance now in the discussion, both Lucifer and Thranduil are forced to consider how quickly this private mess could become a political disaster. Inside the Dark Elf Palace, the Dark Elf King as Holt listens with a cool, calculating smile. He is clearly testing what these outsiders really want. A fiery red-haired elf presses Lucifer about the human girl and whether he has any business being here. Our boy gets the full interrogation package. Lucifer tries to explain himself, but her glare says she is not buying the easy version of the story. She warns that the people around him are not simple, and Lucifer finally realizes this little meeting has much bigger stakes than small talk. Lucifer tries to laugh it off, but his joke lands like a brick. The elf woman shuts him down and sends him on his way. Walking through the night market, Lucifer admits he does not have many friends either. The lonely mood hits harder once the party lights are behind him. Then his body suddenly convulses. A sinister mark spreads across his chest, and Lucifer can barely keep the pain under control. The curse feels wrong even to him. Under the moonlight, Lucifer realizes this is not a normal flare-up, and something far more dangerous may be watching. Alice bursts in exhausted and hungry, surrounded by letters that have apparently turned her room into a paper dungeon. One message matters more than the rest. Trouble has surfaced in the Southern Kingdom. Lucifer reads the report with a hard stare. Whatever happened there is serious enough to pull Alice away immediately. His dramatic desk slam says this is no ordinary mail day. Alice decides they are going now, and Lucifer reluctantly gets dragged into the trip. Their ride turns out to be a giant sea creature that blasts through the waves like it owns the ocean. As the kingdom comes into view, Alice goes quiet. She can smell something wrong before anyone else sees it. They reach the forest entrance, where an uneasy guard points them toward the city. At the gate, the guards recognize Alice and suddenly block her path. Their polite act lasts about 3 seconds. The soldiers close in, and it is clear this visit was expected. They attack without warning, but Alice reacts instantly, turning the gate into an ambush scene. Alice slips past the strike with effortless speed, leaving the attackers swinging at empty air. So much for a welcoming committee. The dark-skinned captain charges straight at Alice, and she answers with a wall of ice magic. This meeting skips small talk completely. Alice keeps the captain pinned back with sharp ice attacks, while Lucifer watches the fight turn into a very personal grudge match. The captain refuses to yield, but Alice is clearly fighting to stop him without finishing him. The captain demands to know who deserves his loyalty, and Alice finally cuts through the chaos with one command: stop! With the battle over, Alice puts the shaking captain under her protection and sends the group back toward town. Even the tough captain looks relieved to be told where to stand. Leadership can be terrifyingly efficient. The group talks through the strange turn of events, and Alice realizes the captain may be useful instead of simply dangerous. Then a pink-haired fairy bursts in, furious and frantic, demanding to know why Lucifer is suddenly awake. Lucifer gives her that smug little grin, which is usually the universal warning sign that trouble has arrived. The fairy immediately panics when she learns Lucifer is heading home, then launches herself into the air to deal with it. She storms into a house and wakes an older man with zero patience, turning a quiet return into a full-volume emergency. The old man grumbles about the fairy's chaos, but her panic makes one thing clear: Lucifer's return has everyone on edge. At the elf palace, Lucifer finds Shirley panicking after nearly causing a riot, and her apology comes out at full speed. She is trying very hard to look professional. The effort is not winning. Lucifer studies the tense elf knight and realizes the problem is bigger than one clumsy mistake. To these elves, humans are still treated like dangerous outsiders, not people worth trusting. Miss Alice steps in with a bright smile, thrilled to see Shirley again and eager to smooth things over. Her friendly hug has enough force to make personal space file a complaint. Alice explains the wound underneath it all: human forces devastated other elf settlements long ago, leaving fear behind. But she refuses to let that history excuse cruelty and pushes for a real path toward peace. The old resentment runs deep, but Alice admits Silver and the others are making progress with the kingdom. For the first time, cooperation looks possible instead of completely doomed. That night, Shirley sits alone under the moon, clearly unable to shake the feeling that something is wrong. A quiet visitor asks about the elf child, and the conversation turns suspicious fast. The visitor tells Shirley not to overthink things, but the cold smile says this is no friendly reassurance. While Alice fights for peace in public, someone else may be setting a very different plan in motion. Lucifer wakes to a panicked midnight visit. The elven princess looks rattled, and something serious is clearly brewing outside. Before our boy can get comfortable, the princess is put on guard. A hostile royal presence has arrived, demanding answers. Nothing says peaceful diplomacy like soldiers showing up after bedtime. The white-haired Elven Queen confronts her daughter with cold fury. The princess tries to stand firm, but she is visibly shaken. The queen makes her accusation clear. She believes the princess has endangered their country. Then her anger snaps into action. Alice steps in to protect the princess, but the queen is far faster than anyone expected. Their clash turns the courtyard into a blur. Alice is slammed down, and the princess rushes to her side in horror. The queen barely looks winded after dropping her so easily. The queen calls in her armed men and gives the group one last chance to surrender. Lucifer can only watch the situation spiral, but the queen suddenly withdraws into the forest, carrying Alice away. Her final look promises this royal mess is nowhere near over. Lucifer refuses to back down as the armed men close in, giving them that golden-eyed stare that says he has already chosen violence. The kid is badly outnumbered, but confidence has apparently replaced his survival instinct. Alice watches the situation turn ugly, while the strangers treat Lucifer like an easy target instead of a demon king with a temper. Merlin storms in furious and demands they release her big brother, but the men just laugh at the tiny horned demon blocking their way. Their smirks fade when they realize she is not here to negotiate. The fight erupts. Lucifer slips free and sends one attacker flying, while Merlin charges in like a pink-haired emergency alarm. Then a counter-attack lands hard. Lucifer is slammed across the stone floor as the gang tries to overwhelm him before he can recover. That plan dies instantly when a massive black beast appears behind him, bearing far too many teeth for anyone to keep acting brave. With the monster loose and everyone rattled, the onlookers finally understand this was never going to be a routine street beating. Inside the royal stronghold, a furious dwarf crashes into the guards while the prisoners scramble to survive. Then Lucifer reveals his ridiculous advantage. The savage black magic beast refuses to eat him. Turns out being a tiny nuisance has tactical benefits. The blonde demon king smirks and throws their insult back at them. He is just a useless human runt, right? Fairy charges in to help, only for the beast to greet her with a full-mouth attack. Very welcoming. The dwarf urges everyone to escape, but Lucifer realizes his partner is still trapped and refuses to run. Elsewhere, Alice hangs chained before the dark elves who coldly say their king wants her heart. Alice answers the execution threat by breaking free and carving through the guards with a violent burst of ice. Silver steps in, stunned that the royal treasure is being used against Alice. The palace conspiracy is suddenly out in the open. Before anyone can sort it out, the black beast returns in a hulking new form and targets the so-called traitors. Drunk on its overflowing power, the monster unleashes a massive slash, turning the rescue into an all-out disaster. Alice and Silver are already locked in a vicious fight, dodging a red-eyed monster that just will not stay down. Silver slices through the creature's rush while Alice charges an ice spell right beside him. That's some clean teamwork. Their combined assault traps the monster in a spinning storm of ice. Then Alice drives in with one final strike. Even as it falls, the monster offers its soul for the resurrection of its king, making its defeat feel very temporary. Alice and Silver realize the strange magic they saw in Britain is waking up again. Violet beams slam into the ground around Alice, and the battlefield suddenly turns into a magical alarm system. A white-haired dark elf rises inside the violet power, thrilled that she is finally close to restoring her original body. She demands more light to finish the job, declaring that humans and the other races will belong to the dark elves. The dark elf calls out Silver for protecting the criminal, but Silver fires back that she is the real traitor. She calmly promises they will meet again in the other world, then starts bringing something enormous into the fight. The Cavern King awakens from the rubble and recognizes humans as the enemy of his race. Perfect. Another ancient boss fight. As the Cavern King advances, someone urgently decides they have to reach Alice before this disaster gets worse. Lucifer jolts awake with a bad feeling, while the battle around Alice is clearly far from over. A white-haired woman rises in a storm of purple power, stunned that her brother has finally come to welcome her back. She recognizes Ashtal at once, but his cold stare makes it clear this reunion comes with centuries of baggage. Andea says she only returned because their father chose Ashtal as the next ruler. Andea decides to correct their father's mistake herself, unleashing a barrage of violet magic. Ashtal answers with shining orbs from his trumpet wand, turning the family argument into artillery practice. Furious, Ashtal prepares to burn away the threat for good and pours his strength into the wand. He calls the glowing spheres his children of light and sends them dancing straight toward Andea. Andea calmly calls her brother naive, then slips through the assault and blasts him out of the sky. The shockwave reaches the ruins below where Alice watches a hulking stone monster charge through the rubble. The beast dives at Alice with crushing force, leaving her pinned beneath a massive slab of stone. Just when Alice is trapped, Lucifer rushes in, braces the boulder overhead, and tells her he has kept her waiting. A stone giant drops in like a collapsing apartment block, and Lucifer catches the hit before it crushes Alice. Our boy has clearly been waiting for a proper workout. Lucifer swats the giant's attacks aside with a grin, admitting it has been far too long since he felt this good. Then the fight gets ugly. A white-haired dark elf emerges from a purple vortex, claiming the woman his brother loved was sacrificed for this revival. Astol rises in a storm of forbidden magic and announces that he is back in this filthy world. Subtle entrance? Absolutely not. The armored elf recognizes him as Astol, an infamous rebel king who once wielded fragments of an ancestral god's forbidden power. Astol tries to turn the stone giant against them, but Lucifer is not impressed by a monster with a very long memory. Floating above the ruins, Astral vows to make the whole world remember the bitterness of living in it. The stone giant answers that speech with one brutal smash, launching the newly revived menace across the battlefield. With Alice at his side, Lucifer takes up his weapon. Astral did not just attack him, he hurt the people behind him. And Lucifer is apparently the kind of man who keeps a grudge on file. Lucifer finds a horned dark elf riding a demon beast, and the guy is clearly here to settle a very personal score. The dark elf flares with purple power and promises revenge for old grudges. This reunion has absolutely no polite small talk. Lucifer shuts him up with a brutal slap, then casually bats away the first magical assault. Humiliated, the dark elf throws a spinning purple blast at him, swearing he will make the demon king pay. Lucifer answers with a much bigger explosion, and the challenger realizes ordinary attacks cannot even scratch him. Cornered, the dark elf unleashes a forbidden spell, ripping open a violent vortex of purple energy around the battlefield. Far away, elven onlookers panic. If that spell fully erupts here, even their kingdom could be dragged into disaster. Inside the vortex, Lucifer stays calm while his enemy admits he may be facing the strongest opponent of his life. Lucifer draws his sword and finally gets serious, carving straight through the raging spell with one clean upward strike. The attack cracks through the dark elf's defenses, and his own forbidden power starts binding him instead. Lucifer raises his hand for the finale, ending the fight with a blinding strike before the forbidden spell can consume everything. Alice wakes beneath a sky full of falling light and immediately calls for her mother. That is never a relaxing way to start the morning. The Elf King watches the shower fade, relieved that the souls trapped in elven sorrow have finally been released. With the rebellion contained and elven order restored, Lucifer decides he still has to find the experts behind this mess. 3 days later, Alice is stuck in bed, sick with guilt over pushing herself too hard. Lucifer tries to comfort her, even if his bedside manner needs work. At the Elf Palace, the Elf King receives Lucifer politely, then admits he recognized the demon the moment Lucifer drew his sword. The king inspects the blade and identifies it as Aeternum, a treasure from the first demon palace that only a legitimate demon can wield. Lucifer reveals the ugly part of his past. His mother Vivian was murdered by O'Brien, the sword saint who was once his father's rival. The Elf King connects the dots to an old legend, a human hero who defied the gods and became known as the Prophet of Demons. Then comes the reward and the headache. The Elf King begs Lucifer and Alice to lead the new elf nation and break its misfortune. An elf prophet reveals that his homeland is sinking while a curse keeps draining its people of strength. He says a divine artifact is forcing his father into danger, and only Lucifer can help. Lucifer's first reaction is pure disbelief. He's a demon king, so why is he suddenly responsible for everybody else's apocalypse? Then our boy remembers. He is an adventurer now, which means every crisis has a loot table. The prophet offers access to the legendary treasures of the god of elves, and Lucifer immediately agrees to the deal. The moment the agreement is sealed, a violent fiery portal tears open. That is one dramatic way to confirm the quest started. The prophet senses something ominous in the magic, but Lucifer coolly asks if he is getting cold feet already. 2 days later, Lucifer reaches the towering sacred tree and reunites with Alice, who has clearly been dragged into this mess too. Sir Merlin hands Lucifer a vial of his blood, saying it will let him awaken divine power once they reach the secret realm. Their guide is the King of Cavern, a giant stone golem who moves surprisingly fast and was apparently defeated by poisoned wine. At the altar, Merlin admits the prophecy says only those who can end the calamity may enter the hidden realm. The final stone will reveal the secret realm, but it only opens for 2 people who are in love. Lucifer and Alice freeze at the same time. The quest just turned into a relationship exam. Lucifer and Alice immediately reject the idea that they are flirting, but the Elf King is already enjoying this way too much. The king insists Alice once risked everything for Lucifer, so they must be lovers. His evidence is flimsy, but his confidence is legendary. Lucifer firmly shuts that down while Alice smiles through the awkwardness and tries not to combust on the spot. The Elf King explains that the sealed secret realm opens only for 2 powerful lovers, then tells the embarrassed pair to test it themselves. Lucifer and Alice place their hands on the seal as the king channels magic, and the massive stone finally starts to answer. The seal cracks open into a swirling blue portal. The Elf King declares the prophecy proven, because apparently awkward blushing counts as destiny. Lucifer and Alice step through the portal together, leaving the Elf King behind as the secret realm swallows them whole. Inside, vicious winds drain Alice's strength almost immediately. Even a hero can get wrecked when the weather itself wants a fight. Lucifer offers his hand, then carries Alice forward when she cannot keep up. Their teamwork is getting harder to deny. The wind finally eases near ancient ruins, but Lucifer warns Alice that a tiger without claws is still a tiger. Without claws is still a tiger. Whatever waits inside is not friendly. Deep inside the ruins, Lucifer studies a massive mural while his white-haired companion senses something strange in the temple. The painting feels like the sky door they encountered before, and our boy spots a blade-shaped presence hiding in the clouds. Lucifer shakes off the creepy aura and pushes onward. Whatever this place is hiding, it is not waiting politely. At the end of the long corridor, they finally meet the god of elves, a skeletal ruler barely hanging onto his throne. The god recognizes Lucifer as the legendary vampire who once challenged him, while Lucifer only cares about fixing the problem. Lucifer grabs the divine tool and starts the rescue. The old god looks terrified, which is fair when the patient has no idea what the treatment does. The tool erupts in gold, blasting holy light through the temple and across the entire elven realm. Outside, the elves see the divine light and realize their god has been restored. The crisis is over, at least for now. Lucifer declares the mission complete without a scratch, then immediately remembers the important part, payment. When the god of elves says there is no treasure to offer, Lucifer explodes. Saving a god is impressive, but working for free is where he draws the line. His companion finds a hidden alcove beneath the throne, containing an ancient elven scroll that may lead to the real reward. Before they can celebrate, Lucifer hears an ancient voice calling out. The temple clearly has one more secret left to reveal. The holy elf is thrilled with the secret realm's loot, but Lucifer immediately notices something is missing, a divine tool. The team has searched every corner, and their grand reward is 2 suspicious scrolls hidden under a throne. Very subtle storage. The scrolls reveal 3 forbidden spells, including blood sacrifice and a method powerful enough to destroy the divine. The elf refuses to hand them over, warning that forbidden magic always collects its payment. Lucifer reads the fine print anyway and finds the real prize, a recorded method for forging a god-slaying sword. His eyes light up when he remembers the legendary blade called Certain Death. The elf cannot use the scrolls, so he offers Lucifer a connection to Silver, the one who rules the Inferno dragon race. That night, Silver senses something deeply wrong at the altar. The buried magic is waking up. A glowing egg-like object slips out of the altar and dodges their first attempt to catch it. Back home, Lucifer is already hunting for a dwarfsmith. He needs that divine weapon forged, and Silver is learning he does not do relaxing. Lucifer's calm finally cracks. Kay merely killed him, and our boy is determined to make her pay. Elsewhere, a black-haired schemer explains her own plan, master a special / recover full power and turn a demon into something far worse. Lucifer enters the dwarves' golden city, looking impressed by the shiny buildings and their extravagant little world. Then he catches a tiny winged stranger casually drinking dwarven cider. Apparently, this is how diplomatic visits begin. Lucifer enjoys the drink, but the fairy immediately demands to know why a human is here. When Lucifer asks for blacksmith Balin, the fairy gets tossed aside and reveals she has been treated like a captive. Inside Balin's smithy, the exhausted dwarf is already under pressure from a military deadline he cannot meet. The general gives Balin until tomorrow to deliver flawless armor, threatening death if the order fails. Balin knows the demand is impossible, and even his father cannot see a way out. Lucifer finally steps in, frees the fairy, and asks why the dwarves would work for Balin to make a weapon. He produces an ancient creation scroll. Balin recognizes it as a lost blueprint for forging a divine weapon. The catch is brutal. Its techniques are ancient, and the required materials are almost mythical. The recipe demands essence of gold, a god-sealing stone, and the soul of a god. Casual shopping list, really. While the dwarves fear they cannot forge it, Lucifer smiles. He already knows how to get the first material. Alice reaches the Kingdom of Dragons, where volcanic peaks and flying beasts make the human world look very underprepared. Inside the Inferno Dragon's palace, the massive fire dragon immediately treats Alice like an unwanted guest. He attacks first because apparently dragon hospitality comes with a fireball. Alice throws up an ice barrier, but the blaze is so strong that she can barely keep it together. Still, Alice stands her ground and coolly says that if she were serious, the dragon would already be ashes. She explains that Esreem is dead, and she absorbed the Frost Saint Dragon's inheritance crystal. That power may invite revenge, so Alice came here to learn how to control it. The Inferno Saint Dragon finally takes her seriously. Dragons respect strength, and he agrees to show her the path to true power. His first lesson is brutal. Enter the ancestral dragon temple by jumping through a lake of magma. Alice clenches her fists and steels herself. She cannot keep relying on Merlin if she wants to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Merlin is peacefully asleep when the alarm arrives. A whole army is marching over. Lucifer grabs a tiny practice sword and heads out anyway. Our boy is ready to face the soldiers with maximum confidence and minimum weapon. He asks which soldier wants the honor of getting beaten first. The army has arrived, and Lucifer is clearly not in a negotiating mood. The Dwarf King's riders block Lucifer's path, barking orders like they own the road and the entire map. Lucifer barely looks impressed. He just tells them to stop wasting Master Balin's forging time. The soldiers charge anyway, and Lucifer steps forward with his sword drawn. Bad career choice, gentlemen. With one sweeping strike, Lucifer sends the whole dwarf squad flying through the sky. Their commander stares up in pure horror as 300 so-called dwarf kings get flattened in seconds. The commander tries to threaten him, but Lucifer calmly asks to be taken to the commander's brother-in-law. That request leads straight to Golden City's palace and its imposing ruler, the Dwarf King. General Holly reports that the same soldier caused trouble outside and the Dwarf King dismisses him as completely useless. Holly runs in begging for help, but the king refuses the family title and calls him an embarrassment. Then the king realizes Lucifer is the sinner who caused chaos in Golden City. The Dwarf King decides a lecture is not enough and challenges Lucifer to a one-on-one duel. Lucifer accepts instantly. He was worried this visit might get boring. Lucifer offers his life if he loses, then demands the essence of gold if the king falls. The king says the treasure appears only once in a million years, but Lucifer knows exactly how badly he wants it. The Dwarf King shakes his hand and accepts. The duel is on, with a legendary prize now hanging over both men. Alice gets blasted to receive magma, and for one ugly second, she wonders if she really has to dive straight into it. She pushes through anyway because apparently common sense took the day off. The flames were only an illusion. Alice realizes she has entered a hidden dragon temple beneath the dragon castle. Then the ground fills with skeletal dragons. They sense a living body and immediately decide Alice would make an excellent upgrade. Alice answers with a spinning wall of ice, smashing the first wave back before the bones can close in. Her ice magic blasts apart the attackers, but there are far too many of them. This temple clearly does not believe in visitor limits. A massive white dragon suddenly appears behind Alice. Its golden eyes are calm, not hostile, and that changes everything. The dragon introduces itself as the first leader of dragons and tells the young dragon to come along, ending the ambush without another fight. Meanwhile, at the Dwarf Kingdom arena, the crowd roars as the Dwarf King steps up to challenge Lucifer. The king is insulted when Lucifer brings out a wooden sword. Lucifer calmly says it is more than enough for this fight. The Dwarf King swings his huge hammer, but Lucifer slips past the attack and counters before the old fart can reset. Lucifer leaves the king stunned with a clean haircut and a grin, asking how he likes the new look. Lucifer's arena fight punches a hole straight through the ground, leaving the dwarves staring at a brand new crater. Our boy is still checking whether his hair survived. Priorities, apparently. The dwarves finally fold. Their bearded leader admits he underestimated Lucifer's strength and asks to be forgiven. Lucifer reminds them of their bet and demands the prize, the legendary essence of gold. Not far from the Golden City, the uneasy dwarves lead Lucifer to a sealed mine hidden inside a mountain. They warn him that a magical beast guards the gold, but Lucifer barely reacts. He has heard this kind of warning before. The dwarves are terrified. Lucifer is more interested in the loot. Deep in the glittering tunnel, a flash of gold catches Lucifer's eye. He immediately assumes he has hit the jackpot. Then the floor cracks open, and the gold assembles itself into a whole squad of golden golems. So much for a quiet mining trip. The smaller golems merge into one massive golden mighty giant, a grand rank monster towering over Lucifer. Before he can test its strength, the giant slams down and the cave's gravity suddenly becomes crushingly heavy. Even Lucifer is forced low as the monster tries to flatten him. A glowing pixie appears above the golden giant and reveals the real problem. Another intruder wants the essence of gold. Lucifer looks up with a grin. Now he knows who is behind this little ambush. Inside the ancestral dragon temple, a white-haired adventurer approaches an enormous ancient dragon with a very personal question. She wants the dragon's true power, but the old beast explains that this inheritance comes with a nasty price. To claim it, the heir must hunt down the black dragon Nidhogger. The dragon reveals their grim history. Ancient dragons were enslaved by their creator, until Nidhogger led them into a devastating war for freedom. Nidhogger later betrayed them, so the dragon refuses to pass on its identity as a human. Old grudges clearly have long lifespans. The adventurer does not flinch. She swears, as a human adventurer, that killing Nidhogger will become her ultimate goal. Impressed by her resolve, the ancient dragon recognizes the young woman as an exceptional successor. Then the temple flashes gold as the dragon sends her away, promising she will witness the dragon's secret and inherit their power. Elsewhere, Lucifer is already in trouble, squaring off against a colossal golden giant that catches his punch like it is nothing. The glowing enemy introduces himself as a pixie, born from this land, the will of Earth, and immediately throws around crushing gravity. Lucifer gets slammed into the ground, but our boy grits his teeth and starts adapting to the pressure instead of folding. The will of Earth cranks the spell up to 10,000 times gravity, turning the battlefield into a very expensive pancake press. Sweating but still smirking, Lucifer warns the giant it is too late to panic, then reaches for his sword. Deep inside Pixie's mountain, a brutal magic beast gets blasted apart and Lucifer is caught right in the aftermath. Our boy hits the ground exhausted, admitting that thing was far tougher than it looked. Then the monster's crystal core floats up and starts ringing with golden light. That is never a normal loot drop. Lucifer realizes the core holds pure earth element mana, the kind that can reshape both soul and body. He releases its power and the mountain answers with a crushing gravity field. Lucifer can use earth magic now. The dwarves admire the essence of gold, a gem so gorgeous it makes ordinary gemstones look like gravel. One dwarf immediately wants to forge a legendary mistletoe from it. Nothing says craftsmanship like risking your life for a holiday plant. But Lucifer needs 2 more materials, including a soul of God. His only lead is somewhere called the Ruins of God. At Black Mountain's peak, the ground begins to rumble again, as if the mountain has heard that name. A blue pillar erupts into the sky and the volcanic chaos below is suddenly swallowed by ice. Alice descends through the frozen storm with wings of ice behind her, calmly showing off ultimate coldness. A black-haired man challenges her promise to the old dragon. Alice confirms it, and he warns that breaking it will hurt. As Dragon's Temple rises from the ice, a dragon spirit recognizes Alice's talent. She has already touched the law of ice. Still, the dragon cannot shake one strange feeling. It has seen Alice somewhere before. At the Elven Kingdom harbor, Lucifer and Princess Shirley are welcomed by the stern elf ruler, Sir Merlin. Merlin says the vampire problem has been handled, but warns Lucifer that dangerous snakes may be after his life. Shirley dismisses Merlin's warning as his usual riddle talk, then immediately admits he can supposedly see the future. Very reassuring. Lucifer notices Shirley seems stronger after their time in dragon territory, and her face goes bright red when he gets close. She nervously insists that is all he means, while clearly hoping he noticed much more. Lucifer heads into the cargo hold and casually shows off a new trick, gravity field. The crate explodes into a wooden statue that looks exactly like Shirley, and she is absolutely not amused by the chest-first tribute. Lucifer calls it an exact likeness. Shirley responds by chasing him across the deck. Deep beneath the Elven Kingdom, a mysterious egg suddenly erupts with power and nobody can contain it. So Merlin reveals the egg was found sealing the entrance to a demonic ruin, and it contains a fusion of his blood with Alice's. The glowing egg reveals a tiny child inside. Merlin and Alice are stunned because this impossible creature is their child. In the Elven Court, the king learns that the mysterious egg is carrying the child of Merlin and Alice. He can feel power pouring from it, and nobody in the room has a comforting explanation. The king connects the egg to an old prophecy, one born from the fusion of Merlin and Alice's bloodlines. Creating life this way should be impossible, which makes this tiny egg a very large problem. His advisors urge him to protect this potential treasure, while the king worries its power could shake the entire realm. He decides the pair must be brought back before anyone else turns the child into a political weapon. 1 week later, our red-haired local is enjoying a quiet drink when a glowing egg suddenly flies overhead. It is heading straight for home, because apparently doors are optional now. Lucifer is trying to enjoy his morning paper when he spots a headline about Captain Dennis and the Rose family. Before he can process it, someone starts hammering on the door and demands Merlin's attention. The mystery is solved with maximum property damage. The egg has smashed through their roof and landed in the room. Lucifer immediately considers breakfast. The others wisely vote against scrambled unknown creature. As they argue over what kind of egg this is, a crack spreads across the shell. Everyone freezes as the thing begins hatching right in front of them. Out pops a tiny blue-haired baby, leaving Lucifer and Alice completely stunned. Then the newborn takes one breath and unleashes a scream that shakes the house. In a village still burning around her, Cain calmly admits that an immortal life eventually runs into trouble. She knows someone in this village stole her power, and that mistake is about to catch up with them. Then Cain freezes. Her heart has been silent for more than 10,000 years, but it suddenly beats once. The scene cuts to a peaceful home, where a blonde man and Merlin find a tiny silver-haired girl sitting on their couch. Casual afternoon, apparently. The blonde man insists the child resembles Merlin, while Merlin fires back that those crimson eyes are clearly his. Neither one has an explanation, but both are already losing the argument. When the girl happily calls Merlin Mama, Merlin gets hit with a full emotional lightning strike. Their panicked questioning finally overwhelms the little girl, and she bursts into tears. The blonde man immediately backs off and comforts her, realizing she is exhausted rather than dangerous. They tuck the child into a laundry basket for a nap. It is not fancy, but she finally settles down. Even while the girl sleeps peacefully, the two adults cannot ignore how much she resembles them. The blonde man decides this sudden child is far too suspicious to trust and warns Merlin to stay alert. Far away, Cain walks on alone, leaving one very unsettling mystery behind her. Merlin instantly melts over the sleeping little girl, while Lucifer tries to remind her that adorable is not the same as harmless. Lucifer blurts out that they should raise her. Merlin reacts like he just volunteered them for 20 years of chaos. Merlin explains that the child caused a strange temporal distortion in France, and she may be connected to Cain. Lucifer refuses to accept a child with unknown origins, even as Merlin argues that abandoning her now would be cruel. Merlin insists they should care for her until her real parents appear. Lucifer looks like he has already lost this argument. The little girl wakes up and calls Merlin Mama. Merlin accepts the promotion immediately, no paperwork required. Then she reaches for Lucifer and tries out data, catching our boy completely off guard. Lucifer draws a hard line. He is not her dad. The child's frightened face makes that line look much less convincing. A moment later, Lucifer is holding her anyway, and the tiny troublemaker happily calls him Dada again. Since she came from an egg, Lucifer tries naming her Eggy. Merlin slaps down that terrible idea at record speed. Pressed for a real name, Lucifer finally lands on Chris. The child settles down like she has been waiting for it. Chris gets hungry, and Lucifer heads out for baby food while Merlin watches her. He is already acting like family. Before he leaves, Lucifer decides they need a proper talk. Their new little guest still has one huge question hanging over her. Who is she? Alice is practically glowing over tiny baby clothes, already imagining the cutest little bundle in town. Lucia spots the suspicious haul and immediately clocks the baby bottle. This cover story is not surviving the checkout line. Lucia jumps to the wildest conclusion possible. Did Alice and Merlin secretly have a baby? Back home, Merlin finds a white-haired child inside and demands to know who sent her to spy on them. The tiny intruder is fearless, which is a bold strategy when the Demon King is glaring at you. She enters by climbing all over Merlin and grabbing his face, turning his interrogation into daycare chaos. Alice realizes the child has been flying with her daddy, and the tension melts into an awkward family misunderstanding. Merlin stares at the bottle, toys, and clothes, then accepts the obvious. This little girl is growing fast! Elsewhere, an elven princess stands on a ship as plans move forward to take the child away from Alice and Merlin. Silver reminds her that Alice and Merlin are their satyrs, making the order feel even colder. The princess chooses duty over comfort and orders Silver not to raise a hand against Alice and Merlin, even if diplomacy fails. A week after Chris dropped into their lives, Lucifer and Alice are still figuring out this whole parenting thing. They take the little girl to Wrexham's market, and Chris is instantly dazzled by the capital's goods. For her, this is basically a treasure dungeon with better snacks. Alice says they cannot keep Chris hidden forever, so this outing is their first step toward getting her used to people. A masked stall catches Chris's eye, and the seller promises the sword master of Elgin Mask makes its wearer look mysterious. Chris wants it immediately, proudly clutching the mask like she has found legendary gear. Then she asks who the swordmaster is. Lucifer smugly claims the title, while Alice looks ready to throw him into the fountain. With the mask, cape, and toy sword on, Chris declares herself a swordmaster who will protect Mama. Lucifer watches the sweet family moment and quietly wonders why temporary domestic peace feels more dangerous than battle. Chris spots pigeons and drags Lucifer along, while Alice leaves the two of them to enjoy their father-daughter adventure. But one look at the newspaper ruins Lucifer's calm. Richard has been on a winning streak while he was away, and our boy absolutely loses it. A tiny winged girl calls to the pigeons like they are old friends, but the birds keep flying away from her. Even the pigeons have standards, apparently. An elderly woman recognizes the child at once and gently explains that she has been reborn after a long death. The girl cannot remember her former life, only this stranger's familiar warmth. Instead of pushing for answers, Granny tosses crumbs, and a startled kid gets knocked flat by an overeager flock. The mood turns sweet when the pigeons finally eat from a hand, and she beams like she just won a royal trial. Then Alice spots the girl and calls Lucifer out for reading horse racing news while supposedly watching the baby. Chris runs to Alice, calls her Mama, and proudly introduces the kind old woman who fed her crumbs. Granny realizes these two are the child's new family, and the reunion lands harder than expected. As they leave together, Granny remembers the child humming while gazing at the mortal world, still unable to let that past go. That night, Chris cannot sleep and quietly admits she wants to sleep with Data. She insists she loves Mama too, but Dada is soft, warm, fluffy, and the ideal pillow. Chris wants both parents tonight. Alice suddenly suggests they sleep together, and Lucifer looks like his brain just hit the emergency brakes. Lucifer teases that she woke him because she needed a man nearby. Alice is absolutely not amused by that theory. Alice awkwardly admits she only worries when Chris might wake up and see him missing. She lets him stay for the night, but makes it clear this is not some grand romantic victory. By morning, Chris has claimed the middle of the bed, leaving both adults stiff and suspicious of each other. Family sleepovers are brutal. At breakfast, Alice calls Lucifer out for buying snacks instead of essentials. He insists he is building a racing ticket fund, which is somehow his defense. Chris decides her father is not hungry and offers him her own food. Then a knock at the door interrupts the little domestic moment. Outside, the elves question why Alice and Lucifer are staying together after all their recent adventures. Their elder is still judging humans as a species, because apparently one bad continent can ruin customer reviews forever. The visitor turns out to be Shirley, who rushes in and happily reunites with Alice. But the elf elder spots Chris with them, and his expression changes. This visit clearly has a much bigger reason behind it. Little Chris is happily playing at home when Shirley quietly steps out to meet a very serious group of visitors. The visitors reveal they are elves, and the armored woman freezes when she realizes Chris carries demon blood. Apparently, this tiny toddler has collected enough royal connections to start a diplomatic crisis before lunch. The first elder explains that Chris was drawn to their sacred tree because she's the lost child of their god, Corellin. To the elves, she is not just a child. She is their future hope. Shirley listens nervously as the elves insist Chris belongs with them, while the girl simply hugs her toy, unaware of the argument. Lucifer finally snaps. He makes it clear that nobody gets to take Chris just because they showed up with a royal title. The elder pushes back, asking whether they have considered the pain of a young child being separated from her true family. It is a brutal question, because Lucifer and Shirley are not Chris's blood relatives either. Princess Alice breaks down. She admits she cannot protect her people if her father dies, and begs them to give the elves their hope. Shirley understands the pain behind Alice's plea, but Lucifer gives the only answer that matters. Chris must return to her real family. By morning, the couple reaches a quiet agreement. Chris belongs with the elves, but they will let her keep calling them Dad and Mom a little longer. For now, the little princess gets one more peaceful night with the family who raised her. The next morning, Mr. Merlin finds the little girl asleep after a rough night, still hugging her favorite toy like it is priceless. He hands her care instructions to the elf royals, apologizing because he and Alice have to leave her behind for now. The checklist is intense. This child has a sweet tooth and enough curiosity to start a small disaster. Once the carriage pulls away, Mr. Merlin heads inside with the child, and the house suddenly feels very quiet. The elven princess gently wakes her, but the confused child immediately asks for her real mama. When the elder claims her parents are not family, she clutches her toy and breaks down. insisting that Dada and Mama would never abandon her. The old elf doubles down, saying she must learn she belongs with the elves now. That lesson lands like a brick. The princess finally snaps. Since the royal family is fostering her, the child is now her stepsister, and the elder can leave if he keeps disrespecting her. The elder retreats fast, while the princess admits she was so nervous she nearly made everything worse. She sits with the child and reassures her that her parents love her most. They left only because something important needs protecting. That finally reaches her. She remembers how happy Mama looked with her, promises to listen, and waits for Dada and Mama to come back. A blue-haired woman wakes from a nightmare, clutching at a memory of a child and whispering, "Baby." Lucifer hears Chris worrying that children without parents get sent away. His expression drops fast, because that fear hits far too close to home. The thought drags him back to a rain-soaked disaster, with a burning castle looming over two terrified children. Childhood trauma really does pick the worst moments to clock in. Back in the present, Lucifer tries sneaking out for air, but the blue-haired woman catches him at the door. She knows he is upset, and she knows exactly what he is planning. She reminds Lucifer that taking someone else's child violates their own principles. Lucifer agrees, but Chris calling them mom and dad has already made this personal. Lucifer refuses to let rules from the human world stop him. He tells her to wait, then promises he will bring their kid back. 2 days later, Chris is on a ship with an elven woman, wide-eyed at the huge boat and still hoping this trip might lead her to Dad. The elven woman gently invites Chris aboard, but the little girl hesitates when she learns they are sailing far away from her hometown. Chris panics and refuses to leave, insisting her parents will find her. An older elf coldly orders her onto the ship anyway. When Chris keeps fighting, the elven woman puts her to sleep with magic and carries her away. Now Lucifer has a very clear target. The elven first elder reminds the princess that reclaiming their treasure matters more than anything, and he is ready to sacrifice for it. As the ships move out, the old fart lectures everyone about elven etiquette. Naturally, that lesson lasts about 5 seconds. A masked stranger suddenly leaps aboard from the shore, landing on the flagship with a small blue-haired child over his shoulder. Lucifer drops through the smoke in a black uniform and red cape, making the elves immediately assume a human enemy has invaded their ship. The first elder orders an attack with killing intent, while Lucifer stays silent and watches their weapons come flying. To keep his identity hidden, Lucifer answers with the magic he prepared earlier, unleashing a brutal gravity shockwave across the deck. Silver demands an explanation, but the elves see his presence as an act of war. Lucifer has no time for a friendly introduction. When Silver rushes to free the child, Lucifer moves first. His speed is so absurd that the crew cannot even track him. Lucifer disarms and throws Silver aside without finishing her, proving he is powerful enough to slaughter them but clearly is not trying to. The elves finally realize he's not after their princess. Their enemy could have killed them easily, yet every attack has been restrained. As the unconscious child begins to stir, Lucifer watches closely. Whatever brought him onto this ship, the real answer is still hiding behind that mask. An elven commander sees Lucifer escaping with Chris and immediately sends everyone after him. Nobody enjoys a custody argument that starts on an airship. Chris is thrilled her dad came for her, while Lucifer loudly denies being her father. The kid is clearly not buying it. When First Elder Merlin moves to block him, Lucifer drops the old elf with one brutal kick and keeps walking. The elder orders the knights to take Chris back at any cost, treating the terrified child like a national treasure instead of a person. Lucifer answers with crushing gravity magic, pinning the attackers to the deck before they can touch her. Silver reminds him that Chris belongs to the elves, but Lucifer stays ice cold. As long as Chris sees him as her closest family, he will protect her. Lucifer makes it simple. He is taking his daughter home, and anyone blocking the way can die trying. Before the fight explodes, Alice admits the elves were wrong to steal someone else's child. She tells Silver to let them go. Then Alice reveals the truth. Chris was born from Lucifer's blood and her own, making the little girl their child no matter what anyone says. Alice takes responsibility for the whole disaster and promises to confess everything to her father. At last, the knights stand down. Lucifer can only stare at Chris in total disbelief. Apparently, he and Alice managed to make a baby without either of them noticing. The tiny girl clings to her teddy bear while the Demon King watches her leave. He's already getting hit with the full dad experience. Her older sister politely invites him to visit again, hoping their homeland can meet him under better circumstances next time. On the beach, he tells Chris that learning magic is optional. No matter where she came from, she will always be his daughter and a princess of the first demon palace. Chris lights up, hugs him tight, and promises to become a righteous person like her mother. That little promise clearly gets to him. She immediately asks him to buy another teddy bear, and he gives in without a fight. The new dad has already been trained. Back at the first demon palace, heavy knocking breaks the peaceful mood and pulls the story toward a much bigger problem. Merlin Lucifer hears that her brother's marriage to a human is real. Her calm face says she's already calculating how to interfere. Rather than wait for permission, Merlin Lucifer orders preparations for the human continent. She plans to drag her brother home herself. With a very dangerous smile, she vows to deal with Alice and bring her dear brother back. Family reunions in this palace come with invasion plans. Lucifer strolls through a packed market with little Chris on his shoulders, while she happily spots cotton candy. Our boy is trying to be a dad for 5 minutes, and his wallet is already taking damage. A black-haired acquaintance catches Lucifer looking broke and immediately starts roasting him as an old man. Meanwhile, Chris is fully committed to the cotton candy. Priorities are crystal clear. The stranger reveals that an adventurer's tournament is about to begin in the Magic Beast Forest, a chance for every guild to build fame. He swears he will train, enter, and finally beat Lucifer when the games begin. Lucifer sends the loudmouth on his way, then heads inside with Chris for the night. At the end, Lucifer learns that ranked magic beasts have been causing trouble around the forest. Chris hears about the beasts. Her eyes light up, and she quietly slips away. Outside, 2 mercenary brothers corner Chris with a fake promise of lots of doggies. That is the oldest trap in the book. Lucifer returns just in time to find only Chris's fading outline. His relaxed dad mode disappears instantly. The innkeeper admits the mercenary brothers often target children and likely dragged Chris toward the Magic Beast Forest. Lucifer is ready to charge in alone, because somebody just kidnapped his daughter. Then half-elf mage Andred Chikatilo steps forward. He knows the forest and offers to guide the rescue. Lucifer steels himself and makes one promise. Whoever dared take Chris will learn he does not forgive that easily. In the moonlit forest, a purple-haired gunman unloads on a magic beast, then realizes his bullets cannot even scratch it. Nearby, a white-haired little girl is tied to a tree and crying for her dad while the beasts close in. Rough night for a family outing. A blue-haired boy swoops in at the last second, snatches her away, and sends the charging beast crashing into the ground. The boy quickly figures out she was kidnapped. These beasts are especially drawn to a child's scent, so standing still is not an option. Elsewhere, Chris spots dead mercenaries and too many beasts. He suspects a powerful mage has appeared inside the forest. The little girl clings to her rescuer as his blue flame leads them deeper, but the forest feels like it is walking them in circles. She calls him Big Brother John, and he carries her despite her insisting she is too slow. The tough act is already slipping. Then an unseen force blasts the ground behind them. John never sensed it coming, which is exactly the scary part. Their attacker finally steps out. The guardian of the Magic Beast Forest, a towering one-eyed minster amidst a glowing staff. John fires up Parn's crystal as the guardian whips a storm through the trees. He is facing a legendary beast with nowhere left to run. John sees the next attack coming and has only one thought. This is bad. Deep in the misty forest, a hulking magic beast corners a blue-haired young man and makes the whole place feel painfully hostile. The beast hurls John around like a training dummy, then grins when it thinks the fight is already over. Then Chris charges in for John with a blazing magical strike. Tiny rescue squad, maximum confidence. Lucifer arrives just in time, furious that anyone dared threaten his daughter. The beast uses psychic fog to twist their senses, but Lucifer quickly realizes the illusion cannot fool him. The monster boasts that black magic cannot hurt it, and Lucifer answers with a kind of bored stare that predicts trouble. One overwhelming blast tears through the forest, proving this magic beast picked the absolute worst family to mess with. Chris rushes to wake John, while Lucifer sees that the two have become unexpectedly close. Lucifer casually asks where the monster went, while John fumes that he wanted to beat that old man himself. Chris admits she misses her mother, so Lucifer ends the dangerous detour and promises to take her home. But the moment they return, Chris freezes in terror. Someone at home is clearly not going to enjoy this explanation. Alice has waited a full week for Merlin and Chris, and her worry is starting to boil over. Then a giant eagle brings Alice a letter from her teacher, saying the old master will visit soon. That news hits Alice like lightning. She knows their fake couple story is about to get tested. The eagle immediately rushes off to warn the others, because this reunion could turn messy fast. Right on cue, Lucifer comes home carrying little Chris, and the child happily calls for Mama. Alice opens the door with a smile, then realizes this family situation has arrived with zero instructions. Lucifer calmly confirms the unbelievable part. Chris is their daughter. Alice is overwhelmed by the idea of giving birth and wonders whether she can even be a good mother. Lucifer reassures her that she is already doing well and tells her to believe in herself. Chris calls Lucifer Dad, and Alice's emotions finally spill over. That tiny word lands harder than any sword. Lucifer admits Alice takes responsibility so seriously that she fears failing Chris. But our boy knows. Chris needs someone strong and kind to teach her how to live with her head up. Far away in the Elven court, Princess Shirley accepts blame for taking the child back without permission. Her father is not angry. He expected this outcome, and that makes the court's interest in Chris even more dangerous. The Elven King sees an adventurer's tournament invitation as the perfect chance to get close to Lucifer's side. A few days after Merlin returns to Reham, Lucifer and Alice are still arguing about whether they really need to linger here. Then Alice walks in carrying a tiny white-haired girl, and every head in the room snaps toward the obvious-looking family picture. The red-haired adventurer is already doing the math. It does not go well for Lucifer. He blurts out that Alice has a child, while Alice looks ready to bury him under the floorboards. Alice quietly confirms the child is real, but the girl is not Lucifer's daughter. The panic was premature for once. Chris happily eats beside them as Alice explains the strange resemblance. She looks exactly like her own daughter, which leaves everyone baffled. Chris says her father and grandfather left for special training before the adventurer tournament, instantly pulling the table into gossip mode. Their red-haired friend proudly waves a betting paper for the underground favorite, Chikatilo, a dark half-elf ranked around amethyst level. But the top-ranked contender is still an unknown. All they know is that she comes from the Demon Kingdom and is related to someone Lucifer knows. Far away in the Arctic lands, Tanya cuts through the Winter Eye Guild with bored ease. This tournament favorite is clearly not here to play. The guild master sends word to join the tournament, then orders a search for the Dark Adventurer Guild. The real trouble is already moving. Inside the underground lab, Da Vinci finally gets the tiny red Philosopher's Stone to work. It is only half a stone, but Femal's alchemical weapon somehow concentrated mountains of material into this little miracle. Small package, wildly unreasonable amount of cosmic homework. Da Vinci explains that old records link the stone to the fountain of life, where gods traded their eyes for unlimited power. Even this incomplete fragment is fragile, yet it is said to embody the principles that hold the world together. While the visitors gather around Chris, Da Vinci admits ordinary alchemy cannot create life, no matter how much knowledge it has. So they bring out a crystal orb to test Chris's mana. If the child has divine power, the glow will expose it. The result is painfully tiny. Lucifer and Alice stare at Chris like the orb personally insulted the family. Lucifer worries that Chris inherited Merlin's weakness, and Da Vinci suddenly remembers a much older clue. An ancient map comes from the unfathomed sea, tied to a forgotten holy war that shattered one continent into many. The incomplete map points to a secret island called the Burial Ground of the Gods, and the treasure is clearly not the only problem. At Alice's home, Chris asks why gods and demons are always fighting. Her parents try to turn history into a bedtime lesson. Her blonde dad uses cake sharing as his example, then calmly asks if she would share it with other children. When Chris agrees, he jumps straight to the nightmare version. What if sharing means starving to death? Alice immediately slaps him for terrifying their kid. Apparently, this is how he teaches economics. After Chris is sent to bed, the father worries what will happen if she learns that he is a demon too. Elsewhere, demon beasts descend on a village near the Hungarian border, sending everyone running for their lives. The Adventurers Guild finally sends Aaliyah, and she strolls in with the confidence of someone who already knows the monsters are cooked. Aaliyah unleashes a huge blast, wiping out the attackers in one brutal flash. But the threat reveals its true form, a dragon calling itself the mithril rank adventurer, Dragon Warrior Aaliyah. By morning, the real Aaliyah has tracked Alice down. She is Alice's swordmaster, and she is not pleased to be ignored. Leah barges into the house, catches Alice living with a man, and hears Chris call her mama. That is one explosive breakfast visit. Aaliyah freezes in disbelief as the family's secret lands all at once. Merlin arrives to collect Alice, but Alice nervously admits she already has a family here. Merlin cannot believe anyone would willingly return to that frozen training hellhole. Fair question, honestly. Alice tries to calm her master down, but Merlin is furious that their supposed reunion looks like a hostage negotiation. Breakfast only makes things worse. Merlin tears into the bacon, then realizes Alice cooked it, and suddenly goes very quiet. Even so, the meal proves Alice has changed enough to make Merlin curious about the life she chose. Merlin decides to stay a while, giving Alice the chance to show just how far her training has taken her. Elsewhere, knights report that magic beasts have devastated a border village, with one victim transforming into a dragon. The commander sends the team to help, while the creature watches from above and picks out its next human targets. The next morning, Alice looks for her mother, only to learn she has already gone off to school. Out near Wrexham, Merlin challenges Alice to prove herself. Alice proudly reveals she has broken into Saint rank. Merlin is not impressed yet. She wants to see whether that rank survives a real fight. Alice locks in and launches forward, determined to prove she can return to the mountains without anyone worrying about her. On an open mountain field, Alice charges her dark-haired master with a sword drawn and plenty of confidence. The swordswoman barely moves. Her cool stare makes it clear the sparring match is about to become a lesson. Alice has brought determination to a sword fight. Her opponent brought the tutorial boss energy. She calls Alice's approach shallow, then slips past every swing with humiliating ease. Alice keeps attacking, but the master turns the whole field into a blur of flashing blades. Alice loses focus for 1 second, and the swordswoman's eyes flare with a seriously dangerous purple glow. Alice realizes she has to defeat her master before that blade finishes the job. She fires herself forward in one desperate burst, throwing everything she has into a final strike. The attack explodes harmlessly, and Alice lands flat on the grass while her master calmly declares victory. Then the winner asks the question Alice has been avoiding: is she really hiding her true strength? Alice admits she has always tried to increase her power within the saint rank, but that path has stopped working. Her master explains it simply: cultivation is like filling a balloon. Gather enough strength and eventually the old limit bursts. But she deliberately refused that breakthrough and pour her power back into the same rank instead. With Alice discouraged, the swordswoman offers a real reward for the lesson. She will teach the true extreme sword arts of the Great Snow Mountain. Alice's master calls a huge meal the best recovery after training. Her training plan clearly has room for dessert first. Alice looks fed up. She says her master's constant tests are fake-outs or traps, and Lucifer immediately backs his wife. That protective declaration lands like a table flip, and her master is not amused. Lucifer questions why Alice keeps suffering through this routine, but she refuses to quit even when it hurts. She agrees to continue, grateful for the help but determined to earn the result herself. Meanwhile, the adventurers' headquarters plans a tournament to draw in strong fighters and build alliances across the kingdoms. The committee chair promises a grand champion's prize because apparently normal prize money was not dramatic enough. Dowling unveils the bait: half of a map tied to the ancient god Asgard, a place every adventurer dreams of reaching. The relic once vanished with a previous explorer, then mysteriously returned with only half the route remaining. The committee admits the incomplete map cannot guide anyone anywhere. That makes it less of a treasure map and more of a very expensive rumor. A few days later, the headquarters announces the tournament, and top adventurers begin their final preparations. Alice keeps drilling alone in the open fields, exhausted but still forcing herself through every motion. Her persistence finally pays off. Alice learns the strongest sword art of the Great Snow Mountain just as the tournament closes in. At the Wrexham Guild, the whole place is buzzing over an adventurer tournament. Lucifer wants to know why everyone is treating it like the World Cup. The guildmaster explains that this event has a very high ranking and fresh blood has not joined their guild since the last tournament 4 years ago. He announces the first representative, Carl Taylor, and the crowd immediately erupts. Apparently, this guild takes roll call very seriously. Then the guildmaster names Lucifer as the next representative. Our boy stands there stone-faced while the room tries to process it. The onlookers cannot believe an iron-plate adventurer was chosen, but Lucifer reads the guildmaster's decision as a clear sign of trust. Lucifer answers the doubters with a grin and vows to take first place. Confidence is free and he's spending it recklessly. The next day, Alice joins Lucifer on the road. She cannot compete herself, but she wants to watch and cheer him on. Her mentor heads out on guild business, leaving Alice with time to support the tournament team. Back home, Chris asks her master to teach her magic so she can protect Mama. Alice is touched, while her master looks suddenly very alert. Chris is handed a flower and told to pour her thoughts into it. The tiny girl focuses hard, determined to prove she can learn. A moment later, the flower lifts into the air and glows. Chris has managed real magic, and even the adults are caught off guard. At Count Bathory's estate, a late-night visitor slips in to deliver a very bold proposal. The visitor introduces himself as Flamel from the Phoenix Guild, looking far too pleased with his own entrance. He wants Bathory to choose her tournament arena and demands her cooperation. Bathory's people do not wait for an answer. One guard lunges at Flamel, and the room instantly becomes a boss fight. Bathory joins in herself, unleashing a violent red storm and making it crystal clear that nobody runs rampant in her manner. Flamel calmly blocks every strike with a ruby shield. Apparently, first-generation vampires come with premium security upgrades. The ruby starts glowing, and Bathory realizes Flamel may be suppressing her power instead of simply defending himself. Even injured, she refuses to cooperate. Flamel answers that her refusal was never an option. A few weeks later, Budapest is packed as guilds and spectators arrive from everywhere for the tournament. Lucifer and the group reach the Grand Budapest Hotel, while our boy and an older companion head off to register. Alice volunteers to check in at the Wrexham Guild desk, while the rest of the party races toward the food. Lunch barely begins before someone reports a fight with the Katowice's guild downstairs. So much for a peaceful hotel buffet. The culprit is said to be a silver-haired swordsman, and Lucifer immediately knows this trip is getting interesting. At the Grand Budapest Hotel, Alice Claudia storms into a guild dispute, furious that these strangers are picking a fight. Lucifer steps in with that smug grin, while Alice looks like she is one insult away from starting the tournament early. Our boy introduces himself as Wrexham Guild's so-called Iron Plate, and the room immediately treats him like a joke. The rival guild laughs that Wrexham cannot field 3 decent contestants, then challenges them to settle it in the tournament. Before the argument can boil over, Tanya from the Veshiev Guild arrives, and even the loudmouths make room for her. Tanya sizes Lucifer up like she's inspecting discounted armor, while Alice watches every inch of the conversation. Alice quickly wedges herself between them. Tanya only says Lucifer's aura is unusually strong, so she came to see him herself. The Wrexham brutes back off for now, promising they will crush this mere iron plate when the tournament begins. Later that night, the arena looks peaceful above ground. Underneath it, something much uglier is waking up. A purple-haired conspirator discovers a massive furnace beneath the arena, built to absorb the contestants' aura during the matches. Her blue-haired ally calls it the first step toward a revolution, so this tournament is not just about bruised egos anymore. Merlin is stunned when the guild office treats her and Lucifer like an adventurer couple because she had their records corrected earlier. The clerk asks if she wants to undo it, and Merlin suddenly realizes that separating could affect little Chris. Lucifer jokes that Merlin is only scared because she wants his body. She immediately grabs him and makes that theory regret existing. Before their domestic paperwork war can settle, they arrive at the Grand Adventurers Tournament, packed with spectators from every guild. Lucifer feels someone staring at him through the crowd. In a place this loud, that creepy feeling is never just indigestion. Little Chris spots Big Brother John, while Lucifer gets greeted by familiar faces and learns the group has been reunited by pure coincidence. The tournament opens with one-on-one duels. Each guild sends 3 representatives, and their final standing depends on the best performer. There is one extra prize too. A lucky participant earns a direct place in the top 8, giving weaker guilds one shot at glory. The lots start rolling out. Merlin draws number 17, while everyone waits to see whether fate has anything crueler planned. Then, the Iron Plate adventurer from Wrexham pulls the lucky lot, putting the Wrexham Guild straight into the top 8. A rival calls the result a joke and vows to teach the lucky guild a lesson. Apparently, a raffle win is now a personal crime. John sees the crowd looking down on him and decides the quarterfinals are the perfect place to show exactly how wrong they are. On the eve of the tournament, Lucifer and Alice are busy eating like tomorrow's fight is somebody else's problem. The Rothschild host reveals that Lucifer is a diamond member of his company, instantly changing the room's attitude. Alice remembers why the mithril armor matters. It was stolen while she was drowning in debt, and the Rothschilds bought it. Nothing says financial recovery like losing your best year before a tournament. Lucifer stays cool and leaves the armor as collateral, promising Alice he will reclaim it eventually. Tournament day arrives, and Alice is shocked to find her first opponent is Susan, an old maid from the past. Susan's backers brag that their potions are so powerful she should surrender before she suffers. Alice refuses to hold back, But Susan panics when she cannot even remember which potion she is supposed to use. Susan fumbles the bottles, triggers a massive explosion, and turns her own preparation into a disaster. The blast wipes out Susan's fighting spirit before Alice can do much more. Alice takes the win. Alia also wins her match, but the arena is already buzzing over Alice's strange new strength. Alice herself is stunned. Her opponent sees it too, wondering if dragon power is waking up inside her. From the stands, Lucifer and the little white-haired girl proudly watch Alice advance. Lucifer admits she has real potential. After a rough match, Lucifer gets the good news. Tamara's opponent is supposedly much easier. Lucifer and Alice head to a meeting room near the arena, with little Chris tagging along like the world's tiniest VIP. Their elven host says he is only watching the tournament, then politely brings up the awkward misunderstanding with Chris. The elf ruler cuts to the real question. Has Chris shown anything that ordinary people cannot do? Alice insists Chris is just a normal child, but his expression says he is not buying it. He reveals Chris has extraordinary life energy and may be unusually sensitive to mana and divine power. Instead of pushing her into a test, the ruler invites Chris to play a game with him. Chris closes her eyes and follows his advice to feel the little plant's breath. The room suddenly gets very quiet. Then the seeping glows in her hand. Chris did it, and even Alice is caught completely off guard. Lucifer realizes the truth. Chris carries the Eternal's ability to absorb an opponent's power to continued fighting. Her ridiculous life energy was never a coincidence. That tiny plant was only the first warning. A massive tree erupts through the building and tears the room apart. So much for a harmless little game. Alice shields Chris while Lucifer rushes in. Amid the chaos, the only question that matters is whether their daughter is hurt. Chris tearfully apologizes to her dad, but Lucifer comforts her. He looks more proud than angry. A massive tree erupts in moments, revealing Chris's frightening life energy. It is ancient power in the hands of a tiny child. The Elf King is impressed, and he asks Lucifer if he can take Chris in as his daughter and teach her properly. Lucifer worries that Chris is still too young for magic, especially when one accident could go very wrong. But Chris is determined. She wants magic so she can protect both her father and mother. With Chris making the choice herself, Lucifer and the Elf King shake on it. Parenting meetings apparently come with ancient elf contracts. A hooded watcher senses Chris's incredible energy and quietly decides that stealing her would be very useful. 1 month later, the tournament preliminaries are brutal. Carl falls in round 32, and other hopefuls are wiped out fast. Alice Claudia tears through opponent after opponent with ice magic, earning a clean place in the top 8. Alice is announced as a newcomer from Wrexham, and she enjoys the attention, just a little too much. Finals day arrives, and the arena welcomes dignitaries from around the world. This is no longer a casual sword-swinging contest. The Elf King leads the allied nations, while Queen Elizabeth of Britain arrives to watch the top fighters. Then the Kingdom of Hispania sends Chancellor Alonso, whose sharp stare suggests the tournament has attracted more than fans. The semifinals are on. Alice Claudia faces Alia, the Long Dawn Guild's dragon-powered contender. The crowd erupts for both fighters, and Alice walks in looking calm while Alia is already itching for a brawl. Gregory sizes up the matchup as Frost Dragon against Land Dragon. That is less a duel, and more an insurance claim, waiting to happen. Alia opens by hurling massive chunks of the arena at Alice, demanding to see who was the better dragon warrior. Alice slips through the collapsing stonework, and Alia grins because the hero can finally keep up. Alice answers with Glacial Barrage, launching a storm of ice spears straight at her rival. Alia blocks the barrage behind a wall of rock, proving her defense is every bit as stubborn as her attitude. Meanwhile, Lucifer is baffled by Alice's sudden fan club. The arena answers by screaming her name like this is a concert. Alia taunts Alice for holding back her dragon form, but Alice refuses to risk transforming with spectators so close. Instead, Alice rushes in with an icy strike, forcing Alia to meet her head-on. The attack detonates across the ring, shaking the packed stadium and sending ice and stone everywhere. The safety barrier somehow holds, far stronger than before, but the officials quickly realize something is wrong. Instead of releasing battle energy, the barrier is absorbing it all and channeling it in one direction. Then, a shadowy figure watches from the crowd with a smile, making it clear this tournament has a hidden spectator. The arena opens with 2 monsters trading blows. Alice's ice dragon form is fast, but Alia treats the freezing attacks like a light breeze. Alice suddenly rockets upward and drops a massive icy blast into the arena. The crowd gets a front row seat to property damage. Aaliyah is thrown through the arena's defenses, and Lucifer immediately realizes Alice is trying to launch him out of bounds. He's not impressed by the plan. Apparently, brute force has never been his favorite subject. Alice's finishing strike cracks into the floor, forcing Aaliyah out of his dragon shape. For a second, it looks like she has the match locked down. But Alice is running out of steam too. Her own dragon form starts crumbling away, leaving her exposed in the dust. Aaliyah answers by unleashing his dragon warrior form. He says Alice forced his hand, and that is never the sentence you want to hear mid-fight. The powered-up Aaliyah dives at her with terrifying speed. Alice can barely track him, and she knows he is stronger than before. Alice refuses to fold and answers with a furious barrage, hammering Aaliyah again and again before he can settle into the advantage. Then golden ice swords rain from the sky and pierce right through him. Lucifer watches the impossible attack with genuine shock. Even battered and surrounded, Alice rejects surrender outright. The fight is not over because she would rather go down swinging. In the arena, Alice opens with a blinding snow mountain sword technique, sending ice and light screaming straight at Aaliyah. Aaliyah blocks the flashy barrage with a grin, calling Alice's attacks cheap tricks. This fighter came prepared to be annoying. Alice answers by forming a massive golden ice beast and driving it down like a magical wrecking ball. Even shattered and battered, Aaliyah laughs it off. She wants a real fight, not a quick knockout. Aaliyah rushes through every slash and lands a crushing hit. Alice is suddenly the one getting driven across the arena. Alice realizes Aaliyah can absorb punishment that should have ended the match, then watches her opponent charge in for the finish. At the last second, Alice turns the pressure around, launching Aaliyah skyward and trapping her in a storm of precise sword light. Aaliyah crashes down hard, and the referee starts the count. The comeback lands with the subtlety of a meteor. Alice takes the win and reaches the semi-finals, but she can barely stay upright after pouring everything into that final move. Lucifer catches her before she falls and gives her a simple good job. Alice is exhausted, but that praise clearly hits harder than any spell. Meanwhile, a red-cloaked stranger approaches from the shadows and greets someone like an old acquaintance. That can only mean trouble. The second qualifier opens with Lucifer, the last match's winner, stepping into the arena as an Iron Plate adventurer. Bat rank is supposed to mean beginner. His posture says everyone else missed the memo. Noel, the Katowice guild leader, tries to intimidate Lucifer for humiliating his guild. Lucifer just smiles and promises a lesson. The man really brought confidence to a sword fight. When Noel keeps talking, Lucifer flips him flat on the arena floor before the signal even starts. Then Lucifer raises the stakes, challenging all three Katowice competitors at once. The crowd freezes. Even the announcer cannot believe an Iron Plate just called out an entire guild. Noel's fighters rush in to defend their guild's honor, ready to bury Lucifer under a 301 assault. The trio unleashes a dazzling prison of golden sword slashes, trapping Lucifer from every direction. From the stands, it looks impossible to dodge. Lucifer barely has room to breathe. Noel proudly calls it an upgraded Grand Rank technique, certain nobody can escape this glowing blender. But Lucifer calmly watches the barrage, then turns with that look that says he has already solved the problem. One explosive counter sends all three Katowice fighters flying out of bounds. Lucifer stays standing in the dust while their grand technique takes an early retirement. Lucifer walks out of the dust after three Katowice fighters get launched out of bounds. Our boy barely looks winded. He did not even draw his sword. Lucifer blocks, grabs, and swats them aside barehanded like this tournament is his morning stretch. Merlin watches with a worried glare. She knows that showing this much skill in public is exactly how you attract trouble. The tiny white-haired girl checks on her grandma, while Merlin quickly claims she is fine. The family concern is sweet, but her face says otherwise. A white-haired warrior steps up and demands a fight, dismissing Lucifer as a beansprout. She came here for strong opponents, not an easy win. Lucifer tells her to fight whoever wins later, but the arena is already cooking up a much messier plan. The white-haired challenger gets fan support, while the armored blonde takes the bait too. Suddenly, Lucifer has two angry competitors aimed straight at him. The challenger clenches her weapon, frustrated that Lucifer effortlessly beat the Magic Beast Guardian. She wants the spotlight, and she wants it now. Both women rush him together. Lucifer lets out a confident little whine but tells them not to draw too much attention. Good luck with that. The arena fight opens at full speed as Tanya fires a curse-backed strike, desperate not to let Lucifer draw his sword. Tanya charges him with glowing attacks, but Lucifer stays cool and grabs the spell head-on. He is fighting like he already read the patch notes. Tanya cannot believe it. Her curse was supposed to cripple him, yet Lucifer blocks it without slowing down. Lucifer counters with the first move, knocking Tanya flat and sending dust across the arena floor. Tanya springs back up, furious that he borrowed her own trick to beat her. She refuses to stay down. Her second move whips the arena into a violent tornado, trying to bury Lucifer under raw force. Lucifer calmly calls it the third move as Tanya snatches his weapon and flips him through the air. The duel becomes a brutal close-range clash. Tanya finally pushes hard enough to make Lucifer feel genuinely threatened. Then a sinister voice floods Lucifer's mind, calling Tanya an enemy and demanding that he destroy her. Red power erupts around our boy as something far darker starts waking up inside him. Tanya sees the change in his eyes and freezes. Whatever Lucifer is becoming, this is no longer a normal match. While the tournament rolls on, a blue-haired mage quietly siphons every scrap of energy from the arena. He traps a frightened, bespectacled woman in magic and threatens her into helping him. This guy did not come for sportsmanship. Meanwhile, Lucifer advances when Tanya cannot even stand, leaving our boy one step closer to the crown. Then the reigning champion, Chrono, enters the arena with a smug grin and an otherworldly summoning spell. Chrono activates a massive magic circle, and the arena starts shaking before anyone can stop him. A towering blue monster tears into view above the stadium. So much for a friendly final round. Chrono offers Alice to the creature as a source of endless life energy, turning his match into a hostage play. Lucifer refuses to freeze up. He launches himself straight at the giant before it can claim Alice. The spectators finally realize they are trapped in a monster attack and bolt, while a dark-haired woman moves to protect them. A clawed arena monster comes crashing down, and Lucifer meets it head-on with a sword strike that shreds its armored talons. Lucifer stares down the blue-skinned beast and warns it to keep those claws away. Our boy is clearly done playing defense. Above the arena, Flamel watches with a smug little smile. The monster was supposed to be a minor test, but Lucifer's power has caught his attention. Nothing suspicious about a guy enjoying a stadium disaster from the best seat in the house. Lucifer launches forward and drives the monster back with another blazing slash, finally forcing the creature out of the arena. The beast's handler is furious, and Lucifer snaps back that nobody gets to make threats against his daughter and walk away. Before the brawl can settle, a massive violet blast erupts through the arena, sending spectators running for cover. Alice moves fast, shielding the shaken fighters as the arena crumbles around them. Lucifer is breathing hard, but he is still standing. Da Vinci reveals the ugly truth. Flamel has been secretly collecting magical energy from the arena for alchemy. The monster attack was just fuel for his plan. Flamel proudly unveils a refined crystal and claims the chaos completed the guildmaster's mission, so the tournament was never the real event. With Flamel exposed, Lord Dowling puts a 10,000 gold bounty on his head. That is one very expensive exit. The arena suddenly shakes as a hulking monster tears its way into the fight, and the soldiers panic over the money they came to protect. The beast bares its teeth and charges. These guys thought they were guarding gold, not auditioning for monster food. Lucifer steps in behind the blue-haired alchemist and drops him hard, making it clear that running is no longer an option. Our boy slices through the alchemical beast in one clean strike. The alchemist can only clench his teeth and realize Lucifer is far beyond normal. The alchemist admits the philosopher's stone lets him distort reality, so Lucifer answers with a decisive cut to the head. But the body immediately regenerates. The alchemist laughs off the attack, treating his own experiments like disposable toys. Lucifer watches reality warp around the old hag's restored body and realizes this is not ordinary healing. Cutting him down once will not be enough. Then the alchemist reveals the real trap. Explosives are planted around the arena, and one blast could wipe out the entire city. He threatens to trigger every bomb the moment anyone moves, planning to drag the whole city down with him. With a smug wave, the alchemist retreats and gives them 5 minutes before the explosives go off. Nothing says graceful exit like a citywide countdown. Lucifer is left standing in the swirling aftermath, staring down a disaster that cannot be solved by simply swinging his sword again. The Dark Guild has rigged the arena with alchemical bombs, and even a tiny shot could set them all off. While everyone else freezes, Lucifer steps forward and tells them to let him handle the whole mess. Alice watches him in worried silence, stopping an explosion that large takes a seriously ridiculous amount of power. Lucifer gathers Earth magic in his hand, determined to lock the blast inside the smallest possible space. He fires up a massive repulsor field around the arena. Casual use of large-scale earth magic, because apparently today needed more drama. The bombs finally detonate, but the barrier crushes the blast inward instead of letting it wipe out the crowd. The dust clears and the spectators are still alive. Their panic flips straight into stunned disbelief. Lucifer walks out battered but standing, and Alice rushes to him as the crowd starts cheering for their hero. The ruined arena ends the ceremony early. The Dark Guild is exposed, Countess Bathory is arrested, and Alice becomes the tournament champion by default. That night, Alice finds that her teacher has vanished without a goodbye, leaving only a letter saying she returned to the Great Snow Mountain. Before Alice can calm down, Princess Diana is cornered by assassins. She draws her sword and promises answers after she cuts them down. Lucifer learns the gods' ruins are locked behind massive barriers, and the route map is basically expensive waste paper without its key. An old merchant offers the answer. Trade the route map for the damaged holy armor Alice has been carrying around. Our boy sees a shortcut to clearing their debt, while Alice looks like she just watched her wallet catch fire. Lucifer haggles hard and lands the map for 50,000 gold coins. The old fart agrees before anyone can blink. With the debt handled, Alice quietly asks whether Merlin will still stay with her. The question hits harder than a handshake. A few days later, the crew returns to Wrexham Guild to a packed celebration. Their guild is now #1 and the bounty has doubled. The guild's newest fans are already calling Merlin's wife a goddess of wealth. Lucifer's grin says he wishes he had bet on Alice too. Alice heads to Wrexham Chapel to return the mithril armor, but a priest suddenly refuses to accept it back. Then Knight Perez arrives from the temple, greeting Alice warmly and delivering a personal message from His Holiness. The Pope still wants Alice serving as a hero, but she has seen enough to know the Holy See's version of bravery comes with chains. Alice refuses to return. As an adventurer, she can fight for herself and the people she loves, then asks Barrios to pass on her goodbye. Poirot accepts the answer, but his final thought is ominous. Cardinal Scott's secret report says Alice has fallen. At a moonlit camp, an armored knight questions a hooded stranger about a stolen suit of armor, unaware he just walked into demon business. The stranger introduces himself as Osai, a subordinate from Lord Manon's palace, and the knight realizes this is way above his pay grade. Nothing ruins a roadside interrogation like discovering the suspect works for Hell's management. Osai grabs the knight by the head and coldly points out that he could end this fight whenever he wants. The demon armor refuses to cooperate because it recognizes its real master, leaving the knight furious and suddenly powerless. The danger cuts to a bright morning, where Lucifer wakes up looking like sleep personally offended him. Outside, Alice calmly demonstrates glowing green magic for the neighborhood children, and they are good children, and they are completely blown away. Lucifer spots Alice getting friendly with the kids and instantly goes full overprotective dad mode, complete with fiery eyes. An elderly guild representative brings an invitation to the Purple Gold Trial, a brutal test reserved for promising adventurers. The reward is tempting, but the trial is so dangerous that only a tiny handful have ever cleared it. A few weeks later, Lucifer and Alice head out by ship for the trial, ready to see what this so-called small challenge really costs. Lucifer and Alice arrive at the adventurer headquarters, and the place is grand enough to make our boy pause. Their reward for reaching the top adventurer rank is not a medal. It is a trial on the execution ground of the 7 Archangels. They must kill the island's chief and bring back his head. Bureaucracy really knows how to raise the stakes. The old fart warns them that magic and martial arts will vanish on the island, while 1 month there equals a year outside. The teleportation array fires up, wrapping Lucifer and Alice in blue light and dropping them straight into the trial. The landing is a brutal water drop. Lucifer flails in panic because, as he admits, he cannot swim. Island warriors immediately rush him. Lucifer blocks with his sword, but his usual quick draw does nothing against them. Lucifer smirks and admits he lied. Even without his quick draw, these attackers are still out of their depth. After scattering the warriors, Lucifer demands they take him to their chief. They call that chief Waluka, the great god. The Waluka arrives in giant form, and Lucifer looks up with a grin. The island's final exam has finally shown its face. Lucifer squares up against the towering chief, already realizing this is no ordinary village bully. The giant storms forward, but our boy slips under the attack and launches himself straight at the monster. For a man that size, he moves like rent is due. Lucifer grabs on, climbs the chief's enormous body, and brings his sword down in a clean vertical strike. The blade barely draws blood. Lucifer is annoyed because his walking mountain did not even feel that hit. Pinned against the giant's body, Lucifer admits this enemy is troublesome, but trusts Alice can handle herself. Elsewhere, Alice wakes inside a rough village shelter and finds a frightened green-haired child staring back at her. The villagers reveal they rescued Alice from the beach. They are scared of her but grateful she survived. Alice learns Lucifer is still out there and immediately wants to find him, even though she cannot swim. Then the elder reveals the real horror. His granddaughter has been chosen as a sacrifice for the chief. Alice checks the strange promotion trial she was given. A potion can restore her abilities, but it gives her only one chance. Her senior quietly sent her into this mess without telling the committee. Very professional, absolutely no paperwork. The chief's followers arrive and demand the sacrifice. Alice steps forward and takes the villagers' side. A silver-haired swordswoman crashes the sacrifice ritual and drops the villagers at her feet. She wants their chief, and she is done asking nicely. Even without magic, Alice unleashes a brutal sword technique and cuts through the charging guards. Their weapons were clearly more decorative than useful. The villagers panic and warn her about the chief's bodyguard. Then a horn sounds, and the real muscle finally steps forward. Califuba, the masked bodyguard, enters with a calm swagger. Alice immediately senses he is nothing like the weakling she just flattened. Their blades collide in a flash. Alice is shocked by Califuba's speed, but she refuses to let one tough guard stall her mission. Califuba suddenly calls her the perfect sacrifice and orders the tribe to seize her. Alice realizes this village has a very unhealthy definition of hospitality. Then Califuba hears her voice and freezes. Alice catches his reaction too, as if the masked fighter has just recognized someone impossible. The masked man confirms it, and Alice gives him a smug answer. The mystery is solved just in time for the tribe to make everything worse. By nightfall, Alice is tied up at the ritual grounds while Lucifer lounges with the tribe. Her furious glare says this kidnapping is not going to end peacefully. Lucifer casually tells Califuba to leave the woman to him. Our boy has turned a rescue-worthy disaster into an even bigger personal headache. Lucifer corners Alice's captive guide, who looks terrified but refuses to fold. She explains that the chief killed her former captain and keeps her around as a trophy. The guide reveals the real opening. Every month, the chief exposes himself during a sacrifice at the pyramid. Lucifer immediately sees a route to the target. Finally, a boss fight with a calendar invite. To restore his strength, Lucifer offers her a potion that will let her use her power once. She accepts the deal, even though the potion is laced with blood and makes her visibly uneasy. Lucifer tells her to smooth the chief over until tomorrow, when she can hit him during the ritual. When outsiders approach, Alice panics at how close Lucifer gets. He insists they need to sell the act. Her face says the performance is working a little too well. Lucifer teases her for overreacting, while Alice tries very hard to recover what remains of her composure. The next day, Alice walks into the pyramid with the barbarians watching, calm on the outside and ready underneath. Inside, the pyramid's suffocating aura makes Alice feel like she has stepped into a massive cage. At the altar, the ritual's chief notices the wrong woman in his sacrifice chamber and demands answers. Alice answers with a lightning-fast charge, catching him completely off guard. Her powered strike slams into his chest, turning the chief's ceremony into a very personal interruption. The chief is blasted backward as Alice commits to the ambush, and the pyramid finally erupts into chaos. A golden blast tears through the ruined arena, and Lucifer braces while Alice watches for the smoke to clear. The answer rides floating overhead, a winged giant calling himself the warden of this land of exile. Nothing says welcome like divine property damage. Lucifer recognizes those wings immediately. This is an angel, a sworn enemy of demons, and it is glaring straight at Alice. Lucifer launches himself forward for revenge, but the angel swats him aside before he can reach Alice. Alice warns him not to use his quick draw recklessly, but the angel has already chosen its target. The warden grabs Alice and condemns Lucifer for keeping a demon companion, then tries to drag her away for a holy baptism. Lucifer refuses to let that happen. He strikes back hard enough to smash the angel into the ground and crack open the arena. But the broken floor becomes a dark void, and Alice is pulled through it. Lucifer can only watch as she disappears below. Alice falls into a blue, chain-filled realm packed with skeletons. The spirits sense something impossible. A living person has entered their prison. The dead swarm around her, begging to be saved and taken out. Alice stays cool under pressure and calls on the vengeful spirits instead. Her sword, Hymen of Light, begins glowing at the center of the chains. It seems to understand exactly what Alice wants. Alice gives the order, and Hymen of Light answers with one huge burst that severs the prison chains. In the bone-strewn ruins, the white-haired swordswoman spots a burst of light and realizes something huge is breaking loose. A pair of sealed wings erupts from the glow. That is not exactly the kind of loot chest you open casually. She recognizes the power as the hymn of light and steps toward it with equal parts awe and caution. Instead of restoring the wings, the hymn of light absorbs them whole, turning their sacred energy into something new. The light condenses into a winged sword. She stares at it in disbelief, calling it the new hymn of light. The masked brute is furious. The seal he thought was impossible to break has just been completely bypassed. When he demands the sacred wings back, she calmly admits she already absorbed them. There is nothing left to return. That answer sends him over the edge as he insists only Lord Raphael has the right to wield that power. Lucifer cuts in before the divine punishment can land, driving his sword through the attack with a clean, brutal counter. The enemy chooses self-destruction, and Lucifer instantly realizes this fight is about to become everyone's structural engineering problem. The blast tears through the underground cliffs, leaving Lucifer and the swordswoman scrambling as the entire cavern starts coming apart. Lucifer gets dragged into a crushing underwater nightmare, and our boy is seconds away from running out of air. Alice dives straight into the chaos, grabs him, and refuses to let the current claim him. She pulls Lucifer close to share air, turning a life-saving rescue into a very awkwardly intimate moment. Lucifer shakes it off and fires up a spinning escape route. New drowning apparently counts as motivation. The pair burst back onto shore coughing, alive, and already pretending that underwater panic never happened. Back at the Adventurers Guild, their return stuns the officials. They cleared the island challenge in less than a week. The guild brings out a polished reward chest, recognizing this tiny group's achievement as something seriously rare. Then the vault reveals its real prize, a wooden badge reserved for adventurers with strength beyond ordinary ranks. Lucifer immediately spots the practical payoff. This badge gives him the pull to dispatch amethyst-ranked adventurers himself. Alice returns as a freshly ranked amethyst adventurer, and the whole town treats her like their newest celebrity. Lucifer proudly flashes his amethyst badge, calling himself the world's strongest adventurer. Alice immediately calls it a wooden badge. Our boy has confidence for days. The evidence is still under review. With their commission secured, Lucifer and Alice finally head home, unaware that visitors are already waiting. Merlin Lucifer crashes into Lucifer with a huge hug, furious that he disappeared without even telling her. Her happy reunion turns possessive fast when she sees Alice standing right beside him. Merlin Lucifer starts picking a fight with Alice, accusing her of getting in the way while she was searching for Lucifer. Then a white-haired child looks up at Beelzebub and calls him Dad, leaving Merlin Lucifer completely stunned. That is one way to end an argument. Family paperwork has entered the battlefield. Merlin Lucifer short-circuits so badly that Lucifer has to knock her flat before the chaos gets worse. Far away at the third demon palace, the mood shifts as King Mammon gathers his forces under the moonlight. Mammon learns that the demonic armor has returned, then declares that the other demon palaces must join his crusade against humanity. Mammon's first target is Great Britain, and Lucifer's peaceful homecoming suddenly has a war-sized problem attached to it. Lucifer explains that his marriage to Alice is only on paper, then drops the real bombshell. Chris carries royal demon blood. Alice immediately rejects the idea that Chris can be Lucifer's child. She insists the little girl is his sister, not some surprise family scandal. Chris happily shows off her matching horn, while Pudum finally understands he is standing before the Demon King's daughter. The room goes nuclear when Merlin and Alice both argue over Chris's place in the family. The tiny princess starts crying, and nobody handles it well. One royal baby, 2 furious women, and 0 adults in charge. Perfect. While Lucifer's home life implodes, explosions rip through Britain as demons launch an attack on the city. Bifrons, a third palace demon, openly mocks humanity and declares that the invaders came to wipe out every troublesome human. A white-haired defender proves Bifrons talked way too much, cutting the demon down in a single vicious counterattack. A blue demon attacks next, eager to butcher the humans, but the battered defender answers with a massive column of blue power. Even after the blast, the warrior forces himself back up. He refuses to let the demons simply walk out of the capital. In the ruined city, a red-haired human fighter is caught in the darkness spell and she can feel her strength being ripped away. The towering demon enjoys the struggle. He says she lasted longer than most humans, then demands she kneel if she wants to live. Nothing says polite negotiation like immediate foot kissing. Pinned down and unable to move, she is told to wait quietly while the demon's power turns her into black blood. She refuses to fold. With a furious counterattack, the battered warrior blasts the demon straight in the face for touching his majesty. Even after that hit, she is coughing blood and realizes two more demons are still loose. Morrison needs help, fast. Elsewhere, Folklore, the blue bird-like demon, toys with a purple enemy and invites him to join their side. The recruitment pitch comes with glowing fists, very corporate. Folklore drives his opponent into the rubble, but the purple fighter recovers and answers with a vicious red energy slash. Humiliated, the purple demon calls for Lord Mammon's help. Folklore brushes him off, confident their prey cannot possibly fight back. Then Alice Claudia arrives in a blaze of holy power. The demons finally understand that something far worse has entered the battlefield. Alice raises her blade and delivers the only warning they are getting: perish. As the demons scramble, Alice stares them down with pure disgust. The next chapter promises the Ring of Apocalypse. A few days earlier, Professor Claudia hands over a ring found among the Apocalypse rings. She calls its magic terrifyingly powerful. Claudia is clearly uneasy, but the group needs every advantage they can get. The demons prove exactly why. Claudia snaps when evil spirits strike her companions and fires back with everything she has. The victory comes at a cost. 3 demons are eliminated, but Claudia and Morrison are badly wounded and under treatment. The Queen realizes the demon race has marked the Light Kingdom as an enemy. She orders the church contacted before the demon army arrives. Meanwhile, Merlin Lucifer has a far more urgent crisis. Lucifer will not take her back to the Demon King's castle. Our boy keeps reading while Merlin throws a full tantrum. Ancient demon pride meets sibling-level chaos. Princess Chris makes flowers for Auntie, and Merlin is instantly shaken by the tiny gesture. Merlin spots an opening. If Chris trains properly, Merlin promises to acknowledge her as a good child of the Lucifer family. Chris excitedly tells her grandmother that she wants to become a demon like her brother. Grandma hears that and immediately freezes. As rumors spread, Merlin suspects the Church of Light is feeding fear of demons to grow its influence. She wants to find a foolish demon king willing to attack their place. That bait is not subtle, but it might work. At Alice's house, Lucifer tries to leave while Lilith clings to him like a tiny hostage negotiator. Chris is apparently still on her weekly hit list. Before the family chaos can settle down, a formal visitor arrives. An elderly rich man recognizes Merlin and brings a very serious invitation. Over tea, Merlin explains the offer. He has a route map and a key to ancient ruins, but the expedition needs someone capable of leading it. The target is a kraken, and Lucifer has met it before. Our boy immediately realizes this job could pay very well. Lucifer accepts, but only after demanding 50 million and half the loot from the ruins. He does not negotiate. He launches a financial ambush. Jacob explodes at the demand and calls Lucifer a liar. Lucifer stays cool and tells him to walk away if he does not believe him. The older man cuts through Jacob's tantrum and accepts the terms. The expedition will depart from the port city in 3 days once Merlin arrives. Lilith tries to act brave as Lucifer prepares to leave, while Merlin promises Chris will be cared for. The house sends him off with equal parts affection and threats. Alice gives Lucifer a celestial ring for the journey. He complains it looks menacing, but he still takes it, because gifts from her are never simple. As the party heads out, the next chapter hints that someone wants everything Lucifer was given returned. The Kraken trip may be the least of his problems. Lucifer finally escapes Merlin's clingy affection, but their next job is even riskier. Disguise themselves as humans and loot the god's ruins. Back in the Hungarian Empire, a black-haired vampire senses that someone has escaped her bottle prison. She immediately calls the guards. The furious vampire count swears that everything taken from her will be returned. That is a very personal way to start a retrieval quest. A few days later, Lucifer's group reaches Gemstone City, the rich Rothschild family's port and trading hub. Their hotel host is instantly charmed by Merlin, while Lucifer notices his sister is suddenly holding on a little too comfortably. He keeps their cover tight and sends everyone to rest before the ruins expedition begins. Lucifer enjoys one rare peaceful bath, happy to be free from Alice's constant supervision. Of course, peace never lasts around this crew. Merlin asks if her brother will do anything for her, and Lucifer casually agrees. He has just walked into a trap with both eyes open. Meanwhile, young Master Jacob hears that a non-human youth was caught at sea. He decides the captive will make a perfect present for Merlin. After his bath, Lucifer finds Jacob's expensive box waiting in his room and assumes the gift contains something valuable. Instead, the box holds a sleeping black-haired demon girl. Lucifer's relaxing hotel stay has just acquired a sixth demon lord named Leviathan. Lucifer finds the sixth demon king, Leviathan, collapsed in a maid outfit. Our boy is clearly wondering how this became his problem. Leviathan suddenly realizes Lucifer has seen everything, and the embarrassment hits him like a truck. Lucifer insists he was only checking for injuries, but Leviathan is furious that the great demon king is dressed like this. Before the argument can cool down, Merlin barges in to sleep beside her big brother. Perfect timing as always. A stern black-haired demon interrupts them and warns that Mammon's uprising cannot be ignored. 3 days earlier, Mammon launched his move at the Strait of Messina, demanding Leviathan surrender authority over the strait. Mammon claims the council will back him anyway, so he orders Leviathan to give up the throne for the demon realm's supposed benefit. Leviathan answers with a massive sea dragon, smashing through Mammon's forces and refusing to let this takeover happen. But the target is only a clone. The real Mammon has been hiding safely inside the third demon king's palace. Mammon draws the Saber of Tyr, a weapon that can tear through both space and time for a short while. The saber nearly killed Leviathan. To escape Mammon's prison, he abandoned his body and lost all his strength. Now Lucifer is asked to face the Council of Elders, because Mammon's power grab could trigger consequences nobody can contain. Leviathan begs Lucifer to take her to the Elders before Mammon's people find her again. Lucifer refuses, already focused on the ruins of the gods. Merlin refuses to let her brother vanish alone, so she insists on joining him. Family travel plans are apparently a demon world emergency. That night, Worosa tracks Leviathan by scent and sends his monsters after her. Mammon wants her alive, which is never a comforting detail. Before Osei can close the trap, Lucifer appears behind him with a blade at his throat. The hunter suddenly realizes he picked the wrong midnight shift. Lucifer spares Osei, but sends a sharp message back to Mammon. Give up these unrealistic schemes, or Lucifer will pay him a personal visit. Meanwhile, Alice is home with Chris when a cloaked visitor arrives asking for Merlin. Merlin and Lilith left for the God ruins 3 days earlier. The visitor introduces himself as Shu, a longtime intelligence officer under the first demon lord. His aura makes Alice instantly suspect a demon. Shu follows Merlin's head straight to a box of his old socks and treats the smell like a sacred relic. Alice can only stare as the weirdness gets worse. As Shu leaves, he warns Alice to hide Chris's true parentage. A child born between a demon and a human is forbidden to exist in the demon realm. Lucifer's fleet pushes into the misty sea of death, chasing the ruins of the ancient gods. Merlin immediately scolds the crew for their manners, while Lucifer acts like hiring Merlin made the whole ocean harmless. The captain is not buying that confidence. One navigation mistake out here means everybody sinks. The mercenary leader arrives under a hood, and Lucifer's polite greeting makes Merlin look ready to start a storm of her own. The mysterious woman reveals herself as Lamia, leader of the Hina mercenary group and no ordinary hired sword. She wants the same treasure, but warns the team not to fall for the ruins' temptation. Lucifer accepts the partnership with one very clear rule: betray him, and Lamia dies immediately. Lamia's crew recognizes the cold aura around her. This is not a coincidence. She is tied to one of the original vampire ancestors. So much for a simple treasure cruise. Amiya finally explains the real mission. King's true progenitor may be awakening at the burial ground of the ancient gods. Elsewhere, Bil fumes over Lucifer's move. His advisor warns that the exiled demon king now controls 2 castles and is becoming a real problem. Belial decides waiting is over. Once war begins, Lucifer will be too busy to interfere, and the demon army starts moving. At Portnum, soldiers spot a black swarm filling the sky. Those are not migratory birds, and the coast is about to learn it the hard way. Great Britain's capital is under siege. Mammon's army is crushing the border, and refugees may reach the city within 2 weeks. Queen Catherine orders civilians evacuated and every available fighter to defend the capital. The royal army is stretched painfully thin. A purple-haired paladin named Barrows steps forward, offering church help. The queen finally has a possible lifeline. But the church wants payment. Catherine must abandon her elfin faith and accept baptism. Nothing says charity like a religious hostage deal. Catherine swallows the insult and accepts the bargain. If Faras can repel the demons, they will settle the faith question later. The queen counts the kingdom's losses and realizes they need every ounce of manpower. Then she learns Merwin is nowhere nearby. Alice cannot join the front either. Merwin is away, and she refuses to leave their child in danger just to chase a war. Little Chris asks whether all demons are bad. Alice gently explains that demons can be kind or cruel, just like people. The next day, Alice leaves with Cecilia, while Chris promises to wait safely with Grandma. A sweet goodbye, with terrible timing. Elsewhere, demons discover Alice has left Wrexham and her child is guarded by only an elderly human woman. They decide tonight is their chance. Helena fears the child's bloodline violates an ancient demon taboo. To keep her friend's soul from being sealed, she decides the child must disappear. While a little girl sleeps peacefully, a silver-haired warrior slips into the house on a mission. She wants the child alive, but this hideout has one very angry caretaker. The intruder fires off a huge water spell, fully expecting to bulldoze the place. Instead, the old woman casually blocks it. Bad first impression for the home invader. The attacker realizes her magic has been broken by a holy spirit, one powerful enough to have fought the first demon king long ago. Then Asmodeus, the fifth demon king and king of lust, arrives with a cold smile. She sees the old woman as an ugly fraud standing in her way. Asmodeus unleashes her wrath, determined to make this stubborn guardian suffer for daring to protect the child. Her illusion magic traps its victims in painful visions, and even the silver-haired fighter admits a holy spirit should struggle against it. But the guardian refuses to play along. She says she has no ties to heaven and only wants to live quietly as a mortal. So who is she really? The demons retreat, leaving the exhausted old woman coughing on the floor. Their simple snatch and grab just became a very expensive mistake. She makes it back to the sleeping child and finds one small comfort. For now, the demons still have not laid eyes on her. While Alice travels toward the royal capital, refugees line every road. The demon threat has everyone running scared. Out at sea, Lucifer's ship is getting hammered by a brutal storm. Apparently the ocean also wants him unemployed. Then razor-toothed ancient fish swarm the ship from every direction, and the crew realizes they cannot cut their way out. Lucifer grips his sword but holds back. One wild swing could split the ship before it saves anyone. A strange 3-star light appears through the storm, giving the desperate crew one possible route to safety. Lucifer goes looking for Lamia, knowing that if the ship sinks, every argument on board becomes fish food. Lamia and Lucifer recognize each other as creatures of darkness. The feeling is mutual, but survival comes first. Merlin steps in with a sharp reminder. If the crew wants a demon fight, they should wait until they are not drowning. Lamia offers to help, provided she gets a share of the treasure. Even a sea disaster needs a business plan. Lucifer spills a drop of vampire blood into the water, and the attacking fish suddenly turn docile. The victory lasts about 5 seconds before a kraken of the North Sea rises below them. So much for the easy escape. Lucifer is stranded in the freezing water with his crew, and the giant sea monster is not giving anyone a chance to breathe. Our boy can count this disaster as another voyage to forget. Lucifer admits the obvious problem. Fighting in water cuts down his strongest moves, while the monster keeps crashing through every attack. Even Alice's ice magic cannot keep this thing under control for long. Then a brilliant shard erupts with light, and the fight suddenly stops being about survival. It is the key to the ruins gate, and everyone immediately wants in. The ruins door opens above the waves, but the group is still getting dragged toward the monster like loose change in a drain. The creature lunges after them, and Lucifer realizes he may have to draw his sword before they can escape. A dark-haired girl calls out a promise to Lucifer as the monster bears down. That is one dramatic rescue request. Meanwhile, at the British Royal Palace, a red-haired royal woman wakes up after surviving a month-long coma. Her relief lasts exactly 1 second before she asks what happened to everyone else. Windsor delivers the brutal answer. Clyde and Morrison are already dead, and the demons who attacked them were eliminated. But the real nightmare is bigger. Demons have invaded the country, and whole regions have already fallen. With demons now marching on the royal capital, Windsor begs Her Majesty to take the artifact that can protect the kingdom. The sword is rising, and the next battle is clearly going to be ugly. London hears the demon race may wipe out the whole nation, and the guild president makes the stakes brutally clear. The guild will support the war, but nobody gets forced into this suicide mission. The adventurers panic at first. Against demons, even their biggest guild feels like a very expensive funeral waiting to happen. Then the room finds its nerve. Running only delays death, so the adventurers choose to unite and fight for humanity. At the Royal Annex, Alice arrives exhausted and worried. The last demon war nearly cost her everything and Merlin is still missing. Varus suddenly appears with a smug smile, claiming he only came to help the young lady warriors. Sure, pal. He warns that the demons are marching on Britain, then casually suggests returning to the Vatican. Alice refuses to bow to the church. Barres insists his 1,000 temple knights once charged the first demon king's lair. He tries to sell their old partnership as a reason to reunite, but Alice is not buying it. When Barres threatens her, Alice answers with steel. Their reunion goes from awkward to murderous in one heartbeat. Meanwhile, Queen Windsor calls on the Great Lady of the Lake. The fairy appears, but she refuses to hand over the king's sword to outsiders. The queen begs for a chance to defend her kingdom, and the guardian finally sees something in her worth testing. The lake fairy recognizes Windsor's resolve and sends the divine artifact toward her. A kingdom on the brink may finally have its answer. At the Royal Knights Cemetery, Leonard mourns the dead, while admitting only a handful of Horn Knights remain. Rekabov refuses to let grief finish them off. Britain is being trampled by demons, and these old knights still have pride to defend. Apparently retirement was cancelled by the apocalypse. Elsewhere, the red-haired human queen sinks beneath fairy water and discovers she has reached King Egbert's resting place. A guardian spirit reveals the prize below: Egbert's sword, a divine artifact reforged from a rough weapon into a perfect blade. Chosen or not, she grabs the sword and fights a crushing current. She swears she will not let her majesty down. Days later, on Britain's frozen northern plains, human mercenaries gather against the demons. Their commander knows Mamma's power is far beyond anything they can handle. Mamma arrives in person and offers mercy if the humans surrender. Even the invasion gets a customer service speech. The human queen is already standing beside Mamma, and he mocks her faith in knights while ordering Belial to begin the slaughter. The defenders charge anyway, shouting for the demons' deaths as the battle line finally breaks into open war. The battlefield is already a mess, as demon troops swarm forward and the defenders scramble to stop them. Alia plants herself at the front, furious and fearless, refusing to let the demons gain another step. She has officially chosen violence as the group project. Alice answers with a huge ice assault, her focused stare showing she is done playing defense. A tiny fireball suddenly erupts into a devastating blast, forcing everyone nearby to dive for cover. Alice recognizes something deeply wrong in that attack: ice magic, dragon breath, and a vile demonic aura mixed together. Then Mammon appears, lounging like the battle is beneath him while he dismisses the resistance as a futile annoyance. Mammon orders his minions to continue the slaughter while he enjoys the show from the rear. Before he can settle in, a blade flashes down from nowhere. Mammon's smug face finally gets some exercise. The attacker introduces himself as Barres, leader of the Vatican's Holy Knights, and demands to know who dares enter Mammon's territory. Alice keeps fighting through the chaos, but her worried expression shows she knows a high-tier demon should never have entered this battlefield. Lucifer watches the pressure mount and admits he lacks Merlin's ridiculous destructive power, but our boy still has a plan. Alia launches herself into the flames for one decisive strike, her whole body tensed for a fatal opening. But Alia is enraged by the earlier fireball and refuses to let the enemy escape, setting up an even fiercer dragon duel. A red-haired demon steps into the burning battlefield, thrilled to meet the two so-called dragon warriors. She is smiling like this fight was booked for her personal entertainment. Alice checks on Alina as the demon keeps pressing them, and both warriors realize this opponent is far stronger than expected. The demon decides to get serious, wrapping the whole area in a roaring cyclone of fire. Alina has a plan. While she charges ice magic, Alice races in to keep the firestorm focused on them. The demon unleashes an even bigger blast, trying to bury the pair under raw destructive power. She taunts Alice for being unable to touch her, which is usually the exact moment a villain should stop talking. Then the flames hit an ice decoy. Alice was never where the demon thought she was. Alina reveals the trick. Every fire strike against Alice has built up elemental pressure, creating a tiny pause during the demon's transformation. Alice hits that opening with a freezing counterattack, catching the smug demon completely off guard. With the demon locked in place, Alice drives the attack home. The hunters finally force their fire-wielding target onto the defensive. Belial has Merlin Lucifer cornered, smugly explaining that her teleportation scroll cannot save her inside his domain. He is giving the villain's speech before the fight is even over. Bold choice. Before he can finish the job, Alice Claudia crashes into the battlefield in a blazing spiral, forcing Belial to turn. Alice looks furious, and she's clearly here to pull Merlin out alive. The nearby soldiers see their commander fall and immediately rally everyone to charge the demon stronghold together. Alice is blasted by a violent purple strike, but she braces through the impact instead of backing down. Belial treats them like insects. which is never a comforting thing to hear from a man glowing that much. Aaliyah launches herself at Belial with a concentrated golden attack, determined to make this fight count. The Demon King's power tears through Aaliyah anyway, leaving the Dragon Warrior battered and struggling to stay airborne. Alice dives in front of Aaliyah and meets Belial's next blast head-on, throwing up a huge wall of blue-white force. Belial is genuinely impressed that the human survived, then casually prepares to fire again. So much for mercy. Two burning golden eyes suddenly appear through the chaos, and even Belial has to stop and ask who just entered the fight. Two new fighters burst through the flames as reinforcements arrive, setting up an even bitter clash for the next chapter. Above ground, Leonard and his allies charge straight into a demon wrapped in violent purple power. Nobody brought a sensible exit plan. Beneath the royal capital, Windsor Macefield keeps forcing herself toward the sword, even as the spirit guarding it tells her to quit. She refuses. Her kingdom needs its power back, and she is ready to gamble her own life for it. Then the impossible happens. Windsor's golden aura answers the blade's blue light, and the underground lake opens into a royal vision. A white-haired figure introduces himself as Egbert, the first king of Britain. Windsor realizes she is standing before a legend, not just a ghost story. Egbert confirms that Windsor's family protected the kingdom for generations. Only a Macefield can wield the sword, so the ancient king finally places it in her hands. Back on the battlefield, the demon hurls wave after wave of killing power, and Leonard meets it head-on with everything he has. The watching fighters realize why this enemy is so terrifying. Its strength is coming from its own life force. This thing is literally burning the fuel tank. The demon laughs at the wounded humans, but Leonard's ally spots the weak point, the demon heart. He creates one brief opening and trusts Leonard to take it. Leonard launches stellar swordsmanship, shooting star, pouring every last chance into a single strike for the kingdom. The battlefield opens at full speed as a veteran knight charges the horned demon king with everything he has. Leonard barely flinches. This guy treats incoming death rays like mild bad weather. Leonard reads every swing and mocks the knight as a pesky fly, while purple power tears across the sky. Then the knight springs his real plan, a stellar network designed to lock Leonard inside a soul-woven trap. For one short second, the Demon King is caught completely off guard. The trap target takes a blinding finishing blast straight through the chest. The knight drops to one knee, battered but satisfied. He says defeating the Demon King required risking his own life to pierce that heart. Even wounded, he is ready to spend more lives for the kingdom's victory. The soldiers see Leonard fall and erupt in celebration. They genuinely think the impossible fight is over. Except Leonard is still standing, laughing through the lightning as his armor starts crackling back to life. Alice spots the horrifying catch first. The armor is empty. The thing they stabbed was only a clone. Alice rushes in before the fake can finish its counterattack, cutting through the electric chaos with ice magic. Her spell erupts into a massive ice dragon, finally forcing the battlefield to freeze over. But Alice is exhausted and furious. Even after receiving a grand adventurous power, she still cannot match the Demon King. As she crashes down, the surviving soldiers scramble for a medic. The victory party has been cancelled. Lucifer finds a massive desert tree and realizes its roots hold the remains of the oldest gods. Even with Alice and Jacob still missing, Lucifer refuses to quit. Merlin nervously promises she will help fulfill his final wish. The group heads toward the tree first, hoping this strange sacred desert finally gives them a real lead. Outside the capital, the battle is already a blood-red disaster, and the defenders desperately call for more healers. King Mammon laughs from inside a demon armor clone, mocking the humans for thinking their fallen commander was enough. Then a golden strike tears through the chaos. The kingdom's first Thor knight, Windsor Macefield, has entered the fight. Mammon is stunned to see Windsor moving at all, because the knight should still be recovering from brutal injuries. A flashback reveals the burden behind that armor. Rekabav swears his life to King Leonhard and the kingdom they built together. Years later, Rekabav begs forgiveness for his crimes, while the dying king chooses mercy and entrusts the future to him. In the middle of the storm, a desperate fighter hears a father's voice calling out to Windsor. That is not a coincidence. But the warning lands too late. Forcing the artifact before its full merge could make the entire plan spiral out of control. Windsor throws herself at the armored demon, but he laughs as her rage makes every attack predictable. He calls the human experts weak. The man is enjoying this way too much. Windsor is exhausted and shaking with grief. She wants revenge for her father, but that emotion is keeping the artifact from fully accepting her. Then President Gregory finally arrives, stepping into the battlefield with spatial magic ready to turn the fight around. Gregory shields Windsor and swears he will not let vile beings hurt humanity, even if it costs him his life. Gregory unleashes ancient magic as a final trap, but the demon charges straight through it, convinced no old spell can stop him. Watching Gregory risk everything snaps Windsor back to herself. She grips the sacred artifact, the kingdom's last hope, and finally draws on its real power. With one blazing swing, Windsor unleashes a divine strike meant to wipe out the demons in a single shot. The blast tears across the field and wipes out the Demon King's clone along with the invading army. That sacred weapon was not playing around. Far away at the third Demon King's palace, their master calmly applauds the human's performance and decides the artifact belongs in his collection. His aide realizes their test failed, but the Demon King calls it a small experiment. He has wagered everything on a plan designed to teach humanity true despair. Under an unmoving artificial sun, Lucifer's group reaches a giant tree rising from an otherwise lifeless wasteland. Merlin Lucifer is already miserable in the sunlight. Vampires in endless daytime are a terrible vacation package. A terrified survivor finally finds Lord Merlin, but Lucifer quickly claims the man as a valuable sponsor and keeps him safe. Following the survivor's clue, our boy spots an old flag buried beneath the sand, marked with his demon clan symbol. Lucifer commands the earth to dig, and the dunes split open to reveal a colossal ancient warship. The relic looks less like a ship and more like a nightmare metal beast waiting to wake up. Audier explains that this was an ancient demon warship once built for the Goblin clan, but its age makes activating it risky. With flight restricted by a spell, the Dai orders the humans and vampires to help restore the vessel. Waltier connects the blazing sun and world-shaping giant tree to Old Miss, confirming this ruin is tied to the ancient gods. Then Wadai drops the polite act and addresses Lucifer by the title he has been trying to leave behind, the first Demon King. Lucifer admits he once ruled as a Demon King, and Vidai reveals he knows about Cain and the Holy Vessel too. Meanwhile, Merlin Lucifer catches Vadier getting very friendly with Lucifer and immediately calls out the suspicious timing. Lucifer learns Cain was sealed inside a holy vessel, a relic said to be made by the gods. Somehow, the seal opened after our boy touched it. The hooded stranger blames Lucifer for everything, especially the partner Cain nearly killed after returning. Lucifer's answer is simple. He wants revenge too. Lamia unloads years of rage, calling Cain an unleashed monster even worse than Dracula. This grudge has clearly been marinating for centuries. She explains that Cain's immortality is not a blessing. It is a curse of bloodlust, sleepless nights, human hunters, and never seeing sunlight again. Lucifer cools the fight down. He admits he cannot understand Cain's suffering, but believes Lamia has suffered enough already. Instead of throwing another punch, Lucifer offers a deal. They both want Cain, so they should work together. Lamia accepts, but Lucifer makes the terms painfully clear. If she tries anything behind his back, he will throw her out immediately. Merlin charges in and finds Lucifer standing suspiciously close to a hooded woman. He claims Lamia only tripped, which convinces absolutely nobody. Before Merlin can interrogate him properly, a flying ship slams down nearby and sends the whole group scrambling. The ship's pilot proudly reveals he found a way to activate it. Lucifer gives him reluctant credit, because apparently the old machine can actually fly. Their destination waits at the top of a giant tree, the legendary ruins of Asgard, where the gods supposedly once lived. After Mammon's attack, the battered defenders credit their survival to the divine artifact, but the president knows the danger is far from over. Mammon proudly unveils his surprise, an army of armored clones, each nearly as strong as he is. There are 100,000 of them. Apparently one apocalypse was not enough. Purple energy crashes down as the clone swarm starts tearing through the human line, leaving the soldiers begging to be saved. Gregory refuses to watch the younger fighters die. He orders Wayland to get Lord Macefield and the others away from the battlefield. Even if it costs his life, Gregory vows to leave humanity one last spark of hope. The demon clones close in from every direction, certain that one exhausted old man cannot handle their endless numbers. Gregory answers with huge red magic circles, teleporting the remaining humans far away to safety in a single move. The survivors realize what that escape cost. Gregory has drained almost all his magic just to save them. But Gregory has been freezing his aging with ancient magic for centuries, storing an absurd amount of power for this exact moment. He burns through that stored power and transforms into his prime, trading every remaining year of life for one final stand. A white-haired swordsman admits the Demon King's strength makes victory unlikely, but he only needs to delay Mammon as long as possible. Then a massive blue blast erupts across the battlefield. The next chapter reveals the shocking target, the God-sealing stone. Lucifer's crew reaches the battered Asgard temple, a former god's meeting place that now looks thoroughly abandoned. Lucifer leads Merlin and their companions through the ruins, while Miss Bat warns that the deeper halls feel increasingly wrong. Ancient god decor is creepy enough. Ancient god decor with bad vibes is worse. Miss Bat recognizes the central chamber as the throne room, where the king of gods once held court. At the center sits a strange shining throne. Lucifer immediately wonders if it belonged to the ancient king of gods. Miss Bat touches the icy object and identifies it as the God-sealing stone, a relic used during the war between gods and demons. The others want the priceless relic hauled back to the Demon King's palace, but Lucifer has another plan. He says the stone suits Miss Bat's vampire clan far better than it suits a trophy room. Lucifer casually claims the God-sealing stone for Miss Bat, and everyone reacts like he just donated a national treasure. Before anyone can argue longer, the temple lights die. Merlin panics as a heavy darkness closes around the whole group. Miss Bat fires blood magic as her wings, flooding the hall with blue light and exposing the danger. The ruined statues are moving in the shadows. Their relic hunt has turned into a fight for survival. Lucifer's party enters the temple of the King of Gods and finds an eerie hall packed with motionless stone figures. Lamia immediately senses the problem. This temple is not simple, and those statues are starting to wake up. The statues strike the second nobody watches them. Apparently, this dungeon runs on weaponized peekaboo. Lamia explains the rule. These stone guardians stay dead under a living gaze, but spring to life when that attention breaks. Lucifer realizes the statues are not cursed creatures. They are ancient rules given teeth. Our boy pitches a risky solution. Make the statues watch each other and the whole room should lock itself down. While Lucifer prepares the escape, Lamia opens the exit for her own people. She is clearly playing a different game. Lamia refuses to leave with them. She came for treasure, and Vader has already sacrificed himself to keep Mahout safe. Lucifer understands her choice. Both leaders are putting their own comrades first. Lamia gives Merlin a sincere goodbye, then disappears through the doorway as the temple closes around the others. The white source vanishes, so every statue can move again. Worse, the group cannot even see what is hunting them. Lucifer does not freeze. He takes one wild gamble, drops through the hollow center of the city, and tells everyone to hold tight. Merlin calls him reckless, then admits she loves it. The whole crew plunges into the dark before the statues can close in. Lucifer wakes to a nightmare. The vampires are gone and the necklace fragment has vanished with them. The crew realizes that little trinket was their key out. Naturally, it picks now to disappear. With the exit closing, Lucifer orders the others to take the helm and get this ship moving. Our boy refuses to let the thieves escape cleanly, blasting after the vampires with pure rage. Alice sees the truth first. The stolen necklace is activating the ruins like a key. Whatever it opens, the sea starts answering. A kraken erupts from the water, and Alice immediately knows this is not a normal sea monster. Inside the beast, a battered intruder pushes through the flesh toward the kraken's heart. The monster's pressure keeps rising, forcing Alice to brace herself while the kraken lashes out above the waves. Then a dark demon worship bursts free from the ruins, turning the whole escape into a flying disaster. This shit gives chase, and Merlin Lucifer warns Lucifer that it is right behind them. Lucifer recognizes the blue-horned terror at last. Leviathan is still alive, and he's absolutely not in a forgiving mood. Lucifer's body begins turning to stone under the curse. He panics for Alice while she realizes there may be no way back. A massive blast tears through the sky as the chapter cuts away, leaving their desperate escape hanging by a thread. Lucifer is hit by a brutal memory of his old life, where a warning from the first Demon King refuses to leave his head. Alice gives Lucifer the celestial ring, packed with his belongings and powerful enough to protect him when things get ugly. He accepts it calmly, which is always suspicious when an ancient artifact is involved. The ring erupts with light, and Lucifer feels his body finally coming back under his control. Even Alice is stunned, because he is recovering from pure pressure alone. Then Lucifer remembers one small problem. He fell off the ship, and he is now dropping straight into the sea. Back near the ship, Lucifer admits he is rusty, but he still takes charge. Their only move is to kill the kraken. Lucifer tells Lilith to pull the kraken out to sea, then throws Eternum toward the monster. The kraken answers with a furious red-eyed glare. It has no intention of respecting the former Demon King's territory. The sea beast strikes hard, and Lilith calls for her big brother as the ship gets caught in the chaos. But Lucifer's attack tears through the water with enough force to split the sea itself. That is a very loud comeback. Alice catches Lucifer after the clash and greets him with a familiar smile, while Lilith watches the reunion boil over. Alice clutches the wounded Lucifer as the whale monster tears through the stormy sea. Our boy is in no shape for a fair fight. Merlin watches the old ship strain under the attack, but she refuses to retreat. If it blows up, they are still backing her brother. Alice launches Lucifer straight at the monster, giving him the opening he needs. Nothing says teamwork like using the Demon King as ammunition. Lucifer answers with one blinding strike that crashes down like a pillar from heaven, swallowing the beast in light. The sea splits apart around the ruined monster, and Merlin can only stare as her big brother pulls off the impossible. Back at the palace, Merlin cheerfully reminds the battered Leviathan that Lucifer saved him from a much uglier fate. He's not feeling very grateful. Lucifer cuts through the bickering and orders Leviathan to cooperate. The injured demon immediately realizes he has no room to argue. Leviathan reveals a strange book recovered beneath Odin's throne. Its writing matches neither humans nor gods, but it carries a far older warning. The book points to the demon prophet, the legendary figure said to have slain ancient gods and entered the Gorge of Despair alone. The clue hits Lucifer hard. His connection to the gorge suddenly makes the place's terrifying power feel far less random. Lucifer orders everyone to keep this secret because if the demon race learns it, chaos will follow fast. Lucifer's intelligence officer lays it out. Mammon has grown terrifyingly strong, and his next move could shake the entire demon world. She even wipes the meeting from his memory. Demon politics apparently comes with a privacy policy. Lucifer casually admits the human world matters because he has someone there. His officer immediately short-circuits over the news. She cannot believe the first Demon King fell for a human woman, while Lucifer looks like he regrets answering anything at all. At the Rothschild estate, the Human King welcomes Lucifer, Merlin Lucifer, and their companions, thanking them for the adventure with his son. The reunion barely starts before Shu arrives with urgent business. Lucifer recognizes her immediately, but this is no social call. Leviathan reports that the demon race is in chaos, and the fate of the first Demon King's palace now rests with Lucifer. Mammon seized whales and fueled a war fever in less than 2 weeks. The council that once opposed him has now changed sides. Van Belial publicly backs Mammon's invasion. One ancient demon king choosing a side is enough to make every neutral elder panic. Leviathan gives Lucifer 2 brutal options: join the first palace against Mammon, or fight the council and face the entire demon race. Lucifer reaches for his sword and decides the demons can blame their terrible luck. Our boy is done watching from the throne. At Wrexham Adventurers Guild, the members are already folding under the demon army's pressure and preparing to retreat. Then Alice walks through the door alive. The room goes from funeral mood to instant relief. Alice reveals the invading demon army was only a clone, bought time with a secret technique, and the capital has already fallen. With Wales likely next, nobody gets to enjoy the reunion for long. Lucia grabs Alice in a fierce hug, blaming herself for not being stronger. Alice shuts that down fast and is simply glad to be back. Far away, little Chris proudly heals Hawa's injured leg. The tiny healer has clearly been putting in work. Chris spots Alice and runs straight to her mommy, turning the tense day into a much-needed family reunion. But his shadow demon has been stalking them. It sees Alice as vulnerable and wants to burn both mother and child in as trophies. The landlady casually sweeps the high-level demon away before it can strike. Apparently, this old lady keeps anti-demon housekeeping supplies. At the Demon King's palace, a servant tells Lucifer he found the human woman who lived with him, along with their little child. The child asks him to tell Lucifer she misses him and is waiting safely with her mother. That is all our boy needs to hear. Lucifer's revenge can wait, because Daddy is coming home. Lucifer steps across the moonlit water, and an unseen old woman offers him a hand. Next up, the Holy Sword is about to wake up. Far away, the Demon King of Greed celebrates mastering a brutal sword technique and sub-zero freezing. Our boy's enemies are apparently collecting upgrades again. His follower warns that the first Demon King's sword drawing technique is devastating, but Mammon only sees a shortcut to reclaiming immortality. He brushes off the danger and decides the remaining fighters of the world will not stand in his way. The warning comes with a legend. One slash from the Lord of Greed once split the sea and turned the sky crimson. Mammon admits the Demon King needs a powerful artifact, then sets his sights on Lucifer and the demon artifact needed to face his mother. With a smug promise to crush Lucifer like a bug, Mammon declares the Demon King of Greed his next victim. Meanwhile, Alice watches strange white flakes fall outside her landlady's home and worries the demons are already coming. The landlady has seen armies fail against this clone, and Alice quietly fears she could not protect everyone from the real Demon King. The landlady comforts Alice with tea and tells her kindness is her greatest weapon. Alice finally lets herself smile. That calm vanishes when the holy sword stands awakened and flawless. The landlady cannot understand how the Demon King's substitute ever defeated it. Alice reaches for the sword, and radiant power swallows her whole. The gospel of the Holy See has awakened. Golden holy spirits surge against red evil spirits, turning Alice's recovery room into the opening shot of a supernatural showdown. A white-haired woman is trapped in a nightmare as evil spirits swarm around her, whispering only one thing: consume, possess, destroy. Then a radiant goddess appears, raises her blade, and promises revenge for her sister against the demon prophet. The goddess fires a blazing barrage of holy power, and the nightmare sky lights up like somebody declared war on darkness itself. She jolts awake, drenched in sweat, but her little pink-haired daughter rushes in and holds her close. Trying to calm the child, the mother says she is fine, even though that vision clearly rattled her. She cannot shake the dream. The goddess, the holy spirits, and especially that blade all felt far too real. Over in Wales, officials report that Mammon's forces are advancing, while their own troops are barely holding the capital. With only weak barriers left and half the kingdom's elite already lost, surrender starts sounding dangerously practical. The foreign minister argues that accepting Mammon's terms could spare their families, even if Wales must live under demon control. The Queen shuts that cowardice down instantly. The minister is branded a traitor, and a sword makes the verdict final. Duke Gregory reveals the ugly truth. He secretly fed Mammon false information to buy Wales time against the invasion. The Queen accepts his apology and refuses to abandon her people. Finally, someone in this room brought a plan. Then Gregory drops one more bombshell. Master Gregory is back. The Queen can only stare and ask, "Master?" At landlady's house, little Chris asks her granny for firewood, sweetly unaware that this tiny request is about to get magical. Granny fusses over Chris like she is priceless, warning her to stay safe and leave the heavy lifting to grown-ups. Chris promises to remember. That promise has the confidence of someone with absolutely no chores planned. Elsewhere, Alice receives a legendary sword from her master, an artifact said to stand among the greatest weapons in the world. Her master warns that Alice cannot unleash its full strength yet. The blade is for life and death moments, not showing off. Alice raises the sword and opens the heavens. A beam of holy light tears through the storm clouds above the town. The sky clears at last, and Chris watches in amazement as the miracle proves Alice has finally grasped the sword's power. At the Grand Duke's estate, Elgin admits ancient magic once prolonged his life, but his borrowed time is finally running out. Elizabeth tries to take responsibility for the ruined capital, but Elgin refuses to let her carry that burden alone. He tells her she is like her father, then reveals he still has one last ace to play. Far below, Lucifer and his ally face a huge sea demon. The creature is not here for a polite introduction. Lucifer immediately snaps at the person ordering him around, while the dark-haired fighter tells him to stop dreaming and move. With the sixth Demon King's palace ahead, Lucifer draws his sword and finally decides it is time to settle the score. Inside the sixth Demon King's palace, Mammon is dragged in chains before a smug noble who clearly enjoys the job too much. The blindfold comes off, and Mammon's glowing eyes unleash petrification magic. He's caught, but he's definitely not going quietly. The old fart wanted a prisoner and somehow ordered the deluxe cursed eyeball package. The noble realizes Mammon's eyes carry power from another realm and presses him for their secret. Mammon refuses to give him anything. That defiance cost Mammon dearly. His captor claims the petrification eyes for his own prized collection. By the next day, Mammon has invaded Wales with a demon army, and the fighting spreads across nearly half the kingdom. Days later, Wales is a battlefield of smoke, wounded soldiers, and exhausted defenders trying to hold back an army that will not stop. At Duke Windsor's headquarters, the reports are grim. Mammon is absent from the front, but the demon forces are stronger and more numerous than before. Windsor is not rushing the victory. He's grinding down morale, waiting for fear and exhaustion to crack the defenders first. The foreign knight of Britain refuses to sit out while her father suffers. She wants back on the battlefield beside the soldiers. Windsor orders her to stay behind and guard the lake's spirit instead. Even a legendary knight has a mission more important than charging into danger. She accepts the order, but her face says she is ready to move the second Wales needs her. The war is only getting started. A white-haired mother kneels before Chris and promises she will come home once the war ends. The kid is clearly scared, but she tries to sound brave. With Wales on the verge of collapse, she spreads her wings and heads straight into the fight for Chris's future. Inside Wales, a red-haired knight cuts down enemies until her body finally gives out. Soldiers are dying around her, and helplessness hits hard. A blue elemental mocks her collapse after one strike. She needs disciplined training, but this is not exactly a situation with a convenient training montage. The elemental reveals it knew her first master, Egbert, and insists the knight has hidden potential worthy of the king's blade. It offers a cruel shortcut, instant power for payment, or the hard road without interference. She wants strength badly enough to listen. The spirit explains an ancient secret. Ragnarok left souls wandering in chaos until two women defeated the last gods and rewrote reality. Then comes the ugly truth. The church's heaven and hell story is deception, because under the new order, every soul ends up in hell. If the elemental devours her, there is no afterlife waiting at all. Her soul will simply cease to exist. Knowing the costs, the knight raises her hand and accepts. Wales may get its defender, but this bargain is about to collect interest. By morning, the demon stronghold has rallied its scattered forces, and the Grand Duke feels disaster rolling toward the capital. Scouts report at least 1,000 demon warriors, including veterans from the last capital siege. This is not a raid, it is a full demolition appointment. The Duke orders the king and Gregory evacuated while he stays behind with the Rose Knights. Refusing to run, the Grand Duke rallies his men and charges straight into the demon horde. At the demon camp, Lord Ose watches the humans make their stand and calmly gives the order to begin. Purple magic cannons erupt across the battlefield, blasting the knights apart before they can close the distance. Bloody but stubborn, the Grand Duke realizes the demons prepared an entire barrage. He has done all he can to buy time. Then Windsor steps in, commanding water itself into a sweeping blue defense against the cannon fire. Elsie laughs at the watery shield for about 5 seconds, which is exactly how long overconfidence survives in a fight. The explosions clear and the demon officers stare in disbelief. Every magic cannon attack has been blocked. Windsor confirms the royals are safe, then faces the Grand Duke with the weight of a past failure hanging in the air. With the sword of kings mastered, Windsor launches into the demons and finally turns this doomed battlefield around. Windsor vows that the tragedy of that day will not repeat. This time, the capital has someone ready to fight back. The demon army's attack is ripping through the defenders, and even the king's magic armor is getting shredded by a brutal water assault. Windsor pushes her fusion power again, but she knows this oversized water trick can only be used once more. So she goes all in anyway. Apparently conserving mana is a luxury today. Her water dragon tears apart the magic cannons, opening a path for the defenders to strike the demon army's main base. Then the enemy reveals more cannons, raining violet blasts across the battlefield and forcing Windsor back. The barrage is no longer limited to one target. It is aimed at Wales City itself, and Windsor scrambles to shield the whole fortress. She holds the line, but her body is already turning elemental from the strain. One more push could leave her with nothing. The horned Demon King watches from safety and smugly reminds everyone that divine power or not, Windsor is still only human. Windsor refuses to run. She decides she will drag the demons down with her if that is what it takes to buy time. Before the final clash lands, a colossal ice tornado tears across the field and sends the demon troops flying. Alice arrives in a half-dragon form, wings spread and ice magic blazing. Windsor is stunned, but the rescue could not be better timed. The Demon King loses hundreds of black-armored troops and snaps, ordering his entire legion forward to crush them both. Merlin charges straight into the Imperial magic armor, carving through their front line before they can close in. She drives her blade skyward and drops a blazing strike into the swarm. Subtle was never on the menu. Alice answers with a sweeping ice attack, blasting armored enemies away in a brilliant blue arc. The two women hold the line together, but the enemy numbers keep piling up across the sky. The Imperial commander is already sweating, even while pretending this was all part of the plan. Alice searches for a way to hit the entire army at once, knowing normal attacks will not be enough. Merlin tells Alice to stay back, but Alice steels herself and decides to gamble on a technique her master taught her. Alice unleashes the Great Snow Mountain Sword technique, pouring everything into one enormous frozen slash. Then her Dawnlight anthem turns the attack into a towering golden signal that shoots into the heavens. The light answers her call. Holy spirits appear around Alice, and even she looks stunned by what she summoned. Alice rallies the spirits and sends them after the demons, turning one desperate defense into a full battlefield reversal. The church soldiers suddenly decide their faith is looking very convincing today as golden attacks rain across the field. The Imperial commander realizes too late that the demons are being wiped out, and his confident act finally collapses. Inside Mammon's palace, Bifrons fumes over being driven from Elgin's territory and plots revenge while scraping together funds. Then explosions hammer the palace from outside. Apparently, the war announcement arrived by cannonball. Mammon learns an unknown fleet is attacking his island from behind, and his court immediately starts panicking. Britain's defenders keep firing as their princess steps forward, determined to lead the Holy Knights herself. When the French alliance and church smash through his first line, Mammon snaps and decides to enter the fight personally. That is when Lucifer arrives in his royal blue coat, calmly greeting the greedy king, like this is an overdue reunion. The battlefield gets quiet fast. Nobody wants to interrupt demon royalty arguing. Lucifer says he came to save a former subordinate and insists that, exiled or not, he is still the first demon king. He offers Mammon one chance to talk before this gets uglier. Mammon laughs off the offer, calling Lucifer a failed ruler with no right to block his path. Mammon declares that humanity has been abandoned by its goddess, so the demon race should rise and take the world. Purple fire and artillery light up the battlefield as Mammon realizes Lucifer's side is already formed up for war. Mammon dismisses Lucifer's weapon as a fake artifact, but Lucifer's glare says he has heard enough. Our boy tells him to bring out everything he has got. Mammon grins and agrees to play along, turning their old grudge into a full-on Demon King duel. Princess Margaret orders the fleet back because even her side can feel Lucifer's terrifying pressure. Blaze thinks they have the upper hand. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds. Lucifer hangs over the battlefield in a storm of violet lightning, and the whole sky starts acting like it owes him money. Our boy casually blocks another strike from the artifact collection, then calls it the 7th one and says it is boring. A massive lightning blast crashes down, but Lucifer is more annoyed than threatened as the attacker slips away. The challenger sneers that Lucifer only borrowed a succubus bloodline's power, trying to deny him any real demon pride. Lucifer finally drops the playful act. He tells Mammon it is time to get serious. Mammon fires off his whole collection, but Lucifer dismisses the barrage as cheap fake toys. Lucifer tears through the assault and drives Mammon back through the shattered rocks with brutal speed. Cornered, Mammon pulls out Turfing, the demon sword said to bring death to anyone it touches. Mammon admits Lucifer is a true demon king, then swears Turfing will finish him. Lucifer answers by raising his own weapon and promising to break that toy. The demon soldiers realize the attack is not aimed at them. Even Jean cannot feel a clear aura from whoever's causing it. Then Lucifer steps into view, sword ready, and the whole battlefield suddenly has a very obvious problem. Our boy launches straight into the storm, cutting through the incoming force before it can crush everyone below. A blazing counterstrike tears through the sky. Lucifer is not here to trade flashy warnings. He is here to end this. With the first clash settled, Lucifer demands the challenger stop the war. Demon Law says the winner gets to set the terms. Tyrfin calls him a monster for opposing the entire demon race, but Lucifer refuses to let their war swallow the continent. Lucifer admits he actually enjoys his life after exile. He will not let the Council's war-hungry nonsense ruin the peace he found. Tyrfin drops the argument and reveals what he really wants. Not treasure or power, but the entire world. Ambition has entered its final boss phase. Lucifer watches the giant demon wind up a massive attack in size. Apparently world conquest is still everyone's favorite bad hobby. He gives Tyrfin one last chance to leave, then answers the monster's charge with a devastating tyrant sword slash. With the challenger beaten, Lucifer promises him an honorable end. The exiled king protects his quiet life the hard way. After the blast, Lucifer stands over the battered Mammon while the greedy demon king can barely move. Mammon tries to save face, claiming Lucifer should finish him because the blood pool still needs a chunky sacrifice. Lucifer refuses. There is no blood feud here, and he will not kill another demon without a real reason. Mammon admits defeat and orders his troops out of the human world, ending the assault on Leviathan's territory. Lucifer is done negotiating. If the Elder Council challenges this order, our boy says he will personally put them down. Lilith storms in furious because their island was nearly split apart. Lucifer's diplomacy comes with a repair bill. Lucifer offers to call the whole mess even for the sake of their past as fellow demon kings. Mammon laughs that human rules have made him far too soft. With Lilith handling the palace, Lucifer heads back to the human world to check on Alice after the crisis. He calls in a massive blue dragon as his ride, because apparently normal transportation is beneath a demon king. Left behind in the ruins, Mammon realizes Lucifer was still holding back. He blames Vivian for creating a monster. Then the air turns red as a mysterious woman appears and calmly introduces herself as Cain, the Blood Clan's grand ancestor. Cain says she likes business, then names her prize, Mammon's sacred weapon. Mammon refuses to be bullied on his own territory, but Cain attacks anyway, ready to show him the gap between an ant and a god. A sword-wielding demon woman floats over the ruins, calm as ever, while Mammon realizes her power is far beyond normal. Mammon refuses to believe Lucifer could father someone this powerful. The family tree is apparently causing more damage than the battle. The woman coldly confirms Lucifer is her father, then tells Mammon he is already dead. When the smoke clears, Mammon's soldiers find their king destroyed and immediately point the blame at Lucifer. One furious survivor swears revenge on Lucifer, branding him the greatest traitor of the demon race. Meanwhile, Lucifer returns to quiet Wrexham, relieved that this little town has faked the demon invasion. A local fills him in. Alice helped to drive the demons away and became a famous hero. Lucifer is proud, right until he remembers she left their child behind to fight. Then he hears Alice was badly hurt by Mammon's avatar attack. Lucifer's relaxed homecoming ends instantly. He rushes inside expecting tragedy, only to find Alice awake and looking far healthier than the rumors promised. Alice clings to him and admits their child kept asking when Daddy would come home. Lucifer can only confess that this mission was far more trouble than planned. With the demon realm hunting his name, Lucifer still gets one small victory. He is finally home. Lucifer comes home looking for peace, and Chris immediately sends Dad flying. That reunion has zero warm-up time. Our boy tries to salvage a hug, but Chris calls him a liar and refuses. The Demon King has met his toughest critic. After Mammon falls, the allied human forces crush the leaderless demon legions and drive them back toward their homeland. Princess Margaret hears that the coast is secure, but the demon threat is only temporarily pushed away, not finished. Catherine brings more trouble. The Church of Light is claiming its Templar Knights broke the demon naval blockade. Margaret sees the catch. The church calls itself humanity's guardian, while her own people pay the price of fighting the demons. She orders the palace repaired and a reception prepared. If the church wants a political game, Margaret plans to be seated at the table. At the Holy See, Pope Georgian comforts Inquisitor Jean after the failed raid, praising her courage instead of blaming her retreat. Jean wants to become a warrior worthy of the old hero Alice, but Georgian warns that Alice herself was led down a darker path. Georgian believes sincerity might bring Alice back, so he asks Jean to visit Britannia with him and deliver something to her. As he looks toward the goddess, Georgian quietly frames her embrace as everyone's true home. That promise sounds comforting and very dangerous. At the Holy See, Blackfort confirms that Bear died after recklessly challenging the Demon King. The knight was talented, but talent does not help much when you pick a fight with a demon sword. The Pope admits Bear's death hurts, yet Blackfort refuses to let the church look weak. He argues that the demons must be respected as a real threat, not dismissed as easy prey. The old cleric remembers Lucifer as a weak little demon when he and O'Brien first invaded the first Demon's Hall. Now that former nobody has become a force powerful enough to haunt the church's plans. The Pope doubles down, convinced shared faith can unite humanity and crush the demons in a holy war. Meanwhile, Lucifer is enjoying the rare luxury of a bath at home, completely unaware that family time is about to get dangerous. Chris proudly hauls his dirty clothes around, determined to help Mommy while Daddy is away. The Empress notices the painful mark on Lucifer's chest and begs to use the healing magic she learned. Her healing spell hits the scar, and the seal suddenly erupts with blinding power. Chris is exhausted and terrified she hurt Daddy, while Lucifer realizes this is no ordinary wound. Lucifer remembers stealing power from monsters during life-or-death battles. That primordial survival instinct is now living inside Chris. If anyone discovers it, this cozy household could become a very public disaster. At the Wrexham home, Alice catches her breath beside sleeping Chris, looking exhausted but fiercely protective. Lucifer explains that the Holy War ended in the demon's crushing defeat, and the loss still weighs heavily on him. His guarded stare makes it clear this is not just history. He is carrying every scar personally. Alice asks why he would stop the demons from proclaiming victory, but Lucifer says he cannot accept that price anymore. Our boy wants to save everyone he can, even if that dream sounds wildly inconvenient for a demon king. The real reason is Chris. Lucifer knows the demons around him accept her like family, while the wider demon world would not. If the old era returns, Chris would have nowhere safe to grow up as a human. Alice laughs at how seriously he worries about Chris, then admits he has the full anxious parent energy down already. When Lucifer asks what Alice would do if he fought for the demons, she does not flinch. She says she would stand with him. She trusts that Chris would keep him from becoming the ruler who chooses conquest over everything else. That heartfelt promise immediately turns into flirting, and Lucifer gets tossed toward the sofa for pushing his luck. Alice watches him go with a soft, vulnerable smile. What she really wants is simple. She wants to stay with him forever. Then the mood snaps cold. A hooded stranger arrives in Wrexham and asks if this is the town where Lucifer 3 lives. Chris proudly says she will grow strong enough to protect both Papa and Mama. Her idea of strong is terrifyingly muscular, so Lucifer immediately has concerns. While shopping in Wrexham Market, the family spots a brand new divination studio. A fortune teller predicting disasters caused by dogs is weird enough to earn a visit. Inside the purple curtain tent, they meet Orobaz, a traveling fortune teller surrounded by candles, smoke, and one extremely dramatic crystal ball. Lucifer asks for a reading of his past, but warns Orobas that he will not pay for nonsense. Our boy has arrived ready to audit the mystic industry. The crystal activates, and its swirling light pulls Lucifer into a star-filled vision. Chris stares in open excitement while her mother watches closely. Orobas says most readings are vague fragments, but Lucifer's vision carries a faint trace of reality. That means this is not just a parlor trick. The seer describes a world of towering iron and crystal, endless machines, giant iron birds, and metal serpents racing along the roads. Lucifer realizes the vision feels firsthand, not imagined. Orobas is seeing a place that should not belong to this world at all. The reading rattles Lucifer's mother, and he starts to understand why. If Orobas can see this impossible past, the fortune teller is far from ordinary. After witnessing all that, she still has one urgent question. What does her destined partner look like? Priorities remain impressively intact. Alice wants to know who fate picked for her, so a hooded fortune teller pulls out a crystal ball. Because apparently romance now needs customer service. The seer warns that the future is only a guess, but says a person's energy makes the crystal more accurate. Alice accepts the risk, and the glowing orb begins searching for her destined partner. The reading leaves Alice dizzy, while Lucifer watches with the exact expression of a man already expecting nonsense. The crystal describes her match as a non-human, sun-haired man with a carefree mask and a genuinely gentle heart. It also says he attracts plenty of romance, but his love for Alice will stay unshakable. Then the mood gets ugly fast. The seer claims Alice's destined partner will lose an eye. Alice panics, but Lucifer steps in and demands his own reading. Our boy is not letting a prophecy bully him without receipts. Inside the vision, a little girl calls Alice and Lucifer her parents, while Alice apologizes for hurting her. The crystal calls Alice a high-order human, noble on the surface but deeply vulnerable underneath, with a sacred aura in her body. The vision's final warning is brutal. Alice will ultimately choose to end her own life. Lucifer calmly repeats the prophecy. He loses an eye, and Alice chooses death. The crystal just turned a love reading into a disaster report. At a snowy mountain park, Lucifer shares tea with a young diviner, while a child happily rolls snowballs nearby. The diviner admits she dragged him here to test her craft, but Lucifer is deeply skeptical of fortune-telling. He still concedes that her prediction could be an unusually intriguing lead. Then she blurts out that the person Lucifer is destined to be with is sitting right in front of him. Smooth delivery, absolutely no panic involved. Both of them freeze. She insists she does not dislike him, but the idea that her future husband is Lucifer makes her short-circuit. She explains the prophecy's ugly fine print. If they marry, they become husband and wife and lose their destined partner. For Lucifer, that supposed future ends with him losing an eye. Lucifer does not buy it blindly. He points out that he's escaped fatal predictions before, so this future is hardly guaranteed. The diviner gathers every ounce of courage and asks the real question. After all their time together, does Lucifer like her? Lucifer admits that he disliked her at first, but now he finds her all right. It is a very Lucifer confession, but it lands. Before she can squeeze out a clearer answer, the child recruits Lucifer for a snowball fight. Romance gets benched by tiny red-coated chaos. Later, the capital erupts in commotion as the current Pope of the Holy Church arrives for a historic visit. Inside the royal palace, the church's highest authority is ushered in, setting up a dangerous clash between royal power and church power. At the palace, church elder arrives all smiles, acting honored to finally meet Queen Catherine. Catherine politely thanks him for past aid, but her stiff posture makes it clear she is not buying the performance. She sends her black-haired attendant away and demands a private answer. The tea party just became an interrogation. Catherine snaps that her soldiers fought and died reclaiming this country, so the church does not get to lecture her about loyalty. The elder calmly says the old balance is gone. Fear of demons has made believers flock to the church in massive numbers. Catherine refuses to surrender her homeland, reminding him that every inch was won by her ancestors' blood, not church paperwork. She doubles down, saying her soldiers do not fear demons and her people will rebuild their nation with their own hands. The elder sees right through her. He says the terror in Catherine's eyes is exactly what makes a ruler dangerous. Then the velvet glove comes off. Submit to church rule and he will even baptize every citizen personally. Outside, armed nobles are already waiting. The elder predicts rebellion because chaos is apparently his favorite negotiating tool. Catherine coolly asks if an unfortunate accident would be unavoidable. The old priest finally realizes this queen has teeth. A human pope visits the red-haired queen, flattering her strengths before sliding into a very political request. He wants the human empires united against future demon threats, calling it an alliance scope for survival. Naturally, the paperwork arrives with enough fine print to start a second war. The Pope names his price. The alliance must recognize the goddess as the only faith and let the Holy See lead the work. The Queen stays stone-faced, but he is betting her foresight will make her accept. Meanwhile, at Alice's home in Wrexham, a former hero is enjoying a much quieter life with little Chris. France arrives to apologize. She heard Alice helped repel demons on the island, while the Holy Knights showed up late. France insists she was only doing her duty, but Alice can tell the old resentment is still there. Chris proudly claims the scattered toys are her daughter's things, and France freezes on one very important word. France cannot process it. Alice was an inquisitor and a quisitor and a pagan, yet now she has a child with Merlin? That is one family update no training manual prepares you for. Before France leaves, Alice receives a sealed personal letter from the Pope himself. Outside, France finally admits the truth. Alice was exiled by the church, and France now sees the rot behind that decision. Alice reads the Pope's gentle letter and smiles, while France wonders whether anyone in that church truly deserves the goddess they serve. Far across the Sea of Dead Sands, the seventh Demon King's palace is about to put Lucifer under a very unpleasant microscope. Belial asks his son how palace work with human spells, clearly expecting a rant and getting one immediately. Orbogus calls humans talented but fake, and his disgust is written all over that exhausted stare. When Orbogus admits the palace servants feel different, Belial instantly suspects his son has caught feelings. Demon dads never miss a chance. Orbogus obeys, but he wants answers. Belial reveals a magic orb showing Lucifer, Alice, and baby Merlin. Belial is fascinated, because Lucifer's child carries a demonic trait despite being born from a human mother. Orbogus cannot understand why his father is targeting Lucifer when the first Demon King has never attacked their family. Belial cuts off the questions with green magic, and Orbogus suddenly learns that curiosity comes with a chokehold. Then Belial finally gives the reason. Lucifer killed Maimon, the Demon King of Greed, and shattered every rule the demons believed in. To Belial, Lucifer is an undisciplined breaker of rules whose growing power could become a threat to their entire race. Orbogus still thinks there must be a mistake, but Belial orders him to stop studying humans. A new war is coming. Belial decides his obedient son is too useful to discard, so Orbogus gets a temporary stay of execution. What a warm family moment. Left alone, Belial senses a dragon-like aura and smiles. After years of suffering, he thinks his long-awaited endgame is finally starting. In a snowy mountain tavern, Lord Alfonso asks about the legendary sword saint. The innkeeper immediately knows exactly who he means. Her reputation is apparently so huge that even the local bartender has a full fan club speech ready. The innkeeper says the sword saint is absurdly powerful, a woman who drove off magical beasts and saved the whole village. But she's not been seen for 10 years, and she once had a child staying with her. That detail makes Alfonso narrow his eyes. He is not here for a friendly visit. Outside, Alfonso orders his masked men up the mountain. The blizzard is brutal, but he is convinced their target is hiding here. When one subordinate questions the mission, Alfonso grabs him by the throat and reminds everyone who is in charge. Team morale takes a sharp dive into the snow. Yeah, the snow! Alfonso quietly pieces it together. The Sword Saint's age, gender, and that child all fit the lead he has been chasing. Deep in the storm, their guide confirms the Sword Saint lives somewhere on this mountain, though she avoids strangers and crowds. Before the search can go any further, enormous snow trolls burst from the whiteout and charge the group. Alfonso is called into action as the mountain turns their careful hunt into a very loud survival problem. On a frozen mountain, Claudia finds a pack of armed strangers waiting at the Sword Saint's home. Their target is not the house. It is her. The terrified host tries to send everyone home, but his masked guards make their answer first. Hospitality has officially failed. Claudia calmly tells him to run. These visitors came for her life, and she is done letting innocent bystanders pay for it. Their leader steps forward and greets Claudia like an old friend. 20 years have passed, but he has clearly been saving this reunion. The dark-cloaked swordsman praises her as a legendary knight, then twists the knife. He says she betrayed the princess consort she once served. He recalls how Princess Consort Josephine once saved him from starvation. In his eyes, Claudia destroyed the one person he worshipped. Claudia calls his story a lie. He insists the king ordered Josephine's death, while Claudia only followed orders and protected herself. She cuts through his soldiers and fires back that she did not cause the 3-year catastrophe. He has spent 2 decades feeding one very convenient grudge. Claudia stops talking and unleashes ice magic. Blue shards rain down as she proves she's still anything but an ordinary knight. The swordsman traps her inside a crackling purple sphere and laughs that she still cannot defeat him after 20 years. He says he has one objective left: find Princess Diana. Claudia braces herself inside the snow and refuses to let his revenge roll any further. Claudia charges through the snow, blade first, as purple magic tears across the battlefield. Alfonso casually surrounds himself with floating black flames and laughs at how easy Claudia is to read. He is clearly enjoying this far too much, which is never a good sign. Claudia snaps back that she has wanted his blood since the day he betrayed Princess Diana. She refuses to forgive him, even if he thinks the past already proves she cannot win. Alfonso demands information about Diana, but Claudia grits her teeth and says he will get nothing from her. He claims her stubbornness has earned a reward and prepares to show Claudia his so-called true terror. Purple energy erupts around Alfonso as he transforms into a vicious dragon-like monster right in front of her. He says Claudia is the first person to see this form. That is not the honor she wanted. Alfonso boasts that this is dragon power, a strength he gained during the Adventurer tournament. Claudia answers the incoming assault with a towering wall of ice, turning the frozen field into her shield. Alfonso smashes through with black flames and taunts that even Claudia's frost swordsmanship cannot stop him. Instead of breaking, Claudia pivots to a sealing spell, trapping him inside a ring of ice and power. Golden light flares around Claudia as she steels herself. Today, she decides, is the day this fight changes.